Chapter 271. The BloodNet system has a description of the rewards for escaping from the fantasy world. According to the score, you can get up to 5,000 blood points for a perfect game. At the same time, each game is guaranteed to have 1,000 blood points, regardless of winning or losing. Mu Xing participated in 3 fantasy escapes, and got 6,000 blood points for 2 successful escapes, and 1,000 blood points for 1 failed escape. It can only be considered average, not bad, but not good either. At the same time, the BloodNet system is connected to the scoring system. All excess blood points can be converted into points at the settlement, and the conversion ratio is 1:1. However, points cannot be converted into blood points, and can only be converted in one direction. Open the Blood Network system, which is equivalent to the mall system in the Dead by Daylight game. Contains skills, props, sacrifices, etc. exclusive to various survivors in the game. However, unlike in the game, as long as the blood points are sufficient, all skills and props can be bought, and there will be no conflicts and restrictions. Of course, no one will waste so much, especially those masters, who will save blood points as much as possible. The various skills and props in the BloodNet are not cheap, and the higher the props, the more so. Mu Xing casually glanced at the BloodNet interface. With 7,000 blood points in his account, he could buy at most 2 ordinary props or skills. Crazy and his friends were also checking the BloodNet system. Suddenly, Crazy raised his head and looked into the distance. What's wrong? Olina and the others are here. I have to leave first. He was blocked at the door before he could leave from the back door. Olina and Ava, one in front and one behind, blocked the entrance and exit of their small house. How did you come so fast? The madman was confused. Olina grabbed the madman's clothes. If I didn't use the teleportation scroll to rush here, you would have run away long ago, right? Sister, don't talk nonsense. Brother Bailey will not run away. Ava hugged the madman's arm and rubbed her little face against the madman's shoulder. So greasy. Mu Xing and Li Hongwei looked at each other and quietly left the hut. Even Yu couldn't help but stay away. After a while, the madman walked out of the room with a cold face, his face full of lipstick marks. When they looked into the room, the 2 sisters were tied together and couldn't move. I'm going to go out and get some information. The madman wiped off the lipstick marks on his face and disappeared in a hurry, leaving the few people looking at each other in bewilderment. Why don't you untie them? Mu Xing quickly asked Li Hongwei to untie Alina and the others. He couldn't afford to offend these 2 ladies, as he still depended on them for intelligence. Where's the madman? Alina rushed out of the door angrily, but the madman was no longer there. Iwa, who was standing next to him, looked sickly. I am so happy to be tied up by Brother Bailey. Mu Xing, this woman might have some serious illness. He looked at Alina. At least this sister was still calm. Miss Alina, how did you get here? Mu Xing didn't think they had the ability to cross the sliced space-time dimension. It's the survival system. It opened the door to sliced space-time number 3356 for us. So that's it. Mu Xing suddenly realized. It seems that the survival system has begun to infiltrate the sliced world of evil spirits and gradually take control of the initiative. I don't know which lucky person can let the survival system set up a camp in his home field. Alina said. Mu Xing subconsciously touched his nose. Sister, look at the bonfire. Ava pointed to the bonfire burning in the stove in the room. Although Mu Xing disguised himself, he was still recognized at the first time. Alina looked at the bonfire in a daze. So, this is your home field? Maybe, it's just luck. Mu Xing said shyly, but Alina didn't believe it at all. This was not a matter of luck at all. Invite us to join the team. In exchange, I am willing to contribute 30% of the reward. Alina directly put forward her conditions, obviously wanting to seize the opportunity as soon as possible. She realized that this was a great opportunity. There is nothing special about the home court, right? Mu Xing didn't quite understand why Alina was so excited. You don't understand this. The home court means that you don't need to use the survival system to teleport to the fantasy world to escape, and it also means that you don't have to pay the 20% tax to the survival system. That's only 20%, which is not proportional to your 30% contribution. Of course, there are other benefits, such as the survivor's exploration of the foggy world, and all the gains must be taxed to the system, but the homeowner does not have to pay taxes. For example, with the home advantage, the sale of various props does not have to pay taxes to the survival system. Mu Xing thought for a while. How about this, you and I split it 50-50, and I can give you all the home agency rights. Deal. Olina agreed without thinking. Then I go prepare the contract. With that, Orina left in a hurry and returned to her camp to prepare the contract. Li Hongwei beside him whispered, "Boss Blood Moon, you raised the split to 50-50, and she actually agreed so quickly? Is there something fishy?" Mu Xing shook his head. "She is very smart. If I only charge her 30% of the profit, I will only allow her to carry out activities within a limited scope, and her ways to make money are limited. And if I give her full authority, she will have the initiative. Although it is a 50-50 split, she will earn more than before." Li Hongwei was a little indignant. "Why don't we do it on our own? Wouldn't we be able to earn 100% directly?" Mu Xing shook his head. "What does it mean to specialize in a profession? Do you have connections with Orina? Do you have her resources? I never think I am a qualified businessman. Even none of our team members have this talent. Professional matters should be left to professionals." Okay. Li Hongwei compromised instantly, and understood what Mu Xing meant. Not long after, the madman came back. "Where's Orina?" "She went back to prepare the contract." "What contract?" Mu Xing told him the contract he had negotiated with Orina. "What do you think?" The madman shook his head. "I have no opinion. I only have one request, which is that they must stay away from me during the survival competition." "No, you are a famous madman. Are you afraid of them?" "You don't understand. Some debts must be repaid, but I haven't figured out how to solve this problem yet." Mu Xing raised his eyebrows. "I can't help you with this matter. You can do it yourself." "Are we still good brothers?" "This has nothing to do with being good brothers. I think it's time to make up our minds." Mu Xing patted his shoulder. "Brother, I believe in you. Get lost." The madman looked annoyed. "This way." "You came over. You won't come too." "What? I'm just giving you the information I promised you." "Oh, sorry." The madman scratched his head awkwardly, and took the information about the nightmare battlefield recorded on A4 paper. But when he turned to the last page, his expression froze. He was stiff for a while, before he came to his senses. The flames in his hand burst out, and burned the last page to ashes. Chapter 272. Although the dawn has not yet arrived, a new round of escape games has begun to brew. However, this time it is not passive, but active. The survival system uses the rules of the evil spirits to force the survivors into the fantasy world to play the game, and begins to suppress the power of the evil spirits. Then, with the survivors as anchors, the rules of the survival system are implanted into the body of the evil spirits. The survivors are like Trojan horses carrying viruses, infiltrating layer by layer. The evil spirits had a chance to escape. However, the greedy evil spirit did not feel the crisis approaching at first, but compared these survivors to pie in the sky, taking the opportunity to collect more hope. The huge hope contributed by the survivors also made the evil spirit unable to stop, and couldn't extricate itself. When faced with the threat of the survival system, it decided to take a risk and rewind time and space. Originally, all the plans were perfect, and the evil spirit could openly fleece the survival system under its nose. But the plan was disrupted by the variable of Mu Xing. The survival system saw through the evil spirit's plan, came down forcefully, and took the initiative instantly. In fact, it was very dangerous for Mu Xing to enter the fantasy world again at this time. However, he still had 3 goals to complete. First, to fulfill his promise to Alessa. Second, to find the triangular head that was captured by Trix. Third, to help the madman accumulate more points and exchange them for death replay props in the mall to deal with the next nightmare battlefield. In summary, Mu Xing had various reasons to go back. At the same time, when the other survivors began to cross the portal and enter the fantasy world, Mu Xing and his friends were still staying in the small house. However, in addition to the 6 of them, there were 4 more high-level survivors found by Orina this time. Let me introduce you. These 4 are all my old acquaintances. They are all absolutely experienced. Mu Xing looked at the 4 people in front of him, and he actually knew 2 of them. One was Yifei's Node Guardian. Mu Xing still remembered the hardcore knight style of plate armor and sword. Another one was the big gun guardian I had seen in the sewer, numbered 1423. As for the other 2, 1 man and 1 woman. They were a couple, and their professions should be immortal cultivators. One could feel the natural aura fluctuations of the 2 from a distance. The 2 of them must be very strong in combat. I didn't expect that the newcomer a few months ago has grown to such a height. The young are really formidable. The man carrying the big gun reached out to light a cigarette, but he was subconsciously embarrassed because he didn't find the lighter in his pocket. Mu Xing calmly handed over the lighter, the same one he had taken with Yifei. "You're good, kid." "Thanks." Olinan next to him introduced. "This is Okang, a professional gunner." Okang raised his head and took a puff of cigarette, Please take care of me. Then, Olina walked to the side of the plate-armored swordsman. Bruce, like O'Kang, is also one of the guardians, a professional warrior. Bruce lifted the steel mask, revealing a handsome face, square face, very majestic. Long time no see. Bruce looked at Mu Xing. Yeah, long time no see. By the way, where is the boy next to you? I'm working hard to improve my strength. I didn't make it to the competition this time. Bruce nodded, his mask fell off, and he leaned on his sword, as if he was resting his eyes. Even Arena didn't expect that the two masters she invited knew Mu Xing. Finally, these two, the couple Si Shui and Lun Yin, professional immortal cultivators. The two nodded to Mu Xing and others. Thank you for the host's willingness to give us the opportunity to join the team. Mu Xing shook his head. I welcome you as a guest, but please keep it a secret. Of course. Several people nodded. They also spent a lot of money to get Alina to invite them into the team, so they naturally have to seize this opportunity. So, they formed an advanced team of 10 people, and can participate in the 2v10 multiplayer mode newly added by the Evil Spirit, which is more difficult than the ordinary 2v8. The Butcher will be further strengthened, and the number of repair machines will be further increased. This mode is a special team battle mode consisting of 2 Butchers and 10 survivors, which is more difficult. The number of generators refreshed in the fantasy world will increase from 7 to 15. The number of generators that need to be repaired will also increase from 5 to 10. Although the number of repair machines has not increased much, the presence of 2 enhanced Butchers has also increased the difficulty. The 2 Butchers will put more pressure on the survivors. Of course. High risk means high return. In an ordinary 1v4 game, the maximum reward is 5,000 blood points, 2v8 is doubled, and 2v10 is directly tripled, with the maximum reward reaching 15,000 points. At this time, 10 people formed a circle. As the bonfire in front of them jumped and became brighter, a black vortex opened. Before being sucked into the vortex, Mu Xing activated Aurus and locked onto the triangle head that was captured by Trix before. God knows how Trix captured the triangle head he summoned. So far, his triangle head summoning skill is still on CD. In other words, if he doesn't find the triangle head, his innate skill will be completely useless. However, because of this, the triangle head has become a locator, allowing him to locate it with Aurus. Mu Xing manipulated the dark gold energy to change the fantasy world they were about to enter. Using the triangular head as an anchor, he pulled everyone over. When Mu Xing opened his eyes, broken walls, dark corridors. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood. There were even tangled red granulations wriggling on the wire mesh of the window. Even the hospital map was brighter than this place. Pushing open the wooden door next to him, the flashlight illuminated the rows of rusty tables and chairs inside. He instantly confirmed the map. The limited-time map launched by Dead by Daylight and Silent Hill, Midwich Elementary School. Midwich Elementary School is the elementary school that Alessa attended in Silent Hill, and it is also the beginning of Alessa's blackening. In the setting of Dead by Daylight, the evil spirit brought back the triangle head from the Silent Hill world and created a fantasy world called Midwich Elementary School. Mu Xing didn't expect Trix to bring his triangle head here. Could it be that he wanted to use this fantasy world to study his own triangle head? He did not act in a hurry. He summoned the hunter first, and then began to summon the seal. Master, what do you want? Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and Aurus appeared in his palm. I give you 2 choices, fusion or swallowing. The seal knew that fusion and swallowing were 2 different choices. Swallowing means that it is still a seal, but it has swallowed the function of Aurus and become a more powerful seal. Fusion is different. It will no longer be a simple seal, but has further possibilities. It is both a seal and Aurus, and it will also be completely integrated with Mu Xing. I choose fusion. The seal seemed to have made a decision. Why? Mu Xing asked back. I am still a copy of the red seal. No matter how many functions I expand, it is just a castle in the air. I will eventually be constrained by the original seal, and my future achievements will be limited. If I want to go further with my master, I must seek new breakthroughs. So I decided that I would merge with Aurus. It is obvious that the seal has made up its mind. After seeing the many dangers in the world, it no longer believes that it is invincible and chooses to embark on a new journey. Then it is as you wish. Mu Xing retracted his right hand and waited for the seal to begin to merge with Aurus. Chapter 273. The divine seal turned into countless red streams and began to merge into the changing and glowing eye totem. Aurus also began to flash wildly, and the surrounding time and space were affected by the fusion, and a spreading wind was set off. As the divine seal merged, Oris's original form also began to disintegrate, and the two began to merge deeply. It was like a rotating fluid liquid, sometimes turning into a ball, sometimes into a cube. It would suddenly expand into a plane, shrink into a point, and even spread into a multidimensional form. Finally, the new seal was born, and it became an eye-shaped Oris constructed of red spiral lines, with 2 more layers of light rings around it. It just changed from an illusory quantum state Oris to a physical entity, which can directly interfere with the real material form. The eye was surrounded by a light ring. One light ring materialized and turned into a red crystal, and the other light ring was completely illusory and merged into the surrounding space and time. The surrounding space and matter became distorted because of the birth of the new seal. This passage was almost twisted into a knot. Divine seal? Mu Xing tried to call out. Master, I succeeded. When his eyes lit up, the divine seal was reactivated. At the same time, Mu Xing sensed a connection from the mind. The two can now communicate directly through the mind, and the cooperation will be more tacit. And the core of the new divine seal will remain in Mu Xing's spiritual world like Oris. Even if the body is destroyed, as long as the core is still there, it can be repaired. At the same time, the functionality of the new divine seal has also been greatly improved. After fusing with Oris, the seal can interfere with the spirit, change genes, and manipulate matter, and can also directly interfere with the spatial dimension. It does not only need the high-dimensional power from Silent Hill to achieve this function as before. Of course, the newly fused seal has more functions, which need to be further explored by Mu Xing. The new seal still retains the original function of the red seal, but it is no longer the pure seal before. Even if it meets other seals, the two sides are just completely different existences. Congratulations, you have been reborn, Mu Xing said. Thank you for your trust, Master. You can give yourself a new name. No need, Master. I think the divine seal is good. The name is just a code name. Mu Xing nodded, no longer sticking to the formality. Okay, let's get to work. Scan this map. Just 5 seconds later, a translucent 3-dimensional map was projected in front of Mu Xing's eyes. Master, the maximum radius of my current scanning range for space is 500 meters, and I can obtain all spatial information within the radius. Mu Xing looked at the map in front of him, and he could zoom in and out to see every door and window. He could even detect all the life gene auras within a radius of 500 meters. Of course, the new divine seal was not omnipotent. When facing a chaotic space or a space with special rules, it would take a certain amount of time to adapt and analyze. However, Mu Xing was very satisfied to have these functions. At the same time, in the map, within a radius of 1 kilometer, the life auras of all teammates were displayed in real time. This is simply giving him a full map cheat. Wait, didn't you find the butcher? Mu Xing asked. Master, maybe someone used a similar detection method in the past few days, so the evil spirit upgraded the butcher. With my current ability, I can't track the butcher. Okay, if I can't track him, I won't track him. Having a map is already very convenient. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand and projected the map onto the fog glasses. By the way, did you find the triangular head? Based on the breath provided by the master, I locked 3 locations. What do you mean by 3 locations? Don't tell me that triangle head was divided into 3 parts. It's not clear yet. The rich dark gold energy blocks the perception of time and space. Master, someone is approaching. The divine seal suddenly issued a warning. Who? I don't know. His genetic breath disappeared. I switched to spatial perception. The map changed, and I saw a person hiding in the transparent space corridor. Mu Xing looked at the corridor next to him, and heard hurried footsteps running towards him. Mu Xing's longbow appeared and aimed at the darkness. Who? I saw a sword light coming, but at the moment of falling, the swift sword light was instantly retracted. Blood Moon? Bruce? The two met and breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong? So urgent? Mu Xing asked. This place is weird. It doesn't look like a simple illusion space. I don't know if it's targeted by evil spirits. I just encountered several monsters that are not butchers. Mu Xing didn't quite understand what he meant. It's a bit like entering the real Silent Hill world, and this place is much larger than the ordinary fantasy world. Mu Xing subconsciously asked Shanine, what's going on? Master, this may be Trix's territory. We have to be careful. Mu Xing's mind went numb when he heard the word Trix, and he thought of the crazy woman carrying a sledgehammer. Bruce, let's meet up with the others first. I thought so too. This place is weird. Let's find the others to find out the situation first. Bruce nodded and walked ahead with the big sword. Mu Xing held back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He must not say that he was the one who dragged them to this place, otherwise he would be beaten. At the same time, Mu Xing began to use the team communication to contact Crazy. Originally, they could not use the team communication to communicate in the fantasy world. Now with the blessing of the new divine seal, they can break through the limitations of time and space and communicate within 1,000 meters. Crazy, how is your situation? Mu Xing has locked his position on the map. He is on the second floor of the school, which is also the left side of his head. I just met up with O'Connell. How's your situation? Wait, how did you get in touch with me? He responded before he realized what was happening. I have mastered new technology and used auras to crack the signal shielding of the evil spirit. You look for someone on the second floor, and I look for someone on the first floor. We meet in the yard. The madman said, no problem, but I think something is wrong here. Be careful. Don't worry, I know. Mu Xing hung up the call, leaving Bruce beside him a little surprised. Were you in contact with the madman just now? Yes, it's just some special tricks. He is responsible for searching the people on the second floor, and we search for the people on the first floor, and finally meet in the yard. Okay. In an instant, Bruce began to have a strong interest in the newcomer in front of him. You go to the left corridor, and I go to the right. Bruce took the lead and rushed out directly. Mu Xing was not to be outdone, and searched for others from the left corridor, but he had a map plug-in, so he went straight to the nearest classroom. Knock knock knock. He knocked on the classroom door. Wei Gu, don't hide. I know you were in there, come out and gather. After a moment, a timid figure carefully emerged from the closet and poked his head out of the classroom. Blood Moon Boss, how did you know I was here? You didn't take a shower. The smell is too strong. Ah, did you? I sprayed perfume. Chapter 274. Mu Xing was too lazy to talk nonsense with him here. After fusing with Oris, he was more sensitive to the changes in the surrounding environment. He also noticed something was wrong. This place was different from the ordinary fantasy world. Just as Li Hongwei came out of the classroom, Mu Xing suddenly raised the phoenix bow in his hand, and the hot flaming arrow flew out, almost brushing Li Hongwei's scalp, and penetrated the red cabinet in the classroom. Only a scream was heard in the cabinet, and a black shadow tried to crawl out of the cabinet. Explode! Mu Xing shouted, and the flames engulfed the shadows, illuminating the dim classroom. In the instant of light, Mu Xing saw a man who looked 80% like Li Hongwei, wearing a red striped shirt and a cowboy hat, and was severely burned. Like a cold ghost, he turned into ashes in the burning of the phoenix flame. Blood Moon Boss, did you see it just now? Ghost. Li Hongwei was so scared that he hid behind Mu Xing. It's a ghost that looks like you. Mu Xing aimed the phoenix bow in his hand directly at him. Tell me, who are you? I'm Li Hongwei. Facing the murderous intent on Mu Xing's face, Li Hongwei knew that Mu Xing was not joking. Don't kill me, big brother. I really am. Before he finished speaking, Mu Xing shot an arrow. Li Hongwei subconsciously covered his face, but he didn't feel the pain of the arrow piercing his body. Instead, he heard a scream from behind. The elemental flame arrow pierced the second Li Hongwei ghost, and nailed it to the classroom blackboard. Hee ha ha. The ghost was not afraid, but laughed strangely. Li Hongwei also turned around quickly, and then he saw the ghost nailed to the blackboard. Li Hongwei, wake up, you are a Taoist priest. Mu Xing's mental shot turned into a loud bell sound, which shook Li Hongwei's mind. Li Hongwei opened his eyes suddenly. How can I? Then he roared in exasperation. Damn it, what kind of ghost dares to touch your grandfather Wei? Go to hell. He took out the golden money sword, and golden light shone on his body, and his hands formed seals. The golden light condensed on the sword body, and the golden light burst out. This is the golden light curse. Kill! The golden sword flew out instantly, piercing the ghost's forehead, and the golden light and runes expanded. The ghost, who was laughing strangely, instantly let out a shrill scream and turned into ashes. Is he dead? Li Hongwei's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he stared at the surroundings nervously and fearfully. Ha ha ha, hee hee hee. The strange laughter still echoed around. In the classroom, more ghosts who looked like Li Hongwei appeared. Mu Xing frowned and slashed Li Hongwei's neck with a knife. The nervous Li Hongwei fainted directly, and was carried on Mu Xing's shoulders. At the moment he fainted, the ghosts also disappeared. It's related to emotions. Those ghosts grew out of Li Hongwei's fear and terror. Mu Xing carried Li Hongwei and continued to run out of the classroom, continuing to search forward. In the corridor on the left, he saw a breath approaching on the map. Judging from the pace, it should be you. The light emitted by the crystal in front of her was ahead of her, illuminating the small space. Just at the corner, Mu Xing met her. "It's me!" The moment he saw Mu Xing, Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "What happened?" "Something was chasing me just now. I couldn't see it, but I could sense the malice it was emitting." "Malice?" Mu Xing looked in the direction where Yu came from, and there seemed to be rolling fog. Divine Seal scanned the front. However, Divine Seal did not respond to him. He immediately realized that something was wrong. He turned around suddenly, and saw that Yu had put on a hat and a red striped shirt at some point, and her hands turned into sharp claws, grabbing towards him fiercely. "Get out of here!" Mu Xing's mental power burst out, and he directly sent Yu flying. Then he subconsciously pulled the bow, but found that the phoenix bow in his hand had turned into a rotten stick. Looking up, the phoenix bow was in Yu's hand, and she was pulling it towards him. At the same time, he sensed danger, and tilted his head suddenly, and felt a pain in his shoulder. Mu Xing turned his head, and saw that the unconscious Li Hongwei's face had turned into a terrible face with severe burns, with a cracked mouth and a bite on his shoulder. Mu Xing instantly realized that this was an illusion. No, it was not an illusion. If it is an illusion, the Divine Seal will remind me. This is a dream. And it is my own dream. Only in a dream will the Divine Seal fail to contact me, unless I take the initiative to contact outside the dream. He saw the black fog rolling around him, and various ghosts walked out of the black fog. Madman Orina, Ava. They all turned into man-eating ghosts. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. "Want to use dreams to kill me?" His mind began to imagine, and a new red Divine Seal began to appear on his palm. "Master, you are being pulled into the dream by some force." The voice of the Divine Seal sounded. "I know, can you pull me out?" Mu Xing has completely calmed down. "Yes, but Master, I have scanned the triangle head here." "How many?" "1. Take me there." Mu Xing temporarily gave up leaving this dream world, and found the triangle head first. These evil spirits in front of him are troublesome, but he has guessed who is causing the trouble. Nightmare, Freddy, characters from the famous horror movie A Nightmare on Elm Street and its derivative works. Because he liked to harass children living on Elm Street, he was burned alive by angry parents. After becoming a ghost, Freddy gained the ability to sneak into dreams. If he killed people in dreams, he would die directly in reality. Later, Freddy evolved many terrifying abilities, such as dream control, telepathy, distorted reality, resurrection, possession, etc. Although it is not known how strong Freddy, who has signed a contract with the evil spirit, is in this world, I think he is not too weak. I didn't even notice the erosion of the dream, and I was pulled into the dream he created. There must be a medium, otherwise even Freddy couldn't put me into the dream out of thin air. Li Hongwei. Mu Xing thought of Li Hongwei, who was carried on his shoulders before, the only medium he had contact with. Maybe it was Li Hongwei's dream. Mu Xing noticed that this place was not only his dream, Li Hongwei's dream, but also Freddy's dream. It has been confirmed that the first butcher is Nightmare Freddy, so what about the second butcher? Maybe there is an answer. He stopped pestering and fled quickly. When Mu Xing passed through classrooms and corridors, he saw a familiar figure wielding a big knife to chop meat in the dim blood light. Dirty leather apron, rusty triangular helmet. When he got closer, Mu Xing almost vomited. He saw the triangular head splitting the fear-wrapped Li Hongwei in half. "Save me, save me!" Even though the Li Hongwei were split in half, they were still shouting for help, terrified. Divine Seal, is it a dream or reality? Mu Xing raised the Divine Seal in his hand. The red eyes kept changing. Suddenly, the triangular head turned its head sharply, and locked onto Mu Xing. He walked towards Mu Xing step by step, dragging the bloody big knife. Where the blade passed, the ground cracked, and the bloody thorn barbed wire crawled out from the cracks in the ground. Chapter 275. Master, be careful. If you are killed in a dream, you will also be killed in reality. The Divine Seal reminded. Mu Xing took out the silver particle gun expressionlessly. In this hodgepodge world, any weapon can exert its maximum power. There is no need to aim, just pull the trigger, and the dazzling particle beam blasted out, directly penetrating the head of the triangle head in front of him, evaporating its huge iron helmet. However, the black fog surged, and the iron helmet quickly recovered. 2 more shots evaporated the legs and right hand of the triangle head. This was the effect Mu Xing wanted. He didn't want to kill the enemy, but just temporarily control him. He quickly crossed the slaughterhouse of the triangle head, ignoring the wailing Li Hongwei. He rushed out of the school building and the yard. He locked onto his target. The closer he got, the clearer he could sense it. His dormant triangle head summoning talent skill began to loosen, and the CD began to decrease. Behind him, countless nightmare ghosts chased him, and there was also the triangle head dragging a big knife. It slashed at Mu Xing fiercely, tearing a gully more than 10 meters long and 2 meters wide on the ground. In the gully, the fire of hell burned, and countless thorns and barbed wires turned into ground spikes and rushed out. Fortunately, Mu Xing dodged quickly. If he was hit by this attack, he would have been skinned alive. Now he is just a thought, a will, not a material reality. Although he avoided the attack of the triangle head, Mu Xing felt more and more uneasy. Nightmares can pull people into dreams, making the dreamer feel fear, and the fear turns into nightmare ghosts. And this triangular head that is merged with Alessa's power can materialize fear. So, with the cooperation of both parties, those invisible and intangible nightmare ghosts began to materialize. Ghosts with red thorn wire wrapped around their bodies rushed towards Mu Xing from all directions. Mu Xing's footsteps did not stop, and the red eyes in his hands lit up and outlined a red triangle. The shadow of Alessa emerged. "You want to play this trick with me? I can do it too. The other world, come!" Mu Xing shouted in a low voice. The surrounding dream world began to blacken and rust rapidly. At the same time, the red eyes in his hand changed wildly. Death space, open. Death space is responsible for imagination, and the inner world is responsible for transformation. Countless monsters crawled out from the rusted earth and walls. Kill! Mu Xing pointed with his right hand. Countless monsters rushed towards the materialized nightmare ghost, and the two sides went from a chase to a melee. The things imagined in the death space have no emotions that can be used by Freddy. After being materialized by the inner world, these monsters will not feel fear, let alone dreams. So it became a pure war of attrition. "Master, it's just ahead." The black rain fell. This is the black rain from the other world. When the raindrops hit the ground, they turned into activated leeches. Countless leeches drowned the chasing triangle head like a surging wave. Mu Xing took the opportunity to leave the battlefield and headed towards the hut in front. "It's getting closer, closer." Mu Xing stared at the red door. He pushed the speed to the limit. Suddenly, in front of him, a burned figure wearing a red striped shirt and a cowboy hat appeared. That was Nightmare Blair, his hands turned into claws, waiting for him on the road ahead. "Get out of my way!" Mu Xing roared, punched out with his right fist, and grasped in the void at the same time. A ball of golden flame lit up in his fist. It was the flame from the campfire, under the control of the divine seal, wrapped in his fist, and hit Freddy's chest. Nightmare Freddy didn't expect Mu Xing to be so brave, and the hope in the golden flame was like the warm sun in winter, instantly melting his power. Freddy turned into ashes in the flames. Mu Xing continued to rush forward and pushed open the door with one hand. Clang! Mu Xing saw the triangular head tied to the cross. This hut is not a physical existence, but built in an illusory dream. The hut is small, but the interior space is large. This is a huge laboratory. Science, magic, fantasy, dreams, all seem to be Trix's research objects. Mu Xing seemed to see a crazy girl conducting various terrible experiments here. He took a step forward and put one hand on the chest of the triangle head that was cut by the knife. The triangle head looked up suddenly, as if he was awakened. Collect. The captured triangle head turned into light and disappeared. At the same time, the CD time of his talent skill was directly restored. Obviously, there are two other triangle heads. "Master, it's time to leave here," the divine seal reminded. The battle between the monsters in the world behind and the nightmare ghosts has become more and more chaotic, and the entire dream world has begun to collapse. "Take me back." "Got it." Mu Xing saw Freddy being resurrected, and saw Triangle Head fighting his way out of the siege of countless leeches. His body began to fade away, and he disappeared directly into this dream world. "Wake up! Wake up!" Mu Xing heard someone calling. He suddenly opened his eyes, and saw a pair of concerned eyes. "How long has it been?" "About a minute," the madman next to him said. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, and he stayed in the dream world for more than a minute. He looked around. Is there anyone who hasn't arrived yet? Everyone is here, except Irina. Mu Xing did not see Irina, and Ava was looking around with a worried look on her face. Looking sideways, Li Hongwei was still in a coma. "What happened to you just now? When I found you, you were standing there with Li Hongwei like a log," the madman asked worriedly. Mu Xing thought of the scene just now with lingering fear. "I was dragged into a dream by Freddy." "Freddy? Nightmare Freddy?" Bruce frowned beside him. "I see. No wonder I always feel that this place is wrong. Mu Xing looked at the others, Okon carrying a big gun, and the couple of Sishui Lunyan. Did you meet Freddy? No, I just killed some strange monsters. That should be the monster manifested from the other world of Triangle Head, Mu Xing said. Triangle Head? They all saw him. All those who can come here are veterans, and they immediately thought of the connection between Triangle Head and Nightmare Freddy's abilities. This is a problem. Pyramid Head and Freddy have complementary abilities, and can create real dreams. Moreover, this place is weird and not like an ordinary fantasy world. Mu Xing thought about it, and decided to confess. To tell you the truth, I changed the destination temporarily. This should not be the map designed by the evil spirit, but Trix's laboratory. Before they could speak, Mu Xing continued, this is an accident. If anyone wants to quit, I can send you out. Everyone looked at each other, and understood what Mu Xing meant. At the same time, he also realized that the young man in front of him was not ordinary. Brother Blood Moon, you are joking. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. This is both a crisis and an opportunity. I will stay. Bruce spoke directly. My husband and I will stay too. The two of them looked at each other. Finally, everyone looked at O'Connor. Don't look at me. I'm not a fool. Isn't the purpose of participating in the competition to get rewards? Let's do it. Chapter 276. The 7 people formed a circle and agreed on a plan. Since we already know the identity of the butcher, let's divide the work and cooperate. One group will repair the machine, and the other group will be responsible for restraining the 2 butchers. Nightmare Freddy and Triangle Head have complementary abilities, and this is a map created by the Silent Hill world view, so we should separate them as much as possible. Ava next to him said with some concern, what about my sister? I haven't found her yet. Don't look for her. She is not in this space. Mu Xing said. Not in this space? What do you mean? Freddy used Orina as a carrier to create this dream world. You must break through this dream before you can return to the fantasy world. So you knew it a long time ago? Mu Xing shook his head. I just figured it out. Freddy's dream can't appear out of thin air. He hasn't reached the level of changing reality yet. If his dream world can interfere with reality, it is at least a terrifying existence of this level. Okon said, it is the boundary limit of a dimensional world. In this dimension, it is the most powerful existence. It can control dreams and reality like controlling dreams. It is equivalent to a real god. Everyone suddenly realized. Although Freddy of that level is weaker than the evil spirit, he is not an existence that they can contend with. Fortunately, Freddy has signed a contract with the evil spirit. In this world, he must follow the rules of the evil spirit, and his strength is severely compressed. Because of this, they had a chance to turn defeat into victory. The rules of evil spirits are above everything, including Freddy. The 9 people quickly divided into 2 groups. Li Hongwei Yu and Sisui and Lionian were responsible for repairing the machine. Mu Xing, Crazy, Okang, Bruce, and Ava were responsible for attracting the butcher's attention. The reason why only 4 people repaired the machine was because Sisui and Lionian had the ability to teleport and even exchange positions within a certain distance. With them, it didn't take too many people to repair the generator. The butcher is coming, move. At this moment, they noticed that the crystals used for warning around them exploded one after another. This pure light crystal will explode directly to warn when it encounters negative energy. At the same time, Li Hongwei's talisman is very useful here. Before Freddy gets close, the talisman starts to burn. You go first. Li Hongwei and Yu's team did not hesitate and directly dispersed to the left and right, while Mu Xing and his team began to attack the incoming danger. They saw Elena, wearing a cowboy hat and a striped shirt, standing in the fog and staring at them. With a wave of his right hand, a large number of nightmare ghosts roared out. Before the ghosts approached, they were blocked by a wall of talismans, and dozens of them were burned to death on the spot. O'Connell took out a cross from his pocket and inserted it into the ground, emitting dazzling holy light. A shrill scream sounded, and those nightmare ghosts quickly melted in the holy light. At this moment, a red gully blasted towards them. It was the triangular head. The surrounding nightmare ghosts also materialized under the blessing of the power of the inner world. The materialized evil spirit was no longer afraid of the talisman and holy light, and maintained the flexibility of the spirit body. Separate them. Madman growled, and he and Bruce moved to the left to lead away the triangle head. Both of them were melee types. Madman took out the magic sword, and Bruce was even more violent, jumping and slashing at the triangle head. Dang. As expected of the specially strengthened triangle head, it actually raised its knife to block Bruce's jump slash. However, Madman immediately filled the position and slashed at the Triangle Head. In order to defend himself, Triangle Head swung Bruce away, and the terrifying force threw Bruce 5 or 6 meters away. The bloody thorn wire wrapped around his body, tearing the rusty ground, and blasted towards the Madman. The Madman's big sword slashed out magical sword energy and met the barbed wire. Lion Slash. Bruce is back again, using the signature skill of Guts, the protagonist of Berserk. He jumped high, turned his body, and the big sword also surged to dozens of meters at this moment. Boom, the ground shook, and Triangle Head was directly split in half by the Lion Slash, and the house behind him was also chopped into pieces. On the other side, Okang loaded the gun with silver core bullets, blessed it with holy water, and chanted a spell. With one shot, tens of thousands of silver bullets were scattered across the 100-meter sky. With silver bullets and holy water, even those materialized evil spirits would receive a double crit of physical and holy power. How could this be a shotgun? It was simply a shotgun. Beside her, Ava waved the natural staff in her hand, and vines entangled in the soil on the ground. The life vines bound those evil spirits, and used the spikes condensed by the life force to kill them, and quickly purify them. Mu Xing did not launch an attack, but used the divine seal to search for Freddy's body. He knew very well. Only by finding Freddy's body can they find Arena, otherwise they will be trapped in Arena's dream. After the divine seal merged with Oris, the search ability was greatly improved. It can even penetrate the space-time dimension for search and detection. Master, I found it. Freddy is hiding in the gap between the fantasy world and the dream world. There is a layer of dimensional space there. Kick him out. Mu Xing poured dark gold energy directly into Bian-Wan's eyes. Although there was not much dark gold energy in his body, it was enough to break through the dream world once. Bian-Wan's eyes suddenly lit up with red light, and the light slammed into the black fog behind the nightmare ghosts. The dream space was instantly shattered, and Freddy, who was hiding in this subdimensional space to control everything, suddenly changed his face. He didn't care about anything else and quickly jumped out of the broken subdimensional space. As a result, he ran into Okon's shotgun that had just been loaded. Boom! Silver bullets bombarded the sky, and there was no way to avoid them. Freddy was blown to pieces as soon as he appeared. He seemed angry, and turned into black mist and pounced on Mu Xing, who was closest to him. He wanted to seize control of Mu Xing's body. Mu Xing concentrated his mental power and rudely countered, releasing a powerful mental shock. The black mist was bounced away, and Freddy transformed into a human face in the black mist, looking at Mu Xing with an indignant look, grinning at him. He rushed to the others and locked onto O'Connell this time. What greeted Freddy was a large amount of holy light, which lit up from the cross and almost illuminated the entire dream space. Ah! Freddy screamed and was torn apart by the holy light. I forgot to tell you that as a gunman, I am also a priest. Okon lifted his leather jacket, revealing the priest's clothes inside, and the silver cross hanging on his neck shone brightly. Retreat first. Freddy is immortal, he will be resurrected. Let's lead him away first. Mu Xing remained calm. Here, even if he killed Freddy 10,000 times, it would be meaningless, he could be resurrected infinitely. Run, run, the terrified lambs. Freddy was reborn again, screaming, summoning hundreds of evil spirits, and pounced on Mu Xing. At the same time, Mu Xing also successfully locked the position of Arena. Okon, Ava, you stop Freddy, I go save Arena. No problem. Okon has already raised the gun in his hand. Ava next to him tacitly blessed the gun in his hand, with the power of life purification. At the moment when Freddy approached, thousands of silver bullets killed the evil spirits and shot Freddy into a sieve. At the same time, on the other side, Triangle Head was also killed by Madman and Bruce. Chapter 277. It must be said that the otherworldly ability of Triangle Head combined with Freddy's dreaming ability is indeed very powerful, and can be called a bug. However, with the blessing of the new divine seal, Mu Xing still found a flaw in this perfect combination. Because Mu Xing found that neither Freddy nor Triangle Head were real butchers, but more like two copies. Without the blessing of evil spirits, they can be resurrected infinitely, but they cannot become infinitely stronger. After being killed several times, not only did they not become stronger, but they were weakened. Mu Xing took advantage of the opportunity when Triangle Head and Freddy were killed at the same time and directly opened a crack leading to the outside of the dream. However, when he came out of the crack, Mu Xing did not see Aelina. He was standing in a long white corridor, with no way behind him, and only a metal door in front of him, which was exactly the same as the door of Vigo's laboratory. Where is this place? Master, I sense the fluctuations generated by other auras. Other auras? Could it be Vigo? The next second, Mu Xing directly denied this idea. He was very familiar with the breath of Vigo's auras, because Vigo's auras was a replica of Art's auras. And the breath of auras in the sensing was obviously very strange. He walked towards the gate. I don't know if it sensed Mu Xing's approach. The gate projected a scanning light, and a voice sounded. Please show your auras. Mu Xing hesitated for a moment, and finally took out the new seal of God. Is there any danger? Master, it's just a normal scan, and it contains the identification information of auras. The divine seal replied. At this moment, auras detected, passed the authentication. Welcome to Trix's secret laboratory. Mu Xing was stunned. Trix's laboratory? At the same time, he became alert, took out the phoenix bow, and asked the divine seal to scan the surroundings. As the door opened, a huge laboratory appeared in front of him. The huge laboratory has 4 floors, fully automatic operation, and golden pipes connect each room. Mu Xing sensed that the pipes were filled with pure dark gold energy. Click, click, click. Accompanied by heavy footsteps, something was approaching. It was a golden robot, similar in shape to Trix's golden eye, waiting behind the door of the laboratory in advance. Showing considerable intelligence and mechanical control capabilities, it should be the mechanical butler of this laboratory. Hello, the master knew that you would definitely come here, so the master prepared the ancient book of time for you in advance. The book of time? Mu Xing knew this thing, a prop that Art used to record the life experiences of the survivors. The physical book can directly store images, recordings, and even feelings. Mu Xing was taken to an office with a Renaissance style. The robot, Amy, handed over a copper-covered book of time. The ancient book was engraved with the pattern of Aura's eyes, and under the eyes, the words the Book of Time of Trix were written. Does your master have anything for you to tell me? Or, what does she want to do? Robot Amy pointed to the ancient book of time on the table. Everything the master wants to tell you is recorded here. The master said that after you read this book, you will understand everything. Mu Xing held the book, and let the divine seal scan it several times. After confirming that there was no danger, he opened the ancient book of time. Hello, my name is Trix, and I come from an ancient country called Alan. As the girl's voice sounded in the book, the information about Trix began to be projected into Mu Xing's mind. Trix was born into a prominent family. His grandfather was the re-elected prime minister, his father was the chairman of the Alan Observer Council, and his mother was a famous master of star research. Trix, who inherited the good genes of his family, showed extraordinary talent since childhood. He broke through cognitive impairment at the age of 3 and completed spiritual dimension upgrade at the age of 5. He was hailed as the most promising new generation in Alan. However, when Trix was 10 years old, the ancient evil spirits discovered their world. Although the observers worked together to fight against the ancient existence from the depths of the terrible void, their world was still eroded by the rules of the evil spirits bit by bit. Homeland was destroyed. In order to preserve the last spark, the Alan Council secretly launched the Dark Gold Project. They transformed the talented young seeds with dark gold. The power from the ancient evil spirits was integrated with these young seeds to ensure that they would not be eroded by the power of the evil spirits. However, the evil spirits were too powerful, and the plan was too hasty. In the end, there were only less than 100 people left out of thousands of seeds, and only Trix became the only successful person in the Dark Gold Project. The Alan Council had to infuse all the inherited knowledge into Trix's body, making her the last spark of Alan. That day, Trix in the laboratory witnessed the advent of the evil spirit, which completely destroyed everything. Her relatives, her mentor, her country, everything turned into ashes in the evil spirit's devouring. Finally, the evil spirit found her, and showed considerable interest in her, who had merged with the dark gold energy. In this way, Trix survived and lived in the body of the evil spirit in another identity. The evil spirit took a fancy to Trix's talent, changed her memory, and created a new personality. From then on, Trix, the evil spirit designer, was born. Trix used her talent as an observer to help the evil spirit find more dimensional worlds, help the evil spirit transform the butcher, and design the fantasy world. Completely became the evil spirit's minion. However, there is always a way out. A trip to Silent Hill allowed Trix to reactivate her original personality and memory. It turned out that this strong personality had been hidden in the extremely complex knowledge of Alan's inheritance deep in her consciousness. The entire Alan Watcher Council used their last strength to help her escape the evil spirit's scan. Since then, Trix has found herself again. In order to get revenge, she built a special laboratory to focus on studying the weaknesses of the evil spirit. And using the authority given by the evil spirit, she tried to help the escapees, who were captured by the evil spirit and entered the fantasy world. She helped countless escapees, but in the end, no one could escape the cage of the evil spirit. Finally one day, a survivor named Vigo attracted her attention. This gifted survivor also came from a world destroyed by evil spirits and possessed a strong talent. So, Trix began to try to help Vigo and give him more knowledge about the secrets of evil spirits. And Vigo lived up to expectations and turned Trix's research data into practice. Finally, he successfully escaped from the cage of evil spirits. However, Trix still felt that it was not enough. She believed that her personal strength could not fight against the increasingly powerful evil spirits. So, she made a decision. She left intelligence and information about evil spirits in different dimensional worlds. And using her talent as an observer, she tried to contact the attention of more distant worlds and seek help from more people. Finally one day, she succeeded. The information she left in the Silent Hill world was read by an unknown existence, and the coordinates of the evil spirit were successfully located. Mu Xing was shocked when he saw this. Could it be that the Silent Hill world he just experienced was the Silent Hill where Trix left the evil spirit information? Madman also said that it is very rare for the survival system to go out and seek a native world. Mu Xing carefully recalled his experience in the previous world. It seems that everything unreasonable seems to become reasonable. Chapter 278. The elusive rules of the world in Silent Hill, the strange inner world, the mysterious core that can transform dark gold energy. Mu Xing realized that he had already unknowingly established some kind of connection with Trix. Perhaps, the derivative world of Silent Hill is Trix's testing ground. Then, it may not be a coincidence that Caddis was able to discover the derivative Silent Hill original world. Caddis said that he found this world through the incomplete Metatron mark in his hand. So where did the Metatron mark come from? Mu Xing also thought of Trix, whose self-personality awakened in the Silent Hill world. Just as Ard would study the Metatron mark, I believe she would not miss the opportunity to study this mark. Then, the Metatron mark that was finally obtained by Caddis may have come from Trix. Later, Caddis got news about the Silent Hill derivative world from the Metatron mark. So there was everything that Mu Xing experienced in Silent Hill later. Maybe this was a trap from the beginning. The purpose was to attract the attention of the survival system. After obtaining the information left by Trix, the survival system did not hesitate to personally take action to obtain the derivative world and merge the two Silent Hill worlds, probably to confirm the authenticity of the information. Then, the survival system locked on to the evil spirit and set it as the main target of the survival competition. Then, in this world, Trix forced herself into the storm, rescued Art, took away her own triangle head, and attracted herself here, which might also be part of her plan. Because in the complex fantasy world, only she can come and go freely, see through the void and dimension, and complete such a wonderful layout. At this time, Mu Xing sat in the office, and 3 questions that already had answers emerged in his mind. First, what is this place? Second, who built this place? Third, what is the purpose of building a laboratory? Mu Xing has already got the answer to the first question. This is Trix's secret laboratory. The second question is that this place is obviously not a fantasy world controlled by evil spirits, but more like a replica fantasy, built by Trix. The third question is, what is Trix's purpose? Or ask, what is her purpose in building this laboratory? To create a stronger butcher? Or to study those escapees? No, she has no interest in these. Then what is she interested in? The laboratory in front of him told Mu Xing that it should be dark gold cells, dark gold energy, and evil spirits. He couldn't figure it out before. Why did Trix appear in Vigo's laboratory? Did the evil spirit send her to catch him? Mu Xing thought it was impossible. Because the evil spirit didn't know that he would go to Vigo's laboratory, let alone send Trix to Vigo's laboratory to capture him. When they first met, Trix shouted that it was the evil spirit who issued the arrest order, but why didn't she set a trap in advance or block him at the entrance of the secret passage? She might not know where the secret passage is, but the evil spirit couldn't have been unaware. Because since Vigo escaped, the evil spirit destroyed and changed all the visible information in the laboratory. As a result, the withered ones later turned into monsters due to wrong experimental data. So Trix's arrest of himself was definitely not authorized by the evil spirit. And there is one more important point. If the evil spirit sent Trix to arrest him, she would not have to bring a withered one with her. The truth is that going to Vigo's laboratory was Trix's personal idea, but she didn't know the exact location, so she could only let the withered one lead the way. As for the encounter between the two parties in the laboratory, Mu Xing thought it might be a pure coincidence. Observer Art said that Trix's true identity is an observer from a world destroyed by evil spirits. She has experienced so much, lost herself, and found herself again. But Mu Xing does not believe that Trix's hatred for evil spirits will disappear. Trix once wrote a letter to Art, inviting Art to attend the birthday masquerade she held for the evil spirits. But Art thought that this was a hint. This is Trix telling Art that she still remembers her identity as an observer. But now she has no choice but to work for the evil spirit. If all these speculations are true, then the purpose of Trix's building this laboratory becomes clear at a glance. She is studying dark gold energy, studying the evil spirit, or the weaknesses of the evil spirit. The trust gained by obeying the evil spirit for many years also made the evil spirit give her considerable authority, which also allowed Trix to control more secrets about the evil spirit. In order to hide her own secrets, she placed the laboratory in the evil spirit's fantasy world, so that she could hide the dark under the lamp. Freddy and Triangle Head are also the guardians carefully selected by Trix. So, this is not the fantasy world where the evil spirits collect hope, but Trix's exclusive world. As for why Trix took away his Triangle Head and placed it in his laboratory, Mu Xing guessed that she also had two purposes. First, for research. Second, to attract herself here. After Trix met herself in Vigo's laboratory, she seemed to realize that she was able to escape the fantasy world controlled by the evil spirits, and it was very likely that she had a special talent like Vigo. Mu Xing has always been curious about how Vigo discovered the secret of the dark gold cell. Was it because of his talent as a survivor? Or was it because of the limited help of Arte, who was trapped in the storm? In Mu Xing's opinion, it is impossible to discover the secret of the deep truth of the evil spirit with the ability of a survivor. So what is the truth? The only person Mu Xing can think of is Trix. It was Trix who told Vigo the truth about the dark gold cell, helped Vigo escape, and used him to test the reaction of the evil spirit. Wait. Vigo. Mu Xing, who was thinking, suddenly stood up. If his guess was right, then the planner might not be just Trix, maybe. Art and Vigo were also members. Whose Oris was the one that the seal sensed when he just entered the door, as if to verify his guess? The door next to the office suddenly opened. A man wearing an old beige windbreaker and a black felt hat walked in. In his palm, the white glowing Oris was constantly changing its form. Wei Ge. Mu Xing blurted out subconsciously. The real owner came at the right time. Although Mu Xing had never seen Wei Ge, he was sure of his identity the moment he saw him. Nice to meet you, Mr. Blood Moon. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Wei Ge really knew him. There was no doubt that the source of the information was Art. The man looked about 40 years old. Compared with Art, he was less experienced and less confident. Where is Art? Mu Xing asked. Vigo said without hesitation. It seems that you have guessed the relationship between us and Art. Yes, he is indeed our partner. If our plan fails, Mr. Art will meet us outside the void. So all this is your plan. Mu Xing felt for the first time what an observer is, and how terrifying an observer is. All concepts and possibilities are within their calculations. Vigo nodded and admitted generously. I believe Mr. Blood Moon has finished reading the ancient book of time. Our plan is composed of countless possibilities and coincidences, and we have found a feasible path among these countless feasibility and coincidences. Obviously, your arrival proves that our plan is successful. Chapter 279. So your plan is just a blind guess? Mu Xing couldn't help but ask. Ahem, multidimensional observation and calculation is a complex and huge project. We are short of manpower, so we can only use a wide-ranging approach to gamble on a 1 in 10,000 probability. Wei Ge was a little embarrassed, as if Mu Xing had exposed the truth, and couldn't help scratching his head. Of course, there is inevitability in chance. It was Trix who completed this huge calculation alone and finally selected the most reliable method. I have a question, Mu Xing asked. You want to ask why Art didn't tell you the truth, right? Vigo seemed to have guessed Mu Xing's question. Right, why? Because of the evil spirit, he is in a cage and is being monitored by the evil spirit, so he must erase the relevant memories. Only by escaping can he go to the void to retrieve his sealed memories. Mu Xing nodded in understanding. That's it. Mu Xing pointed at the Oris in Vigo's hand. You have become an observer? Not yet. I don't have my own observer tower, but I have successfully upgraded Oris, which is also one of the achievements. Mu Xing put aside his doubts. No wonder the aura of Oris he sensed before was not right. Since your plan succeeded, you used me to rescue Art. Why did you lead me here? Mu Xing was puzzled. Wei Ji's expression was serious. Because Trix was captured and imprisoned by the evil spirit, I must save her. Mu Xing stretched out his hand. Stop, I'm different from you, and you've been using me all this time. If the being behind me knew that you were plotting against it, I'm afraid you'd be in big trouble. Wei Guo waved his hand and said, Mr. Blood Moon, don't worry. Although we plotted against you and used you, we also paid the corresponding reward, didn't we? Reward? Mu Xing subconsciously pointed to his heart, and then pointed to the new divine seal floating next to him. Vigo nodded, yes, the dark gold core, the flame of hope, and Trix's Oris. So that's it, the core and the bonfire are all your work. Mu Xing suddenly realized. Wait, you said this Oris is Trix's? Isn't it from Art's friend? It is indeed from Art's friend, but Trix found it in the stomach of the evil spirit, repaired it, and made its function more powerful. Mu Xing was silent. If that was the case, then he would not lose anything. Although these observers used him, the reward they gave was not ambiguous at all. Vigo continued, I know it's a bit abrupt to ask you for help, but with my ability, it's simply a fantasy to rescue Trix. So I'm sorry, I can only resort to this last resort and lead you here. Mu Xing looked up. It's you. Trix has been kind to me, taught me, and saved my life, so I will not abandon her and leave alone, Vigo said firmly. Until then. Mu Xing's confused mind finally became clear. He sorted out the thoughts and thought about the pros and cons. Vigo spoke first. Mr. Blood Moon, I can not only provide all the research on evil spirits, but also be willing to give you the serum as a reward. A dark golden serum emerged from the Oris in his hand, with a seal engraved on it. What is this? Dark gold cell serum. Yes, I spent many years to refine only the second one. As long as you are willing to help me rescue Trix, it will be yours. As he said that, Wei Guo actually put the serum on the table, and pushed it in front of Mu Xing. Aren't you afraid that I will take the thing, and not do the job? Wei Guo shook his head. Although I am not a real observer, my vision has always been good. After the matter is done, I will unseal the serum. Moreover, after observing a large number of possibilities, I have determined that the success rate of my choice is as high as 90%. Mu Xing grabbed the serum, and immediately felt the desire in his heart. Deal. Mu Xing put away the serum, and made his own decision. Vigo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that he had reached a deal with Mu Xing. So what is your plan? Mu Xing asked. There are two plans. First, find a way to sneak into the cage of the evil spirit and rescue Trix. Second, trade with the evil spirit and use the existing chips to exchange Trix. Mu Xing shook his head. Both plans are unreliable. You want me to complete plan 1, right? You seem to think too highly of me. It's a foolish dream to fight against the evil spirit with my meager power. The second plan is even less reliable. If we trade with evil spirits, we will offend both the evil spirits and the survival system behind me. In the end, I am afraid that I will end up being a nobody. Wei Guo frowned. Of course I know, but now it is difficult to find other practical methods besides these two methods. Mu Xing shook his finger. No, there is another method, but I need research on evil spirits as a bargaining chip. Wei Guo immediately understood what Mu Xing meant. Are you talking about the survival system? That's right. Mu Xing nodded. But if the evil spirit gets desperate, we have to take a gamble, betting that the survival system can subdue the evil spirit before it gets desperate. Wei Guo looked strange. Mr. Blood Moon, after all, you have obtained the observer seedling of Oris. When facing an uncertain future, shouldn't you calm down, calculate the possibilities of the future, and then choose the best way? Mu Xing spread his hands. After all, I am not an observer yet, and I always believe that the future is uncertain, and observers only observe possibilities related to the future. In the case of uncertainty, it is better to make a move and take a gamble rather than wavering and not finding a direction. Wei Guo still felt that Mu Xing's decision was too hasty. Okay, I'll leave you a rough idea, you think about it first, I go out and make preparations. Mu Xing wrote quickly, left a conceptual drawing, then opened the door, and prepared to leave the laboratory. As soon as he reached the door, he stopped again. By the way, you asked the two guards to stop and send us out of the laboratory. Ah, okay. Wei Guo, who was looking at the concept map, couldn't keep up with Mu Xing's jumping thoughts. When he looked up again, Mu Xing had already pushed the door open and walked out. At the same time, the people who were trying to fight against Triangle Head and Freddy had successfully repaired 6 generators, and there were 4 generators left. Mu Xing was in a trance and returned to the dream world. Blood Moon boss, where did you come from? Li Hongwei, who was repairing the machine, was confused. Mu Xing waved his hand and dispersed the black mist that was teleporting him around. What the hell is teleporting, so unstable? He looked around. Where are the others? We are trying to fix the machine, but Freddy's dream combined with the materialization ability of the triangle head is too disgusting, so the progress is slow. Don't fix the machine, go gather the others, and tell them that I found the exit. Found the exit? That's great. Li Hongwei quickly put down the tools in his hand and ran out shouting, Everyone gather, Boss Blood Moon has found the exit. Mu Xing's forehead was covered with black lines. Communication is completely based on shouting, right? After a while, everyone gathered. Blood Moon, did you find the exit? Madman asked in surprise. Well, to make a long story short, I successfully cracked the connection between Triangle Head and Freddy, and found that this place is not the real fantasy world. Let's leave here first. As he said that, Mu Xing directly used the new divine seal to open a rift to leave the dream world, and with the help of Vigo, connected to the campfire. Just after everyone left, Mu Xing was in a trance, and he returned to Trix's laboratory. How is it? Have you thought it through? Chapter 280. Wei Gu raised his head. After my consideration, I can take a gamble, but it's not a blind gamble. We need a practical plan. As he said that, he took out a detailed plan. It's hard to imagine how he perfected his concept map and made this plan in such a short time. Mu Xing quickly scanned it. The plan is well done, but the key is to get the approval of the survival system. Wei Gu nodded. Of course I know, but I have the confidence to convince you that there is a person behind it. After all, it sent so many people here with great fanfare, not just for tourism and vacation, right? Mu Xing put away the plan. I need to modify the details, which may take some time. No problem, I will wait for your good news. As he said that, Wei Gu personally opened the rift leading to the outside world for Mu Xing. When everyone opened their eyes, they had returned to the campfire. What's going on? Why are you back? Then, everyone received a prompt from the survival system. Complete the fantasy game, and get 15,000 blood points. Everyone was even more confused. They left the fantasy world without even repairing the generator? It should be the advent of the survival system that caused a bug in the fantasy world. I have reported this to the survival system. The full score reward is probably the compensation from the survival system to everyone. Mu Xing explained. Although this explanation is far-fetched, everyone can't find any other problems. Everyone go back and rest first, and wait for the next transmission to start, and then we will enter the new fantasy world. Mu Xing clapped his hands. Alina was the most confused person so far. As soon as she entered, she was dragged into the dream world by Nightmare Freddy. When she came out, the game was over. What is going on? She looked at Mu Xing, expecting to get his answer. Mu Xing spread his hands. To be honest, I don't know what happened. Of course, it may be that the battle between the survival system and the evil spirits affected the operation of the fantasy world. She looked at the others, all of whom were in a state of confusion. Okay, everyone, stop crowding around. Go take a rest. After all, the reward has been obtained. Let's gather again when the next round of transmission starts. The madman stepped out to smooth things over. He knew that this matter must be related to Mu Xing, but there were too many idle people here, so he couldn't make it public. The small disturbance was resolved by the madman, and Mu Xing also received the message from Wei Gu. The other party sent a message using Oris, saying that he had contacted the survival system and promised to transmit all the research on evil spirits. In the lounge, the new seal in Mu Xing's hand flickered, and a large amount of data information was received. Mu Xing searched and summarized at the same time. He didn't expect Trix's research on evil spirits to be so profound. He summarized the data and modified the details of Vigo's plan at the same time. After doing all this, he packed them together and uploaded the data package to the survival system with a little trepidation, using the survival terminal. After a while, lucky, he received a reply from the survival system. The exploration information has been received, the proposed plan has been received, the system is evaluating the authenticity of the data and the feasibility of the plan, and the points reward will be issued within 24 hours after the evaluation is completed. Seeing this message, he finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If you want to save Trix, the power of the survival system is indispensable. Only with the approval of the survival system can the next rescue plan be successfully implemented. I have done what I can do, and now it depends on what decision the survival system will make. At the same time, he sent a copy of the information of this plan to the madman through the team communication. After completing all this, a feeling of sleepiness came over Mu Xing, and he no longer forced himself to fall asleep. When I woke up again, it was already evening. The first day of the escape competition has ended, and all the survivors have returned from the fantasy world. Smoke from the cooking stove has already risen. Outside the hut, the others also sat together, preparing to have a barbecue party. Why didn't you call me? I saw that you were sleeping soundly, and I was worried about disturbing you, so I didn't call you. The madman looked at him. Mu Xing saw the affirmation from his companions in the madman's eyes. What happened in the afternoon? Didn't the survival system start a new round? Li Hongwei said, Boss Blood Moon, you really got it right. There seems to be something wrong with the escape competition, so after the morning round, the survival system did not start the second round in the afternoon. A group of big guys are having a meeting in the central area right now. I just went over to eavesdrop, but was kicked out. Just then, Olina came back. Everyone, new intelligence has been obtained. The survival system has adjusted the new plan and released a lot of information about dark gold cells. Dark gold cells? Didn't you see the task system? Olina asked back. Everyone quickly lowered their heads and opened their survival terminals. It was discovered that the task system had been updated. The task system had a dark gold task bar, and many new characters were refreshed. And the rewards for all tasks are dark gold cells. Complete a butcher kill and get 100 units of artificial dark gold cells? Complete a cellar escape and get 300 units of artificial dark gold cells? Kill the butcher 10 times in a game. Reward 500 units of artificial dark gold cells? At the same time, regarding dark gold cells, the survival system has made comments. Using artificial dark gold cells can upgrade yourself. Upgrading can obtain temporary dark gold enhancement. All attacks will carry dark gold power and last until the end of the survival competition. At the same time, upgrading can obtain temporary evil spirit resistance, passively reduce evil spirit damage, and reduce the effect of evil spirit mental erosion, which lasts until the end of the survival competition. Mu Xing was a little shocked. These were all in the plan, but he didn't expect the survival system to adopt them. This means that after obtaining the research results from tricks, the survival system will change from a defensive strategy to an offensive strategy. With the blessing of the dark gold power, the survivors can even harm the evil spirit. At the same time, using the dark gold power to kill the butcher is also a consumption of the evil spirit's power. Seeing this, Mu Xing knew that the opportunity had come. Send a message directly to Vigo, telling him that the plan can start. Soon, Vigo received the message. Although Mu Xing's plan was bold, he was willing to fight for tricks. So after receiving the message, he came directly with the 3-story observer tower he had just built. A golden light fell from the sky and landed in the center of the survivor camp. Just now, he reached an agreement with the survival system. He will serve as an NPC to help all survivors upgrade their dark gold cells and provide them with temporary buffs. At the same time, all survivors received a prompt. Survivor Vigo arrives with a laboratory. All survivors can use dark gold cells in Vigo's laboratory to upgrade. The survivors looked at each other in bewilderment. Vigo, who many people have been looking for, appeared so openly. As the golden light faded, a 2-story observation tower about 30 meters high and not yet built came into view. There was also a huge sign hanging on it, Vigo's laboratory. Look, it's really Vigo's laboratory. Chapter 281. In front of Wei Ji's laboratory, there were survivors inside and outside. Crazy and Mu Xing stood side by side, looking at the door that was slowly opening. Brother, are you going too far this time? Crazy couldn't help asking. Why? Is there anything else in the world that scares you? Mu Xing asked back. Aren't you afraid that you can't handle it? Don't worry, you can handle it. Anyway, there is a survival system. Since Crazy had read Mu Xing's plan and intelligence, he had been restless, but Mu Xing looked calm. Trix and Vigo have been plotting against you since Silent Hill. What if? Don't worry. Not to mention the observer, even the evil spirit is nothing in front of the survival system. I am a survivor no matter what. And, at least until now, they are still trustworthy. Mu Xing said, spreading his right hand and handing over a black eye-shaped stone. What is this? The communicator of the observer. As long as we are in the same dimensional world and the distance is no more than 10,000 kilometers, we can communicate without obstacles. So awesome? I got it from the lab, but it's not omnipotent. If time and space are in chaos, or if there's interference from a higher being, the communicator will become ineffective to a certain extent. The madman didn't hesitate to thread the eye through a string and hang it around his neck. Don't mention it, it looks pretty good as a pendant. So what's your plan this time? If it's to save someone, I can help. The madman stared at the gate, waiting for the legendary human emperor Vigo's appearance. Mu Xing shook his head. It's impossible to rely on our strength alone this time. We need the real masters under the survival system to work together to have a chance. I understand. So the Dark Gold upgrade taskbar released by the survival system is also for this? That's right, and in the suggestions I wrote to the survival system, the Dark Gold energy of the evil spirit is a good thing, which can be used as the cornerstone of several major cities in the future. The madman frowned slightly. If you attack the evil spirit, that guy will be desperate. We don't need to worry about this. If it's desperate, we can save it. Mu Xing still had a calm expression on his face. The madman shook his head. Everyone says I'm a madman. I think you are the real madman. Mu Xing said, don't participate in the operation to save Trix, go meet her. Don't leave yourself with regrets before going to the nightmare battlefield. You know everything? She is the only one among those intelligents that can make you lose your composure like this. I believe you will handle it well. If you encounter any trouble, call me. The madman punched Mu Xing on the shoulder. You bastard. At this moment, the door of the laboratory opened, but there was no sign of Wei Ge. Only a silver-white fluid robot walked out of the rotating light door. There were two big Chinese characters on the robot's chest, Wei Ge. A group of survivors were completely confused. Wei Ge is a robot, and only Mu Xing knew that Wei Ge was telling him that the plan had begun. At the same time, a new round of escape from the fantasy world is about to begin. At this time, the evil spirit was almost stuck in this world by the survival system, and it was neither going forward nor backward. Instead, the survival system used its rules to force the group of survivors in again and again. Li Hongwei successfully found the two people, Madman, Blood Moon. A new round of the escape contest is about to begin. Miss Arena asked me to call you back. Got it. The two said in unison. No matter what, the survival contest will continue, and the next step is a war of attrition. And those real masters seem to have just finished a meeting and received new instructions from the survival system. Just as Mu Xing and the others returned to the campfire, the others also came back. Okang was the first to speak. I just attended the Guardian meeting, and it seems that the survival system is planning to play a big game. What big game? Consume as much power as possible from the evil spirits, and then hunt them. Hunting. TSK, the evil spirit is a multi-level terrifying monster after all. Why is it going to play such a big game this time? Li Hongwei exclaimed. This is the order issued by the survival system. All high-level contestants have received the order, and will do whatever it takes. The scoring system will also change because of this. The more clones of the butcher or evil spirit you kill, the more bonus points you will get. Evil spirit clone? What is that? Faced with threats, the evil spirit will definitely not sit still and wait for death. It will send out powerful evil spirit clones to completely kill the survivors who enter the fantasy world. Bruce explained next to him. That is to say, if you are killed by the evil spirit clone, you can no longer be resurrected? Mu Xing asked. The evil spirit's resurrection rules will be invalid, but don't forget that we still have the death retracing system of the survival system. We have received the information, and the death retracing system for the silent murder world will soon be loaded with force. Li Hongwei next to him opened his mouth wide. My God, is it really strengthened? As he was talking, Mu Xing noticed that the survival terminal was lit up with information. The survival system sent a message. Each survivor will get 3 death replays in each escape game. 3 times? So few? Mu Xing was a little disappointed. It works for the strong, but for the weak, it seems to be just 3 knives. Don't worry, there are other ways to increase death replay, such as dark gold enhancement, and special skills, and special props in the Blendnet Mall. Bruce said. That's reasonable, otherwise I would want to run away now. Li Hongwei scratched his forehead. At this time, Arena also came back, and also brought back a lot of additional information. Don't be stingy with the blood points you got in the early stage. Buy more props and skills in the Blood Network Mall. After the hunting mode is turned on, the speed of earning blood points will become faster and faster. Mu Xing looked at the madman. By the way, is the flashlight I gave you last time useful? It is useful, but the time is a little short. Mu Xing nodded. It's useful, so everyone doesn't need to buy flashlights. As for props, maps are necessary, and you can buy more medical boxes and tool boxes. As he said that, he handed 3 flashlights to each person. Although it is not as good as the original one, it should be fine for emergency use. Great stuff, Blood Moon Boss. Can you give me 2 more? Li Hongwei came over with a lick on his face. Mu Xing thought about it, and gave him and EU 3 more. They are weaker, and need more protection. Li Hongwei asked again, what skills should I buy? If you don't know how to match them, I recommend self-healing steel bones, soothing creatures, and time does not wait for me, which are relatively common skills. Got it. Li Hongwei has already started to open the blood network system and start to select skills. Mu Xing is the same. For props, he bought 2 medical boxes and a toolbox, and chose the skills of steel bones and self-healing. These 2 are life-saving skills. Steel bones can sprint forward a distance after receiving an attack, and at the same time gain a short period of invincibility. And self-healing can heal yourself without using a medical box, but the amount of treatment is less. Chapter 282. If the initial attack and defense were just a test, then from now on it is a war. When the 9 suns in the sky lit up with dazzling light, the darkness that occupied half of the continent began to dissipate. With the blessing of the new divine seal, Mu Xing saw everything that ordinary people could not see from a high-dimensional perspective. He saw that the evil spirits controlled the vibrating string world to form a strict defense system, and the layers of strings formed a thick wall. However, Mu Xing found a clue. The evil spirit's real purpose is not to defend to the death, but to build a plank road in the open and sneak through Qinsong. It quietly transfers its will and power through the connection lines that extend to other dimensional worlds in the void. It wants to escape. But at the moment, when the survival system is about to take action, Mu Xing finally understands why the evil spirit is so afraid of the survival system. He noticed that the surrounding void was trembling and countless cracks began to appear. No, that's not a crack. When Mu Xing tried to zoom in, those cracks were actually countless dense roots. The roots penetrated the surrounding void, cutting off the connection between the evil spirit and other dimensional worlds, wrapping it into a huge cage, as if it were a world boundary created by humans. The evil spirit was anxious, controlling the vibrating strings, bombarding the root wall with the string world. However, before the string world got close, it quickly decayed and dried up, as if it had experienced endless years of erosion. Mu Xing finally understood why the survival system did not take action after it arrived, and why the evil spirit did not choose to escape at the first time. Because before the survival system arrived, it had already locked the void and formed an encirclement. The evil spirit was like a bird in a cage, unable to fly out even with its wings spread. Suddenly, golden chains suddenly stretched out from the huge encirclement, trying to completely lock up the evil spirit. The evil spirit also became anxious, like a dragon turning over, and the entire continent began to tremble, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Mu Xing saw a huge black fog rising into the sky, giving up control of the world and trying to escape. However, as soon as the black fog left this world, it was suppressed by the golden chains that surrounded it. The black fog kept changing, sometimes turning into a hideous monster, sometimes turning into a roaring dragon, and even splitting into thousands, trying to escape with a clone. But all this was in vain. The chains of the survival system fell down and pressed it back to its original position. The chains wrapped around it, like wrapping a dumpling, binding it to the continent. At the same time, every survivor received a message from the survival system. The action began. Transparent beams of light fell down, directly transporting them to the fantasy world of evil spirits. The strategy of the survival system is simple: siege from the outside and collapse from the inside. Those golden chains are the outside, and the survivors are the inside. At the campfire, the 10-member team looked at each other and were ready. The next second, a transparent beam of light fell and the transmission began. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the familiar scene, Macmillan Manor. Mu Xing clearly sensed the murderous atmosphere in the air around him. The black fog was rippling violently, full of malice towards himself, who had entered the fantasy world. Obviously, the evil spirit was very angry now. Hula la. He saw a crow flying in the air not far away, and someone was approaching at a very fast speed. Who? Brother Blood Moon, it's me. Bruce ran out of the bushes with a big sword, startling a flock of crows. He lifted the visor of his helmet, revealing a nervous face. Looking around, the surroundings were terribly quiet. Do you feel anything? Danger? Mu Xing stared around, and slowly uttered 2 words. Mu Xing tried to contact Crazy. Crazy, how is your situation? I refreshed in the big house. At this moment, Mu Xing heard the sound of a bell. Get out of there quickly, a butcher is approaching. Mu Xing's reminder made the madman alert, and he climbed up the house without hesitation. I can't see him. Suddenly, the madman's super sixth sense made him sense the danger coming from the left. The chain blade appeared, blocking the attack from the air. It was a strange weapon made of skulls and spines. The attacker also emerged from invisibility. He was a tall and thin butcher wearing a cloak, wrapped in bandages, and with a distorted face. In his left hand, He held a skull bell. Ghost Killer. After blocking the attack, he launched a counterattack. The flames burned on the chain blade, and the spinning chain blade smashed the Ghost Killer's head. But at the moment when the chain blade cut off his head, the bell sounded, and the Ghost Killer disappeared. Don't try to run. Dong dong dong. The bell sound came from all directions, making it difficult for the madman to identify the Ghost Killer's position. Mu Xing heard the sound of fighting, and immediately went to the direction of the big house to support. Bruce followed closely behind him with a big sword. Have you identified the first killer? Yes, it's the Ghost Killer, who can ring the bell and turn invisible. He has been highly strengthened by the evil spirit, so he is not that easy to deal with. This time they entered the fantasy world not to escape from the repair machine, but to kill as many killers as possible. Mu Xing accepted many tasks that rewarded dark gold cells. Although these dark gold cells were just imitations of the survival system, and could only obtain temporary bonuses, it was a good opportunity for Mu Xing to understand the capabilities of dark gold cells in advance. At the end of the competition, the extra dark gold cells can be exchanged for points. The ratio is 1 to 10, which is much more valuable than blood points. It is foreseeable that those high-level survivors will definitely go crazy for it. On the way, Mu Xing also met Aelina and Sis Wei. Are you being hunted? Aelina was puzzled. It's the madman, he met the Ghost Killer, and we are preparing to go to support him. Bailey dear, I'm here to help you. Aelina exclaimed, and her speed became faster. Almost in the blink of an eye, she turned into a shadow and disappeared in front of them. They were about to catch up, but suddenly a tall figure in a white coat and a torture device on his head blocked their way. He held a crackling electric baton in his hand, and the torture device on his face pulled open his eyelids, making it impossible for him to close his eyes, and opened his mouth, making it impossible for him to close his mouth. His face was hideous, and a dark golden light was surging in his pupils. Hey, Lao Yang. Mu Xing stopped and grabbed with his right hand, and the phoenix bow fell into his hand. Butcher, Doctor. The Butcher was created by the Dead by Daylight Company based on Long Liang Yongxin, a perverted doctor who is engaged in secret research on psychological control, cruel and crazy. Later, he was captured by the Butcher and taken to the fantasy world, becoming a butcher. In the setting, the doctor's strength is not strong, but now that the evil spirit is desperate, no one can predict to what extent the doctor will be strengthened. Before Mu Xing shot an arrow, the doctor's electric baton was raised high. Crackling currents gathered from all directions. Rumble. The sky changed color, dark clouds gathered, and a dazzling lightning rushed down from the sky, entangled with the electric baton in his hand. Fuck. Mu Xing couldn't help swearing. Bruce was faster than him, holding a big sword in both hands, and smashed it with a jump. Chapter 283. Before Bruce could land, the doctor's electric baton in his hand had already smashed out with thunder. The lightning gathered on his electric baton, and he swung it out with a burst of electric waves. It spread out in a fan shape, blasting Bruce away, while continuing to blast towards Mu Xing and Si Shui. Mu Xing gave up the attack, his legs turned into mist, and he controlled his body to retreat at a high speed. Beside, the light of Tai Chi lit up under Si Shui's feet. She stood on the black dot of Tai Chi. As Tai Chi rotated, Lun Yin on the white dot was directly teleported to her. The two clasped their hands tightly, forming a Tai Chi shield to block the splashing lightning. When everything was quiet, the ground 50 meters ahead was already charred with the doctor as the center. Mu Xing raised his bow and shot. The flaming arrow condensed on the bowstring, and the mental power was strengthened. With a bang, the arrow hit the doctor's forehead. However, the doctor just tilted his head and easily dodged the arrow. Not far away, Bruce shook his head, which was a little dizzy. He was hit by the splashing lightning head-on. Except for some marks on the shiny armor, he was not injured. Earth-shattering slash. He got angry and swung the sword in his hand. The earth shook and the ground was torn apart, and a long gully stretched forward. The doctor was not willing to be outdone, and the electric baton in his hand gathered lightning again. However, this time Bruce did not intend to give him this opportunity. Just when the gully of the earth-shattering slash rushed in front of the doctor, he seemed to flash and drilled out of the soil, thrusting the sword in his hand and directly piercing the doctor. At the same time, Mu Xing's flaming arrow had turned a corner and pierced the back of the doctor's head. The lightning condensed on the electric baton suddenly dissipated. Die! Bruce roared. The great sword vibrated, and the doctor was torn into countless pieces. Almost at the same time, all those who received the task of killing the Butcher received the task prompt. Successfully kill the Butcher in the fantasy world once, and get 100 units of artificial dark gold cells. Bruce unfolded his mask. No wonder he was angry. He was hit by lightning head-on, and his face was burned black by electricity. Soon, the doctor's strange laughter sounded. The black fog surged and began to revive. Resurrected, everyone get ready. At this moment, a golden sword came from afar. It was Li Hongwei. Golden light righteousness, exorcise demons, and defend the way, hurry up and command. The golden sword pierced through the rolling black fog without waiting for it to completely condense. It just happened to nail the resurrected doctor in the chest. Monster, die for me. Golden light burst out, and the doctor who had just resurrected let out a shrill scream. Mu Xing took the opportunity to shoot an arrow. Si Shui and Lun Yan crossed their swords, one black and one white, and their spiritual power turned into two black and white snakes, entwined and flew out. The flame arrow blasted the doctor's head again, and the black and white snakes directly blew the doctor into ashes. The light of the golden money sword dimmed, and when Li Hongwei retracted it, it flew back quickly, on the big tree, among the branches and leaves. Li Hongwei jumped down, rolled to the ground, and just caught the flying golden money sword. Hey, everyone, I am polite. But there was no Taoist elegance at all, but rather a wretched look. How do you know when he will be resurrected? Mu Xing did not roll his eyes this time. He noticed that Li Hongwei's timing was just right. 1 second earlier, the doctor had not revived, and the golden money sword would definitely miss. 1 second later, the doctor would be fully revived and would use lightning to defend. With Li Hongwei's attack power, it would be difficult to hurt him. He looked very proud. Of course, I calculated it. As he said that, he began to calculate with his hands. The golden money sword in his hand burst out with golden light again, and blasted towards the gathering black fog. However, this time, a hand condensed first, and directly grabbed Li Hongwei's golden money sword. Ah, what's going on? Why doesn't it work? Li Hongwei's face changed slightly, and he tried to take back the golden money sword. However, as soon as the hand grabbed it, the lightning exploded, and Li Hongwei's golden money sword was directly scattered into copper coins on the ground. My golden money sword! Li Hongwei wailed. Others rushed to attack. Mu Xing shot out flaming arrows, and Shui Lun Yan chopped out black and white sword energy. In the end, they were all blocked by the surging black fog, like an invincible barrier. Lion slash. Bruce grabbed the big sword, spun his body, and chopped it fiercely. But a black shadow rushed out of the black fog and blasted Bruce away with his hand. Seeing that something was wrong, Shui Lun Yan attacked at the same time, and the black and white chi turned into spirit snakes, intending to block the black shadow. However, the black and white chi lost their killing power this time, and were shattered by the black shadow. Li Hongwei's face changed drastically. The point is sharp, the wind is strong, and it's a cry. Mu Xing pushed him away. Silent Hill shelter, he shouted, and the rusty barrier wrapped him. Then, the telekinetic shield, the body hardened, and even tore open a defensive shield scroll, layer by layer of protection. However, he still felt it was not enough, because he knew who was coming. The shadow emerged from the mist. It was a doctor, but not a doctor. There was no madness in that ferocious face, only dark pupils as deep as the abyss, as if they were going to suck his soul in. The divine seal acted in time, dropping a layer of time and space curtain, trying to block the shadow. The time and space curtain was shattered first, and then it hit the protective barrier of Silent Hill hard. Crack, crack. The doctor did not hold an electric baton, but he himself released terrifying electric light. His right hand reached out, and his arm was completely electrified. He penetrated the protective barrier with countless cracks. The telekinetic shield rippled. It was also pierced in the blink of an eye. Mu Xing's eyes condensed, and he looked into the abyss like eyes, and the surging spiritual power blasted out. At the same time, he grabbed with his right hand, and the shadow of Alessa fell into his hand. The world in Silent Hill unfolded, and his figure escaped into the world and retreated at a high speed. Rust spread, and countless monsters appeared, blocking his way. At the same time, layers of rusty fences fell. You make me angry. The doctor, or the incarnation of the evil spirit, rushed into the inner world without hesitation. Wherever he passed, the monsters were crushed into dust, and the inner world was constantly collapsing. Alessa appeared in the deepest part of the inner world, with her hands open, trying her best to repair the broken inner world. Bad guy, what kind of monster did you bring in? I explain it later, buy me some time. Mu Xing began to inject dark gold energy into the new seal of God, and at the same time, the seal of the archangel floated up, and the dark gold energy was poured into it through the new seal of God. The seal of the Archangel glowed bright red and spun rapidly. Alessa could only try her best to block the attacker and twist and fold the inner world, forming layers of mazes, trying to confuse the opponent. However, the doctor possessed by the evil spirit clone didn't buy it, and completely ignored the spatial changes in the inner world. The right hand reached out, directly crossing space and time, and pinched Alessa's neck. "You dare to attack me with your little will? Huh? You are quite interesting. You and I have the same essence, but you actually choose to help a human. It's ridiculous." The evil spirit clone pinched Alessa's neck, and his eyes burst into dark light. "I want you to submit to me." Alessa struggled. "Don't even think about it, you monster." Chapter 284. Big Bad Guy Save Me. For the first time, Alessa felt the deadly threat from the evil spirit. She was just the consciousness of Silent Hill, but the evil spirit in front of her had already transcended the world and broken through the world dimension limit. The two sides were not in the same league at all. Just one clone instantly suppressed Alessa, and the world around her was constantly collapsing. At this moment, Mu Xing appeared. "Hey, evil spirit, your opponent is me." "Oh, do you want to fight me by suicide again?" The evil spirit sneered. His pupils kept changing, and there was absolutely no hope in his deep eyes. Mu Xing instantly felt that the sky around him was dark, and he was pulled into an absolutely dark world. Endless greed and despair came from the darkness around him, and all kinds of negative emotions derived from the fallen hell. He saw the darkness around him wriggling into mud, and in the black mud, there grew heads of despair and wailing. Those heads all looked like Mu Xing, and they reached out to grab Mu Xing, wanting to drag him completely into the darkness. Mu Xing took a deep breath and closed his eyes to calm his mind. The moment he opened his eyes again, a rotating red mark appeared in front of him. At this time, the evil spirit clone who was hiding in the darkness and preparing to watch Mu Xing's despair and sinking realized that something was wrong and quickly retreated. "I saw a dark golden light rising up, and the king of the 36-winged angels spread his wings." The dark golden light spread, and the wailing faces around turned into ashes in this light. Dark golden power. How can a mere human master the dark golden power? The evil spirit clone growled, and then realized something. It's tricks. Mu Xing had no expression on his face, just raised his hand and pointed at the evil spirit clone. "Destroy." The 36-winged angel shadow attacked and swung the angel sword in his hand, piercing the evil spirit clone. At the moment of crossing, countless roaring evil spirits rushed out of the doctor's body. The dark world also collapsed because of the collapse of the clone. "Big Bad Guy, can't let it run away," Alessa reminded loudly. Mu Xing nodded, knowing that he must not let the clone return to the main body with the news. The red box of fluoros appeared in his hand. He exchanged glances with Alessa, and both attacked at the same time. The box of fluoros unfolded, emitting a dazzling light that pulled all the roaring evil spirits. They both shouted almost at the same time. "Seal!" The mark on the box of fluoros lit up, turning into a vortex, sucking all the evil spirits that were trying to escape into the box. "How dare you, tiny human being!" The evil spirits tried to transform into a hideous face, and roared at Mu Xing. Mu Xing's hands kept moving, stimulating the stronger sealing power of the box of fluoros, and completely sealing this clone. When everything was quiet, Mu Xing felt exhausted. The box of fluoros slowly fell into his hands, and the Archangel's seal rotating above his head also began to stop rotating. Crack. The mark that originally had only one crack now became two. Alessa, who was next to him, looked resentful, ran to Mu Xing, raised her fist and hit him. "If you bring that monster in again, I will fight you." Mu Xing laughed and rubbed Alessa's head. "I just saved your life, you should thank me." "Bah, all the dangers are caused by you, stay away from me." Alessa angrily pulled Mu Xing's hand away. "I'm tired, I go back and rest first." As she said that, Alessa turned into a shadow and disappeared into his umbrella ring. On the 4th floor of the original honeycomb, he fell asleep directly on the campfire grass holding the sugar beans. Mu Xing took a deep breath and forced himself to cheer up. Now is not the time for him to rest. He grabbed the box of fluoros. If he hadn't prepared himself mentally in advance, he would have suffered a great loss. At the same time, Mu Xing also realized the horror of the evil spirit. This was only 1/1000th of the evil spirit's clone, but it was so difficult to deal with. He had to use all his means to seal it. It seemed that the plan to rescue Trix had to be postponed, and let the survival system and other masters consume more of the evil spirit's power. When Mu Xing returned to the place where the fierce battle had just taken place, the madman rushed over immediately. What happened just now? It was the clone of the evil spirit. When these words came out, the other teammates around were all shocked. Where is the clone? It left after killing me once. Bruce looked solemn. No wonder the doctor suddenly became so powerful just now. It was the clone of the evil spirit. At this time, others also rushed over, and the temporary team of 10 people was finally gathered. Not far away, the ghost killer and the doctor were resurrecting again. While Mu Xing was being chased, the 2 butchers were killed again. Everyone, I think we should repair the generator first. The butcher will continue to strengthen after being killed. We have to find a way out first. If the evil spirit clone appears again, we can use the gate to escape at the first time. Mu Xing suggested. I agree. The butcher must be killed, and the generator must be repaired. Let's follow the old rules. One team is responsible for killing the butcher, and the other team is responsible for repairing the machine. Olina agreed. It's best to keep a high-progress generator for the last repair, so that you can take the opportunity to kill the butcher a few more times. Ava suggested. Cooperation is the key. We can't fight alone anymore. We have to cooperate, O'Connell said. Everyone spoke one after another, giving their own suggestions. These veteran survivors adjusted their mentality and rhythm as quickly as possible. When the doctor and the ghost killer were resurrected, the 6 of them attacked the 2 butchers together. 2 people used flashlights to stun them, and the other 4 were responsible for killing them. Less than 5 seconds after resurrection, he was killed instantly. With a loud bang, the evil spirit surged into the sky, and the black fog filled the air. Their actions angered the evil spirits, and they began to greatly strengthen the fighting power of the butchers. Set up the formation, Mu Xing shouted, and everyone began to set up various traps and formations, first controlling, then killing. When the 10-man team finished the game and exited the fantasy world, most of the survivors in the camp had already completed this round of the game. Mu Xing also noticed that some teams had lost members. Although there were not many people, some people did die at the hands of the evil spirits. The situation is not good, people have already started to die. Don't worry, we have the survival system. Our original consciousness is stored in the survival system's retrospective system. I just saw that as long as teammates spend a certain amount of points, they can buy back their lives. Aelina said. Is there such a thing? What if there are no teammates? Then we can only wait until the end of the competition and use the settled points to buy back our lives. If the points are not enough, we can only blame ourselves for our bad luck. How many points are needed for resurrection? About 100,000. So many? Not too much. We can get about 15,000 at most in one game. With various tasks, we can get 20,000 or 30,000 less, and 40,000 to 50,000 at most. 2 games are enough for experts. Aelina shook her head. I'm afraid it will get harder and harder later. According to the rules we have found out, the butcher will have a small evolution after being killed 5 times, a big evolution after being killed 10 times, and it will be difficult to kill him after being killed 15 times. The madman said. Don't be afraid, don't we get a lot of dark gold cells? I think the dark gold upgrade is the key. Let's go, let's upgrade first. Li Hongwei can't wait any longer. Chapter 285. Just after this round of escape competition ended, the countdown for the next round of escape competition began in 30 minutes. Apparently, the survival system has accelerated the pace. Once the war with evil spirits begins, it will not stop. In the sky, the names of the huge leaderboard began to change frequently. Some masters began to compete for the ranking. Based on the frequency of 1 game per hour, a master can get nearly 1.2 million points a day. The large number of members in the battle group will only accumulate more points in total. As for Mu Xing, he was not interested in the ranking. He came to Vigo's laboratory with the 1,000 dark gold cells he obtained from the mission. The 2-story laboratory in front of him was actually Vigo's observation tower. The interior space was huge. Entering from the blue portal, the reinforcement devices prepared in advance were neatly arranged. There seemed to be thousands of them. Mu Xing randomly picked a reinforcement device. Vigo, it's me. The image of Vigo was immediately displayed on the device in front of him. Mr. Blood Moon, thanks to your advice, the survival system has started to take action against the evil spirit. Now the evil spirit is like a trap beast, and it can't escape. Don't be happy yet. The purpose of the survival system is to catch the evil spirit, so it will not kill the evil spirit directly. During this period, the evil spirit will try every means to fight back. I know, but I have made mental preparations, and there is good news. What? I have found the cage to imprison Trix. Where is it? The starting point. What is that place? After the evil spirits discovered this world, they first descended to the place where they first came. It can be said that it is the base camp of the evil spirits. Mu Xing tapped his fingers. Do you have any plans? It is impossible to break in by force. We can only sneak in. Now the main consciousness of the evil spirits is suppressed by the survival system. In order to deal with those wolf-like survivors, it has to split its consciousness. This is our good opportunity. Mu Xing was silent, thinking about the pros and cons. Vigo, don't be anxious. It will take some time to consume the power of the evil spirits. It's like fishing. You have to make the fish exhausted before you can catch it on the shore. Don't worry, I know, but I still want to enter the initial place to confirm Trix's safety, otherwise I will never feel at ease. Vigo seemed to have made up his mind. Mu Xing thought for a while. No, you can't go. You are a wanted criminal who will be killed in seconds when you show up here in the evil spirits. You also help the survival system to deal with it. I am afraid you have been put on the evil spirits must-kill list. What should we do? I'm worried that Trix's life will be in danger. Mu Xing said, I go, but you and Art must meet me outside and pull me out at the critical moment. Mr. Blood Moon, it's too dangerous for you to go. What if you were targeted by evil spirits? Vigo frowned. Can you find anyone else? Mu Xing asked back. Vigo thought for a moment in front of the screen, and suddenly looked up. By the way, I have a way to let Mr. Blood Moon sneak in safely. What? Disguise as a butcher. Using the special equipment in Trix's laboratory, you can be temporarily transformed into a butcher. Whether it is the appearance, breath, strength, or even the identification information of the butcher in the evil spirits, it can be reproduced one-to-one. Mu Xing immediately became interested when he heard this. But Vigo changed the subject. Even so, we can't guarantee that we won't be exposed 100%, and there is a time limit for the transformation. How long? 24 hours. Enough. Mu Xing glanced at the time. I will be back in 10 minutes, and you will take me to Trix's laboratory. Before Vigo could finish his next sentence, Mu Xing hurriedly left Vigo's laboratory and found the madman. You want to sneak into the heartland of the evil spirits? No, it's too dangerous. For Trix, it's not worth it for you to take such a risk. The madman directly objected. Mu Xing held down the madman's raised arm. Don't worry, this is a rare opportunity. If we rescue Trix, the secrets about the evil spirits that Trix knows will be enough for the survival system to capture the evil spirits faster. As the protagonist who facilitated this matter, you must have received a lot of points. Seeing Mu Xing's happy face, the madman couldn't help asking, have you settled your rewards? Yes, the reward for tipping off the survival system has been settled, 20 million points. And the information and plan sent to the survival system will be rewarded with 30 million points. After hearing this, the madman looked confused and subconsciously pointed to the ranking list above his head. So the anonymous survivor with more than 50 million points ranked first is you? Hush, keep a low profile, so I won't participate in the next 2 days of competition. The madman knew that he couldn't persuade him. If it were him, he would not be able to remain calm under the temptation of tens of millions of points. Do you need help? The madman said. Mu Xing patted his shoulder. No, the fewer people there are, the safer it is. As for you, just deal with your important things first. In terms of points, we should have enough points if we win this time. Be careful. Crazy repeatedly warned. Mu Xing waved at him and disappeared into the portal without looking back. Soon, Li Hongwei and EU arrived. Where is Boss Blood Moon? He has other things to deal with. I have to rely on myself for the next 2 days. Li Hongwei immediately came over. Boss Crazy, tell me the truth. Does Boss Blood Moon have any new projects to make money? Let's make money together. Before he could finish the rest of the words, he was dragged away by EU. Hey, Goddess E, why are you dragging me? I just ask. Don't ask if you shouldn't. At the same time, Mu Xing had returned to Trix's laboratory through Vigo's portal. The 4th floor laboratory was still running automatically, and the robot Amy faithfully carried out the orders given by the master. Mu Xing had obtained access to all areas of the laboratory, so he came to the 3rd floor without any obstacles. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Vigo in a white coat operating a strange machine. In front of this laboratory, a series of sealed containment chambers contained monsters from different worlds, which were in a dormant state. Mu Xing knew the nurse in Silent Hill, the aliens in Alien World, the biochemical mutants in Resident Evil, the arcane dragon in World of Warcraft, and so on. Next to Vigo, there stood an old acquaintance, or an old ghost, Nightmare Freddy. Freddy? Mu Xing's expression froze. Freddy turned around, politely took off his hat, and nodded at Mu Xing. Hello, Mr. Blood Moon. Is it really Freddy? Vigo, who was setting parameters, turned his head. You are not mistaken, he is indeed Freddy, but he is also Trix's most loyal servant. Servant? Mu Xing was confused, and felt that his worldview was completely destroyed. The lawless Freddy in Nightmare on Elm Street actually recognized a little girl as his master? Chapter 286. Mr. Blood Moon, for this operation, Freddy will act with you to ensure safety. Vigo opened the lid of the hatch next to him, and there was indeed a familiar figure lying inside, Triangle Head. You want me to disguise myself as Triangle Head? Mu Xing understood what he meant. Vigo nodded. Mr. Blood Moon should have mastered the original power of Silent Hill, right? Disguising myself as Triangle Head is the most suitable choice. Mu Xing frowned and said, what if I encounter a real Triangle Head in the starting place? He has seen that the Freddy in front of him is the real Freddy, but the Triangle Head is just a replica created by Trix using dark gold cells. Because Mu Xing did not sense the imprisoned Alessa in the Triangle Head in front of him. Vigo handed over a map. There is a butcher's house in the initial place, and the origin of the Triangle Head is hidden in the butcher's house. Butcher's house? Mu Xing's expression was strange, and the name style should be given by Trix. Vigo said, as long as you find the origin of the Triangle Head, I think you should have the ability to capture and seal his origin, and then the impersonation will be flawless. Hearing this, Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Wei Ge had planned it long ago. Also, I will make an extra dose of camouflage agent. If you inject it before the 24-hour period expires, it can increase the camouflage time by another 24 hours. Mu Xing nodded, and then lay down in the cabin next to him at Wei Ge's instruction. It will be a little painful to copy the camouflage, please bear with it. Come on! As the hatch cover fell, Mu Xing suddenly felt a blue liquid seeping in from the surroundings, quickly drowning him. The amazing thing is that he can actually breathe in this blue liquid. It started. The process will take 10 minutes. As soon as Wei Ge finished speaking, Mu Xing felt what he meant by a little pain. This is more than just a little pain. It's like using countless drills to drill holes in his body. Fortunately, the time is short, and Mu Xing can get through it by gritting his teeth. 10 minutes later. When Mu Xing walked out of the cabin, his body was taller, and his muscles bulged. Comparing himself with the Triangle Head in front of him, it can only be said that they are completely similar, not exactly the same. Whether it is the body shape or the breath, they are exactly the same. Not only that, the triangular helmet on his head was specially modified by Wei Ge, which not only allows him to see in all directions, but also passively receive information from evil spirits. Wei Ge looked up and down at Mu Xing in front of him, and nodded with great satisfaction. The copy camouflage is very successful. As he said that, he handed over a camouflage element, which was installed close to Mu Xing. This is the foundation for him to settle down in the original land. Wei Ge opened the crack leading to the original land and reminded, the main focus is on exploration, and saving people is supplemented. If you can't save people safely, don't act rashly to avoid alerting the enemy. Don't worry, I take action when the opportunity presents itself. Mu Xing was trying to familiarize himself with his new identity as Triangle Head. Not only that, he asked Alessa to create a clone, as if it was imprisoned in his body, more like the real Triangle Head. Freddy led the way, and Mu Xing followed closely behind him towards the rift. Whether the rescue is successful or the operation fails, you must reach the evacuation point in time by the last minute. I will work with art to pull you out. Mu Xing's palms were filled with blood and fire, turning the map in his hand into ashes. He had memorized all the details by heart. He stepped into the rift without hesitation. The transmission in the rift was smooth and quiet, as if he had just passed through a door and arrived at a city-state with a steampunk style. Towering city walls, dense steam pipes, and huge steam towers. The endless steam provided vitality for the operation of the entire city. There were airships hovering in the sky, and pedestrians were walking in the city. It was a busy scene. But this city gave Mu Xing a feeling of lifeless despair, just like a lifeless empty cemetery. People were coming and going on the street, but they were irrational, like mechanical robots. Mu Xing stopped a man with his right hand, frowning, and the man was just an empty shell. Looking up, the sky was shrouded in a huge vortex, and in the center of the vortex, countless heads were flowing and spinning. The vortex was like a ball of rotten meat, exuding a disgusting staleness and despair. He lowered his head quickly, and he realized that he had entered the core area controlled by the evil spirit, and the evil spirit might be hidden behind the vortex in the sky. Just one look, and I felt my soul was being sucked in. Freddy was leading the way. Mu Xing followed closely behind him, carrying the huge butcher knife. The whole city gave him a very strange feeling, real and absurd. I couldn't understand why the evil spirits left such an empty shell city. Yes, an empty shell, everything was just a facade, and the inside and outside had long been eliminated. Moreover, the time here was normal. This was the only point that surprised Mu Xing. Dang dang dang. At this moment, the huge steam clock tower in the city rang with loud bells. In a flash, Mu Xing felt that everything around him had changed. The huge vortex in the sky turned into a shining sun, and the entire empty city suddenly became full of vitality. Everyone came alive, no longer an empty shell without consciousness. Pedestrians coming and going, hawkers hawking. The steam subway roared past on the elevated rails above his head. The majestic steam airship in the sky splashed countless ribbons. Then he heard cheers from the street ahead. The sound of neat footsteps came, accompanied by the tall steam tanks rolling over the road, and a majestic army marched out of the city with the farewell of the street residents. The soldiers carrying pressure bottles and steam guns raised their heads and chests, with confidence and hope. Mu Xing stared blankly at the scene in front of him. Did he travel through time? Next to him. Freddy pulled Mu Xing aside and walked into the dark alley next to him. What is going on? Mu Xing couldn't help asking. It's Hope Day now, let's not go to the street. Hope Day? Mu Xing was a little confused. Freddy pointed to the sky. Mu Xing looked up and saw the sun in the sky, hot and bright. But if you look closely, you will find that the sun seems to be alive, and the flames floating around it are like glowing tentacles. And thousands of rays of light fell from the living sun, illuminating the whole world. Mu Xing put his hand into the sunlight, and a burning sensation came over him. Frightened, he quickly retracted his right hand. The initial land is divided into Hope Day and Despair Day, and the two alternate. Don't explore why. The evil spirit is the absolute ruler here. Mu Xing squinted at the living sun in the sky, and had some vague guesses. The army that lined the streets to see them off had already begun to leave the city, and was about to go to war. Mu Xing's mind flashed with the weather canyon, the piles of army corpses, and the pustules growing on these corpses. Ding ding ding. The bell rang again. Everything around him dimmed again. When Mu Xing looked back, where was the army going to war on the street? The crowd that lined the streets to see them off had long disappeared, and turned into empty shells wandering around the streets. In the sky, the living sun had disappeared and turned into a vortex of corruption. The days of hope are getting shorter and shorter. Freddy's voice came from behind Mu Xing again. Chapter 287. After experiencing the previous scene, Mu Xing no longer dared to underestimate this strange place of origin, and his vigilance reached the peak. In the midst of despair, they could walk on the streets with open arms. The city was shrouded in fog, and the deeper they went, the thicker the fog became. On the way to the butcher's house, Mu Xing couldn't help but become interested in Freddy. How did you get caught here by the evil spirit? Freddy adjusted the cowboy hat on his head. To be precise, I was saved by my master. The evil spirit found my world, and tried to force me to surrender. I refused to obey, and was almost completely wiped out by the evil spirit. It was the master who secretly saved me, and saved me from being killed and enslaved. Mu Xing then asked, but I remembered there were other Freddys under the evil spirit. In order to survive, I separated from them by splitting, leaving most of my power. There was nothing I could do about it. Mu Xing understood. No wonder the Freddy in front of him could maintain a considerable self-esteem. You won't be discovered if you enter the butcher's house? Freddy shook his head. The evil spirits are busy dealing with them now. As long as you don't actively encounter the evil spirit clones, the other butchers have no self-thinking, of course, except for one special existence. Who? Shadow Demon. Mu Xing searched for information about Shadow Demon in his mind, and only knew that it was a man-made evil god. It was born from a novel written by the Withered One, but this novel was turned into a tool for creating gods by the mysterious organization Black Valley. Otto, the head of the Black Valley organization, created the Homeland Project by himself. He used the dark beliefs and fears of the believers to create an evil god who lives by devouring fear and evil thoughts. Druani. Freddy continued, the Shadow Fiend is one of the very few butchers who retain self-awareness. Although this consciousness is chaotic and messy, it is best not to let it discover your disguise. Why? Because I began to suspect a long time ago that this Shadow Fiend is actually a clone of the evil spirit used for some kind of experiment. A clone? Mu Xing subconsciously wanted to touch his chin, but he only touched the cold iron helmet, so he had to give up. Just as Mu Xing was thinking, they passed through the fog and came to the center of the city. Here, in the center of the steampunk-style building, There stood a building that was out of tune with the style of the city. It looked like a castle built by a circus. On it hung a cartoon font plaque called Butcher's House. It can be seen that this is also Trix's style. From this, it can be seen that the evil spirit dotes on Trix very much and gives her a lot of authority. This makes Mu Xing think more about what the essence of the evil spirit is. Art said that the essence of the evil spirit is pure consciousness, a collection of countless consciousnesses. So what is its original origin? Mu Xing feels that the evil spirit is not a void consciousness born from the void. Because all the actions of the evil spirit make it look not like a god without emotions, but more like a person with self-thoughts. We're here, Freddy reminded Mu Xing. Mu Xing quietly sensed the surroundings and confirmed that the will of the evil spirit did not appear here. Then he relaxed a little and followed Freddy into the butcher's house. There was a big maze in the butcher's house, which was built by Trix himself, and the rooms containing the butcher's essence were hidden in this maze. Mu Xing casually opened the nearest door, and there was a manor inside. He recognized it at a glance. It was the Macmillan Manor. He saw a boy sitting on the grass sketching, and the shadows of the trees were modeled in the sun. A steel mill appeared on the boy's canvas, and busy workers were sweating profusely. Suddenly, the boy seemed to sense something and turned back suddenly. In an instant, a hideous bone mask appeared on the boy's face, and a butcher knife appeared in his hand, rushing towards Mu Xing. Behind him, Freddy stretched out his right hand, and the power of dream comforted him, pulling the suddenly violent boy into the dream. With a clang, Freddy closed the door. Mu Xing saw the word speechless in his eyes. Don't open these doors casually. Some of the doors hide the memories of the butchers, and some seal the scenes they fear the most. It's very dangerous. But if we don't open the door, how do we know which room is Triangle Head's? Mu Xing muttered. Freddy pointed to the house number. Each butcher's room has a number. Mu Xing then noticed the house number. Evan's room is 001. He recalled the map in his mind, which had a detailed diagram of the maze. Triangle Head's room should be 026. In addition, the maze changes every once in a while. Please follow me closely, Freddy reminded. Mu Xing didn't say anything and followed Freddy quietly. He is very familiar with this place, and is also proficient in the rules of maze changes. However, when they turned a corner, Freddy suddenly stopped. Why don't you move on? The rules have changed. It should be that after the owner was captured, the evil spirit changed the rules of the maze changes in the butcher's house. He pointed to the fork in the road ahead. Let's split up. You go find 026, and I find my room. What's your room? 015. I understand, but how do we contact each other after we find it? When I enter the dream, I can sense your presence, and we can communicate in the dream. Got it. Freddy is a dream controller, and dreams are his territory. By the way, Mr. Blood Moon, please be careful of the hounds. The hounds were originally created by the owner to prevent the butcher from running away, but if caught, they will be locked up in the confinement room for a day. Hounds? Before Mu Xing could react, Freddy had disappeared into the left fork. Mu Xing walked directly into the right fork. Theoretically, as long as you keep turning right in the maze, you can find the exit of the maze. But that is for a static maze, not for a changing maze. First, Mu Xing must first figure out the interval between changes in the maze. So he stood in the fork in the road and did not rush to act, but waited for the change. He counted the time silently in his heart. Just when he counted to 60 seconds, he found that the passage ahead had changed. However, Mu Xing did not rush to act, but continued to count silently. The second time, it changed directly in 30 seconds. And when it's the third time, it's 60 seconds again. When it's the fourth time, it's 30 seconds. That is to say, the maze changes in time, long and short. After knowing this rule, Mu Xing began to try to speed up. Use the right turn rule to explore the way. Theoretically, as long as the speed is fast enough, you can find the room of the Triangle Head by running through the whole maze in 60 seconds. But the problem is not the speed, but the possible encounter of the hound. Once caught by the hound, it will be a day of confinement, and he doesn't have an extra day to waste. Rely on speed to get rid of the hounds? Freddy said that once you are locked by a hound, you can't get rid of this hound that can cross space. So, is there any way to avoid the hounds? Mu Xing thinks there are 3 ways. Detection, early warning, and diversion. Detect in advance, warn in advance, and divert the hound's attention in time. Try not to make contact, don't look at each other, and don't be discovered by the hounds. Chapter 288. Mu Xing put his right hand on the brooch on his chest, and the nurse brooch lit up. Mu Xing didn't dare to use any form of mental detection, space scanning, or even the divine seal here. So he used the most primitive method, human investigation. Anyway, the butcher's house also had nurses. As long as the summoned nurses were disguised, they would be the same as the butcher's head nurse. He summoned 5 nurses to explore the way first. 5 directions respectively. The purpose was not to really rely on these nurses to explore the way ahead, but to give him an early warning of the hound. Soon, one of the nurses controlled by Mu Xing encountered the hound in the maze. He wanted to curse at this time. Freddy actually called the metal monster in front of him, which was 3 meters tall and 10 meters long, a hound. This metal monster, which looked like a wolf or a tiger, was driven by steam and was surrounded by dark gold energy. Not to mention the nurses, even an ordinary butcher would probably find it difficult to fight. Especially the red mark on the hound's forehead. Mu Xing had seen that mark before. It was the mark of tricks. This mark shares the special authority given to tricks by the evil spirit, and can suppress the butcher with special rules. The mark can directly seal the butcher's ability, turning him into a free-range chicken that cannot move freely. Nurse number 3 was slapped to the ground by a claw as soon as she touched the hound. The mark on the forehead released a twisted suppressive force, and a black light circle lit up on the ground. With a puff, the nurse was pierced by the black claws with black gas, and was directly dragged into the ground. The hound's mark on the forehead flashed, and the nurse was imprisoned in the cage inside the hound. Mu Xing quickly asked the other nurses to disperse. After confirming that there was only one hound in the entire maze, he asked 3 of the nurses to keep a distance from the hound at all times, and keep an eye on its every move. Once the hound made any move, the nurse would use the nurse badge to pass the information to Mu Xing. With this early warning system, at least the hound's traces can be discovered in advance, so as not to encounter love around the corner. Next, Mu Xing timed it well, used the right turn rule, and began to tentatively explore the maze. He didn't have much time, 60 seconds, and it was not easy to run through the entire maze. He could only explore half of it at most. He also had to avoid running too fast and hitting the hound. Why not just go through the wall? Mu Xing, who had a lot of bumps on his head, would tell you that this was impossible. This wall was not only extremely hard, but it could also block any space teleportation ability. 012, 003, 021. Mu Xing's speed soared to the fastest, with the abnormal stagnation module plus atomization and mental propulsion. His fastest speed can reach close to the speed of sound. On the way, he even ran into Freddy, who was looking for a room. Freddy looked at Mu Xing, who flashed by in front of him in confusion. He didn't expect Mu Xing to be so bold. No, no, and no. After 3 attempts, Mu Xing explored almost the entire maze, but still couldn't find room 026. Has room 026 been removed? Mu Xing became anxious. He thought of many possibilities, but the only thing he didn't expect was that there was no room 026 in the butcher's house. When he met Freddy again, he asked this fatal question. Oh, there's another area, the confinement area. It was originally where the master used to confine the disobedient butchers. Maybe you can go and have a look. Mu Xing quickly recalled the map in his mind. Although the maze is changing, the confinement area will not change. In other words, as long as you run in the direction of the target, you will eventually reach the confinement area. However, when he ran halfway, he inevitably ran into the hound. At this time, 3 nurses had been captured by it. The hound realized that there was someone else behind these nurses. The hound began to ignore the walls of the maze, and walk through the maze. Oh no, they found me. When the sound of running came from behind, Mu Xing quickly used his illusion ability. He quickly hid in the fork next to him. The hound ran over, attracted by the illusion, and chased the illusion all the way. Good opportunity. Mu Xing continued to move towards the target. However, before he could be happy for a few seconds, the illusion suddenly lost contact. It was obviously defeated by the hound. At the same time, in the last picture sent back by the illusion, he saw the hound split into 3, and 2 clones came out. No, I can only force my way in. Mu Xing knew that he could not hide. Once he was locked by the hound, he would be chased to the ends of the earth. Sure enough, when he just turned a corner, a dark golden hound came towards him. The machine on its body was running, steam erupted, and it roared at Mu Xing. Mu Xing quickly fled to the side passage. While fleeing, he controlled the nurse to interfere with the hound's pursuit. However, the hound was faster than he thought. It could teleport directly across the wall for a certain distance. Not only the main body, but also the other 2 clones had the ability to teleport through walls. The hound roared, and the 2 clones came from different directions. Mu Xing slashed with the big knife in his hand. With a clang, he felt like he was chopping on a mountain, and he couldn't shake the hound at all. The mark on the hound's forehead lit up with a suppressive light. Fortunately, Mu Xing was not a real butcher, so the evil spirit's suppression rules were ineffective against him. The hound watched Mu Xing slide away from between his four legs. Mu Xing no longer concealed his speed and increased his speed to the limit. With a bang, Mu Xing broke through the sound barrier. Left. Mu Xing suddenly heard a familiar reminder in his ear. It was Freddy. He quickly ran towards the left passage, and just as he rushed into the left passage, a hound clone on the right teleported to him. Right. Freddy continued to remind. Mu Xing couldn't help but ask, have you found your room? No, but if you are caught, the plan to save the master will be ruined. I will cover you. Hey, don't mess around. Mu Xing exclaimed. Before he could persuade him, a bloody mouth opened on the wall next to him. Mu Xing jumped up quickly. The hound with strong bite force brushed past his body. He turned around and kicked the hound on the head, which made his right foot numb, but the hound was not shaken at all, and was as stable as the thick wall of this maze. Wait, wall! Mu Xing realized that the nature of this hound and the thick wall of the maze might be the same, so it can pass through the wall without any hindrance. If so, when Mu Xing noticed that the wall in front of him had changed, a hound clone was about to pass through the wall. He took out a thick steel plate from the original hive and erected it in front of the wall. There was only a thump. The steel plate in front of the wall was hit and shook, but it was ultimately unable to pass through the wall. Sure enough, as I guessed, the hound cannot use space teleportation when passing through the wall. It must merge into the wall when passing through the wall, and then recondense into a solid entity after passing through the wall. After finding the hound's weakness, Mu Xing had a way to stop the hound from teleporting infinitely. Whenever the hound passed through the wall, he only needed to block its way forward and not give it the opportunity to break away from the wall and condense into a solid body, so that it could be blocked behind the wall. However, soon, the hound also realized that its weakness was exposed, so it chose to differentiate into more hounds. Mu Xing could block one wall, but he couldn't block all walls. However, Mu Xing had already used this short time to reach the confinement room, and next to the confinement room stood a door wrapped in barbed wire. Found it. Chapter 289. The bright red wire mesh was like a chain, completely sealing it. What's going on? Why is Triangle Head's door locked? Mu Xing didn't care about anything else, because the hounds and their 10 clones had already caught up. The hounds blocked all exits, and then gradually tightened the encirclement. Mu Xing turned around and took an attacking stance, but quietly input the Silent Hill origin power and dark gold energy into the door from behind. As the Silent Hill origin power was injected, the red wire mesh began to glow. The hound bared its teeth, revealing its dark gold teeth with serrations. The main body and its clone approached, forming a net-like barrier, completely blocking Mu Xing's retreat. Do you need help? I can help you lead them away. Freddy's voice sounded. No, just run. As soon as Mu Xing finished speaking, the hounds opened their mouths and rushed forward. The barbed wire behind Mu Xing suddenly shrank, and just when the hounds were less than 3 meters away from him, Mu Xing activated the bullet time. As his strength increased, the bullet time also increased. Although the hounds pounced in the form of space folding, they were still slowed down. Move! Mu Xing growled, and the long-lost blood entangled him, allowing him to break through a new limit and pull his body behind the door. He pushed the door hard and retreated into the dark red room before the hounds hit him. With a clang, the door closed, and Mu Xing heard the hounds whimpering against the heavy iron door, which sounded extremely aggrieved. The wire mesh quickly wrapped around the door and sealed it again. Now he couldn't get out. The hound and its 10 clones must be squatting outside the door to guard him. But the hound couldn't get in, and didn't even make a move to knock on the door. Mu Xing turned around and began to look at this room that belonged to Triangle Head. Triangle Head was a monster manifested from the evil thoughts in people's hearts, and was also the guardian of Alessa. The world prop Alessa's shadow appeared in his hand, and Alessa's face on the red box quietly observed outward. Have you sensed the breath of another you? Mu Xing asked. In front. Alessa pointed forward. Mu Xing looked up, and a withered yellow path stretched forward, passing through the red thorn forest, and there was a hillside under the cold moonlight. On the hillside, there is a small wooden house. Mu Xing took a deep breath and adjusted his mentality. He did not take out the Phoenix Bow, because he sensed the power from Silent Hill everywhere in the room. This power can manifest the sins in people's hearts, and even the killing intentions will be manifested together. It is safer to think about nothing and do nothing. However, troubles always come to him. He sensed the faint malice coming from the air around him. This malice always affects his mind, making him uneasy and difficult to calm down. Especially in the red thorn forest, there were shadows, as if there were all kinds of monsters staring at him with wide eyes hiding behind the bushes. At this moment, Alessa appeared right next to him. "Hey, what are you doing here? This is not a good place." But Alessa just stretched out her hand to Muxing. "Don't worry, they are just nervous, but they don't mean any harm." "They?" Muxing was still hesitating, but Alessa had already grabbed his hand. The little brat's palms were cold, but it calmed Muxing's nervous mood. "How is it? Are you feeling better?" Alessa looked at him. Muxing couldn't help but touch his nose in embarrassment. Alessa rolled her eyes. "You are such a bother." As she spoke, she pulled Muxing into the red thorn forest step by step. After approaching, Muxing noticed that this red forest was made up of countless rusty wire meshes. And on the top of the tree, there were red steel spider lilies in full bloom. The shadows hiding behind the trees all locked their eyes on them, causing Muxing's heart to beat faster. "Don't be nervous," Alessa said. "I'm not nervous, really," Muxing said. "You don't need to explain. Lying is the nature of adults." Muxing, I don't want to bother with the little brat, but with her leading us, the journey was indeed smooth. The monsters just stared, and did not take the initiative to attack. Alessa stopped until they walked out of the thorn forest, and looked up at the cabin on the mountain. She must be very insecure. Muxing certainly knew who Alessa was talking about. It was another her. It may not be from the same world, but from another parallel world of Silent Hill. Alessa let go of her hand, and returned to the box. "Okay, you can move on." Muxing was a little embarrassed. He was actually protected by a little kid. He stepped into the path on the hillside. The hillside was not high, and the green grass was full of various unknown wild flowers. At the end of the hillside, there was a wooden house, and there was an oak tree next to the wooden house. It seemed that the acorns were ripe at this time, and a pile of acorns seemed to have been picked up and stacked together. Muxing approached the wooden house with some trepidation, trying not to have any aggressive or evil thoughts. Muxing took off the big triangular iron helmet on his head. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door. "Big Iron Head, go open the door quickly, maybe Sister Trix is here." A crisp girl's voice came from the house. This voice was very familiar to Muxing. With a creak, the door opened. A rusty big knife suddenly attacked Muxing. But Muxing did not dodge or retreat. The violent big knife stopped when it was only 5 centimeters away from his chest. Looking up, there stood a triangular head full of murderous intent at the door. He held a knife in one hand and stretched out the other, as if protecting the people in the room. But at this time, the hand holding the knife was held down by a pair of dark and thin hands. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Blood Moon, and I come from another world." At this time, a small head timidly poked out from behind the iron tower-like triangular head, wearing a white mask, revealing only the eyes. "Are you sent by Sister Trix?" She pointed at the badge of the Observer Council on Muxing's chest. "No, I'm here to save people. Trix was captured by the evil spirit and imprisoned in this city." Hearing this, the little girl quickly pulled away the big hand of the triangle head. The triangle head slowly put down the knife in his hand. "Come in," the girl said. Muxing noticed that the thorn forest at the bottom of the hill seemed to be getting restless and full of anxiety. He quickly stepped onto the stairs, and walked into the door that the triangle head had opened. The house was very warm, with a burning fireplace and a black and white TV playing old cartoons. "It looks like someone cleans this place regularly." Muxing noticed the photo frame on the cabinet. It was a photo of Trix, Triangle Head, and the little girl hiding behind Triangle Head. "Big Iron Head, you are a guest, don't be nervous," the girl comforted. Then she ran to pour 3 cups of black tea skillfully. Muxing thought Triangle Head had won too, but the second cup was placed next to Muxing, in front of an empty chair. Muxing understood what she meant, and the shadow of Alessa appeared in his hand. Alessa in a dress appeared in front of the chair. "Hello, me from another world." The masked girl on the opposite side spoke. She seemed to welcome Alessa's arrival. Chapter 290. However, the girl's next words stunned Alessa. "You shouldn't come here." "What's wrong?" She instinctively felt something was wrong. The masked girl on the opposite side hesitated for a moment, and then said, "This is a trap set by evil spirits." "I know." Muxing next to him was not surprised, but leisurely picked up the cup of black tea. "Huh?" Alessa on the opposite side obviously couldn't understand Muxing's behavior of falling into a trap. "In fact, I was prepared for this, because with the wisdom of the evil spirit, it is impossible for it not to think of my or even Vigo's plan." The moment Trix was exposed, the evil spirit had already predicted this possibility. So my infiltration plan, which I thought was perfect, was undoubtedly useless. This is the body of the evil spirit, and it knows everything that happens in the body. Alessa, wearing a mask, raised her head. Then why did you come? Because I came here as part of the plan, and I went through so much hardship just to meet you face to face here, Miss Evil Spirit, or Mr. Evil Spirit. Mu Xing looked up at the girl opposite him. Alessa, who was sitting next to him, subconsciously became alert. The girl opposite was stunned for a moment, then gently took off her mask, revealing not a burned cheek, but a constantly steaming mist. The amorphous face finally stabilized, and turned into the image of a young boy who was only 11 or 12 years old. 70% similar to Jiagu when he was a child. How do you know it's me? The boy leaned back in his chair, supporting his cheek with one hand, and asked with interest. Because I'm special, you're interested in me, aren't you? Mu Xing acted relaxed, but Alicia next to him couldn't stand it. She was like a kitten with its fur standing on end, fidgeting a little. Take the other one out for a walk. Mu Xing pointed at the triangle head next to him. Mu Xing looked at the boy opposite him. You don't mind, do you? Of course. He held out his hand, his face unchanged, as if everything was under his control. It was not until Alessa and the triangular-headed man left the room that Mu Xing turned his head and said, Let's talk. The boy chuckled, I don't think you, an ordinary person, have any qualifications to talk to me. What if I come here on behalf of the survival system? The boy laughed even louder. You have many truly powerful people over there. How could the survival system send you? Mu Xing calmly laid out a plan. Look, I came up with all the plans for you. Do you think I'm qualified now? The boy only glanced at it, and read all the contents of the plan. It's you? His tone changed. Crackling, Mu Xing heard the sound of gnashing teeth and grinding. Evidently, even the evil spirit did not expect that the survival system that had forced it into a corner would accept the plan of this ordinary young man in front of it. This can't be blamed on the evil spirit for misjudging. Although Mu Xing is a little stronger than ordinary people, in the eyes of the evil spirit, he is actually no different from those ordinary people on the ground. A ferocious mist suddenly rose up from behind the boy, condensing into a terrifying shape, as if it wanted to swallow Mu Xing in one gulp. The whole room was shaking violently, space was distorted, and time was chaotic. Don't be angry, I came with sincerity. Mu Xing ignored the threat of the evil spirit and remained calm. When the evil spirit wanted to detect Mu Xing's thoughts, it could only sense a blank. Apparently he was protected by the survival system, and would not be detected. Sincerity? Tell me. The next second, everything around him returned to calm, and the monster with bared fangs and claws behind the boy disappeared. The survival system said, Give you a chance to surrender, it can spare your life. Ha ha. The boy sneered. Should I still say thank you with gratitude? No need to thank you, but you have no choice. Mu Xing stared at the boy in front of him. I smell the smell of decay. When the morning sun turns into the setting sun, it can no longer rise. Sinking into the dawn of the next day, those false illusions will eventually collapse. You try your best to devour hope, and regard life as leeks that can be cut and taken at will, devouring one world after another, but despair has arrived, and death is approaching. No matter how much hope you have, it will only help your rotten body, and will not solve any problems. The boy's deep eyes tried to see Mu Xing's plot, but there was no fear or despair in the eyes of the man in front of him. Instead, there was a flame of hope burning. How did you see that? He didn't do it after all, and the boy seemed to have turned into an old man in his twilight years. Mu Xing pointed outside the door. The illusion in the city, the change between the day of hope and the day of despair, confirmed my guess. You are going to die. Wherever you go, you will take away hope and leave only despair. I have seen those pustules growing in the piles of corpses. Is that one of your ways to excrete toxins? If Art was here, he would definitely shout that Mu Xing is crazy. The evil spirit is obviously getting stronger and stronger. How can it be on the verge of death, as he said? The boy shook his head. Interesting theory, but you are wrong. I am nurturing a new life, not heading towards death. When he said this, his voice changed, as if countless voices were roaring together. Mu Xing shook his head, which had exposed the nature of the evil spirit. No matter how corrupt I am, I will not give up easily. The boy growled. Mu Xing knocked on the table. I told you that you have no choice. This is not a negotiation, but telling you that there is only one way in front of you. Do you think I will surrender voluntarily? Then you can try to rush out. The two looked at each other, and there seemed to be sparks flying, and the air around them seemed to solidify. Mu Xing leaned back and leaned on the chair. Why don't you eat me to relieve your hatred, and then go and fight the survival system? maybe you can get a chance to survive. Mu Xing's attitude of being a bad boy made the boy on the other side not know how to continue the conversation. Are you really not afraid of death? We survivors are different from those you eat. Our original consciousness is stored in the survival system. If you kill me, I will just be resurrected again. Mu Xing admitted it openly. The evil spirit seemed to think of the scene of chasing the dead Mu Xing before, proving that what Mu Xing said was right. Both sides were silent for a moment. Or the other party spoke first. Tell me, what do you want? Since you choose to go deep into the danger alone, you must have your own purpose. Does it bring me a third choice? Mu Xing shook his head. My tricks are meaningless to you. I can't fool you into signing a contract with me like I did to Alicia outside, becoming a world prop or something. You won't agree, and the survival system won't allow it. Hearing this, the boy opposite raised his eyebrows, his face full of contempt. He seemed to be mocking Mu Xing's overestimation of his own abilities. I can only give you some advice, release tricks, and voluntarily hand over the weaknesses and secrets of your uncontrollable body, and strive for leniency from the survival system. You are looking for death. The table in front of the two suddenly exploded and turned into nothingness. Chapter 291. Mu Xing appears calm on the surface, but he is actually panicking inside. How can he have such a big face to represent the survival system? However, after discovering the identity of the evil spirit, he is the temporary actor and can only play a role. He uses the evil spirit's fear and unknown of the survival system to suppress the evil spirit in front of him. Don't look at the image of a 10-year-old boy, but in fact, he is a terrible monster who has lived for who knows how many years. This monster that devours countless hopes and wills, any conspiracy is meaningless to him. So Mu Xing spoke frankly and threatened directly, which was more effective. At least he stabilized this guy temporarily. But Mu Xing hadn't figured out how to end it. Everything happened so suddenly. In this way, the two sides confronted each other for a while. The boy suddenly said, I can agree to your conditions, but I also have my conditions. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief, although he didn't know why the evil spirit suddenly gave in. Please speak. I can surrender, but I can't agree to capture me as a slave. If we can't reach an agreement on this, I would rather explode myself. Mu Xing didn't think that the evil spirit still had the ability to commit suicide under the suppression of the survival system, but he said that he must have a plan for the next step. At the same time, Mu Xing also thought that his bluff might have been seen through. But why didn't the evil spirit expose him? First, he was really stupid and cowardly. Second, there was really a survival system watching him from behind. Of course, there was a third possibility. He was also using me to try to open a breakthrough. Mu Xing stood up. I will tell the survival system your request, but I can't guarantee what decision the survival system will make. Suddenly, the boy came close, almost face to face with Mu Xing. I suddenly became interested in you. I prepared a gift for you. Whether you can take Alicia out depends on your ability. As soon as the words fell, the boy in front of him suddenly collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Mu Xing frowned and stared at the empty chair opposite. What on earth is this evil spirit doing? What on earth does he want to do? At this moment, the voice of the God Seal sounded. Master, the evil spirit is gone, but he left something here with you. What? The evil spirit seems to have injected a little bit of true spirit into the box of fluoros that sealed one of its clones. If I hadn't merged with Oris, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been discovered. Does that guy want to use me as a bridge and hide in me to escape? The first thing Mu Xing thought of was to report to the survival system. But he thought it was not appropriate. Once the evil spirit was alerted, it might choose other targets. If the evil spirit escaped by some method, then he would not have the buff that the survival system was paying attention to, and he would be in trouble. Master, I have a plan. You say? The evil spirit is pure will, we can change its cage. Isn't the box of fluoros enough? Master, the box of fluoros is simply a space sealing prop, but it is ineffective against evil spirits. The most effective and easiest cage to seal will is not a powerful prop, but the body. You mean I should create a clone as a cage? Humans are too advanced, they have hands and feet, and can maintain relative intelligence. Then make a bug. Bugs are too low level and cannot contain the true spirit of the evil spirit. Mu Xing suddenly thought of sugar beans. By the way, sugar beans. Clone a sugar bean and seal the clone sealed by the box of fluoros in the body of the cloned sugar bean. What do you think? Shen calculated quickly, and after a moment, Master, you can give it a try. The body of a cat can contain a certain amount of intelligence, but not much, and has the ability to move, but the lethality is average. Okay, use this. Mu Xing made the decision on the spot. just as Mu Xing and Shen Yi were conspiring on how to deal with the evil spirits. The door of the wooden house was pushed open heavily by Alessa. Oh no, it's out of control. Mu Xing suddenly retracted his thoughts and rushed out of the room, seeing the demons dancing wildly in the thorn forest at the bottom of the hill. Those big trees were activated, waving steel branches, and the monsters in the forest roared, blocking their way. The huge thorn forest also circled a huge clown face in the air, as if laughing at Mu Xing. Damn, evil spirit, you bastard, are you a 3-year-old kid? You are so narrow-minded and have such a bad temper. Mu Xing couldn't help but swear. He knew that this was the evil spirit's warning to retaliate against his rude words. But this behavior looked like a child's angry behavior. He looked at the oak tree next to him, where Alessa, wearing a mask, stood quietly, with her triangular head guarding behind her like an iron tower. When Mu Xing left, she slowly turned around. This is trouble. We can only fight our way out. Mu Xing cursed. He took Alessa to another. Alessa, you should know why I came here, right? Alessa, wearing a mask, nodded. I was saved by Trix. She was in trouble, and I wanted to go out and save her. Mu Xing lamented that the plan could not keep up with the changes. His infiltration plan was discovered by the evil spirit. Now he can only force his way in. He only hopes that the survival system can act earlier and kill into this initial place. The new divine seal appeared in Mu Xing's hand, surrounded by a halo, and the death space unfolded. At the same time, the shadow of Alessa in his left hand was activated, and the inner world unfolded. These two spaces complement each other. One is responsible for imagination, and the other is responsible for embodiment. Mu Xing summoned the triangle head, the hunter, and the nurse, and then blessed them with power. Alessa stretched out her hand towards herself wearing a mask, and the two Alessas attacked together, which added more to the inner world. Mu Xing had not yet taken the initiative to attack. With a loud bang, the wooden house behind him was destroyed by a huge steel thorn vine. The vines rushed out from the ground, spreading rapidly and splitting into countless iron wires. Before the iron wires approached the death space and the inner world opened by Mu Xing, they were decomposed by the power of the same source. The thorns quickly retreated, flowers began to bloom on the iron wires, and various monsters grew from the buds. Mu Xing did not dare to stay, and ran down the hillside. At this time, there was a tiger in front and a wolf behind, so he could only rush out with all his strength. The black rain began to fall, and the moment the rusty power collided with the thorn forest, countless monsters were strangled together. The double-strengthened triangle head and the nurse were indeed powerful, especially the butcher triangle head. He slashed the monsters that rushed out of the thorn forest one by one, and the big knife swept across, cracking the ground, and countless wire thorns rushed out, piercing those monsters through the heart, and even controlled the power of the other world to a certain extent. In contrast, the triangle head I summoned was much inferior, with only a big knife, pure physical attack. I was envious and jealous. However, compared with the two Alessas, Alessa on my side was still stronger. After all, she took away most of the power of Silent Hill. Alessa wearing a mask was obviously the body that was burned. Whether it was mental power or control of the other world, it was much inferior. No wonder she was sealed in the body of Triangle Head by the evil spirit and brought to this world. If Trix hadn't saved her, she would have been completely swallowed by the evil spirit demonized Triangle Head. Chapter 292. Mu Xing rushed into the thorn forest with the inner world, fighting all the way. The bowstring of the phoenix bow in his hand was pulled so hard that it was smoking. Bang, bang, bang. The flaming arrows kept flying out, like rain. With the blessing of the power of the inner world, these flaming arrows carried the rusty power of the inner world, and could easily hurt the monsters that appeared in the thorns. However, there were too many of them. After killing one batch with great difficulty, another batch came. Mu Xing ran hard, but the thorn forest seemed to have no end. Phoenix Fury. The phoenix cried, and its wings spread, setting the thorn forest in front on fire. He shot 5 arrows in a row with this Phoenix Fury. The flame was so terrifying that even the barbed wire could not withstand the high temperature and began to burn. He punched a path through it. Huh? Mu Xing panted, as such an attack was too exhausting for him. Hunter, charge! Mu Xing pointed with his right hand, and the red thread fell into the hunter's body. The hunter entered a violent state, and his claws turned into bone blades, with lightning jumping and entwining, and high temperatures rising. It rushed out like a cutting machine, chopping all the monsters that wanted to approach into pieces. Red Queen controlled Valrid to rush out and attack with the hunter. Divine Seal fully helped Mu Xing analyze the situation on the battlefield and find a breakthrough point. Unfortunately, these monsters are not flesh and blood, but pure consciousness. His blood moon talent was suppressed, and he could not synthesize an aggregate here. Damn, am I really going to die here? Mu Xing just rushed out of the encirclement and looked up. There were monsters all over the mountains in front of him, and the thorn forest continued to extend. The waving wire mesh blocked out the sun and extended into the sky, as if to create a huge cage. If you die here, there is no point in retracing your death. This is the core area of evil spirits, and even the rules of the survival system cannot be extended here. What should I do? For the first time, Mu Xing felt so desperate. This place made him feel that there was no way to heaven or earth. The clown's smiling face in the sky seemed to be looking at him, laughing at his presumption. At this moment, Alessa, wearing a mask, appeared in front of Mu Xing. You can't kill all these monsters like this. There is a Silent Hill core in this world. Only by destroying it can you leave this world. Mu Xing's face lit up when he heard this. It was true that after a long journey, there was always a way out. Where is the core? Take me there quickly. She pointed in a certain direction. Mu Xing looked in that direction and saw a huge thorn tree, which seemed to be the center of the entire thorn forest. He waved his right hand and turned around to kill the tree. With a goal in mind, Mu Xing was full of fighting spirit. The hunter triangle head led the way in front, and various monsters from the other world followed behind and charged, turning into sharp arrows, directly breaking through the monster's defenses. Closer. Mu Xing finally saw the tree, a huge thorn tree 100 meters high, as if made of countless iron wires tangled together. Mu Xing raised the phoenix bow, and the phoenix fury began to accumulate power. At the same time, Alessa and the divine seal began to bless the power. But at this moment, the butcher's triangular head suddenly blocked the tree. Can't destroy. Mu Xing frowned, and the triangular head actually spoke. Big iron head, get out of the way. Alessa, wearing a mask, flew over and tried to pull the triangular head away. However, the always obedient triangle head seemed to be welded to the ground and could not be pulled. Cannot destroy the core. Triangle head spoke again, taking a defensive posture. Alessa beside Mu Xing seemed to realize something. Wait, this thorn forest should be the embodiment of her consciousness, including the big tree in front of her, so the core is. It's her core. Mu Xing stopped the phoenix bow in his hand, and the space around the sharp arrow rippled and twisted continuously. He realized that this was a plot set by the evil spirit. If he wanted to save people, he had to fight back, and if he fought back, he had to destroy the core. Once the core was destroyed, it meant killing Alessa. Mu Xing wanted to curse. The evil spirit really didn't care about human affairs. Master, calm down, this is a conspiracy of the evil spirit. God's seal reminded him in time. I know. Mu Xing gritted his teeth. The evil spirit is best at stirring people's hearts, setting up plots with his own hands, and leading people to sink. Many butchers became pawns of the evil spirit step by step in this way. Mu Xing thought about the countermeasures quickly. If he didn't destroy the core, he would never be able to get out, but if he killed it, he wouldn't have to feel guilty. As long as he had evil thoughts, the evil spirits would seize the opportunity to erode his heart. I have a plan, he suddenly said. What plan? Alessa asked. If it was any other situation, whether the core was destroyed or not, the result would be the same. But now that you are here, we have a third option. Do you mean fusion? That's right. Not only you, but also Triangle Head. With your fate, you can protect her. Even if her core is destroyed, she won't collapse completely. But you should know the price. This will force you to face the past you want to forget again. I agree. Alessa agreed without hesitation and made her own decision. In that case, let's start. Mu Xing raised the bow in his hand again, constantly charging power, and even injected dark gold energy into it to make it more lethal. Alessa flew to the masked Alessa and told her Mu Xing's opinion. But she was obviously a little hesitant. Alessa glanced at Mu Xing. Although this guy likes to lie and is arrogant, he is a good person. The fusion of you and me is the only way to break the deadlock. The masked Alessa took a deep breath and slowly took off her mask, revealing a face that was almost burnt to charcoal. The two Alessas looked at each other, holding hands and floating in the sky. The two Silent Hill forces from different time and space collided and intertwined, and then began to merge. Flames rose on Alessa, as if she was being burned at the stake. Ah! She cried out in pain. The butcher's triangular head, who was in charge of guarding, looked up at the sky anxiously, realizing something. At the same time, it also received the order to merge. Mu Xing controlled his triangular head to move forward step by step, and the two triangular heads looked at each other. In order to save his master, the butcher's triangular head in front of him chose to merge without hesitation. When the triangular head made way, Mu Xing aimed at the big tree. The barbed wire continued to flow to both sides, revealing the core hidden inside. At the moment when the two Alessas and the two triangle heads merged, Mu Xing released the bowstring. The evil spirit seemed unwilling to give up. While they were still connected to the core, a contaminated dark gold force rushed out of the core and flew towards the fused Alessa. Mu Xing's arrow was faster, without any evil thoughts or murderous intentions, only the hope of helping people to be relieved and saving people. The arrow pierced the core, and the contaminated dark gold force around it suddenly dissipated. The entire thorn forest collapsed along with the core. The big tree began to collapse, and finally collapsed into a rusty door wrapped in barbed wire. Sure enough, it's here. Mu Xing put away the bow, and stared coldly at the clown's smiling face collapsing. This round, I win. Chapter 293. Pushing open the door wrapped in barbed wire, Mu Xing returned to the familiar maze. However, it was not the same as the scene he imagined of being blocked by a group of hounds. The maze in front of him collapsed and countless cracks appeared. The changing maze had long been destroyed by humans, as if it was smashed by violent punches. The ferocious hounds before were only half of their bodies, as if a shocking battle had taken place here. What happened? Mu Xing quickly tried to enter his dream and contact Freddy. After a while, Freddy appeared cautiously. What happened? Mu Xing pulled Alessa, who had just completed the fusion and was still a little confused, towards the outside of the maze. Just now, the evil spirit suddenly went crazy for some reason and launched a counterattack against the survival system. What was the result? Was it suppressed by the survival system? No, a human who claimed to be the city lord came and suddenly attacked, catching the evil spirit off guard. Several survivors directly broke into the initial place and almost overturned the entire initial place. Boom! Just as he was talking, a deafening crash sound came from outside. Swish! Mu Xing looked up and saw that the roof of the butcher's house was directly blown off. In the distance, there was a huge space crack that was thousands of miles long. In the sky, the burning sun was fighting with a constantly changing golden ball. The clock was around the golden ball, and every time it turned, the sun with tentacles dimmed a little. In the center of the golden ball, there was a constantly changing geometric body. Multidimensional space evolved in the golden ball, and was materialized by reality. Time is outside, space is inside. Countless golden geometric lines extend from the golden ball and fit into the void. It seems that it has the upper hand and suppresses the burning sun. The tentacles around the sun wriggle, piercing the void, the flames tremble, and suddenly burst, covering the whole world in endless white light. Ah! Mu Xing felt that he was about to be melted by the white light. He quickly protected Alessa behind him, but under this level of power, all resistance was futile. The whole world melted in this endless light. The space was burned through, leaving only chaotic nothingness. At the critical moment, when the clock around the huge golden ball began to reverse, the melted world began to reverse. Matter, space, and energy were all restored under the influence of the reverse clock. What is that? Mu Xing's pupils dilated, staring blankly at his hands. He was sure that he was almost melted by the white light just now, but was pulled back by the reverse time. Even the torn roof was restored to its original state. Freddy beside him seemed to have walked on the road of death. He looked around in horror. Mr. Blood Moon, what was that just now? Don't think about it. Mu Xing stopped him from imagining that scene. Suddenly, Mu Xing stopped and opened a broken door with a chainsaw engraved on it. This should be the door of the chainsaw killer. The door was smashed to pieces, and looking inside the door, the chainsaw killer's farm seemed to have been plowed by the explosion. The origin of the chainsaw killer is missing. Mu Xing realized something and rushed to other doors, all of which were the same. Freddy next to him said with fear, "Those people broke into the butcher's house and took away all the butcher's origins." Mu Xing was shocked. He didn't expect such a big thing to happen during his entry into the triangle head room. When Mu Xing rushed out of the maze and ran out of the butcher's house, he was shocked again by the scene in front of him. The city of the origin was almost completely destroyed. Half of the city was melted, and half of the city turned into countless transparent geometric fragments. Mu Xing estimated that this should be left over from the previous battle. He looked up, the sun disappeared, the vortex also disappeared, leaving only an empty sky. Mu Xing was silent. He underestimated the true strength of those high-level survivors. A master who had a head-on collision with evil spirits claimed to be the city lord? Which city lord? Could it be the one in Lorenberg? Mu Xing did not know much about the high-level survivors. There was very little information on this aspect on the market, and he only got some fragmentary information from Arena. Take me to Trix. Mu Xing suddenly remembered the real purpose of this trip. Mr. Blood Moon, please follow me. Mu Xing was lucky that there was still a Freddy who could hide in the dream, otherwise he would be blind. Just as they rushed towards the target point, the huge vortex in the sky appeared again. But this vortex seemed a little hollow and filled with a rotten smell. This corruption began to drip green thick slurry, falling on the ground, corrupting the ground into rotten meat. The evil spirit's life is coming to an end. Freddy showed a serious expression on his face. The evil spirit is going to die? Mu Xing had never thought that an ancient existence of the multiverse would be on the verge of death. Nothing is immortal, even the world, the universe, and even time itself will die at the moment. When Mu Xing heard this, for some reason, he suddenly felt very complicated. Then, Mu Xing tried to contact Vigo. Luckily, without the interference of the evil spirit, he successfully contacted Vigo's Horus. Mr. Blood Moon, I finally got in touch with you. The battle between the survival system and the evil spirit has begun. What's the situation outside? It's a fierce battle. The evil spirit is probably trying to fight to the death. He then changed the subject. Its opponents are all very strong. I don't think it has any chance of winning. Mu Xing said, it's not the time to celebrate yet. The evil spirit may be desperate. It is a crazy monster. When it is forced into a desperate situation, it will definitely want to die together. Wei Gu quickly asked, what's the situation inside? I'm heading to Trix's prison. Remember to meet us outside with Art. Don't worry, Art has returned and brought back his observer tower. Mu Xing heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Vigo's response. The smooth sailing along the way made him think that he was the lucky one who dominated this survival competition. But in fact, he was not even a scrap in this survival competition. When the real leaders took action, he realized what the foundation of the survival system was. Still not strong enough. Mu Xing buried the joy of his rapid improvement in strength in his heart. In the battle just now, neither side could kill him with the aftermath of the battle without even touching his finger. And Mu Xing suspected that what he had just seen was not a battle close at hand, but a projection reflected from a distant time and space. Thinking of this, Mu Xing became more and more nervous, and could not help but speed up his pace. Freddy, where are the survivors who came in to plunder before? Mu Xing was worried that someone was planning to take advantage of Trix. Don't worry, Mr. Blood Moon, these people have been cleared out by the evil spirits. Although the survivors were more successful in the final battle, this is the core area of the evil spirits after all, and they can't stay for a long time. As he was talking, Freddy suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Mu Xing also stopped and frowned. He saw the broken upper body of the maze hound, lying in the brown mud like a pile of scrap metal. Chapter 294. The hound that had chased him like a stray dog in the maze was dead, torn in half by violence, extremely tragic. Mu Xing placed one hand on the remains of the hound, whose core had been dug out. He tried to use the new divine seal to read the memory images in the storage device, but could only see some vague scenes of fierce fighting. What a pity. Mu Xing had originally thought that after rescuing Alessa, he would come out to meet the dog properly to avenge the pursuit, but now there was no chance. They continued to move forward, passed through the initial city, and came to the back mountain. This place was completely destroyed. Many steam-powered mechanical guards, like hounds, fell on the road. Following the trail into the valley, a heavy gate that was nearly half destroyed came into view. Mu Xing saw exaggerated fist marks on this indestructible gate. The deepest fist mark was located in the center of the gate, and this punch almost broke the entire gate. However, the subsequent fist did not fall and stopped abruptly. Mu Xing estimated that the battle between the evil spirit and the city lord had been decided, and all the survivors who invaded the initial land were cleared out. Now it's just right for me. Mu Xing released the dark gold power in his heart core, extending it along the cracks. The door made of dark gold particles completely collapsed under the erosion of the same energy. Rumble. The heavy door shattered to the ground. Mu Xing walked into the dim passage. This place looked like a huge mausoleum. He took out a bonfire from the primitive beehive to illuminate the surrounding rock walls. Ancient murals were engraved on the long rock walls. Mu Xing's new divine seal appeared in his hand, trying to interpret these murals. Master, these murals should be historical murals, telling the birth and origin of this original city. Oh, tell me about it. The god seal began to make the murals into simple animations, and added explanatory text. There was once a cruel king who ruled the continent. In order to pursue eternal life, he wanted to build a tower that reached the sun. It is said that when God created this world, he hid the power of eternal life on the sun. The king wanted to build a tower to reach the sun to get the power of eternal life. He began to levy heavy taxes and enslave people to build a tower for him day and night. The king's ambition made the people of the entire continent miserable. During this period, some people rebelled, but were ruthlessly suppressed by the king's powerful army. Many people began to flee the capital and the rule of the cruel king. They left the oppression and built a paradise in the dangerous mountains where no one had set foot. People called it the City of Hope. The City of Hope became more and more famous, attracting more and more refugees who wanted to escape the rule of the tyrant. As time went by, the City of Hope became the hope of the oppressed people of the entire continent. The city grew bigger and bigger, and even organized a rebellion against the king. Soon, the City of Hope attracted the king's punitive army. Although the City of Hope had a geographical advantage, it was still beaten back. At this time, a brave young man stood up and went to the abyss alone to find the power to fight against the tyrant. After going through untold hardships, he finally reached the abyss. Wait, what is this abyss? Mu Xing interrupted Shen Yin's explanation. Shen Yin said, Sorry, master, the murals do not explain what the abyss is. We only know that it is a large hole that was smashed by a meteorite that fell from the sky at some unknown time. As the meteorite fell, the abyss continued to extend underground, like a bottomless pit. However, the murals have a simple picture description that the king came to the abyss to seek power before ruling the entire continent. Later, the king obtained a powerful army and became unstoppable. In just a few decades, he ruled the entire continent. A powerful army? It is said that the soldiers in this army are extremely powerful, invulnerable to swords and guns, and one can defeat 100. They are called the God Army. Ordinary mortals are no match for them. Mu Xing nodded in understanding. Go on. The simple animation continued to play. In the picture, when the young man approached the abyss, he immediately heard some kind of revelation. As long as he entered the abyss, he would gain the power to fight against the king. However, when he reached the entrance of the abyss, he encountered the king killer who had been lying in ambush here. They chased the young man all the way. Although the young man was skilled in swordsmanship, he was still outnumbered and was soon seriously injured. When he was forced into a desperate situation, he jumped into the abyss. No one knew what happened. All they knew was that the young man returned to the City of Hope and brought back the power to fight against the king. He invented the steam engine, brought back the latest smelting technology, and created steam weapons that could fight against the tyrant's army. The emergence of steam technology gave people hope. They mastered the power to fight against the tyrant's army and began to fight back. The troops that marched out of the City of Hope came one after another, and finally, under the leadership of the young man, they overthrew the rule of the tyrant. The new kingship was established, and the young man wore the crown and became the new king. However, the peace and beauty that people expected did not come. After becoming the king, the young man did not choose to tear down the Tower of Babel, but continued to build it. He also wanted to reach the sun and obtain the legendary power of immortality. Mu Xing was stunned. Isn't this a story about a dragon-slaying boy who eventually became a dragon? That's right, but master, did you notice the point? Abyss? Could it be that the evil spirit descended from the abyss? Mu Xing seemed to have tasted something. The army that the first king obtained in the abyss, and the technology that the young man obtained in the abyss, this seemed like something that an evil spirit could do. No, master, I don't think the point is the abyss. Not the abyss? The divine seal illuminated the mural on the wall. The sun? Mu Xing looked at the mural on the stone wall. The sun was burning violently, and there was a tower extending to the sky below. I understand. The abyss is a cover, and the sun is the source of temptation. No matter how Mu Xing looked at it, this sun was very similar to the living sun he had seen before. The best way to gain hope is to create despair. Life can only burst out the most dazzling hope in adversity. The sun hangs high in the sky, which is synonymous with hope, but it is always out of reach, which is the deepest despair. The abyss is on the ground, and efforts can always reach it, helping those who reach it to fulfill their long-cherished wishes. It seems dark, but it actually contains hope. What's the result? What's the result? What's the final outcome of the young man? Mu Xing asked. Shen Yin's tone changed. Here comes the interesting part. The mural shows that he succeeded and successfully picked up the divine power from the sun. Huh? Mu Xing was a little confused. What the hell? Aren't the sun and the abyss transformed by evil spirits? Mu Xing looked at the mural and walked to the end of the mural. He saw that the Tower of Babel was actually built to the edge of the sun, and the old king reached out and touched the sun. He gained the power of immortality. Just when he picked up the divine power, the sun withered and fell, hitting the ground and turned into dust. And in the abyss before, a new sun rose again. What does that mean? Mu Xing was completely confused. Chapter 295. Just as Mu Xing was guessing the meaning of the mural, Freddy next to him could no longer hold back and pushed open the heavy door. Rumble. The giant stone door rubbed against the ground and slowly opened to both sides. In front of her was an unfinished mausoleum. On the high platform originally used to place coffins, a familiar figure was bound. The chains condensed by the black mist locked Trix's limbs. She lowered her head and lowered her eyes. Not sure if she was awakened by the sound of the door being pushed open, she slowly raised her head. "Master!" Freddy yelled and was about to fly over. However, Mu Xing grabbed him and held him down. "Don't be impulsive, this might kill her." Freddy calmed down immediately. He knew Mu Xing was a professional. Mu Xing first checked if there were any traps in the mausoleum. After confirming that there was no danger, he stepped into the mausoleum. "It's you?" Trix saw Mu Xing and had a strange expression. "Don't look at me like that. I was entrusted by someone to save you this time." Trix was stunned. "Wei Gu?" "Yes." "Why should I believe you?" "Okay, stop pretending. All this is your plan. Isn't it your plan to attract the survival system?" Trix narrowed his eyes. "Why? Did you come here to mock me?" "I just want to confirm whether you have really regained your self-awareness." Mu Xing walked to Trix's side, and the new divine seal appeared in his hand. The red-eye totem changed, and the halos surrounded him, scanning Trix in front of him. "Your Aurus is very strange. Is it fused with something from a higher dimension? Does it look familiar? Alter gave it to me." "It's him. It seems that my plan was successful. You successfully rescued Alter, otherwise he wouldn't give you the Aurus from his friend. It sounds like you don't know Alter very well. To be honest, I haven't met him. Although I often laugh at him as a coward, he is still willing to help me complete my plan." At this time, the voice of the God Seal sounded in Mu Xing's mind. "Master, Trix is fine, but I'm worried that she will attack you after she escapes." "Don't worry, she won't. She won't attack me until the evil spirit is eliminated," Mu Xing said calmly. He looked at Trix. "Okay, we talk about it later. Tell me how to get you out." Trix shook her head. "You can't save me. This is a chain laid by the evil spirit. Only the purest dark gold energy can cut the chain. Unless Vigo comes here, he must bring my laboratory with him." Mu Xing walked up the stairs step by step. "I can't bring Vigo with me, because if he comes in, no one can pull us out." The dark gold cell serum appeared in Mu Xing's hand. "But I brought this." "Dark gold serum? I didn't expect that he actually extracted the second one. It's really not easy." Trix looked at Mu Xing. "No, you can't inject it casually. Before it is transformed in the laboratory, your body can't withstand the erosion of dark gold energy." Mu Xing didn't say anything, but quietly activated the core, and dark golden energy rose in his hand. "You?" Trix was shocked. Mu Xing pointed to her heart. "Although I don't know what you left in the Silent Hill world, by chance, I got it." Trix was even more shocked. "It's the dark gold core, which I use to study dark gold cells. But that thing can't be fused by humans unless it is transformed in some way." She seemed to think of something. "The original power of Silent Hill?" "No, the original power of Silent Hill alone should not be enough. We need to add something else." At this moment, she looked at Mu Xing as if she was looking at the best experimental material. Mu Xing put away the dark gold energy. "It doesn't matter. In short, I did successfully fuse your dark gold core, but the dark gold energy produced by the dark gold core is limited, and it is probably unlikely to cut the chain. So, I need you to help me fuse the serum." Trix stared at the serum in his hand. "This is the transaction between Vigo and you, right?" "Yes, he said that as long as I rescue you, he will help me unseal, but now the situation is urgent, and I can't wait for him. So what do you say?" Trix took a deep breath. "I know, I will help you unseal and help you fuse the serum. But you have to be mentally prepared. There is a risk of failure in fusing the dark gold cells." "Of course, I am mentally prepared." Mu Xing smiled. Trix chanted a spell, and a mark appeared between his eyebrows. A beam of light burst onto the seal ring of the serum. Crack! The ancient seal ring shattered, and the seal disappeared. "What should I do?" "Inject directly. Inject into the dark gold core, and then assimilate with your Aurus. If there is high-dimensional energy injected, it will be even better. Unfortunately, I am locked up now, and all my abilities are sealed." Mu Xing shook his head. He had high-dimensional power, and was not lacking. Press the button, the needle popped out, and was stabbed directly into the heart by Mu Xing. At the same time, the new seal of God was suspended above his head, helping Mu Xing to assimilate and merge. The power of high dimension permeated from the new seal of God. Mu Xing finally understood why he had to use the power of high dimension. This was to help expand his cells and genes, so that they had high-dimensional characteristics and could better integrate into the dark gold cells. Trix didn't expect Mu Xing to be so well prepared. After a brief surprise, he said, "The dark gold cells are particles that constitute the essence of evil spirits and have time and space characteristics." Speaking of which, the original evil spirits were not like this. The original evil spirits did not have multiple characteristics. They were just a product of pure despair and hope, a mixed consciousness, a fusion of matter and energy. Later, it found me, and used the knowledge about the observer in my mind to do a new experiment. At this time, Mu Xing was grimacing in pain and was eager to divert his attention. What experiment? Dimensional upgrade experiment. The evil spirit wants to upgrade dimensions, like the observer, and reach the multidimensional level. It will transform its body and integrate the dark gold energy created by me. Did you create the dark gold energy? Mu Xing said he didn't quite believe it. I am a genius. At least the original dark gold cells were created by me. When my main consciousness had not yet awakened, the evil spirit cooperated with me. It was responsible for capturing high-dimensional life forms from different worlds, and I was responsible for extracting and integrating the cells and genes of these life forms, and finally created the most primitive dark gold cells. It was also from that moment that I realized my mistake and created a terrible monster for the multiverse. Since then, the evil spirit is no longer confined to a single world. Its ambition has become greater, and it has begun to reach out to the multiverse. By devouring the hopes and rules of different worlds, it constantly transforms itself and continuously integrates more dark gold cells. Does the evil spirit have no weaknesses? Mu Xing asked. Yes. Do you know what it originally looked like? Abyss? No. Sun? No, it is a combination of hope and despair, from the resentment of all living beings. It used to experience life and death like ordinary people. So it must be reborn through a special reincarnation method. Chapter 296. Reincarnation? How? Mu Xing asked. Trix looked up. The original reincarnation of evil spirits is actually very simple. It creates despair and hope for all living beings, dies in despair, and then is reborn in hope. You should have seen the mural outside, right? You saw it. Is it what happened in this world? Yes, this is the last reincarnation of the evil spirit before it ascends to another dimension. Before that, it has repeated this process countless times. The price is that even if it absorbs the hope of all living beings and helps it to burn again, the fire of hope will eventually go out, and it has to embark on a new journey, cross the distant starry sky, and find a new world of life before it burns out. In order to change all this, the evil spirit is determined to use the dark gold cells to start upgrading dimensions, so that it can have a real entity. Have an entity? Can't it upgrade its spirit like the observers? Mu Xing asked. So the observers are weak, and it is difficult for them to interfere with the material world with pure thinking. So many observers hide in the observer tower all their lives. Mu Xing sighed and thought of Art. Without the observer tower, he really didn't have much fighting power. Because all knowledge needs the observer tower to materialize into physical weapons. The evil spirit doesn't want to just upgrade its spirit, it wants to become a real multidimensional creature, so it began a long experiment and transformation. In order to continuously obtain hope, it created a fantasy world and captured various butchers and survivors from the multi-world through my guidance. But this process is so difficult that even the evil spirit cannot complete it in a short time. Later, it became more and more greedy. I also entered the Silent Hill world by mistake when I was looking for a new world for it. I found myself in the other world, and got my memory back. I realized that I couldn't go on. Once the evil spirit completely completed the dimensional upgrade, I would become the center of all life. So I began to leave traces in different worlds, looking for the power that could restrain the evil spirit. Finally, I found it. She looked at Mu Xing. Among countless coincidences, I found a necessity. Then what? Mu Xing grinned, feeling 10 times more painful than the last time he merged with the G virus. Then I dug a hole for the evil spirit. What do you mean? When studying the dark gold cells, I did not tell the evil spirit that only the dark gold cells containing pure hope can help it complete the dimensional upgrade. So the evil spirit also absorbed a large number of dark gold cells containing despair during the process of eating and transforming. This will cause it to fail to upgrade its dimension, or even collapse into the abyss instead of ascending. In order to purify the dark gold cells, the evil spirits have to accept my new plan. Mu Xing took over the conversation. Is it the Flower of Hope plan? Yes, the Flower of Hope can extract the purest hope and use pure hope to breed the purest dark gold cells. And the pustules are used to expel toxins from the evil spirits and purify the desperate cells in the body. This plan successfully delayed the progress of the evil spirit's dimensional upgrade, allowing me to wait for the arrival of the survival system. When saying this, Trix's tone was full of pride. Didn't the evil spirit notice your plan? Could this be its conspiracy? Trix shook his head. You don't understand the nature of the evil spirit. It doesn't devour any one person. It is a collective consciousness, and these consciousnesses gathered together are mostly chaotic and confused. That's why the evil spirit gave me so many permissions. Otherwise, how can I control those butchers and build the butcher's house? Mu Xing glanced at Freddy next to him, and the two looked at each other. Trix, I have to tell you some bad news. The butcher's house has been destroyed. Just now, a strongman broke into the initial land and plundered all the butcher's origin. What? Trix's eyes widened. In fact, even I only know a little about the survival system. There are strong men in the survival system who can fight against evil spirits head-on. Now we just need to rescue you, and don't have to worry about the trouble of evil spirits. Trix looked at Freddy next to him, wanting to confirm whether Mu Xing's words were true. Soon, she was stunned after getting Freddy's response. At the same time, Mu Xing felt that her progress in fusing the dark gold serum had reached a limit. Hey Trix, I seem to be stuck. The dark gold cells have only merged into my body, but I can't control it, and can't go any further. Trix came back to his senses. You can stop now. Only high-dimensional consciousness can control dark gold cells. When you become an observer and upgrade your spirit, you can completely fuse the dark gold cells and try to go further and upgrade your physical body. Mu Xing was a little disappointed. I thought I could become a powerful creature like the evil spirit in one step. Be content. Even Vigo has only taken a small step forward on this road, and the evil spirit has accumulated countless years to barely take half a step into the multidimensional level. The transition of life and dimension levels is not that simple. What about you? Did you succeed? Mu Xing asked curiously. I didn't succeed, but I walked farther than Vigo, so I can fold space and control mass with my body, so I prefer close combat instead of relying on the observer tower. Mu Xing understood. No wonder Trix's personal combat power was so explosive. He stopped the fusion and stood up to stretch his body. He was surprised to find that his physical strength had been greatly improved, at least several times stronger than before. This was a pleasant surprise. Not only that, his mental strength had also been at least doubled. Although he could not control the dark gold cells yet, the dark gold energy produced by the core had increased tenfold, which could already meet the initial daily use. For example, to bless the attack, strengthen the body, etc. He grabbed with his right hand, and the bone saw cutter appeared in his hand. The dark gold energy was added to the saw blade, and the saw blade expanded rapidly, and then the outer layer formed a dark gold saw blade. When he began to cut the chain that bound Trix, the indestructible chain finally showed signs of being cut. It works! Mu Xing was surprised and increased the cutting force. In just 1 minute, a chain was cut off. At this moment, Mu Xing and Freddy turned back almost at the same time, and Trix also raised his head. There are hostiles approaching. Mu Xing frowned. Freddy, go and stop the enemy. Freddy did not hesitate, and directly showed his claws. His lower body turned into black mist, and flew towards the passage. As a result, as soon as he approached the gate, there was a bang, and the gate was directly smashed by a violent force. They heard the sound of slime crawling. The rotten meat with a foul smell flowed in, and then gathered one disgusting monster after another. Trix, you betrayed me, you traitor! The monsters who kept dripping rotten mucus roared in unison. Mu Xing opened his right hand and summoned Alessa. Chapter 297. Alessa, buy me 3 minutes. The only one who can control the dark gold power here is Mu Xing, but he can't spare a hand. Alessa opened her right hand, and the world item Alessa's shadow was suspended and manifested. Inside world, descend. At the same time, Mu Xing released the new divine seal and roared, Death space, open. 2 special spaces opened at the same time. Not only that, Mu Xing summoned the butcher's triangular head that had completed the fusion. After the 2 triangular heads merged, his triangular head skills also evolved and became the butcher's triangular head. The butcher's triangle head is even stronger, and can even control the power of the other world. The butcher's triangle head can also cooperate with Freddy next to him to summon materialized evil spirits. Finally, there is the old friend Hunter. The nurse brooch summons 10 nurses. Red Queen is responsible for controlling Valred. Mu Xing released everything that can be called combat power almost in an instant. The saw blade in his hand kept cutting the second chain quickly. Divine Seal, contact Vigo, and tell him that we may not be able to go to the assembly point, and let them lock the evacuation channel here. Trix looked at Mu Xing's performance and seemed very interested. I didn't expect you to have so many abilities. You don't seem to be in a hurry at all. Mu Xing was speechless. What's the point of being anxious? As long as there is a chain locking me, my power will be completely suppressed. It's better to relax a little. Mu Xing rolled his eyes like Alessa and yelled, "Attack!" At this time, the rotten meat in the passage kept surging in like liquid. In this huge mausoleum, a group of smelly monsters were formed. These monsters were all survivors, who were once devoured by evil spirits. Now, they were left with only endless despair and emptiness. They roared like crazy, and rushed towards Mu Xing. It began to rain in the mausoleum, a drizzling black rain. One after another, dark monsters began to emerge from the rusty floor. They fought with those monsters. However, the strength of the monsters in the other world was obviously not as good as those monsters condensed from rotten meat, and they were beaten back step by step. The physical evil spirits created by the Butcher and Freddy were stronger in combat, and could fight against those monsters, but their small number was a flaw. Trix, do you have any evil thoughts? Ah? Trix, who was watching the fun, didn't quite understand what he meant. The other world can conjure up your evil thoughts, you can't move, just imagine it. Evil thoughts? The other me is full of evil tastes, I let her out. Trix's eyes rolled back, and suddenly, her expression became crazy. Wow, what an interesting party. Is this a carnival? Trix's body was dangling from the chains, looking extremely unstable. Can you be quiet? Quiet? That's impossible. Let's enjoy this crazy party. As soon as the words fell, a band appeared in the inner world, with subwoofers, loudspeakers, and crazy music. I didn't ask you to hold a concert. Mu Xing wanted to curse. Trix seemed not to hear his complaints, shaking his head, and the only right leg that was cut from the chain swung wanly. A magical thing happened. The dark monsters in the inner world that were originally beaten back suddenly became crazy. Following the rhythm of the music, these monsters kept mutating, and their speed, strength, and lethality were all increasing rapidly. Is this the real use of the other world? Mu Xing began to doubt his life. Emotions are very important. The other world does not necessarily only manifest sin and hatred. If you are happy, it will be happy too. If you are excited, it will be excited too. Can it be like this? Trix's words seemed to open a brand new door in front of Mu Xing. He also began to try and imagine. Mutation. Mu Xing controlled the seal with his own thoughts, allowing its dead space to generate corpse-morph projections, allowing all the dark monsters to transform into corpse-morphs. Mu Xing was not interested in low-level monsters such as cutters and lurkers. He wanted to evolve all the dark monsters into hunters. But he only tried for a moment and ended it quickly, because at that moment, he was almost drained of his mental power. The energy consumption of the seal could not be sustained. He quickly gave up the idea of evolving all of them, and most of them evolved into ordinary corpse morphs, and a small part evolved into twitchers. The biggest advantage of the twitchers, a monster created by the fusion of abnormal stasis modules, is speed. They can flash quickly at the speed of sound, so they are also called sonic boys. With the addition of these twitchers, the battlefield barely stabilized. The hunters who entered the violent state were all glowing with red electric light, and their hands turned into hammers and blades. It was like the original A brother. The battle was varied and extremely flexible. The evolved triangle head was also extremely powerful. With a slash, the ground was torn into cracks in the other world, and red iron wire rushed out, entangled and strangled those monsters. Unfortunately, these monsters cannot be killed. Even if they are minced into pieces, as long as there is rotten mucus flowing in from the back, they can continue to revive. Hey, what happened outside? Trix realized something was wrong. The evil spirit may be dying. Now it is confronting the survival system head-on, but how can it defeat it with its strength? It is estimated that the body is about to collapse. Mu Xing said. He successfully cut the second chain and began to advance to the third chain. What? Trix's face changed. The evil spirit's dimensional ascension was interrupted. No, we can't let the evil spirit die completely, otherwise the despair accumulated over countless years will completely erupt, and its half-transformed dark gold body may collapse into a desperate void abyss, swallowing everything around it. By then, your powerful survival system may be fine, but we may be finished. What should we do then? You must tell your survival system this. Don't kill the evil spirit. Mu Xing was confused. He never thought that one day, he would have to worry about the enemy being killed. I sent a message to Vigo, asking him to try to contact the survival system. Mu Xing contacted Vigo anxiously, and told him this key information. Vigo was also anxious and quickly contacted the survival system. In less than 3 seconds, Vigo sent a reply. Fortunately, you reminded me in time. The survival system did intend to directly destroy the will of the evil spirit just now, but now it has to change to capture it. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was Trix's intelligence reminder, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Those survivor masters are fine, but the little minions like them will definitely be buried with the evil spirits. Since the survival system changed its mind, the evil spirit's attack trend also stagnated, and then the attack became more rapid. Evil spirit, I hacked your grandma, you are repaying kindness with hatred, right? Mu Xing couldn't help but curse. With a swish, the third chain was successfully cut. Mu Xing quickly started to cut the fourth one. This is the last one. Whether they can hold on for the last minute will determine their final fate. At the same time, Vigo and Art also successfully locked Mu Xing and began to open a palm-sized dark space-time rift behind him. Chapter 298. Obviously, the evil spirits did not intend to let them go. Although the main consciousness was dragged by the survival system, it still separated a part of its power to hinder Mu Xing from saving people. As the offensive became more and more powerful, the inner world and the death space began to tremble, and could not hold on. Suddenly, the monster stopped attacking and moved to the sides. The ground cracked, and a coffin made of obsidian rose from the mausoleum. The putrid fluid flowed into the coffin. A flame burned and rose in the flowing putrid fluid, opened the coffin lid, and turned into a miniature living sun. The sun's rays projected, and many pastime projections appeared in the wriggling tentacles. The Tower of Babel, the cruel king, the young man who set foot on the road to the abyss. Mu Xing's expression was solemn, knowing who was coming. He cut the chain with his left hand, and took out the phoenix bow with his right hand. At the same time, he equipped the skull of Gul'dan. Although the will of Gul'dan in this equipment has not been completely subdued, he can't care so much now. With his left foot against the bow, and his right hand pulling the string, the phoenix's fury began to accumulate power. The dark gold energy in the heart core quickly gathered towards the burning arrow. The flaming arrows were dyed into brilliant dark gold. At the same time, a figure in a royal robe slowly appeared in the living sun. It was as if he had had a dream called eternal life, and finally began to wake up. When he landed, Mu Xing heard the sound of gears turning and steam running. Except for the head, the whole body of the king in front of him was transformed into a steam machine. In his left hand, he held a scepter representing royal power, and in his right hand, he held a sharp gear-shaped rapier. Mu Xing recognized that it was the new king who overthrew the old tyrant in the mural. He slowly stood up, his body burning with flames, forming a sharp contrast with the rotten slime monsters around him. Mu Xing directly controlled the hunter to launch an attack. The hunter rushed forward with all his strength, one hand condensed into a blade, with lightning wrapped around it, bursting out with scorching heat. He slashed at the king's head with a thunderous force. Facing the hunter who attacked like a storm, the king raised his head, and slashed with the rapier in his hand. Puff! The hunter's hard-bone blade was cut by a sword, and then he took a half-step back, and stabbed with another sword. The rapier pierced through the hunter's head, and the golden flame exploded, blowing the hunter's head to pieces. Fortunately, the hunter had no weaknesses, and could continue to attack even with his head blown to pieces. He moved closer, his left hand turned into a shield, blocking the king's continuous attacks, and his severed right hand transformed into a chain, wrapping around the king in front of him. At the same time, Mu Xing released the bowstring, and shot a dark golden arrow. It passed through the hunter's blown head, and locked onto the king's chest core. Facing danger, the king's body was engulfed in flames, instantly turning the hunter's bone chain wrapped around his body into ashes. Retreat! Mu Xing gave the hunter an order. The hunter quickly retreated, curled up, and his burning arms turned into a heavy shield. When the dark gold arrow arrived, the king turned into a sun with a diameter of 2 meters again. The dark gold power was blocked by the compressed high-temperature energy, causing ripples. The next second, the dark gold arrow turned into a dark gold phoenix with its wings spread. The flame soared into the sky, and the dark gold phoenix went upstream and then swooped down. At the same time, the sun burst into a blazing white light, illuminating everything in the mausoleum. Everything within 100 meters was instantly reduced to ashes. Alessa quickly opened the barrier to block the dazzling high-temperature white light, for Mu Xing and Trix. The surrounding inner world and death space were also burned through at this moment, and the corpses that were finally transformed screamed and turned into ashes. Fortunately, the hunter ran fast and was almost burned to only 2 legs, so he was able to hide safely in the barrier. However, this indiscriminate attack also evaporated the disgusting monsters around. The main point is a lifespan of heaven and earth. When the light dimmed, fear and despair rose in Mu Xing's heart. He knew who was coming. A ray of will from the evil spirit. Trix, you betrayed me, and now you still want to escape? Trix's expression was solemn, and she also sensed the breath of the evil spirit. When the white light dissipated, flowers of hope grew on the body of the king transformed by the machine. There was a golden flame burning in the stamens of the pure flower of hope. Evil spirit, you destroyed my home, killed my family, and transformed me into your slave. Even if I die here today, I will not let you control me again. Trix showed her bloody side, and would rather die than surrender. Good, very good. Then, the evil spirit looked at Mu Xing. I didn't expect you to go this far. How about we talk about a deal? Mu Xing didn't rush to refuse, he just wanted to delay time as much as possible. But when the evil spirit appeared, the chain that had just been cut in half began to recover, and the other chains also trembled. Deal. How do you want to trade? The defeat is certain, but I don't want to admit defeat. Otherwise, you take me away from this world, and I can give you everything you want. Mu Xing sneered. Was the evil spirit panicking or mad? Do you think it's possible? Let me take you out under the eyes of the survival system? Let's not talk about whether I can escape. Even if I escape, you will kill me. You are the knife, and I am the fish. Obviously, Mu Xing would not believe the promise of an evil spirit. Blood Moon, you are still very young. The survival system only treats you survivors as tools for its expansion. One day, you will die in an unknown world and be ruthlessly abandoned by the survival system. I'm giving you a chance to get rid of the survival system. Why don't you cherish it? Trix beside him couldn't help but remind him, hey, don't be fooled, evil spirits are best at bewitching. Mu Xing's eyes narrowed. Of course I know, it just wants to delay time, and so do I? The new seal on his head lit up, emitting a dazzling light. The palm-sized spacetime crack behind him expanded rapidly. He used himself as an anchor point to allow Art and Vigo to locate more accurately. The evil spirit on the opposite side changed his expression. You are such a cunning boy. Do you think you can escape from my control like this? You can't escape. He shouted, finally stopped pretending, and showed his true form. The time and space of the entire mausoleum was solidifying, and it was going to completely block Mu Xing and the others' retreat. The flames ignited again. At this moment, a black figure walked out of the barrier. Freddy, what are you going to do? Trix exclaimed. Master, you saved me back then, and let me feel the warmth of this world. Today, let me repay this favor. Freddy, don't go. Trix tried to stop him. Freddy took a step forward without looking back, holding the cowboy hat on his head with one hand, and smiled contemptuously at the king who was burning with flames. A monster that only dares to hide behind the darkness and control everything. Even now, you still dare not show your true body, evil spirit, you really make me despise you. Faced with Freddy's ridicule, the evil spirit was furious. A mere ghost in a dream dares to ridicule me? A flame attacked Freddy, blasting him to ashes. Chapter 299. Freddy opened his hands. I have been collecting the dreams of the survivors for many years, just for today. You are a monster born in despair. Have you ever faced the true despair of all living beings? Endless dark dreams rushed out of Freddy's body, spreading to every corner of the mausoleum. It was made up of countless desperate nightmares. In every nightmare, there was a Freddy. Little evil spirit, you are looking for death. The evil spirit roared, and the flame expanded into a small sun, shining brightly again. But this time, the white light was blocked by endless nightmares. Go! Freddy looked back, but he was not as relaxed as he looked. Mu Xing poured all his dark gold energy into it, and tried to cut the last chain. Trix, who broke free from the chain, wanted to rush over, but was held tightly by Mu Xing. Don't go over. Do you want Freddy to sacrifice in vain? No, I can't leave him behind. Freddy turned around, and behind him was an endless nightmare, blocking the dazzling white light. He slowly took off the cowboy hat on his head. Master, this time it's my turn to protect you. The burn marks on Freddy's face recovered quickly, and he grew a head of smooth black hair, revealing a sunny and handsome smile. The cowboy hat in his hand flew out, and fell into Trix's hands. No! Trix struggled. How could Mu Xing let her go to die? Strive to connect the space-time rift torn by Vigo and Art. With a grab of his right hand, All summoned creatures were taken back and retreated quickly. Freddy's endless nightmare finally couldn't stand it anymore, and the blazing white light burned the nightmare away. Freddy turned into the last barrier without hesitation and rushed towards the evil spirit. "You dare to stop me? Go to hell." The evil spirit was really angry. It wanted to completely annihilate Freddy. Trix cried and watched Freddy turn into ashes in the attack of the evil spirit. "Retreat!" Mu Xing shouted and dragged Trix into the crack of time and space. The evil spirit was relentless. It roared and turned into the sun to chase after them. Wherever it passed, the entire mausoleum was vaporized in flames. The crack in time and space was shrinking, but it was too late to close completely. What should I do? At this moment, Mu Xing's brain was working rapidly, hoping to find a way to stop the evil spirit. But the evil spirit transcended time and space. How could it be faster than it? The evil spirit actually followed the crack in time and space and chased into the void. Don't even think about escaping. The sun kept getting bigger, wanting to completely burn them to ashes. It's bad. Just when Mu Xing was about to shout it's over, he saw a tall tower appear from the void. Layers of space appeared, blocking the sun that was getting bigger and bigger. It was a 10-story observer tower, and on the top of the tower stood a familiar figure. He was wearing a white shirt, a small jacket, and holding a glass of iced whiskey in his hand. "Alter!" the evil spirit roared. Mu Xing showed a look of surprise, and let the tower pull them over. Alter waved at Mu Xing and the others, then looked at the sun. "Evil spirit, if your real body comes, I can only retreat. How dare you come to arrest people with just a clone?" On the originally bare tower, countless gun barrels appeared. Countless dazzling attacks were fired from the gun barrels, and even a planet in front of it could be instantly blasted into slag. With the blessing of the observer tower, Art's combat power was manifested. Some kind of fluctuation suddenly came from the top of the tower. "What is that?" Mu Xing stared at the extreme black spot rising from the top of the tower. The black dot flew out and expanded rapidly. When it collided with the sun, it expanded into a huge black hole. Although the black hole was small, it successfully blocked the sun incarnated by the evil spirit. "Let's go!" Art took the opportunity to take Mu Xing and the others back to the tower, and control the observer tower to disappear in the void. The expanding small black hole also suddenly collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Only the evil spirit's violent rage remained in the void, and the dazzling white light bloomed, venting its anger. At the same time, in the observer tower, Mu Xing looked around at the familiar room layout, which was almost exactly the same as the ruined observer tower in the Great Storm. Mu Xing only found out later that the tower was the observer tower of Art's friend, which was destroyed by the evil spirit and became a cage for Art. Now he has transformed the layout of his tower into the same one, probably to commemorate his former friend. The time and space outside the tower rippled, but it still failed to affect everything inside the tower. The trembling of the water cup on the table slowly stopped. Mu Xing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Trix was holding the black cowboy hat in a trance, still immersed in sadness. "Blood Moon, we meet again!" Art came down the stairs, holding a cigar and smiling. "You came just in time. If you were a little later, we would have turned into ashes." Mu Xing walked over and hugged Art. Although the contact time was short, they were still friends for life. "Is she okay?" Art pointed at Trix, who was crying in the chair next to him. "Freddy sacrificed himself to cover our escape." "Freddy? The ghost in the dream?" As soon as he finished speaking, Trix threw the water cup on the table, and Art quickly reached out to catch it. "He is not a ghost, he is my family." Tears slid down Trix's face, and fell to the floor with a thud. Sorry, I apologize." Art quickly apologized. "Let her calm down." Mu Xing knew that it was useless to say anything now, so he gave the space to her, and let Trix calm down alone. He and Art went straight to the top floor. Through the window, Mu Xing found that the observer tower was wrapped in layers of space ripples, and flying in the void at a high speed. "Where are we going?" "In order to save you, I deliberately took a long detour, and drove the tower directly over. Fortunately, I had foresight. I didn't expect that the evil spirits could be so crazy even though they were suppressed by the survival system." "Where is Vigo?" "Don't worry, he is waiting for us in a safe place, and is providing me with guidance now." "Okay, we need to speed up, and leave the void quickly. This is not a good place." Alder seemed to be afraid of something. The observer tower suddenly accelerated, and a jumping string appeared in front of him. He found the world string, and flew around it. Then he broke a crack in time and space, and flew directly in. When Mu Xing left the void, he saw the surrounding chaos spreading over, and almost caught up with them. almost caught up with the chaos. Alter was still frightened. What is chaos? You can think of it as a fog floating in the void. Don't be swallowed by chaos, otherwise you will be completely lost in the void. Mu Xing silently noted this. Suddenly, he felt the tower tremble and landed smoothly. When going downstairs, Trix had already stood up, and the door in front opened, leading directly to her laboratory. And Vigo was standing at the door, welcoming their return. Welcome back. Vigo opened his arms to them. Chapter 300. Trix hadn't taken 2 steps when her body softened and she passed out. Vigo was quick to catch Trix. What happened to her? Vigo looked nervous. Don't worry, she's fine. She just fainted due to physical weakness and mental shock. Art walked over and put a healing patch on Trix's forehead. Vigo then noticed that Freddy hadn't come back, leaving only the black cowboy hat that Trix was holding tightly in her hand. Freddy. He died in the hands of the evil spirit in order to save us. Vigo was silent. At this time, the robot Amy rushed over and brought a stretcher. Take your master back to the sanatorium to rest. Yes. Mu Xing looked at Vigo. Although Trix was rescued, Freddy died. Vigo shook his head. It's a blessing that you can save her. What's the situation outside? Mu Xing asked. The evil spirit is already trapped. It can't escape. Vigo clenched his fists, his eyes full of anger. Too many worlds have been destroyed by it. Too many people have died because of it. Its retribution has finally come. Alter said next to him, Vigo, we have to leave. Now the war has reached its late stage. Although the survival system has not shown any malice towards us, we have to be on guard. Vigo subconsciously looked at Mu Xing next to him. Mu Xing also nodded. Alter is right. You should leave as soon as possible. Although I am also a survivor, I support what Alter said. Art continued, I can take you back to my world and wait for Trix to recover. If you want to leave, I won't force you. Weige finally nodded. Okay. His world has been destroyed by evil spirits, and he has nowhere to go. Following Art home may be a good choice. Art then looked at Mu Xing. I believe we will meet again. When you become an observer, we will see each other again. Mu Xing smiled. I look forward to it. Art handed over a few ancient books. What is this? The complete construction manual of the Observer Tower, as well as the secret techniques related to spiritual practice and spiritual upgrading. I believe it will be helpful to you. Alter, you still understand me? Then I will not be polite. Here, Vigo also handed over a relatively simple ancient book of time. This is my research on dark gold cells over the years. Since you have merged with dark gold cells, these records should be helpful to you. Did you figure it out? I can sense the breath of dark gold cells in your body. Mu Xing took the ancient books. These books were absolutely priceless. Each of them could stir up a storm in the survivor circle. He was about to leave. By the way, please do me a favor. When Mu Xing walked out of the blue portal, he found Li Hongwei, Aelina, and the others were there. Everyone was lying on the window of the hut looking out. What are you doing? The sudden voice startled them, and when they saw it was Mu Xing, they burst into surprised voices. Big Blood Moon, you are finally back. Li Hongwei rushed over in surprise. Mu Xing stopped the guy from hugging his thigh and pushed him aside. Looking through the window, he saw a shocking scene. The half of the continent occupied by the evil spirit had completely collapsed. A rolling black fog stretched for 20,000 miles, covered with tentacles and eyeballs. At this time, a series of golden chains locked the huge black fog in the void, unable to move. In the center of the black fog, a golden sun floated up and down, dim and without light. 3 chains were locked, dragging the golden sun out of the black fog. The ones who made the move were the 3 city lords that Mu Xing had seen in the picture books. They were from Lorenberg, Elan City, and Feathered Serpent Palace. 2 men and 1 woman. The city lord of Lorenberg was the most dazzling, wearing a golden armor with 2 clocks on his shoulders. He looked about 60 years old, majestic and tall, with burning short blonde hair. Behind him, a huge golden ball was floating. The other 2, the man was wearing a white shirt, and behind him sat a solemn statue with 3 faces and 6 hands, as if it was the beginning of the universe. The woman was wearing a colorful long skirt, with a huge colorful pillar behind her. 2 feathered serpents with wings were intertwined on the pillar, mysterious and unpredictable. Each of the 3 people held a chain in his hand, and kept pulling outward. The black fog was the body of the evil spirit, and the golden living sun was the will of the evil spirit. Now both the body and the will were caught, like a trapped beast. Various butchers kept rushing out of the black fog, trying to attack the 3 city lords. And those survival masters guarded around the 3 city lords, to help them block the butchers transformed by dark gold energy. Suddenly, a terrifying monster rushed out of the black fog, like a giant made of flesh and black fog. It opened its mouth, which was 10,000 meters high, and bit towards the three city lords, as if it wanted to swallow the world. Shadow Demon. Mu Xing recognized the monster at a glance. He had never seen this monster in the original place before, and he didn't expect it to be here. As a man-made evil god, Shadow Demon, although young, has begun to show divinity. Now, with the blessing of the evil spirit, it wants to swallow the sky and eat the earth. The whole sky darkened, and brown mud emerged from the surrounding void, and large heads with long necks poked out from the mud. Shadow Demon is a creature of fear. At this moment, all survivors felt a strong panic in their hearts. Some survivors with weak strength were frightened to death on the spot. The terrifying Shadow Demon drilled out of their bodies, and turned into the Shadow Demon's clones. Mu Xing immediately sensed that something was wrong with Li Hongwei next to him. His eyes were bulging, bloodshot, and his body was shaking. Countless cracks appeared on his skin. He pinched his neck. I feel something is wrong, I'm scared. Mu Xing was also eroded by fear, but he had a new divine seal to help suppress it. Others also had their own ways of dealing with the erosion of fear. Aelina put on a special golden headdress. Yu froze herself in the crystal. Bruce was a warrior, and had no means to defend against this negative state. But he had strong resistance, and he actually inserted one hand into his body, and grabbed a mud-like loach monster. Crushed it with bare hands. Seeing this, Mu Xing cut open Li Hongwei's chest without hesitation, and instantly sensed that a large mass of solidified mud was growing. He grabbed the thing, and pulled it out with all his strength. Several people nearby attacked at the same time, and together they beat the miniature Shadow Demon that had grown to the size of a baby into ashes. The cracks on Li Hongwei's body disappeared quickly, and he rolled his eyes and fainted. Mu Xing picked up the potion on his body, and poured it directly into his wound. The big hole in his chest began to heal rapidly. Everyone be careful, that Shadow Demon can directly materialize the fear in people's hearts into entities. This is a rule power that transcends matter. Olino warned loudly. This is not over yet. Immediately afterwards, Mu Xing felt an even more intense fear coming. Everyone, come closer to me. Mu Xing shouted, and a dazzling dark gold light burst out from his body, forming a circular dark gold barrier with a diameter of 3 meters, wrapping everyone up. The next second, waves of fear rippled out of the giant Shadow Demon's mouth like waves. But at the same time, the three city lords took action at the same time, and began to suppress the Shadow Demon. Chapter 301. The Shadow Demon's shock of fear lasted for nearly 10 seconds before it barely stopped. During the process, a large number of survivors died on the spot, and began to rewind their deaths. Mu Xing put up the dark gold shield in time, and successfully protected everyone from the shock of fear. The Shadow Demon is the most powerful clone of the evil spirit, and is synonymous with fear in the evil spirit's will. Now that the main body has been captured, it begins to control the clone to fight to the death. But the survival system obviously won't let the evil spirit get what it wants. Even without the survival system taking action, just issuing a task, all the survival masters participating in the competition became agitated. Special mission released, Shadow Demon Crisis. Kill Shadow Demon, reward 100 million points. Catch Shadow Demon alive, reward 300 million points. All participants, based on damage score, reward 10,000 to 30 million points. As soon as this mission was released, all survivors went crazy. Even those survivors, who had just resurrected from the survival system, were eager to launch an attack. My god, the reward is so generous. Yu widened her eyes in shock. Li Hongwei, who was still unconscious just now, bounced up from the ground like a spring. What 100 million points reward? Mu Xing shook his head speechlessly. Nothing could stop this guy from pursuing points. Brothers and sisters, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and grab the points. After seeing the message, Li Hongwei was the first to rush out. Others couldn't bear it anymore, and rushed out of the hut. There were quite a few clones transformed by the Shadow Demon in the camp, and a smaller version of the Shadow Demon ran into them head-on. After receiving the task, these survivors were like chicken blood, and these Shadow Demon clones became their tools to brush points. Moreover, he can be resurrected even if he dies, so he is not afraid of casualties. Mu Xing was as calm as ever. After all, he had more than 50 million points in his hand, so he didn't lack this. Where's the madman? He grabbed Li Hongwei, who was rushing to finish off the enemy. I don't know about the madman. I heard from Ava that he went to find his mistress. Mu Xing subconsciously looked at Ava, and he seemed to be in a bad mood. Mu Xing used the observer communicator to contact the madman. How is the situation over there? The shadow demon is here. Are you back after rescuing people? Although there were some setbacks, I managed to make it through. Great, I'm glad you're okay. Where are you? This. What? Didn't you manage? Not only did you not manage, but you were almost beaten by her grandfather, Taoist Qingzhu. Okay, come back first. I have a feeling that the competition is about to end. So soon? The evil spirit is at the end of its rope, but it will definitely fight to the death. Come back and gather first. Okay, I'll be back soon. The madman hung up the call without hesitation. Mu Xing looked at the messy camp, where the masters had already launched an attack on the shadow demon. They couldn't beat the evil spirits, but they were not afraid of the shadow demon. Mu Xing saw many familiar people participating in it. Manshan, Qingzhu Taoist, etc., all participated in the hunting of the shadow demon. At this time, Mu Xing received a farewell letter from Art. They had already set off and embarked on a journey through the void to return home. They left in a hurry, probably because they were worried that the survival system would attack them. Soon, the madman came back, covered in blood. No, what happened to you? Were you abused? No, I just ran into a few shadow demon clones. The madman said calmly. Mu Xing didn't believe that the shadow demon clones could beat him up so much that he was covered in blood. Don't look at me like that. Okay, I tell you the truth, I was originally asking for forgiveness, but I ran into a few blind so-called flower protectors, and I beat them up until they were bleeding. Mu Xing then noticed that the madman had no wounds on his body, and the blood was indeed from others. So what? Have you explained it clearly? The madman shook his head. I have explained it, but she seems to have forgotten me. He let out a long sigh. This is good, I don't have to worry about it anymore, and it can be regarded as a wish come true. Mu Xing patted his shoulder to express sympathy. It's okay, brother, I can lend you my shoulder. Mu Xing patted his shoulder. Get lost, you kid are teasing me too, right? The madman punched Mu Xing on the shoulder. Boom! Just as the two were talking and laughing, a huge explosion was heard from the main battlefield. Ha ha ha, blow you up, blow you up. A crazy old man with a basket on his back jumped out from nowhere and threw bombs at the shadow demon, who was suppressed by the masters. Until the bomb exploded into huge mushroom clouds at close range, everyone hurried away. This guy actually used the nuclear bomb as a normal attack. Many survivors around were affected and cursed. The shadow demon roared, isolated reality, ignoring hundreds of nuclear bombs exploding, and the power of the shadow demon began to distort space, trying to drag everyone into the terrible hell of fear. At this moment, a cold light cut through the twisted space, and the dazzling sword light penetrated the huge head of the shadow demon. The next second, countless sword lights that cut through the dimension tore through the fear hell of the shadow demon, and at the same time cut the shadow demon into countless pieces. All this happened in that instant. Then, the void was torn apart, and a middle-aged fat man with a Mediterranean style in a white sweatshirt, swimming trunks, and flip-flops walked out. With a grab of his right hand, countless streams of light gathered in his hand. I have been fighting a shadow demon for so long, and this batch of newcomers is not very good. The man yawned, as if he had not just chopped the shadow demon. He looked up at the 3 city lords above him. Please, stop playing house, hurry up, Terra City will gather for a meeting at 5 o'clock. Before the 3 city lords had time to speak, he waved his hand. Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. It's almost 3 o'clock, go home and have tea first. The 3 city lords quickly took action and joined forces to seal the half-dead shadow demon and capture it alive. The man shook his head and kicked out. The void in front of him was torn apart, and he stepped into it and disappeared without a trace. This scene shocked all the survivors. Discussions arose. Who is that? So awesome. Is it the Lord of Kowloon City? What Lord of Kowloon City? That person should be from the Terra City Council, at least a Lord level. So strong, why haven't I heard of him before? I heard of him. How can you dare to ask about the news of Terra City? The current Terra City is not the same as the previous Terra City. If you don't have some strength, you can't even enter the gate. And we have so many people in this competition. Have you seen how many real masters of Terra City? They don't even bother to participate. Otherwise, why does the survival competition have the title of Novice Training Camp? TSK, one day, I will go to Terra City to see it. As everyone was discussing, the 3 city lords were obviously a little embarrassed. They looked at each other and stopped holding back. The shadow behind them gradually solidified, and the surrounding void was shaking violently. The bound evil spirit realized that it was time to get serious, and finally couldn't bear it anymore. It suddenly jumped up, twisting its body violently, and was ready to fight. It was like a world-destroying monster born from the black fog, with endless despair, trying to break through the bondage. The three city lords attacked at the same time, and the golden ball, the three-headed Dharma image, and the feathered serpent pillar appeared at the same time. Time, space, energy, matter, all solidified at this moment. "Suppress!" the city lord said in unison, and more chains rushed out, entangled with the evil spirit that soared into the sky. The city lord of Lorenberg drew an endless Klein bottle in the void. Chapter 302. Under the suppression of the survival world, the evil spirit and its body were locked in the three-dimensional real space. The three city lords unraveled the cocoon and grabbed its original consciousness from its body. The endless Klein bottles were the cages they prepared for the evil spirit. Although the evil spirit tried its best to resist, it was ultimately unable to resist the general trend. When the final counterattack was suppressed, the chain tightened and dragged the living sun out of the black vortex. No matter how the evil spirit struggled, it was eventually sucked into the endless Klein bottles bit by bit. As for the huge body of the evil spirit, after the original consciousness was captured, it finally couldn't suppress the conflict and collapse and began to collapse. The black fog fell to the bottom, forming a huge rotten vortex. Although this body contains a huge amount of dark gold energy, it contains too much despair and darkness. Without the suppression of the main consciousness, it mixed with pollution and turned into a tumor. All the survivors retreated wisely and returned to the camp. They knew that everything should end. The survival competition is about to end. All survivors please return to the camp. The countdown starts in 30 minutes. It's finally over. Many people just sat on the ground without any image. And at this moment, in order to prevent the evil spirit's body from collapsing into the abyss, the survival system took action. 8 roots extended over and began to absorb the pure dark gold energy in the vortex. The survivors saw the projections of 5 main cities and 3 secondary cities appear in the void. The dark gold energy extracted by the 8 roots was all gathered in those main cities and secondary cities. Obviously, this energy was prepared for these main cities and secondary cities. As the dark gold energy in the vortex was exhausted, the vortex could no longer be maintained, leaving only the pure filth and despair. Without the blessing of dark gold energy, these despair deposits cannot even form an abyss. TSK, it's really squeezed out. Li Hongwei couldn't help but comment. The goal of the survival system from the beginning is the evil spirit itself. Erosion, siege, hunting, for us it is a big game, for the survival system, it is a hunt. Orina wore a red dress and held a folding fan in her hand. It can be seen that she has gained a lot. We don't need to worry about the follow-up work. I have calculated your rewards and sent them to your mailbox. Ding sound. The team heard the sound of an email being delivered in the survival terminal. Wow, Miss Orina is so generous, so many points. Li Hongwei exclaimed. Mu Xing also opened her survival terminal and saw nearly 30 million points sent by Orina. This is a 50-50 split. Mu Xing didn't expect that she would make so much in just a few days. This is the net income after deducting all investments. If only gross profit is counted, the total income is estimated to be over 100 million. After paying teammates' salaries and excluding losses, the income of just the two of them is 60 million. Mu Xing looked up at the leaderboard above his head, and his points reached 80 million. However, he was no longer the first on the leaderboard. The first place had nearly 600 million points, and the second place was hovering around 500 million. His 80 million was already outside the top 30. Apparently, many people got a huge amount of points in the final hunt. Some people focused on exploration, and when the points were settled, their points soared to hundreds of millions. Although Mu Xing had been mentally prepared for this result, he still couldn't help but sigh that there are always people who are better than you. Mu Xing glanced at the madman's points, and he also quietly collected nearly 20 million points. In other words, the points of the two added up to more than 100 million. At this time, Li Hongwei was showing off his 5 million points everywhere. I am very happy to cooperate with you all. This cooperation is very pleasant. I will see you again in the future. O'Connell began to say goodbye to everyone, with a smile on his face. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with the benefits this time. The competition is over, and I should withdraw. Take care of yourself. Bruce carried his great sword and said goodbye to everyone. He looked at Mu Xing and said, I'm optimistic about you. I hope we can have a chance to cooperate in the future. Mu Xing nodded and said nothing more. The Loki couple, Si Shui Lunyan, bowed to them and said, the mountains remain unchanged, the water flows forever, we meet again. After that, they turned into a long black and white rainbow and disappeared. Sister, we should go back too. Ava pulled Orina's arm and pouted, obviously still angry with the madman. I know, you go back to the battle group first, I'll be back soon. Ava looked at the madman. Huh, don't you have anything to explain to me? No. The madman had no expression on his face, as cold as a stone. Ah, I'm so angry, I won't talk to you anymore. Ava stamped her feet in anger, snorted twice, and saw that the madman didn't move, so she rode away on the unicorn. Olina walked in front of the madman, and Mu Xing compared with the angry Ava. She didn't have much emotional change. Took out a booklet, and handed it to the madman. What for? It contains information about the nightmare battlefield, which may be useful to you. How do you know? The madman frowned. I can tell the date. The madman hesitated, and Mu Xing took it for him. Thank you, Miss Orina. Olina smiled. Xiuyue, it's a pleasure to cooperate with you this time. We should cooperate more in the future. As she spoke, she handed over a business card. What is this? My new office in Longhua. Miss Orina, have you started to do business in Longhua? Olina said, Mr. Xiuyue made me feel that it is necessary to invest in Longhua. I hope we can have more exchanges in the future. Mu Xing nodded, and took the business card with an address on it. Finally, Orina looked at the madman and put one hand on his cheek. You must come back alive. As she spoke, she moved the survival terminal in her hand close to the madman's survival terminal. Mu Xing saw that the madman's 20 million points soared directly to 50 million points. Hey, Orina. Even if Ava and I borrowed it from you. The madman's expression changed several times. Before he could return, Orina suddenly approached, left a red lip print on his face, and quickly floated away. Hey! The madman looked at the extra points on his wrist terminal, feeling very complicated. Mu Xing put a hand on the madman's shoulder. Actually, I think Miss Orina is pretty good, at least she is good to you. Why don't you just accept her? The madman glared. What are you talking about? I lend her this money, and I pay it back later. Mu Xing sighed. But it's easy to pay off a debt of money, but it's hard to pay off a debt of love. The madman didn't say anything, indicating that he didn't want to argue about this topic with Mu Xing. Next to him, Yu came over. Bailey, what about forming a team? Plan it carefully after you go back. I explained in advance that we must make 3 rules. Yu nodded and smiled for the first time. As for Li Hongwei, he was still immersed in this great harvest. Big brother Xiuyue, can I hang out with you guys in the future? Seeing the others leave one by one, he hurried over and asked. Mu Xing glanced at him. Practice more. I don't want to carry a burden with me every day. No, Blood Moon boss, just take me in. Sure, as long as you beat my triangle head, I let you join the team. 3 minutes later, Li Hongwei, who was beaten black and blue, walked out of the inner world space. Boss, you're right. I still need to practice more, but I won't give up. Chapter 303. As the countdown began to return to 0, transparent beams of light fell. This means that the survival system has completely taken control of this world. This competition is not an ordinary survival world, so there is no score calculation and item selection. All the buffs of the items purchased in the Blood Network system and the Dark Gold enhancement are cleared. The light column continued to rise, and Mu Xing turned into a stream of light. He seemed to see the observer tower moving forward in the void. He saw the chaos rolling in the surrounding void. The huge roots of the survival system also began to shrink. The surrounding starlight suddenly stretched backwards. When Mu Xing opened his eyes again, they had returned to the huge circular platform. Here, they could stay for another hour to spend the points they had earned from this competition. Returning to the platform meant that they were safe and returned to the territory of the survival system. Next to them, Li Hongwei, Yu, and Crazy arrived almost at the same time. Mu Xing couldn't wait to open the points mall and quickly browse the products in the mall. It must be said that the value of these points is quite strong. The various purple weapons have different grades, and their values range from hundreds of thousands of points to millions of points. Mu Xing and Crazy can buy a lot of purple weapons with more than 100 million points. But this is not their goal. Instead, they are looking for more advanced props. First of all, resurrection props must be indispensable, which is also their main goal in participating in this competition. The cheapest one is a prop called Resurrection Stone, which costs 1 million points per piece and can be used to revive once. Phoenix Tail Feather, 5 million points per feather. It can be reborn 3 times, and each rebirth can permanently increase the original attributes by 10%. Although it is expensive, the effect is outstanding. Resurrection Cross, 8 million points, can be used 5 times, and each rebirth will restore to the peak state. Resurrection Angel, 20 million points, can be used 10 times, and resurrection is not affected by instant death effects. In addition to these props, there are also some bloodlines that can be resurrected. For example, the special vampire bloodline that can be reborn by dripping blood, the subhuman bloodline that can be resurrected with broken limbs, and the more advanced ones include the rebirth phoenix bloodline, the time bloodline in Edge of Tomorrow, etc. Of course, the price is also rising. Bloodlines are permanent increases. The lowest level of these revived bloodlines is more than 50 million. Mu Xing even counted the high-level bloodlines to 11 digits. Moreover, bloodlines are prone to conflict. Unless they are bloodlines with similar attributes, you could only wash away the original bloodline before using the new bloodline. Mu Xing took a look at the low-level bloodline cleaning props and felt a little dizzy. It is worth 10 million points. It can only clean the lowest level bloodline. Mu Xing thought that holding 100 million points was already considered a rich man, but flipping through 2 pages of the points mall, these 100 million points are nothing. No wonder survivors always like to form battle groups. Battle groups can collect member points to buy those powerful props at sky-high prices. Finally, Mu Xing in crazy disgust and bought 2 phoenix tail feathers and a resurrection cross. They also bought 10 basic resurrection stones. 21 resurrection opportunities. If these 21 resurrections cannot complete the clearance, it is meaningless to buy more resurrection opportunities. Then, there are weapons and props. Mu Xing searched for the God Seal, but he didn't find any items related to the God Seal in the mall. Then he searched for the Observer, and this time he found a lot of good stuff. Observer's Eye, a replica of the Observer Oris, without the ability to create, but retains the ability to observe space. Worth 20 million points. Observer's Memory Book, an ancient book that records the memory of a certain observer, and perhaps the observer's dimensional secret can be found in it. Worth 30 million points. Observer's Tower Basic Framework, the basic framework for building the Observer's Tower, which cannot be used by non-observers, worth 50 million points. Mu Xing immediately fell in love with the basic frame of the Observer Tower. Although it was expensive, it could save him a lot of trouble. He had read Art's ancient book. The most basic and tedious part of building the Observer Tower was to build the frame. It required collecting various materials, spending a lot of time, and finding the most suitable frame structure for oneself. Haven't you seen that Wei Gu worked hard for so many years, but he only built 2 or 3 floors of the Observer Tower. Mu Xing only needed to spend points to buy it, which could save a lot of time and troublesome and tedious construction process. Of course, he took it without hesitation. Looking at the 80 million points in his account, only 30 million points were left in an instant, and Mu Xing sighed that it was not easy to make money, but he spent money like water. He moved closer to the madman, and saw that he was hesitating between 2 different interfaces. Mu Xing glanced at the props he had taken a fancy to. Chaos Blade Fragment Legend. The Chaos Blade Fragment of the God of War Kratos, integrated into the Chain Blade weapon, can greatly enhance the power of the Chain Blade weapon. It can also be gradually repaired by feeding the weapon. Worth 30 million credits. Sparta God War Mark Incomplete. The incomplete God War Mark of the God of War Kratos, which contains the power of the God of War, is incomplete. Worth 50 million credits. The madman has spent 23 million of the 50 million credits to buy resurrection items, and the remaining 27 million doesn't seem to be enough. He gritted his teeth. Lend me 3 million, I buy the Chaos Blade Fragment. Mu Xing shook his head. The Chaos Blade Fragment is not worth buying now. Repairing it requires a lot of high-level weapons, or even purple weapons to feed it. I still have 30 million points, I give you 23 million, just by the battle pattern. The madman frowned. You gave me all the points. Where are the things you want to buy? Ordinary props don't mean much to me, the improvement is limited, and the props I like, you and I can't afford it even if we add up our points. Okay, I lend it to you. The madman stopped being hypocritical, and accepted the points transferred by Mu Xing, gathered 50 million points, and directly took the incomplete battle pattern. Although it was only incomplete, it was also a god's battle pattern. If he wanted to evolve the Spartan battle pattern on his body, he needed a trigger. The 2 of them spent a lot of money on shopping, and their points were instantly depleted. Mu Xing had only more than 7 million points left. Use the rest to buy purple weapons, Mu Xing suggested. In the end, the madman replaced a set of top-level purple weapon chain blades, one for 1.5 million, and the whole set for 3 million. Mu Xing also chose a weapon, the Dim Moonlight Greatsword. The Dim Moonlight Greatsword Pseudo-Legend, a legendary weapon circulated in the name of the White Dragon Sith, which can gather moonlight and release a torrent of moonlight when charged. Note: because of years of fighting, the moonlight has become dim. Absorbing enough moonlight and magic power can gradually restore the power of the Moonlight Great Sword. This magic sword from the background of the Dark Soul world has good magic damage, and can be used for both close combat and long-range attack. The price of 4 million points is far higher than the price of top-level purple weapons, and it is one level lower than the cheapest legendary weapons. Mu Xing is interested in its growth potential. By absorbing enough moonlight and magic power, the dim Moonlight Sword can evolve into a normal Moonlight Sword. Mu Xing has seen the price of the genuine Moonlight Sword, 10 million points. In comparison, the dim Moonlight Sword is cheap and affordable. And the most important point is that Mu Xing bought it to use it as a carrier of dark gold energy. The dark gold energy in his body cannot be used directly for attack, it needs a carrier to undertake the attack task. And the Moonlight Sword is the carrier selected by Mu Xing. Chapter 304. After exiting the mall, the two spent almost all their points. Even the remaining tens of thousands of points were exchanged for various consumables. This time the harvest is good, and it is worthy of the status of a survival competition. Mu Xing was very satisfied anyway, and the points he gained were secondary. This time, his various gains in the survival competition were the big ones, including the evolution of the Divine Seal, the evolution of the Triangle Head, the Dark Gold Cell, the Ancient Book of Time, and the friendship of several observers. It can be said that this survival competition directly raised Mu Xing's potential to the level of a true veteran, and his future is definitely promising. At this time, outside the huge platform, the shadows of the 5 large survivors' gathering places became more and more solid. After absorbing the dark gold power of the evil spirits, they began to evolve. After this round of evolution, they will become the real main city. Mu Xing looked up at the Terra city standing in the void, and the huge torch burned more vigorously. He heard from Arena that the origin of the evil spirits will be transformed and integrated into the Terra city, allowing the Terra city to reach the multi-level. It will become an eternal starlight to guide the survivors. No matter where they are, they can look up and see the star representing Terra city, so they won't get lost in the void. Crazy, when you pass the Nightmare Battlefield test, you should be able to enter Terra city, right? Crazy nodded. Although the entry conditions have been raised again with the evolution of Terra city, if I pass the Nightmare Battlefield, I will regain the right to return to Terra city. By the way, Madman, besides becoming a guardian, is there any other way to enter Terra city? Mu Xing asked. He was very curious about Terra city. You can apply for the entry assessment task from the system. As long as you pass it, you will have the opportunity to enter the outer city of Terra city. Outer city? I forgot to tell you that Terra city is divided into inner and outer cities. Only the real core masters are qualified to enter the inner city, such as the Cantonese master who killed the shadow demon with one sword before. For some reason, when Mu Xing thought of the man's outrageous dress, the filter of Terra city's majestic image in his mind was shattered. The madman said, "Don't worry, as the main city is improved, the main cities will regularly launch promotion activities in the future. If you participate in the promotion activities, you will also have the opportunity to enter Terra city." Mu Xing stared at the city. What are the benefits there? Why is everyone trying so hard to get in? There are so many benefits. There is a real spiritual time house for practice, an official store selling various high-end treasures, and even challenge dungeons and special survival worlds to choose from. As long as you enter Terra city, you can quickly widen the gap with ordinary survivors. Mu Xing was puzzled. Why not open it to everyone? Wouldn't it be possible to cultivate a large number of high-level survivors? The madman shook his head. One is for balance, and the other is for selection. In fact, the survival system was originally based on the human wave tactic, but it turned out that 10,000 mediocre people were not as good as a true genius, and a lot of resources were wasted. So now the survival system is based on the elite selection mode, and the effect is immediately reflected. Mu Xing nodded in understanding, and his expectations for Terra city became even greater. After waiting for about half an hour, the portal on the platform began to light up, and the survivors could return to their respective main cities through the portal. Mu Xing and his friends chose the Kowloon City portal, stepped into the light circle, and returned to the Kowloon City portal hall. Finally back. Li Hongwei couldn't suppress his excitement, and wanted to shout out loud. Outside the portal hall, it was already crowded with survivors, who were watching the excitement. The annual survival competition ended today, and many people were waiting here eagerly. However, Kowloon City did not give the returnees too much time. Soon, an announcement from Kowloon City came from the radio. Announcement: all survivors are requested to leave the space belonging to Kowloon City within 1 hour. Kowloon City is about to enter the main city upgrade program. The estimated time is 3 days. The loud broadcast was broadcast 3 times in a row, and the originally crowded teleportation hall quickly dispersed. Everyone hurried out of the city. Let's go too. Mu Xing and the madman looked at each other, stepped on the flying skateboard, and began to evacuate out of the city. At the same time, Mu Xing received a reminder from the survival system. The survival competition has ended, and the survivor Mu Xing has been given 15 days of rest time. The new survival world will be opened after 15 days. Crazy, did you receive the message? Yes, 15 days of rest time, after which I will be directly teleported to the nightmare battlefield. Then you have to take advantage of these 15 days to complete the talent space trial. Mu Xing said. Don't worry, I'm fully prepared this time. As long as the Spartan talent is fully evolved, it can be integrated with the incomplete divine pattern, and the combat power will be further improved. It will be much easier to enter the nightmare battlefield again. The madman's tone of voice was much more relaxed. Suddenly, the madman stopped. What's wrong? Mu Xing also looked up and saw a familiar green light passing through the sky. On the flying sword, there were 2 people standing in front and behind. The one in front of him was Taoist Qingzhu, and behind him, a woman stood gracefully, her hair fluttering in the wind, and she didn't seem to notice the madman below. Don't look, let's go! Mu Xing patted his shoulder, and the skateboard under his feet suddenly accelerated. The madman came to his senses and caught up with Mu Xing. Outside Kowloon City, Li Hongwei said goodbye to Mu Xing and the others with a reluctant look on his face. Take care, the 2 big guys, I will never forget your kindness, and when I catch up with you, I will repay you with a spring of water. After the competition, Mu Xing did not take Li Hongwei's 30% of the profit, and immediately moved this guy to tears. He wanted to be a servant in Mu Xing's house, and promised to marry him. Okay, stop talking nonsense. I made a promise to Yi Fei. If he finds a team contract, I am willing to team up with him. Now I also make a promise to you. If you can get a battle group contract, I can reserve a position for you. When Li Hongwei heard Mu Xing's big promise, his blood boiled. Blood moon is generous. Wait for my good news. Looking at Li Hongwei leaving, Yi was puzzled. Is such a burden worth winning over? Mu Xing said calmly, my standard for selecting people is only strength, and character is more important. Although Li Hongwei is a little weak, he is obedient. That's it? Yi was a little indignant. It was obvious that she was not the kind of person who would listen to others. Of course, if we organize a battle group in the future, Miss Yi will definitely have a seat. Please don't despise me when the time comes. Yi raised her head with some pride. I think about it. The madman on the side said unhappily, why did you bring her in? Why? Do you look down on me? It has nothing to do with looking down on me or looking up to me. I just think it's inappropriate. What's inappropriate? I want to come in. What do you care about me? No, are you unreasonable? We agreed to just cooperate, and you're still relying on it. I don't care, or you bite me. Madman, eh? As for Mu Xing, seeing the 2 quarreling, he quickly ran away with the bucket. Hey, stop right there. Chapter 305. On the way back home, Mu Xing received a product email from the survival system. The basic frame of the observer tower, and a slightly dim moonlight sword. At this moment, Mu Xing frowned. Crazy, find a place to park. What's wrong? The madman who was driving slowed down quickly, looking puzzled. The evil spirit is coming. What's coming? While the madman was wondering, Mu Xing jumped out of the car and rushed into the woods next to the highway. He took out the shadow of Alessa and summoned the other world immediately. At the same time, he let the seal release the death space. The madman stopped the car, put it into the storage space, and hurriedly chased after it. Before he got close, he heard Mu Xing's voice. Stay away from me, keep a distance of 1 kilometer. As soon as the voice fell, the madman saw the sky suddenly change color, and the sky within a radius of several kilometers quickly dimmed and suddenly turned into a miniature evil spirit vortex. How is it possible? The madman's face changed, and he sensed the breath of the evil spirit. The next second, a palm-sized hole was torn in the void dimension. A palm-sized golden sun fell, and rushed towards Mu Xing like a meteor. And Mu Xing seemed to have been prepared, and directly sacrificed the box of flawlows that sealed the evil spirit's clone. This is the only clone of the evil spirit that has been sealed, or in other words, it is the only clone that the evil spirit chose to keep. Under the strong siege of the survival system, and the suppression of the 3 city lords, the evil spirit knew that it would definitely lose, so it chose to keep this last seed. Mu Xing had anticipated the evil spirit's plan, so he made arrangements in advance. Before, in the camp and in Kowloon City, the evil spirit did not dare to act rashly. Now that the overall situation has been determined, it uses the true spirit in the clone as an anchor to attract the last bit of its own essence. When the golden sun fell into the two-layer space supported by Mu Xing, the evil spirit in the box of fluoros was no longer installed. A smiling face appeared, revealing a cold and complacent expression. Blood Moon, thank you for bringing me out. As a reward, I will use your body well, and become a chess piece to penetrate the core of the survival system. One day, I will take back everything I lost. The illusory face grinned, as if it had seen Mu Xing's panicked expression. Because Mu Xing's inner world and death space could not stop him. However, facing the evil spirit's smugness, Mu Xing had a blank expression on his face. Not only was he not afraid, but he also had a hint of expectation. The evil spirit instinctively sensed something was wrong and wanted to escape instantly. Want to run? It's too late, I'm waiting for you. Mu Xing raised the corners of his mouth, put his hands together, and then slowly opened them. There was a mark on each of his hands. There are jumping strings of the world between the two marks. The evil spirit's face suddenly changed. Tricks art, it's you. That's right, what Mu Xing released at this time was the dimensional seal that the two observers had engraved in his hands. This was specially made for the evil spirit. The golden sun wanted to escape, but was pulled by the open box of fluoros, because it contained the last bit of the evil spirit's true spirit. The true spirit now became a rope that bound the origin, preventing the golden sun from escaping. The evil spirit shouted anxiously, Blood Moon, let me go, I can promise that I will never bother you again. Mu Xing sneered, are you kidding me? You want to take over my body? The evil spirit's face changed from begging to fury. Blood Moon, you want to seal me with just an observer who has not yet entered the door? You want to seal me with just this broken box? This is absolutely impossible. You can only use the seal of the traitor tricks once. As long as I get out of trouble, you will be dead. It cursed and threatened. However, Mu Xing was unmoved. The evil spirit dog rushed towards Mu Xing, but was blocked by the simple barrier formed by the dark gold energy on Mu Xing's body. Impossible, how can you, a human, use dark gold energy? The evil spirit was completely panicked. Mu Xing was too lazy to talk nonsense with the evil spirit, grabbed the non-existent line, and whispered, come back to me. The little sun that wanted to escape was pulled over and merged with the true spirit. The evil spirit thought Mu Xing would seal him into the box, but it saw Mu Xing took out a cat. A golden tabby cat with short arms and legs, a big head and a round body. It felt bad and rushed into the box of fluoros regardless of everything. It would rather be sealed in the box than be sealed in a cat. Once sealed in the flesh, there is really no way to heaven or earth. Not to mention a cat, and this cat obviously has no self-awareness, it is purely a container prepared for it. However, when the evil spirit rushed into the box exploded directly. It just fell into Mu Xing's dimensional seal. He pulled the evil spirit's true spirit and origin and projected it into the cat's body. No! The evil spirit screamed, and the true spirit and origin sank into the cat's body. At the same time, the dimensional seal was completely solidified on the cat's body, turning into stripes. Meow! The chubby cat suddenly opened his eyes, and the golden sun in his pupils quickly disappeared. Blood Moon, I fight you. The evil spirit roared, but the sound turned into a cat's meow. The caterpillar-like fat body jumped several 10 centimeters, and its head hit Mu Xing's knee. Ouch, it hurts. Mu Xing squatted down with a smile, grabbed the cat with both hands and lifted it up. The next second, the evil spirit ejected its claws, trying to give Mu Xing a surprise attack. However, don't scratch it, I trimmed the claws in advance. Mu Xing shook the pliers in his hand proudly. Meow meow meow. The evil spirit protested wildly, and the cat punched it, but it had no killing power at all. Its eyes lit up with golden light, trying to release the power in its body. However, the stripes on its body quickly tightened, and all the power was completely sealed into the body. When Mu Xing scattered into the inner world and the dead space, the rules of the real world suppressed it, and the fat cat was confused and fell straight to the ground. Is it going to be a disaster? Mu Xing ran over to pick up the evil spirit, and found that his breathing and heartbeat were normal, so he breathed a sigh of relief. In the distance, after seeing that Mu Xing seemed to be fine, the madman hurried over. How is it? Are you okay? Don't worry, it's done, no worries. The madman pointed at the hard cat in Mu Xing's hand. What's wrong with the sugar bean? Wait, it's not the sugar bean this breath. It's the evil spirit. Mu Xing didn't hide anything and told him everything about the previous sealing of the evil spirit's clone and a little real spirit, as well as the backup plan he had prepared. The madman was also confused for a while before he came to his senses. So, this hard cat is the evil spirit. I just lured you into a trap, but I didn't expect it to really come. I simply used the same trick to complete the seal. Will there be any danger? Don't worry, its fighting power at this time is not as good as that of sugar beans. Why is it hard? It should be undergoing the beating and transformation of the rules of reality. Here, it is like a dragon coiling up for me and a tiger lying down for me. It should recover soon. As he was talking, the fat cat in his hand suddenly opened its eyes and bit towards Mu Xing. Half an hour later, on the co-pilot, in front of the windshield, the striped fat cat stared at Mu Xing with a face full of resentment, and the tooth that had just been knocked out lay next to it. Chapter 306. It was already noon when I got home. Before I even entered the house, I saw a familiar figure waiting at the door. I saw Mu Xing in the passenger seat and waved to him. Fatty, why are you here? Mu Xing was surprised. Yes, it was none other than Fatty, who I hadn't seen for a long time. Oh, my dear uncle, you are finally back. Did you know that I have been squatting at the door for 3 days? Didn't you say you would be back in the next few days? Sorry, I was delayed abroad and my phone was stolen, so I couldn't contact you. At this time, the madman got out of the car holding the evil spirit by the scruff of the neck. Who is this? Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is my overseas partner Bailey. This time I returned to China to investigate the domestic investment environment. Hello, my name is Bailey. Bailey was serious, but he still tried to force a smile and stretched out his hand to the fat man. Hello, since you are Mu Xing's friend, you are my friend. Just call me by my nickname Fatty. Mu Xing looked at the madman. You are welcome now. Don't be polite. The madman nodded to the fat man, then opened the door and entered the house with the evil spirit. It was not until the madman entered that the fat man could not help but praise him. Wow, Lao Mu, your friend is so cool. Is he a sea turtle? I guess so. Mu Xing looked at him. Tell me, what's the matter with you looking for me so urgently? After several months of preparation, decoration, running relationships, and recruiting, the company has finally been successfully opened. You are so good, you are just a hands-off boss every day. Although our company is small, you should at least go to the company to take a look. Mu Xing touched his nose. Isn't it too busy? Well, how about I go there in the afternoon? By the way, I can deposit the subsequent investment funds into the company account. You guy. The fat man couldn't help shaking his head. Do you think I'm here to ask you for money? Many documents of the company need your signature. After all, we are partners. Oh, don't be angry. I promise that I will be in China for nearly half a month. Really? The fat man was skeptical. I swear. That's more like it. Then the fat man pointed at the madman in the room. You haven't eaten lunch yet? Call your partner. I host a party for you to welcome you. Forget about lunch. You can reserve a place in the evening. We clean up the house and see you in the evening. The fat man stopped struggling and returned to the car. Okay, I won't bother you for now. See you in the evening. Mu Xing patted his car window. Remember to bring sister-in-law and Cece. Got it. Mu Xing didn't come back to his senses until the fat man's car drove away. He turned around and saw that the striped fat cat had climbed onto the eaves of the second floor, and the madman was standing on the balcony looking up at it. Don't come over here, believe it or not. I will jump down from here and kill myself. At this time, the evil spirit actually spoke human language, and it was obvious that it had mastered the rules of controlling the vocal cords of cats. Mu Xing glanced at the fat cat. Madman, don't worry about it. Let it jump if it wants to. The seal has been completely solidified. It thinks that it can get rid of the physical seal by committing suicide, which is impossible. This is the real world. If you kill this body, the soul and consciousness will also dissipate. Hearing this, the madman put his hands in his pockets and turned away, not bothering to care about it. This time, the evil spirit was completely helpless, and he shouted, Blood Moon, you cheated me. Then try it yourself. Mu Xing was too lazy to argue with the evil spirit, and responded that it could not make any waves, so he released Alessa and Tongdo from the original beehive. Meow meow meow. Tongdo was so suffocated that he ran around the yard 3 times as soon as he was released. Then she started to pull at Mu Xing's trouser legs, acting cute and coquettish. Alessa, who was standing next to her, seemed to have had a good nap, stretching and yawning. Then she noticed the striped fat cat on the second floor. Why is there another jelly bean? It's not a jelly bean, it's an evil spirit. Alessa subconsciously covered her mouth, with a vigilant look in her eyes. Don't worry, It's a cat now. It doesn't pose any threat. On the eaves, the evil spirit couldn't move forward or backward. If he retreated, he would lose face. But if he really jumped down, what if he fell to his death? Just as he was struggling, he suddenly slipped and his big head hit the ground. I'm going to die, save me. Finally, the evil spirit still compromised with reality, and sent out a call for help. Mu Xing took a step forward and grabbed the evil spirit's hind legs the moment it landed. Dish. Mu Xing left a word and threw it on the ground. The evil spirit was panting and furious. But soon it calmed down and realized that it had no chance of winning a head-on confrontation with Mu Xing. After Mu Xing returned to the house, it looked around and locked onto the sugar bean next to it, which was being teased by Alessa with a cat teaser and was spinning rapidly. Hee, a strong fortress is often breached from the inside, and I will start to corrupt this stupid cat. Here, it seems that Tondo noticed that a cat that looks very similar to him suddenly appeared in the house, and his fur stood up. Seeing Tondo approaching curiously, the evil spirit felt proud. Come closer, and watch me corrupt the evil spirit. However, 10 seconds passed. There was nothing wrong with the Tondo in front of him, and his corruption had no effect on it. My power. Damn. Why did it disappear? The evil spirit looked at his cat paws, and felt like the sky was falling. Tondo felt provoked, so he meowed and punched the evil spirit. The evil spirit was heartbroken, and wanted to resist, but was beaten even harder. Who would have thought that he would be beaten by a cat after living for countless years? And I don't know if it's because his body is a clone, so he is naturally restrained by the fat cat in front of him. Tondo meowed, and he felt powerless and unable to resist. 3 minutes later, the evil spirit, who had no desire to live, could only accept the reality of becoming Tondo's younger brother, and was forced to accept licking his fur. Now I have 2 cats. The happiest one was Alessa, holding a cat in each hand, and she seemed to have become the boss of the 3 little ones. Be patient, I am an evil spirit who has lived for countless years. This setback is nothing. I will accumulate strength secretly, and one day I will succeed in revenge on that kid. The evil spirit calmed down, and swore secretly in his heart. At the same time, the madman who was cooking in the kitchen suddenly said, Aren't you afraid that the evil spirit will take revenge on you? It won't let it go. I know that this guy must have secretly sworn behind my back how to deal with me, but I have also prepared a transformation plan. Mu Xing, who was washing vegetables, said calmly. The madman turned his head. What do you want to do by keeping this evil spirit around you? It's an evil spirit. If you raise it well, it may become a good fighter. At least it has this potential. Be careful not to get attacked back. Don't worry, once I become an observer, it will never escape my grasp again. Mu Xing clenched his fist with confidence. By the way, I forgot to tell you that there is a package for you in the room. It looks like it was sent by Yifei. It's at the door. I brought it in for you. Yifei boy? Mu Xing hurried to the living room. Chapter 307. Mu Xing picked up the package, and it was indeed sent by Yifei. After opening it, there was a letter, and a challenge invitation. Crazy, what is this special copy challenge invitation? The sound of hot oil pouring into the pan came from the kitchen. Ah, special copy challenge invitation? What color is it? Blue. Oh, it's actually some small world challenge tickets split by the survival system, such as a level, a small copy, etc. The challenges are divided into 3 categories: puzzle, battle, and exploration. Completing the challenges can get you some special props unique to the world. If you are lucky, you can also get purple weapons and legendary props. But the one you have is only blue, with a 20% chance of getting a purple weapon and a 1% chance of getting a legendary. If it is a purple invitation, the probability of getting a purple weapon is 30%, and the probability of getting a legendary is about 3%. Mu Xing put the invitation aside, and opened the letter sent by Yifei. The general meaning is that he wants Mu Xing to lead him through the dungeon, so he sent the challenge invitation in advance. This kid. Mu Xing shook his head. It would be a bit unreasonable not to help. He directly found Yifei's phone and called him. But the other end said that the number was invalid. He forgot that Yifei had dropped out of school in Toronto, and in order to prevent the Iron Legion from hunting him down, he had directly cancelled his number. Mu Xing changed to Yiling's number and called. The other end quickly answered directly. Yiling? It's me, looking for Yifei. Oh, wait a minute. Yiling was still as shy as ever, and soon, an excited voice came from the side. Wow, brother, I missed you so much. You finally called me back. Mu Xing subconsciously moved away from the receiver and waited for the boy to vent before moving closer. How is the situation over there? Hee hee, brother, believe me, I am different now, and have become stronger. So what's the meaning of sending me that invitation letter? Brother, you received it. That's great. I got it with great difficulty. I heard there is a chance to get a purple weapon. Please take it with me. Mu Xing sighed. If he had known, he would have saved some points to buy a purple weapon for this boy. The main reason was that the exchange time was too tight, so I forgot about this guy. When? Mu Xing asked. Brother, when do you think you have time? I'm fine. Then come to me tomorrow. Ah, so soon. Just tell me if you're coming. Come on, brother, wait for me, I go book the ticket. Then, Yi Fei's voice rummaging through boxes came from the other side. After the call, the madman just brought out a plate of fragrant pepper-fried pork from the kitchen. Alessa, who was playing with the cat outside the door, was also attracted by the aroma, and came to the table eagerly. I'm not hungry, I'm not hungry. The striped fat cat, the incarnation of the evil spirit, tried hard to resist the desire of the body. But the stomach growled uncontrollably. It was not until the madman cooked a few dishes that Mu Xing finally understood why he was liked by so many women. His cooking skills alone were enough to make him explode. Gosh, madman, your cooking skills are 5-star, right? I haven't cooked for a long time, I'm not good at it. The madman took off his apron and wiped his hands. Mu Xing couldn't help but marvel at the madman's hidden talent. Tondo began to rub his trouser legs, obviously hungry. Mu Xing quickly poured cat food for it, and opened the can. Do you want it? Mu Xing pointed at the cat can that had just been opened. I won't eat cat food. As he said that, he jumped onto the table, and was about to start eating the food on the table, but was slapped under the table by Mu Xing. You are unruly. Who told you to climb on the table? You. I'm going to fight you. The evil spirit paused for a moment, and rushed forward with a meow to fight Mu Xing. But before he got close, he was stopped by Tang Do, and was beaten up. Meow. Tang Do pointed at the cans in the cat bowl, and the meaning was very clear, follow it. I bear it. Wait until this body is full of energy, then make another plan. The evil spirit calmed down, and continued its plan of sleeping on straw and tasting gall. In the evening, Mu Xing arrived at the company early, and he didn't expect the fat man to be so reliable. The small company was well organized, and the office had already hired more than a dozen people. Oh, my big boss is doing a good job. Seeing Mu Xing, the fat man rushed over. You are finally here, you are the big boss, welcome to inspect our company. Forget about the inspection, professional matters should be left to professionals, I am here to eat. The fat man looked at the time and slapped his head. Why is it almost 5 o'clock? Let's go. As he said that, he pulled Mu Xing out, took Mu Xing on a quick tour, introduced employees, signed contracts, and after a set of procedures, it was getting dark outside. Where's my sister-in-law? She's already waiting for us at the hotel. Now Fatty's life is thriving, and he walks with a breeze. Dinner was a great experience, and Fatty did not hide his excitement, and he never stopped talking from beginning to end. Mu Xing just responded or listened quietly. When leaving, Fatty was reluctant to leave, and talked to Mu Xing for a long time. Thinking back to a few months ago, they were just ordinary workers, and everything changed in the blink of an eye, and it seemed that everything was getting better and better. But the more this happened, the more confused Mu Xing felt. Does it feel unreal? The madman next to him suddenly said. Yes, it's more than unreal, it feels like a sudden change of life. The madman said, have you ever thought about the real purpose of the survival system? I have, but I can't figure it out. It seems that every world we go to is terrible, but only the real world is still peaceful. Although there are occasional frictions here, it's harmless. So do you think those worlds are parallel worlds, or a possibility of world development? What do you want to say? Mu Xing turned his head and looked at the madman. The madman sighed. I don't know why, but I have a hunch that the survival world trains so many survivors and throws them into various worlds to survive in order to deal with an ultimate catastrophe that we can hardly resist. You mean that at some point in time, we will face a destruction? This possibility cannot be ruled out, otherwise the survival system would not have to train us so much. As he spoke, the madman looked at the street scenes that kept passing by. Maybe I can find something in the nightmare battlefield this time. In any case, we must become stronger as soon as possible. Mu Xing felt the urgency from the madman. His sixth sense was always very accurate. He patted the madman on the shoulder. Don't be too nervous, maybe you are right, but I think we should still have time, otherwise the survival system would have increased its strength and strengthened us desperately. The madman breathed a sigh of relief. I hope so. By the way, do you want my help in challenging the dungeon tomorrow? he suddenly said. No, it's just a small dungeon. I will take them and the siblings easily. If you have nothing to do, go out and relax. Mu Xing felt that the madman was just pretending to be relaxed on the surface. In fact, the influence of personality fusion had not completely dissipated. Chapter 308. Early in the morning of the next day, Mu Xing heard the sound of a horn outside the yard before he opened his eyes. Then he saw a nimble figure jumping off the large displacement jeep. Then he took out a lot of bags from the trunk and piled them at the door, then respectfully opened the back door and welcomed Yiling out of the car. Yiling was dressed fashionably and wearing sunglasses. Brother, are you sure this is the place? Mu Xing went downstairs and looked at the exaggerated brother and sister in silence. What are you two doing? Ah, big brother, long time no see. The young man waved vigorously, carrying large and small bags and moving into the yard. Are you moving? Hee, just some local products. You can't come to big brother's house empty-handed, right? Mu Xing's mental power swept over the brother and sister in front of him, and their strength has indeed improved. Big brother Shueyue? Yiling greeted shyly. Mu Xing nodded. You must have worked hard all the way. Don't stand outside. Go inside and rest first. Yi Fei was so anxious that all the bags on his body fell to the ground. Sister, help me. Mu Xing was also extremely speechless, and walked over to help the boy pick up things. There were food and drinks in the bag, and Mu Xing suspected that he had moved someone's warehouse here. At this time, Alessa, wearing fluffy cute pajamas, stood at the door with sleepy eyes, holding sugar beans in one hand. Aw, such a cute little sister, brother. Is this your sister? Yi Fei put down the things, and was about to reach out to pinch her face, but before he got close, he was bounced away fiercely. Ouch. You deserve it, you're so naughty. Yiling took off his sunglasses and raised his middle finger to his brother, who fell into the yard. Apparently, after the two Alessas merged, she was able to use some mental power in the real world. Mu Xing looked at Alessa in confusion. What's wrong? My clothes were thrown into the washing machine, and I don't have any other clothes. Mu Xing slapped his head. He actually forgot to buy clothes for Alessa. He grabbed with his right hand, and the new God Seal emerged. The new God Seal merged with Horus can manipulate matter and create some daily necessities. Soon a set of clothes was printed out. Alessa was satisfied and returned to the room with the clothes. At the same time, Yi Fei, who was rubbing his butt, came back. Who is that little sister? So powerful. Yiling next to him couldn't help but said, I usually asked you to memorize more information, but you didn't listen. I can see that she is Alessa from Silent Hill. Ah? Yi Fei was confused. At this time, Crazy was coming down from the second floor, so lively. Hello, Crazy, I am Yi Fei. The madman nodded at him. Mu Xing looked at the brother and sister. Have you had breakfast? No, my sister and I rushed 1,000 kilometers overnight and rushed here directly. Then you take a rest first. I go buy some breakfast. Brother, I drive. Yi Fei ran to drive happily. On the way. Did you encounter any trouble in these two survivals? No, although I am weak, my sister is very powerful. When you were participating in the competition, I entered the survival world twice. One was the end of the United States, and one was the alien. Aliens? In space? Well, the difficulty of 6 people is acceptable. In the end, only one survivor died. I think you have absorbed almost all of the G virus. Can you be independent now? Yi Fei turned the steering wheel. To be honest, the absorption rate is not very high, but I am lucky. I got 2 electromagnetic rifles, and this in the spacecraft. As he said, he took out a metal tube container. Mu Xing looked inside through the glass window. The container was filled with squirming black liquid. Black water? It seems to be the original gene of the alien, but I didn't dare to touch it. Mu Xing asked the divine seal to scan it. Master, a special gene with high activity and high evolutionary ability was detected. Can it be made into serum? Master, I'm afraid not. This gene has been artificially edited and engraved with growth and evolution programs, unless these growth programs are deleted and rewritten. And this gene has a strong predatory nature. It obtains evolution fragments by devouring other genes. There is no possibility of merging with the host, it will only replace it. Mu Xing probably understood what the divine seal meant. This thing is not suitable for making serum. Can we cultivate a controllable alien? Just like the hunter? We can try this. I need to engrave the loyalty program in its genes. This alien gene can be cultivated as a thug. Mu Xing looked at Yi Fei. Did you hear that? Yes, I will follow my brother's arrangement. Mu Xing said, in that case, I will help you transform this black water. When you enter the survival world in the future, You can use other creatures to cultivate aliens. Thank you, big brother. Yi Fei hurriedly thanked him. We're here, stop the car. Mu Xing pointed to the breakfast shop in front. After breakfast, the God Seal also completed the gene program. For this purpose, it also deliberately left some black water. The God Seal believed that the genes of this alien were promising and worth studying. Mu Xing took out the blue copy challenge invitation. Are there any other challenge invitations? Yi Ling next to him took out a challenge upgrade coupon. The challenge invitation is gone, but there is an upgrade coupon. Since we're here, I can't let you go for nothing. Let's open them together. As he said this, Mu Xing tore open the invitation letter and the upgrade coupon at the same time. This way, the challenge dungeon can be upgraded by half a level. While increasing the difficulty, the rewards will also increase. I saw a blue portal light up and rotate in the yard. Before Mu Xing and the others could act. Suddenly, a flexible figure jumped out of the room and rushed straight to the portal. Ha ha ha, I'm free. He crashed into the portal and passed through it easily. What happened? The fat cat in the form of an evil spirit landed on the ground in a daze. It did not enter the portal. Cats do not have the authority to pass through portals. Mu Xing said calmly. Ah, I will fight you. An evil spirit gave up his efforts again and pounced on Mu Xing. Yi Fei picked him up and said, Brother, how can this cat talk? Is this your new pet? Boy, let me go. You are the pet. Your whole family is a pet. The evil spirit cursed. Don't mind it. Mu Xing held it by the scruff of the neck and locked it in the room. I punish you by not having food today. Am I afraid of you? Get down from here. The evil spirit raised its cat paw and tried to give Mu Xing the middle finger. It had zero lethality to Mu Xing, so it could only use this method. But Mu Xing ignored it, and even threw candy beans at the cat. Let's go, I take you through the level first. Mu Xing stepped into the vortex, and the two brothers and sisters of Yi Fei followed closely behind and disappeared into the portal. Hee. That bastard finally left. This is a good opportunity to escape. The evil spirit opened the rear window and prepared to take the opportunity to escape. As a result, as soon as it jumped out of the window, it was caught by the madman who was waiting for it with a cage outside. Ah, let me go. I am a dignified evil spirit. I can kill you but not humiliate you. The madman ignored this guy and stuffed him into the cage directly. Chapter 309. Welcome to the Challenge Dungeon. Aliens vs. Predator. Challenge requirements. Kill 10 of any aliens to get a bronze treasure chest. Kill 50 to get a silver treasure chest. Kill the alien queen to get a gold treasure chest. This dungeon has a 50% chance of getting advanced items, a 20% chance of getting purple weapons, and a 1% chance of getting legendary items. Challenge dungeon strength, intermediate. Challenge time, 6 hours. The challenge cannot be forced to exit, and the portal will automatically open after 6 hours. As soon as he entered the challenge dungeon, Mu Xing heard a prompt from the survival system. Then, Yi Fei, Yi Ling and his sister were teleported to the challenge dungeon. What came into view was an ancient underground ruins passage, and the door behind them was sealed. Mu Xing recalled the plot of the aliens fighting the Iron Warriors. It was probably that the satellite searching for mineral deposits detected a mysterious underground heat source in Area 14 of Antarctica. A team of explorers hurried to Antarctica for exploration and found an ancient ruins under the thick ice, but they never thought that this was a trial set up by the Iron Warriors to temper their people. What awaits these explorers are the terrifying aliens imprisoned in the ruins and the dangerous iron-blooded hunters. Because Mu Xing and his friends are not here to survive, they don't need to know the specific plot content, just concentrate on completing the challenge. Yi Fei took out an electromagnetic rifle and put on infrared night vision goggles. Yi Ling next to him rotated 2 crystal blades in his hands and even changed into tight combat clothes. Are you of Catwoman bloodline? Mu Xing wanted to ask last time. Yes, it's Catwoman bloodline plus superpowers. Now my brother and I are configured as one close and one far. Of course, if necessary, my brother will become a tyrant to bear the damage, and I will output from the back. Mu Xing looked at Yi Fei. Good boy, you have made progress. Yi Fei scratched his head. Brother, although I don't have any special skills in mental control, I have learned close combat skills well. Although I am not very proficient in the transformation of the G-Virus Tyrant, I have developed a lot of new abilities. In that case, you take the lead, Mu Xing said. Ah, me. Yi Fei was confused. Yi Ling next to him couldn't stand it anymore. Forget it, let me do it. There are many mechanisms in this underground ruins. With his level, he stepped on the trap and died before he saw the alien. As she spoke, Yi Ling squatted slightly, cat ears grew on her head, and a black cat tail stretched out. She looked at the passage ahead, her pupils dilated rapidly, and then she rushed out. Suddenly, the alien traps on both sides of the wall sensed the approach of the heat source and automatically activated. They ejected crossbows and sawtooth flying discs with extremely strong penetrating power. And Yi Ling was like a flexible night cat, dancing among these crossbows and sawtooth flying discs, avoiding all traps without error. Finally, she landed lightly and kicked the mechanical sensing device on the wall to pieces. "Come here. My sister is awesome." Only then did Yi Fei run over happily. Mu Xing did not make a move, but kept looking around. His mental power quickly extended to explore the entire underground ruins. After being strengthened by the dark gold cells and the second-generation G-virus, Mu Xing's mental detection distance reached 1,000 meters. 1,000 meters was enough for him to detect the entire ruins from head to toe. "Yi Ling, 30 meters in the left passage, there is an ordinary alien," Mu Xing suddenly reminded. After hearing the reminder, Yi Ling suddenly flipped backwards. The next second, a black shadow attacked at an extremely fast speed. The sharp claws of the alien slashed across, leaving 3 deep marks on the hard rock wall. Seeing Yi Ling avoid it, the alien's tail swept across. The sawtooth-like tail is also a powerful killing weapon of the alien, and it is extremely flexible. While sweeping and cutting, it can also turn quickly, and the sharp tip of the tail pierces Yi Ling. The crystal blades in Yi Ling's hands crossed to block the stab, and the super energy light ball under her feet exploded, causing her to roll in midair. With the potential energy of the explosion under his feet, he kicked the alien on the chin. A blue superpower light spot exploded, and the alien's head was raised high. Yi Fei behind him had already aimed at the alien's vitals. He fired the electromagnetic rifle in his hand, and the powerful kinetic energy of the bullet toward the alien's hard exoskeleton, and the highly corrosive blood splashed out. Yi Fei pushed with his right hand, and his mental power turned into a thin wall to block the acidic blood for Yi Ling. Yi Ling slashed with 2 swords, and the alien's huge head flew up. Plop, plop. The body and head fell to the ground one after another, smashing into the passage. Mu Xing nodded. The 2 siblings cooperated well and fought smoothly. It can be seen that Yi Fei has also improved a lot, especially in his combat awareness. Suddenly, Mu Xing pointed to the passage on the right. "The second wave of aliens is coming. This time there are 2, Yi Fei, let me see your progress." Knowing that this was Mu Xing checking his progress, he quickly looked at Yi Ling. "Sister, I will carry the monsters, and you will kill them." Yi Ling said nothing and quickly retreated. Yi Fei went straight ahead. He first fired bursts of electromagnetic rifles at the aliens jumping and moving on the walls of the passage. As the aliens approached, he rushed forward, his hands transformed directly, and punched one alien away. The other tried to jump over him and attack Yi Ling behind him. However, before the aliens completely passed, he opened his mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of thick dust. Then he quickly retreated. The alien that was sprayed by the dust suddenly began to twitch, and fungi grew on its hard black exoskeleton. The body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Is it the fungal spore dust from the US Doomsday?" Mu Xing recognized the dust sprayed by Yi Fei. "Yes, this is the talent I got in the last survival world, fungal spores, which can be used for parasitism and control." Mu Xing knew that the aliens were genetic organisms and had strong resistance to various toxins and viruses. But fungi are not viruses, nor are they genetic attacks. Rather, they are pure fungal proliferation and growth. When the aliens encountered this doomsday fungus that destroyed the world, they did not have time to evolve resistance, and their brains were controlled by the crazy growing fungi. When the alien stood up, it was covered with mushrooms and fungal filaments. "Attack!" Yi Fei pointed with his right hand, and it began to attack the companion alien next to it. At this moment, a special alien hiding not far away was quietly approaching. This was a special alien in the challenge copy. Mu Xing had already discovered this special alien that could change color like a chameleon, but he did not remind Yi Fei. Behind him, Yi Ling also put away her weapon and retreated to Mu Xing's side to watch the show. She seemed to understand Mu Xing's intention. "My brother is going to suffer," Yi Ling said. "That's not necessarily true." Mu Xing still seemed calm. Just as Yi Fei was about to cooperate with the infected alien to kill the other one, the color-changing alien suddenly attacked. It stood up suddenly, aimed at the chest, and sprayed a ball of green acid. "Come on!" Yi Fei seemed to have been prepared for a long time. He kicked the alien controlled by the fungus away and smashed it over, just in time to block the green acid. Chapter 310. The alien with the strong acid on its face screamed in pain, and at the same time, the position of the color-changing alien was exposed. Yi Fei transformed his whole body without hesitation, and used the G-virus to transform. The mental power wrapped around the claws, and instantly penetrated the color-changing alien. With a strong twist, a big hole was twisted in its chest. Then he quickly retreated, and kicked the alien behind him, who was severely injured by the strong acid to death. The mental power attached to the claws blocked the corrosive blood of the alien very well. "Paw paw paw!" Mu Xing applauded. "Not bad, you have made great progress." Yi Fei exited the transformation state, and scratched his head shyly. "I haven't improved much. Brother, be careful." Before he finished speaking, Yi Ling warned him in a startled voice. Yi Fei turned his head sharply, and saw that the second color-changing alien was already close at hand, with a big mouth full of sharp teeth opened. And there was a set of retractable small mouths in the mouth, which ejected like bullets. If it was hit head-on, the steel plate would be directly penetrated. Yi Fei subconsciously avoided it, but saw that the alien was frozen in mid-air by the powerful mental power, and could not move forward. Looking back, Mu Xing stretched out his right hand, which was the spiritual power he released. "Brother, Look, this is your problem. You get complacent after a little victory and ignore other potential dangers." Mu Xing clenched his right hand, and the color-changing alien body twisted to the extreme, and finally was squeezed into a ball. Yi Fei was immediately ashamed. If it weren't for Mu Xing's action, he would definitely suffer a great loss. "Okay, I just remind you, remember to learn from it next time." Mu Xing took a step forward and walked in front. "Let's go, follow me closely." Seeing Mu Xing walking in front, Yi Fei finally reacted. "Brother, be careful of the trap." As soon as he finished speaking, the trap in the passage ahead was activated, and various hidden arrows attacked. However, these hidden arrows were slowed down before they approached Mu Xing, and when they hit the inner mental shield, they had already lost their kinetic energy. When he walked to the corner of the passage, dozens of arrows fell on the ground, but he was unharmed. Your mental power is weak, but it is not non-existent. You must make full use of it in defense and offense. Slowing down, deflecting, and disturbing are all ways to save energy, rather than just using mental power to fight hard. At this moment, 3 aliens rushed out of the front passage and threatened to attack Mu Xing. Mu Xing's body was transformed, and he only used the G-virus to transform. Facing the siege of 3 aliens, he seemed calm and at ease. In fact, the G-virus transformation is a very operational ability that can not only enhance strength, but also speed, reaction, and defense. There are many details to explore about overall transformation and partial transformation. When 2 aliens attacked, Mu Xing suddenly transformed his legs, his speed soared, he kicked a wall, and tiny claws grew under his feet, holding onto the stone wall like a gecko, and he could move freely up and down and left and right in the passage. The G-virus transformed his arms, and strengthened them to the extreme, making his arms more defensive and extremely tough, and even the claws of the aliens could not tear them apart. His left arm suddenly stretched out, and the sharp claws popped out, piercing through the alien's slender chin, and then his left hand suddenly expanded and enlarged, and the sharp claws pierced directly from the alien's head. After killing the first alien in seconds, Mu Xing quickly turned to the second one. Also, the body is just a carrier, and you must make full use of your other abilities. In the transformed state, many combat actions that were previously impossible to perform can now be tried, and the effect of 1 + 1 is often greater than 2. Mu Xing used his mental power to pull the alien over, and the alien curled up and entered a defensive state. He did not try to forcefully break the alien's hard skull. Mu Xing held the alien rolling forward with his bare hands, and with the help of potential energy, he bent over and smashed it backwards. The alien was hit so hard that he was dizzy. Mu Xing flipped his body and fell heavily, stepping on the alien's back. Crack, the alien's hard exoskeleton was crushed. The alien's heavy punch, the last blow hit the alien's forehead, shattering its brain. The last alien attacked, clawed at him, but Mu Xing dodged it sideways. However, the alien took the opportunity to swing its tail and pierced his shoulder. Mu Xing took the opportunity to grab its tail, looked at Yi Fei and said, "Don't be afraid of getting hurt. The G-virus has a strong self-healing ability. Sometimes we have to learn to exchange injuries for injuries. This is our advantage. But you have to be careful, and not just fight blindly. You have to get the biggest result with the smallest injury." Mu Xing pulled the alien back with force, and pierced the alien's chest with his claws. He almost tore it in half, with a strong slash. When Mu Xing turned around, the wound on his body had healed without a trace. Brother is awesome. Yi Fei ran over excitedly. Mu Xing shook his head. The demonstration I made is mainly to tell you to use your abilities flexibly and develop new ways of fighting. While killing the enemy, we must also ensure the ability to fight in the future. It is refreshing to use all the trump cards, but it is inevitable that there will be a lack of follow-up. Yi Fei scratched his head. He was basically very formulaic in battle, and used whatever abilities he had. Learn more about your sister in terms of skills. Oh! Mu Xing did not rush to leave. But he took out the hunter's spores. His hunter had not evolved for a long time. After the triangular head evolved into the butcher triangular head, the combat power increased dramatically, and the latecomer was ahead. Now that he has encountered these aliens, Mu Xing thinks they are good materials for evolution. Divine Seal, is there any use in fusing the hunter with the alien genes? Will they be assimilated by the alien genes? Of course not. Although the alien genes are very corrosive, they only target ordinary genes. The Hunter Corpse variance genes are the result of countless debugging by the Divine Seal, and they have super strong adaptability. After hearing this, Mu Xing felt relieved to use spores to devour the corpses of these aliens. It was the first time that Yi Fei saw Mu Xing using seeds to cultivate hunters, and he looked incredulous. In order to speed up the swallowing speed, Mu Xing also used the ability of the Blood Moon Controller to increase the speed of the seed swallowing the alien genes. In less than a minute, all the alien corpses were swallowed and absorbed, forming a 3-meter-high meat cocoon. With a crackling sound, a hunter covered with a dark exoskeleton walked out of the cocoon. It seemed to be wearing a set of black alien armor, and even had a flexible tail like a spine. Sharp horns grew on its head, and curved blades that could be used for stabbing and cutting grew on its elbows. It was sharp and domineering. So handsome. Yi Fei's eyes were full of stars. Mu Xing was also very surprised. The extent of this evolution was so great, and there was a huge difference from the original hunter. Mu Xing flicked the hard armor on the hunter's body, making a sound of metal. Just by listening to the sound, you can tell that its defense is very strong. The tail with barbed thorns enriched the hunter's fighting style. At this time, the hunter was more in line with its name, like a terrible hunter hidden in the dark. Suddenly, the hunter moved, pressing an alien that wanted to sneak up on him against the wall. Chapter 311. The alien struggled hard, clawing, biting, and even stabbing with its tail. As a result, these attacks could only leave a series of shallow marks on the hunter's hard shell. The alien became anxious and began to self-mutilate, biting off its claws, trying to use its highly corrosive blood to deal with the hunter. However, after the hunter swallowed the alien's genes, this exoskeleton armor could ignore the alien's corrosive blood. The hunter looked at Mu Xing, asking for his master's opinion. Mu Xing waved his hand. There was only a click. The hunter directly broke the alien's neck, grabbed its head, and smashed it against the wall, crushing it directly. So strong. Even Mu Xing couldn't help but marvel at how strong the newly evolved hunter was. The second-generation hunters strengthened their physical strength. The third-generation hunters learned the ability to transform, and the hunters in front of him, who Mu Xing called the fourth generation, had all their attributes improved in all directions, especially their defense. The speed when he rushed out just now was also very terrifying, and only a residual image was seen. Mu Xing nodded. He was very satisfied with these 4 generations of hunters. Master, there is a surprise. According to my calculations, this generation of hunters is very likely to have inherited the evolutionary ability of the aliens. You mean the ability to devour the genes of other organisms and fuse and evolve? That's right. It's just that its evolutionary potential and evolutionary limit cannot be determined for the time being, and further testing is needed. Just then, more aliens came, and there were quite a few of them, more than a dozen of them, rushing out of the ruins room. Kill! At Mu Xing's command, the hunter moved, and as he rushed forward, his arms turned into black blades. Puff, puff, puff. Like chopping melons and vegetables, he left broken limbs and arms everywhere he passed. The alien still had time to resist, and only the twitching corpses were left on the ground. Mu Xing quickly threw out another seed. It was the corpse mother seed that had not been used for a long time. This seed could not be used in Silent Hill and the survival competition. He was looking forward to what kind of ability the corpse mother would gain after swallowing the alien genes. The corpse mother body is still at the first stage, much worse than the hunter. So it took 3 minutes to complete the hatching. Soon, a worm with a black shell on its back emerged from the meat cocoon. Divine Seal, scan it. Master, the body of the corpse mother body is less enhanced, mainly improving the evolutionary ability, and has completely integrated the evolutionary ability of the alien. I suggest that the master kill the alien mother body for it to devour. Mu Xing nodded. This was his idea. Follow closely, I'm going to speed up. Mu Xing reminded the siblings behind him. The two kids hurriedly followed Mu Xing's steps, fearing that they would fall behind. They had sensed that all the aliens in the entire copy were getting agitated and surrounding them. To be on the safe side, Mu Xing summoned the Butcher Triangle Head. The evolved Triangle Head had explosive combat power, and no longer had a summoning time limit. Of course, if the Butcher Triangle Head was killed, it would take nearly 6 hours to cool down. The iron tower-like Butcher Triangle Head protected the siblings like a bodyguard, dragging a big knife, making the siblings feel extremely safe. Is this the big brother with the triangle head? Don't worry, it will protect your safety. As Mu Xing was speaking, the dense aliens in front of him had already come to the door. The brother and sister quickly took out their electromagnetic rifles and opened fire. All Mu Xing did was point his right hand, and the hunter rushed out and began to kill indiscriminately. These ordinary aliens have limited combat power, and when facing the hunter, they are basically not a match for the enemy in one round. Soon, new aliens arrived. Iron-blooded aliens. The aliens born after the aliens devoured the iron-blooded hunter's genes are larger in size and stronger in strength. It rushed out of the room, much faster than ordinary aliens. Almost all of Yifei's bullets missed. The hunter looked up, his eyes full of murderous intent. His arms deformed, and red electric light jumped. It squatted slightly, rushed forward, and crossed with the iron-blooded alien. When it landed, the iron-blooded alien opened its mouth and screamed, and then its huge body split in the middle. It was actually cut in half by the hunter's knife. The cross-section had been carbonized by high temperature. Obviously, after evolving to the 4th stage, the temperature of the hunter's high-temperature hot blade became more and more terrifying. The hunter's carapace popped open, revealing 2 rows of small holes. Hunter spores were projected from the small holes. Those spores fell on the alien corpse, and quickly devoured and hatched. Then, small hunters about 1.7 meters long were hatched. These small hunters were thin and flexible, and were also covered with black armor. In Silent Hill, the hunter used this trick, and Mu Xing once disliked it for being impractical. Unexpectedly, after this evolution, this ability was also strengthened. Although these small hunters are not as powerful as the big ones, they should have no problem dealing with ordinary aliens. The only disadvantage is that there are fewer of them. Hunters can only produce 20 spores at a time. Therefore, if you want to fight in a group, you still need a corpse mother. The hunters are in front, and the small hunters are behind, and they rush directly into the room. This is a room for breeding aliens, with a large number of alien eggs arranged in it. There are also 5 or 6 alien guards. Torn rags and bloodstains can be seen everywhere in the room, from the unlucky human explorers, all of whom have become carriers for the hatching of aliens. The corpse mother rushed in excitedly, and devoured all the corpses and alien eggs. Yiling's face was pale, and she covered her mouth. Sister, you can't do it, you can't stand it? Thinking back to when my brother and I were in the beehive, the meat paste was all over the ground, which was 10,000 times more disgusting than what we saw in the doomsday of the United States. Get out! Yiling glared at him. Roar! At this moment, a roar came from the depths of the ruins. The brother and sister immediately became alert. The alien queen should be out of trouble. Let's go, solve it quickly, and we can still go back for lunch. Mu Xing quickened his pace and headed deeper into the ruins. In front, the hunter led a group of small hunters to open the way, and the Butcher Triangle Head followed behind. The journey was easy and carefree, and the brother and sister didn't need to worry at all. Where they passed, they left a pile of corpses, and the corpse mother was responsible for cleaning. Boom boom. The hunter pushed open a door, and they entered a huge central hall. This should be the place where the ancients worshipped. The Iron Warriors came to Earth thousands of years ago, and were worshipped as gods from heaven by humans at that time. They built a trial field here. Yifei ran quickly to the center of the hall, where there was a large metal box. Brother, the treasure box. Don't move. Mu Xing reminded. I know. Yifei stopped about 5 meters in front of the big box. He threw a small drone with his right hand. The drone flew towards the big box. As soon as it approached, the box was suddenly opened. With a flash of cold light, the drone was cut in half by a metal blade. Immediately afterwards, a helmeted iron warrior rushed out of the big box, and threw a rotating metal flywheel at the nearest Yifei. Yiling in the back took action, and also threw a dart. With a ding, the flywheel and the dart fell to the ground at the same time. Chapter 312. Oh, I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Yi Fei aimed the electromagnetic rifle in his hand and fired quickly. Unexpectedly, the Iron Warrior was so agile that he rolled over and dodged, instantly disappearing into the air and entering the invisible state. As we all know, the Iron Warrior's invisibility ability comes from their special armor, which achieves invisibility by distorting light. But this trick is useless to the alien, who has multiple senses, not just limited to the eyes. At this time, facing Mu Xing and others, the Iron Warrior's stealth ability was useless. Under the mental scan, the Iron Warrior with distorted light could not hide. This should be the new Iron Warrior who entered the underground ruins trial. The plasma shoulder cannon was taken away by the group of unknown human explorers, resulting in them not getting the shoulder cannon after entering the underground, and they could only use close combat. Mu Xing thought that all these Iron Warriors were dead, but he didn't expect that there was still one alive here. Don't kill them, catch them alive. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand, and the butcher with the triangular head behind him, who had not made a move, launched an attack. With one slash, the blade compressed the air, forming a wind-breaking airflow. Directly blasted the Iron Blood Warrior, who was trying to sneak attack out of stealth mode. The triangular head grabbed with his right hand, and red thorn wire rushed out from the ground, turning into a cage to trap him. The Iron Blood Warrior was anxious, and the claw blade cut, and the claw blade was so sharp that it actually cut the wire cage. However, when more wires rushed out, they wrapped around the hands and feet of the Iron Blood Warrior, completely trapping him in the cage. When had the Iron Blood Warrior ever seen such a strange ability? He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't break free. When Mu Xing approached, a rotating flywheel suddenly ejected from the weapon box on his waist and flew out from the gap in the wire cage. However, Mu Xing just stretched out his hand and fixed the flywheel in midair. I know you can understand me. Take us to the Underground Queen's lair, otherwise I will let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and one of the Iron Blood Warrior's hands was twisted into a knot. The Iron Warrior screamed in pain, and Mu Xing grabbed his high-tech mask with his right hand. The Iron Warrior's ugly appearance was revealed. Lead the way! Mu Xing released the cage and let the divine seal erode his mind at the same time. In the back, Yi Fei couldn't help but complain. What kind of brain circuits are these American movies? They have mastered superluminal flight and can travel through the stars, but they still hunt beasts with spears all day long. Mu Xing said calmly, it can't be blamed entirely on the movie setting. The screenwriter is not a god. The lack of scientific knowledge and the limitations of the times all affect the construction of the worldview. As the divine seal completed the mental control of the Iron Warrior in front of them began to lead them through the maze-like underground ruins quickly. All the aliens encountered along the way were killed, and soon the killing requirements for the silver treasure chest reward were met. Next, as long as the alien queen was killed, the highest reward could be obtained. At this time, the Iron Warrior stopped in front of a stone gate. We are here. The alien queen's lair should be in front, Mu Xing said. Several people looked up and saw a pair of curled alien patterns engraved on the gate. Boom! There was a violent banging sound from the gate. The stone gate was a defensive facility used to prevent the alien queen from escaping. Now the entire underground has completely fallen, and the queen has successfully hatched enough aliens. She is controlling these small aliens to help it escape from its restraints. Open the door. Mu Xing gave an order to the controlled Iron Blood Warrior. The Iron Blood Warrior walked to the gate, and with a swipe of his right hand, a control panel appeared on the stone wall. After entering the password, he heard the gears in the stone gate turning, and the gate began to open. The aliens who were knocking on the door were also stunned for a moment. They didn't expect the door to open by itself. The hunter stood in front of the door, exuding a tyrannical aura. Even if the door was opened, the aliens didn't dare to cross the line easily. At this moment, the ground trembled slightly, and the surrounding aliens quickly made way. A huge alien queen walked out. The alien queen was several times the size of an ordinary alien, and her height alone was nearly 5 meters. The huge crown was the symbol of the queen, and she had absolute control over the aliens of the tribe. Facing the hunters blocking the door, the alien queen also sensed the deadly threat and let out a sharp roar at the hunters. The densely packed aliens around rushed forward and besieged the hunters. Kill them all! The moment Mu Xing gave the order, the hunter turned into a crazy butcher and strangled the aliens in front of him with all his strength. The alien queen locked onto the people behind the door and rushed directly towards Mu Xing. All the stone pillars along the way were smashed into pieces. She rushed and bit towards Mu Xing. Mu Xing could even see the ferocious teeth that were steaming. The butcher triangle head held a big knife, and blocked in front of him. With one knife, he released a shock wave, the ground was torn apart, the scarlet power of the other world gushed out, and countless thorny wires rushed out. The alien queen struggled with brute force, and her huge tail swept across, cutting off the wires. But she was entangled by more thorny wires, and was about to be pulled into the cracks of the other world on the ground. The butcher triangle head dragged the big knife and charged, jumping high. The giant blade in his hand was like splitting Huashan, and he moved forward without hesitation. However, the sword was caught by the alien queen's claws, and could not be completely cut off. The alien queen opened her mouth wide, trying to swallow the triangle head in one gulp. The triangle head raised his head, dark flame surged on his body, and punched the alien queen's hard head. The huge force made the alien queen stagger, and her head tilted to the left. At this time, the siblings Yi Fei and Yi Ling attacked the alien queen together, one on the left and one on the right, and launched an attack on the alien queen at the same time. Yi Fei's claws and Yi Ling's crystal blade attacked, penetrating the alien queen's breastplate at the same time. Yi Fei sprayed fungal spores into the wound of the alien queen. Yi Ling then stuffed a superpower light ball into it. The two of them did a backflip and landed. The superpower light ball exploded, and at the same time detonated the fungal spores. The fungi mushrooms multiplied and grew rapidly. The alien queen screamed in pain. The butcher triangle head took the opportunity to attack and punch down. Boom! The alien queen's big head hit the ground, shattering the hard ground. The big knife flew out of his hand, and was caught by triangle head. The dark power surged, and the dark red inner world energy burned on the big knife. When the triangle head landed on the ground, the sword in his hand cut a blood line from top to bottom. Puff! The alien queen's neck spurted out green acidic blood, her body struggled, and her claws grasped randomly. She staggered back 3 or 4 steps, knocked down the stone pillar, and fell into the dust. The triangle head slowly stood up, and his leather jacket was rustling in the fierce airflow. At the same time, the hunter who hunted the aliens, like a whirlwind, rushed out of the smoke and dust and returned to Mu Xing. Only corpses were left on the ground. The brothers and sisters Yi Fei and Yi Ling looked at the end of the game in front of them with shock. This was a completely one-sided massacre. Except for the pungent sour smell in the room, there was no living alien standing on the ground. Until then, the slowly transformed corpse mother crawled in from the gate and began to feast on the alien corpses on the ground. After swallowing enough aliens, the mother began to enter the digestion evolution state and turned into a ball. Mu Xing estimated that this evolution, the mother can reach the second stage. Is it over? Yi Fei subconsciously glanced at the time, but it was less than an hour, and about 40 minutes of it was in the process of rushing. Explore freely for the next few hours. I wait for you here. Mu Xing took out a stool and sat directly in front of the huge and hideous head of the alien queen. Chapter 313. After waiting for more than 3 hours, the brother and sister came back. In addition to the harvest in their hands, the hunters behind them, who served as bodyguards, were also covered with various props. Some were left by the human expedition team, and some were left by the Iron Blood warriors. In addition to a few M16 rifles, the human equipment was only worth some special detectors. Only the ancient pendant on the female explorer was good, which could increase the luck value. This thing was held in Yi Fei's hand like a treasure. The advantage of the special challenge dungeon is that all the weapons and props obtained here can be taken out without restrictions. Of course, all the things that can be taken out of this dungeon have been secretly marked with prices by the survival system, and there will be no rewards beyond the scope. In addition to human props, there are also some props for the predators. Flywheel, claws, super alloy spears, shoulder cannons. Unfortunately, the armor on these predators is customized and completely bound to the predators. It cannot be equipped after being removed. I can only look forward to the treasure chest. To be honest, Yi Fei was not very satisfied with his harvest this time. Just then, the survival system prompt sounded. Completed the challenge of the challenge dungeon, and got 1 bronze treasure chest plus 1 silver treasure chest plus 1 gold treasure chest plus 1. The 3 treasure chests were arranged in a row from small to large, emitting 3-color light. Is there any particular way to open the box? Mu Xing also became interested. I heard that the luckier the person, the better the props they get. I do it. Yi Ling couldn't wait to run over. She stretched out her hand and opened the bronze treasure chest. The treasure chest disappeared, and she had a submachine gun in her hand. P90 standard submachine gun, 9mm military standard submachine gun, weak power, extremely fast firing rate. Oh my sister, let me do it. When has your big black hand ever opened a good thing? Yi Fei was heartbroken, and was glad that his sister didn't open the gold box. Yi Ling kicked Yi Fei's thigh with a whoosh. You are capable, come if you have the guts. You wait and see. Yi Fei walked to the silver treasure chest, muttered something, and then struggled to open it. A ray of light flashed, and a silver-gray suit was left on the spot. What is this? Oh, I got something good. Mu Xing approached and got the information about this suit. Iron Blood Hunter Suit Female. A hunting suit made with technology from the distant Iron Blood planet, specially designed for hunting powerful prey. Only true Iron Blood female hunters are qualified to use it. Note: this equipment can only be used by female survivors. Seeing the annotation, Yi Fei, who had just opened the box, was immediately shocked. Why? I opened it. Why can't I use it? This is not fair. Beside him, Yi Ling smiled and stretched out his hand. Thank you, brother. Yi Fei looked reluctant. This equipment can greatly increase strength, speed, reaction speed, and can also be invisible, extreme jump, tracking, and locking. Give it to you. Yi Ling grabbed the suit and stuck out her tongue at Yi Fei. Then, she installed the shoulder gun of the Iron Blood warrior next to her. When she put on the helmet, the plasma shoulder gun on her shoulder would aim at wherever her eyes looked. The Iron Blood terminal on her arm also had many wonderful uses, such as calculation and password cracking. At critical moments, it could also act as an energy bomb with huge explosive power to destroy the enemy together. This set of equipment was also considered top-notch among the advanced props. Yi Fei unwillingly aimed at the golden treasure chest. Open it for me. Suddenly, a purple light lit up, and after the treasure chest disappeared, a scepter appeared in his hand. Ha ha, I got a purple weapon. That's right, the weird-looking scepter in Yi Fei's hand was indeed a purple weapon. It was about 1 meter long, and an alien queen was carved on the top of the scepter. The whole scepter looked very mechanical. Queen Scepter, a scepter containing the original gene of the alien queen. When used, it can temporarily transform into the alien queen, which lasts for 30 minutes and has a cooling time of 6 hours. Note: a masterpiece from Prometheus, please use with caution. This. Yi Ling next to him was also shocked. She didn't expect her brother to actually open a purple weapon. Mu Xing took the scepter and looked at it carefully. Although it is only the lowest level purple weapon, the transformation effect is rare. The alien queen is not weak in combat power, and can also bless other transformation abilities with great potential. Yi Fei next to him asked with anticipation, Brother, how do you use this thing? I haven't figured it out yet. Mu Xing held the statue on the top of the scepter and twisted it hard. With a click, a sharp 3-edged needle popped out from the tip. This, when using, insert it into the heart. Mu Xing twisted it again, and the needle retracted into the scepter. Yi Ling beside him quickly stepped back. Brother, you are the brother, you have worked hard all the way, and your sister will not compete with you for the purple weapon. Yi Fei rolled his eyes at his sister, and held the scepter in his hand. Not only was he not disappointed, but he was very happy. Finally, there is a prop that can be called a trump card. If we meet a strong enemy in the future, we can still fight. Mu Xing waved at him. Wait, I help you transform it. Mu Xing walked to the huge corpse of the alien queen. A new red eye-shaped divine seal appeared in his hand. He used material manipulation to absorb and transform the corpse of the alien queen, and then injected all the essence of the origin into the scepter. The word strengthen immediately popped up on the scepter. The annotation also changed. The scepter with the enhanced alien queen's origin gene will gain a stronger increase after transformation. The transformation time will be doubled, and the cooling time will be shortened by half. Mu Xing said, the strength has been doubled, and the transformation time has been increased to 1 hour, and the cooling time has been shortened to 3 hours, which is enough for your daily use. Thank you, big brother. Yi Fei excitedly held the scepter in his hand, and couldn't wait to try it. Mu Xing didn't stop him. Watching him twist the scepter and eject the sharp needle. Taking a deep breath, he stabbed into the heart without hesitation. Ah! Yi Fei screamed. His body was covered by black water, and his body quickly mutated and expanded. In just 3 seconds, he turned into a nearly 6-meter-tall alien queen. Then he began to show his strength and speed after the transformation. The hard stone wall was scratched with deep marks like tofu. Master, I can try to absorb the space-time power in this copy and inject it into the Moonlight Great Sword. The God Seal suddenly spoke. Huh? Can it? Can't it only absorb moonlight and magic power? Magic power is just a general term. Space-time energy is more advanced and has a good effect. Then try it. Mu Xing grabbed a dull blue great sword from the storage space. It was about the height of a person, and seemed to be forged from light blue jade. He thrust the great sword into the ground. The new god seal was suspended in the air, and began to absorb the space-time power of the entire copy and infuse it. The dim sword began to glow with a faint blue light, as if a moon was shining on the moonlight sword. Yi Fei, who was transforming and having fun, was also attracted by this scene, and rushed over with big strides. Before he got close, a blue moonlight torrent, like a moon blade, flew out. With a whoosh, if Yi Fei hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been cut in half. Boom! After the moon blade cut off several stone pillars, it sank into the wall and exploded, creating a 3-meter-long hole. Chapter 314. After leaving the challenge dungeon, the brother and sister did not rush to leave, but planned to wait until Kowloon City was upgraded and follow Mu Xing to Kowloon City to see the world. Mu Xing also received good news while waiting. The new generation of G-Virus serum that Shen had been researching for many days was finally completed. Excited, Mu Xing rushed to the first floor of the original hive as soon as possible. In the laboratory, Shen introduced the characteristics and advantages of the new generation of G-Virus serum to Mu Xing. Compared with the previous generation of G-Virus serum, the increase in mental enhancement reached 150%, and the strength of the G-Virus Tyrant transformation was enhanced. Now Mu Xing is locked on to the path of the observer, which requires extremely high mental strength. Relying solely on practice, it takes day after day, year after year. As a survivor, he can use other methods to enhance his mental strength, which can greatly shorten this process. By the way, how is the research on the physical enhancement G-Virus that I asked you to study going? Mu Xing asked. Master, since Tondo accidentally ate the G-Virus sample last time, I have conducted a more in-depth study on it, and found that although its physical mutation ability is strong, it has a flaw. What's the flaw? It's easy to get out of control. What is the maximum increase that can be achieved at this stage? The theoretical limit is 300%, but the limit under stable conditions is 120%. Mu Xing thought for a while. How about this, you make me 2 serums, one of which is formulated according to the model of Sugar Bean. Master, do you plan to strengthen Sugar Bean? Since it has eaten the G-Virus sample, it is good to have more self-protection ability. Understood. After taking the mental strengthening G-Virus serum, Mu Xing came from the first floor to the second floor. The second floor shape generator has been completely completed, and the huge spherical instrument is in operation. Shen threw the clone of Alice into the instrument, and extracted more Valrid particles through the shape generator. Master, according to your request, 5 new Valrid particles have been successfully extracted. The debugging experiment is being done. Once the programming is successful, 6 Valrids can be controlled at once. At the same time, 6 can be combined into 1 to form a Valrid giant. Mu Xing looked at the container of Valrid particles next to the shape generator. Not enough. Continue to refine. 10 is the basic requirement. Yes. Mu Xing flashed, and came to the 3rd floor. This is Alessa's territory. In the center of the 3rd floor of the world in the dark, a group of green residual souls are imprisoned. Who else but Gul'dan? Why haven't you pried open his mouth for so long? Master, I've encountered some troubles. Shen's tone was a little hesitant. What troubles? Gul'dan is very cowardly. After my mental torture, he confessed easily, but there is a force that prevents him from telling those secrets. The divine seal began to stimulate Gul'dan's residual soul. The orc soul screamed and suddenly woke up. It struggled and wanted to say something, but it seemed to be muted and could not say anything. The divine seal projected a red light, illuminating Gul'dan's residual soul. Mu Xing frowned and signaled the divine seal to stop. He saw the dense lines and runes on Gul'dan's soul. Behind him, there was a twisted void. Master, I have tried to study these runes and lines, but all my research has failed. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Of course it will fail. This is a seal from the Twisting Nether in World of Warcraft, set up to prevent Gul'dan from revealing the secrets of the Twisting Nether. Be careful when studying these runes and patterns in the future, and don't attract things from the Twisting Nether. The divine seal realized the seriousness of the problem, and quickly said that he would be more careful in the future. Master, will Gul'dan continue to torture me? Stop for a while. Forcibly breaking the ban may destroy Gul'dan's residual soul. Try again after entering other survival worlds. Mu Xing was somewhat unwilling to accept that the treasure was right in front of him, but he could not touch it. Finally, Mu Xing came to the 4th floor, which was also the smallest floor at present. On the grass of only 100 square meters, a golden bonfire was slowly burning. Is there any way to expand it further? Master, according to Trix's research data, the bonfire is the embodiment of the ultimate hope, and the birth of the evil spirit is very likely to come from this fire of hope. If you want to completely crack the secret of the fire of hope, I'm afraid only the evil spirit can do it himself. Mu Xing thought about it, and he took the cage containing the evil spirit directly to the 4th floor of the original beehive. The fat cat, who was curled up in anger, suddenly opened his eyes and rushed towards the bonfire, but ended up bumping into the cage. Blood Moon, let me go. Mu Xing picked up the cage and approached the bonfire, and indeed noticed that the bonfire had changed. The flames jumped, as if burning more fiercely. Tell me, what is the essence of the bonfire? The evil spirit snorted, shrank back to the corner of the cage, holding the cat's paw, indicating that he didn't want to talk. Mu Xing took out a small flame from the bonfire. Tell me, this is yours. This was like turning on a switch in the evil spirit. It rushed to the cage and stared at the flame. Are you serious? Do you want it? Yes, yes. The only thing left in the cat's eyes was the jumping flame. Mu Xing made a gesture of invitation. The evil spirit snorted. Since it has come to this, I am too lazy to hide it from you. I am indeed the hope born from despair. From the initial wisp of flame, it grew into a blazing sun. It stared at Mu Xing fiercely. If it weren't for that traitor Trix, I would have successfully upgraded to a higher dimension. The world is so big that even the survival system can't catch me. How can hope be born in despair? Mu Xing asked. An opportunity, an idea, just like the birth of the universe. Didn't it also originate from an inconspicuous accident? I tell you, although I was born from the resentment, despair, and darkness of all living beings, I tell you, there is no existence in this world that is purer than me. I didn't expect you to have kept a bonfire. The evil spirit changed the subject. How about this, you give me the bonfire, I can promise to be your thug, and sign a contract with you. Okay. Mu Xing excitedly handed the flame over, but stopped about 10 centimeters away from the cage. He calmly watched the evil spirit desperately stretch out his cat claws to try to grab the flame. Blood Moon boy, are you kidding me? The evil spirit was angry all of a sudden. Just testing you. Do you really think I'm stupid? I give you the bonfire so you can grow stronger again? Didn't I say I can sign a contract with you? Mu Xing grinned. Okay, hand over your origin, and I sign a contract with your origin. Woo! The evil spirit immediately bared its teeth and bent its body. Mu Xing swung his right hand, and the flame was thrown back into the bonfire. Spreading his hands. Look, who is less sincere between us. He picked up the cage, but I have to thank you for letting me know the nature of the bonfire. The evil spirit sneered. Just you? Chapter 315. Mu Xing said calmly, you came from despair, and hope does not appear out of thin air. It requires a transformation process, and a driving force to push hope forward. If your body is compared to a machine, then this fire of hope is a generator. You need it to transform the invisible and intangible hope into a physical dark gold cell. Mu Xing paused for a moment, grabbed with his right hand, and the dark gold energy rippled in his palm. Look, now I have a bonfire, a dark gold core, and auras. Do you think I can copy this transformation process and upgrade the dimension like you? The evil spirit in the cage had his pupils wide open, and growled, you are just a mortal, and you think you can copy my path? Dream on. Mu Xing took out the ancient book given to him by Trix. This contains a lot of your secrets. Tell me, who developed the dark gold cell system? Suddenly, the evil spirit was completely furious, with golden lightning jumping on its body, and dazzling golden light bursting out of its eyes. It roared and screamed, revealing its ferocious appearance. It wanted to break free from the cage, and locked its target on the bonfire. However, dense seal patterns suddenly appeared on the cage. The seal suddenly shrank, and was completely engraved on the evil spirit. You cheated me. The evil spirit roared in panic. Is this your hidden power? This time, I will seal it all at once. From now on, you can just be a cat, and don't think about turning over. No, if you let me go, I am willing to sign a contract with you. The evil spirit was obviously panicked. Once locked in this body, it would completely degenerate into an ordinary cat. However, Mu Xing ignored its plea for mercy. The evil spirit was full of tricks, and he didn't believe that it would surrender after just one trick. Sure enough, just 1 minute later, the evil spirit was furious again, with lightning flashing on its body, intending to break out of the cage. As a result, another seal was waiting for it. Mu Xing remembered what Art said to him, and he would rather believe that pigs can climb trees than believe the lies and promises of the evil spirit. Unless it is really forced into a desperate situation, and its edges are completely worn away. Mu Xing knew that this was a process that tested his patience, but fortunately, he was not in a hurry, and he still had a lot of time. Mu Xing threw the cage in front of the bonfire on the 4th floor, so that the evil spirit could see it but couldn't touch it. Then, he directly exited the 4th floor and returned to the 1st floor. Master, aren't you worried that it will really break through the cage and devour the bonfire? Wouldn't it cause endless troubles? Shanine said worriedly. Mu Xing smiled. Don't worry, it can't touch the bonfire on the 4th floor. Even if it gets it, it's fake. It's a trap I set for it. I'm waiting for it to step into the trap by itself. Master, you are so insidious. Is this a compliment? Hee, of course, I'm looking forward to the performance of the evil spirit. Okay, let's continue with the next research plan. Also, don't forget to analyze the basic framework of the observer tower. That thing is a universal basic framework after all, and I still need to transform it into the most suitable framework for me. Don't worry, Master, leave this matter to me. Mu Xing received the promise of the divine seal, took the 2 newly produced serums, and left the original hive. As soon as he came out, Mu Xing threw a serum to Yifei. What is this? A new generation of G-Virus serum, specially used to strengthen the physical strength and the tyrant transformation strength. Yifei was surprised, and could not wait to get the injection. Mu Xing waved at Tangdo, and Tangdo, like a little tiger, quickly jumped off Alessa's legs and rushed into his arms. Mu Xing shook the serum in his hand. Bear with it, it hurts a little. Meow. Tangdo tilted his head, not quite understanding. Mu Xing injected the serum directly through the syringe, holding Tangdo to let it adapt slowly. Ah! The screams of Yifei, like a pig being slaughtered, came from the room. However, looking at Tangdo again, he just squinted his eyes and fell asleep without any pain. Could it be that Tangdo is a congenital G-Virus enhanced holy body? Mu Xing scanned it up and down and found that it was indeed not in any pain, and it did not forget to yawn, so he was completely relieved. Mu Xing took out the mental enhancement serum and injected himself. Get 150% mental power increase. The next day, Mu Xing went to Fatty's company again, dealt with all the trivial matters, and then went straight to Kowloon City. Because Kowloon City will be upgraded today and officially upgraded to one of the 5 main cities. Just when the car was halfway through, everyone's survival terminal sounded a reminder almost at the same time. Reminder, all main cities and sub-cities have been upgraded. The 5 main cities and 3 sub-cities will be gradually opened. Survivors go to the main city to register and can be directly teleported to the main city with the main city token. Did you hear it? You can teleport later. Yifei said in surprise. Mu Xing and the madman who was driving looked at each other. Madman said, it seems that after this survival competition, the new trend of this year has come out. First, the focus of the survival system will shift to the major cities in the future, and survivors from all over the world will begin to gather. Second, although the war group will not decline, judging from the situation of this competition, a small-scale team with reduced personnel may be the general trend in the coming year. Mu Xing said, you mean, the survival system is not satisfied with the war group system that is now expanding its power? The madman shook his head. The original intention of the survival system to open the battle group system is good, but I am not satisfied with the disorderly expansion and monopoly of these battle groups. The prevalence of the sheep-catching team shows that the battle group system is extremely unfriendly to newcomers and almost hinders the future development of the survival system planning. Hearing the word sheep-catching team, Yifei in the back row was so angry that his teeth itched. Humph, damn Moon Squad Iron Battle Group, one day, I will make those bastards pay the price. Mu Xing glanced at Yifei. You should practice more first, after all, the advantages of the big battle group are still there. The madman turned the steering wheel. I have a feeling that the survival system will soon significantly reduce the number of war groups and begin to vigorously crack down on various monopoly organizations. Mu Xing frowned. As the saying goes, there are countermeasures for every good policy. These large war groups that monopolize resources will not let go easily, right? The madman shook his head. It depends on whether they are stubborn or the knife of Terra City is faster. What do you mean? True masters who want to join the Terra Council in Terra City must leave any war group organization. They are the sharpest knives of the survival system, and will strictly implement all the orders of the survival system. There won't be any trouble, will there? What if a fight breaks out? Don't worry, the war groups in the main city don't have the guts to fight against the law enforcement team of Terra City. At most, they will retain some core members and demote all the others. And this process won't take long, you will see the end soon. In the back row, Yifei clapped his hands. That's really gratifying. It's all those war group bastards who messed up the survival system. They are finally punished. The madman glanced at Mu Xing. By the way, I suggest you go to the registration office of Terra City and apply for the guardian trial. Huh? You mean to let me be a guardian? Guardians have many benefits. If I hadn't really had no choice but to give up my guardian identity in exchange for a chance to escape the world, I would never give up. Mu Xing nodded and did not reject the madman's proposal. Chapter 316. Before entering Kowloon City, Mu Xing felt that there were more and more survivors nearby. Not only domestic survivors, but also survivors from the neighboring countries of Dragon Country gathered here. There are only 5 main cities in the whole world, and there is less than 1 main city in each continent on average. The 3 secondary cities are not large in scale, not as large as the main city, and there is also a big gap in function. When they lined up to drive into the space where Kowloon City is located, Mu Xing received the latest information from Alina. As they approached, they were almost blinded by the magnificent new Kowloon City. The huge city wall, twice as high as before, the Chinese-style tower, the golden glazed tiles on the tower, and the red-painted pillars. Today's Kowloon City has a unique Dragon Country classical beauty in science fiction. Wow, is this Kowloon City? Yi Fei, who came to Kowloon City for the first time, widened his eyes and looked around excitedly. The entire Kowloon City has expanded to 3 times the original area, and if there is demand, it can continue to expand. At the same time, 5 satellite cities were added. These smaller satellite cities were all residential areas. Before Mu Xing and his friends came, they knew that Kowloon City had opened public rental housing. These public rental housing only require the living to pay a certain rent, and they can rent a room in the satellite city, which can be charged on a monthly or daily basis. Public rental housing is divided into 5 levels, with different areas and styles. The highest level is a single-family villa with a yard, and the price is naturally rising. Won't we be able to live directly in Kowloon City in the future? Yi Fei asked. Mu Xing said, Kowloon City has retained the previous rule that people in the inner city cannot stay overnight, so there are now satellite cities. However, Kowloon City has cancelled the closure every night, and has become open 24 hours a day. At the same time, the commercial area has been expanded, allowing all survivors to trade freely, adding more official stores, and even buying standard purple weapons. Standard purple weapons? What are those? Standard purple weapons contain special rules for different main cities. Although their power is not as good as the purple weapons obtained in the survival world, their advantage is that they are cheap. Yi Ling beside him couldn't help asking, what about currency settlement? Is it still the same as before, with each gathering place having its own unique currency system? Mu Xing said, don't worry, the survival system will soon launch a currency with a unified value, probably using the Dragon Country 9 Dragon Coin as a value model. What currency is that? Survival coin? Yi Fei asked curiously. The currency is issued uniformly by Terra City, so it is also called Terra Coin. What a random name. Yi Fei couldn't help but complain. Mu Xing continued, the currencies of various gathering places that you used to hold will be converted into Terra coins after the price is converted and bound to your personal survival terminal. The madman driving slowed down and prepared to drive into the giant parking lot in Kowloon City. Mu Xing doubted that this place could park 1,000,000 cars. The flying skateboard was preserved and can be rented in the parking lot. Mu Xing discovered that survivors can now work in various official stores and departments in Kowloon City to earn Terra coins. This is very friendly to some newcomers who have little startup capital. They rented flying skateboards and flew towards the magnificent and huge Kowloon City in front. When they got closer, they could see 9 golden dragons guarding the sky of Kowloon City, which was mysterious. Everyone had to re-register. This time, they used their real names in the survival system. Of course, everyone could take a code name as their ID. Registration was very fast. You only needed to scan the survival terminal, and you didn't even need to fill out a form. You could just give yourself a code name. Mu Xing discovered that the guards of Kowloon City had all been replaced, and they were no longer the people of the original Kowloon War group. These guards looked more like creatures of the survival system. Madman, the Kowloon City system has changed. How will the previous controlling forces be dealt with? Madman said, I heard that the Lord of Kowloon City has transferred power. Now Kowloon City is one of the main cities, and is managed by the survival system. However, there will be a nominal lord who is responsible for maintaining daily order. So, the Lord of Kowloon City still retains some power? That's right, but you can no longer control the operation of Kowloon City. TSK, after paying such a high price, the gain should be great, right? Of course, as compensation, the lords of the 5 main cities have become official members of the Terra City Council. Just a member? Don't underestimate just being a member. How many members are there in the core council of Terra City? Which one is not more qualified than these lords? To be honest, they can be said to have ascended to heaven in one step. Hearing this, Mu Xing's yearning for Terra City became even stronger. Soon, they got their new ID cards and a main city order. In the future, they can use this main city order to directly teleport to the main city of Jiolong, which is very convenient. It seems that I have to go to other main cities in the future and get all the main city orders of all the main cities. Mu Xing looked at the main city order in his hand and said. He raised his head. By the way, there is one more thing I want to remind you. After you pass the survival world, you don't need to go to the refresh point to collect the singularity. As long as you bind the major main cities, you can go directly to the main city to collect it. However, this system is still being perfected. In the early stage, we may need to go to the main cities of each region to collect singularities. Several people nodded. Mu Xing's information was indeed crucial. Okay, now that we are in the main city, let's move freely. You go to the new main city. I go to the commercial district to check the market of serum, and then go to the satellite city to see if there are any good houses for rent and ask about the price. Hearing this, Yi Fei and his sister couldn't wait to visit the main city. The madman said, I'm going to the arena. Yu is there. She said, she has new information about the nightmare battlefield. Mu Xing nodded. In that case, we will meet here at 5 p.m. The few people said goodbye. Mu Xing also summoned Alessa. She held Tondo's cat leash and looked around curiously. I'm going to the commercial district first. Do you want to go shopping by yourself? Alessa quickly ran over and grabbed the corner of Mu Xing's clothes, as if she was afraid of leaving her on the street. In that case, let's go together. Mu Xing had just developed a new generation of G-Virus serum, which was much stronger than the original serum. He felt it necessary to promote it. Of course, he did not forget to contact Li Hongwei, the old hand. Unfortunately, Li Hongwei was not in Kowloon City now, but went to Black Mountain Canyon, saying that he wanted to try the reselling business. Helplessly, Mu Xing had to give up. Coming to the commercial district, it was bigger and more lively than before. With the gathering of survivors, this was the busiest of all the districts. He looked up and locked onto an official store that sold various serums and medicines, and walked in. As soon as I entered the store, I saw an old acquaintance, Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting was sitting in front of the counter board, and there were not many people in the store. Old Zhang, how are you? Mu Xing knocked on the counter. Zhang Ting, who was yawning, almost jumped up. Mr. Shuiyue, why are you here? Aren't you the supervisor of the auction house? Why are you here to see the store? Oh, don't mention it. Since Kowloon City was upgraded to the main city, people like me who don't have much performance in the auction house have been directly demoted. Chapter 317. When talking about his experience, Zhang Ting felt sad and couldn't help crying. Although Mu Xing had only met Zhang Ting once, he had a good first impression and felt that he was a good person. Why was he demoted? Mu Xing was puzzled. With Mr. Zhang's talent, although he can't be called a genius, he has made great contributions to the auction house. Why was he demoted? Zhang Ting sighed. The survival system established the main city, took back power, and basically undermined the Kowloon War Group. How could these people willingly hand over power? So many key positions were replaced by our own people. As he said this, he wiped his red eyes awkwardly and waved his hands. Mr. Shuiyue, I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. I didn't control my emotions well. Mu Xing shook his head. He couldn't blame him. By the way, Mr. Shuiyue, why are you here? Do you want to buy potions or serums? He stood up and quickly adjusted his emotions, from a frustrated supervisor to a qualified shopping guide. Mu Xing looked around. I see these are some basic potions. Serums and the like are just ordinary serums. Zhang Ting was a little embarrassed. This is an official store for newcomers. It is inevitable that there are fewer people on the first day of opening. I believe it will get better in the future. Mu Xing glanced at the counter and thought, can you consign here? Zhang Ting was stunned, and then he understood what Mu Xing meant. Yes, but you need to sign a cooperation agreement, and the official store will take 30%. So high. It is an official store after all. Let's put it this way. Although there are free stalls in the trading area and the tax rate is only about 5%, you can't always watch the stalls all day long, right? Official stores mean quality assurance. If there are any problems, you can directly claim compensation. In addition, official stores can advertise on the city's bulletin board, which is a privilege that private stores do not have. Of course, The most important thing is that official stores have huge consumption. If it is a large quantity of goods, even if it is a small profit but quick turnover, excluding the 30% commission, it will make more than setting up a stall yourself. If it sells well, the conditions can be negotiated to further reduce the commission. Zhang Ting is indeed a professional. In a few words, Mu Xing understood its advantages and disadvantages. He rubbed his hands and said, "I wonder if Brother Blood Moon has anything to sell." Mu Xing was not polite, and directly placed a bottle of G-Virus serum with 50% mental enhancement on the counter. Zhang Ting immediately picked up the device next to him that looked like a magnifying glass. Second evolution G-Virus serum, with 50% mental enhancement, good stuff. Mu Xing took another one without any hurry. Huh? It's a serum with 50% physical enhancement? He raised his head with some excitement. Brother Blood Moon, how much do you have? How much do you want? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ting immediately called the only subordinate in the store, and took Mu Xing to the back hall. These things are already considered medium-level serums. If the quantity is sufficient, I can decide to reduce the commission by 5%. Mu Xing didn't say anything and continued to take out serum. This time, what he took out directly stunned Zhang Ting. He couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when he picked up the serum. 100% mental enhancement serum? And the purity is so high? Not only mental, but also physical enhancement. Mu Xing took out the 4 serum. This is a high-end product. These 2 can be put on the auction house. Are you sure you want to put it on the shelf here? That depends on the sincerity of the owner Zhang. Zhang Ting stood up and paced back and forth. If you can provide 100 of these high-end products every month, I am willing to reduce the commission by 5%. Mu Xing shook his head. 100 a month is too little, 100 a week. Zhang Ting immediately realized, you have a special world. Mu Xing knocked on the table. Sorry, I was too excited. Mu Xing said, this is not the limit, there may be better ones in the future. Zhang Ting stood up suddenly, as if he had made up his mind. I will try to apply, and see if I can reduce it by another 5%. Obviously, he was ready to fight, knowing that if he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to have another chance to turn things around in the future. Mu Xing nodded. I wait for your good news. After a while, Zhang Ting came back with a smile on his face and a contract. Brother Blood Moon, after my efforts, we can provide at least 50 of this advanced serum per week, and 100 of the intermediate serum per week. If the supply can be completed, the official is willing to reduce the commission to 15%. Mu Xing calculated the production capacity. Then asked, with so many, isn't the store owner worried that they can't sell them? Zhang Ting waved his hand. After all, I have been in this business for so many years, and I still have a sense of the market. I can give you a hint. Next, a large number of new people will enter the survival system. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, and took note of this important information. So, these things are definitely easy to sell, and I can sell the advanced serum to senior people. By the way, I wonder if Brother Blood Moon can make primary serum. It needs a lot. Mu Xing understood what he meant at once. The G-Virus serum he took out was the subsequent amplification serum. Only after the primary serum was injected first, the effect would be maximized. Of course, how much do you want? Well, 200 a week first. 200 a week? That's 800 a month. Are you sure you can sell them? Mu Xing expressed doubt. Even if Kowloon City can't sell them all, I have other channels. As he said that, Zhang Ting took out the contract. Brother Xueyue, take a look first. Mu Xing quickly scanned the contract, and found nothing wrong, so he chose to sign it directly. Then he took out 50 primary serums, 20 intermediate serums, and 10 advanced serums on the spot. You can try to sell these first. If you can't sell them, you can ask me to return them. Zhang Ting immediately said, how can this be possible? Brother Xueyue, don't worry. Even if you can't sell them, I will buy them as usual. Don't worry, brother. Mu Xing began to think that Zhang Ting was interesting, and was very good at seizing opportunities. I will give you the follow-up serum within 3 days. The price will be based on the market price. You decide. I will leave it to you. Zhang Ting immediately patted his chest. Don't worry, brother, we will be senior partners in the future. If you have any new products, just come to me. Mu Xing did not boast about whether Zhang Ting was reliable or not, and whether this business could work. Mu Xing felt that it was necessary to observe for a few more days. Anyway, the contract he signed was only for the first batch of 1 week's supply. If Zhang Ting was not good enough, he could always replace him. In that case, I take my leave first. Zhang Ting hurriedly sent him to the door, and then waved goodbye reluctantly. until Mu Xing walked a long way away. The clerk next to him couldn't help but mutter, "Boss, you've made a big bet this time. If you can't sell it, it will be a loss." "Smash you, you big head ghost, your boss finally got the opportunity, how could I give up?" "I hope so, otherwise we have to go to the street to be sweepers in a week." Go away, you're talking too much nonsense, go and move the billboard in the house." Chapter 318. After leaving Zhang Ting's shop, Mu Xing left the trading area and headed straight out of the city. With the opening of the 5 satellite cities, many people have begun to compete for good locations. Because they cannot be rented out again, good locations have become the target of everyone's competition. Mu Xing is not interested in the so-called good location, and the main thing is to have a place to live. It will be a place to rest when you come to Kowloon City in the future. He inquired about the price, and the price of the 5 grades of houses varies greatly. From the 5th district to the 1st district, the price rises layer by layer. The cheapest rental house costs only 300 Terra coins a month, while the high-end villas in District 1 can cost as much as several purple weapons. Of course, the configurations of different rental houses are also different. The simplest rental house doesn't even have a bed, while the villas in District 1 even have a series of exclusive facilities such as gravity training room, spirit gathering array, advanced laboratory, time acceleration room, etc., which are absolutely worth the money. If it weren't for the fact that he was really short of money, Mu Xing would even want to rent a villa. No need to compete with a group of people for the admission quota of Jiolong Tower. Finally, Mu Xing rented a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment in the 4th district as a temporary base. It comes with a virtual training ground and a simple laboratory. He plans to change to a better house after the G-Virus serum business is on track. For the next period of time, Mu Xing will stay in the Kowloon Tower and the training area. There are still 10 days left. He hopes to raise the 3rd level proficiency of Valrid to more than half. When he returns next time, he should be able to open the 4th level skills. 10 days passed quickly. Zhang Ting's business also began to pick up. Mu Xing directly sent all the serum for the whole month over, looking forward to the full expansion of sales. He and Crazy got up at 6 in the morning and went to the city, and returned at 12 at night to rest. If it weren't for the huge physical and mental consumption every day that required time to recover, he would have wanted to stay in the training ground day and night. Finally, 2 days before the next survival world opened, he practiced the 3rd level proficiency to more than 50%. At the same time, he successfully started the spiritual practice method he got from art. With the continuous strengthening of the G-Virus, he can steadily improve his own mental strength. Just practicing, he can increase his mental strength by about 1% every day, and this progress makes Mu Xing very satisfied. According to art, this speed is already considered a genius among observers. After all, which observer does not practice for a long time to complete the spiritual dimension? Mu Xing not only has the practice method, but also the G-Virus, and various other means to increase the upper limit of spiritual power. At the same time, Crazy is also ready to challenge the talent key. Don't force it. If the difficulty is too high, remember to protect yourself first. Don't worry, I will definitely win this challenge space. There will be no problem. And I have so many resurrection props in my hand. Believe me. As he said this, under Mu Xing's gaze, he opened the challenge key and summoned a black door directly in the living room. The black door was forged from unknown materials. When the madman's key was inserted into the keyhole and twisted lightly, he was sucked into the door. After Mu Xing waited outside the door for about 3 hours, the door suddenly opened. A madman walked out, looking embarrassed but with golden eyes. Blood was dripping, and the Spartan battle pattern on his upper body was stained red with blood. "How is it? Did you succeed?" The madman shook his head. "I failed once, but I used the resurrection stone and got another chance to challenge." Mu Xing frowned. "Is it so difficult?" "There are 3 challenge levels, and I chose the highest one." The difficulty increased tenfold. "I was not well prepared and suffered a great loss." The madman quickly swallowed various healing potions, and his body recovered quickly. A blue mark appeared on his back. This was the mark after using the resurrection stone. Obviously, at the highest difficulty, even the madman was forced to use the resurrection stone once. After a moment, the cross-legged madman opened his eyes and stood up. He walked towards the door without hesitation. If he failed in this challenge, he would die. The madman had obviously made up his mind. So before entering the door, he activated the Spartan war pattern without hesitation. With the Azonoth barrier in his left hand, and the purple weapon chain blade in his right hand, he stepped into the door with a firm look. Another long 3 hours of waiting. Mu Xing stared at the door anxiously until it slowly opened again. As soon as the door opened, he felt an extremely violent breath coming out from the crack of the door. When one leg took a step forward, Mu Xing immediately showed a look of surprise. However, when the madman slowly walked out of the door, his expression changed from surprise to worry. He supported the shaky madman, and there was almost no intact skin on his body. It was as if he had been cut into pieces, and his chest was torn apart by some kind of violence. He was like a warrior who crawled back from hell, relying on his own will to climb through all the difficulties. And the moment he walked out of the door, all his momentum suddenly extinguished, and his persistence reached the limit. Mu Xing quickly injected him with a shot of cardiotonic, and then used the healing scroll. Just as the madman regained some consciousness, the battle patterns on his body began to be activated, and those golden battle patterns directly evolved into dark gold. And on these dark golden patterns, there were some broken red patterns. That was the incomplete version of the God of War pattern. It can be seen that he not only completed the evolution of the battle pattern, but also successfully integrated the incomplete God of War pattern. At the same time, the black door behind him turned into dust and disappeared as if it had completed its mission. The dark gold key in the madman's hand also shattered with a clang. Did it work? Seeing that the madman finally regained his sanity, Mu Xing asked expectantly. Although the process was difficult, fortunately, it succeeded. Mu Xing patted his shoulder excitedly. I knew you could do it. The madman grimaced in pain. You patted gently. Sorry, too excited. The madman had a serious expression on his face. Don't rush to use your key. If I hadn't bought the incomplete God of War mark in advance, I might not be able to come back. The trial space is too scary and too dangerous. Don't open it easily without full preparation. Don't worry, I know, but this is only a matter of time. Mu Xing opened his arm, and a tattoo-like black skull appeared on his arm, just like the madman and EU before. You were also selected? The madman frowned. I heard from Arena that this thing is a standard for potential people. Anyone who is selected by the survival system must go through this. Mu Xing looked relaxed. For him, this skull mark did not have much psychological impact on him. Don't worry, I will help you to avoid the mines ahead. Let me see the intensity of this so-called nightmare battlefield first, and accumulate more experience. You will need it in the future. The two looked at each other, and Mu Xing stretched out his hand to pull him up from the ground. By the way, I plan to listen to you, and go to the Guardian registration office to sign up for the Guardian assessment. Do you have any suggestions? The madman shook his head. I believe that with your strength, it will be no problem to pass the new Guardian assessment. Just go and sign up. But in the next world, the system may assign you some protective tasks. Chapter 319. Protection Mission? What is that? It means there may be new members in the team, and you need to protect the new members' safety along the way. What about the difficulty? The difficulty varies, and the mission is also full of randomness. Of course, the higher the difficulty, the greater the possibility of you getting a high-ranking Guardian sequence. But for such things, you should do it within your ability. There is no need to pursue high rankings blindly. Moreover, no matter how hard a new member tries, his ranking will be outside the top 500. If he wants to get within the top 500, he still needs to do the Guardian advancement mission. Mu Xing remembered what the madman said. Then you take a good rest first. I go to the registration office. As a result, the madman changed into a new set of clothes. Let's go, I take you there. The registration office is not in Kowloon City, nor in other main cities, but in Terrace City. You could apply to be transferred to an office outside Terrace City. It was the first time that Mu Xing observed Terrace City up close. The first impression he had was grand, desolate, and ancient. Looking up, the huge spire seemed to pierce the sky and into the depths of the void. The huge torch in the center burned, illuminating the city of Terra and the dark void around it. The two double doors, each 100 meters high, were tightly closed, as if they had never been opened. Everyone had to rely on the teleportation array next to the gate to enter and exit. How long has this city existed? Mu Xing couldn't help asking as he stood in front of the magnificent city. I don't know. No one knows how many years it has existed. Wasn't Terra built by the survivors? Of course not. The original Terra city already existed. The survivors just added some subsequent buildings. In this huge city, the space and time are constant. Even the most violent void storm cannot do anything to it. Mu Xing stepped on the floor. The huge city was located on this ancient stone floor, suspended in the void. The madman pointed to a building next to the gate. Let's go this way. Just as they approached, a familiar figure flashed by. Madman, just now it seemed. The madman narrowed his eyes slightly, and then quickly recovered. It's her. She resurrected again. She should want to regain the identity of the Guardian. Do you want to catch up and say hello? Mu Xing said. The madman shook his head. Forget it, she doesn't remember me, and there's no need for me to go and pester her. It's fine this way. TSK, this is not like your style. The madman said nothing and took him to the registration office. Hey, isn't this the madman? Long time no see. Obviously. The person in charge of the registration office knew him. You're still as chattering as before. Be careful not to offend people. Next time I demote you to the Void Observation Station. The madman pointed to the satellite-like observation platform surrounding Terra City. Hey madman, don't curse me. This is an easy job with a high salary, I'm happy. Then the other party approached the madman. By the way, are you back to get the number? I remind you that it's not easy to give it up and then get it back. The madman shook his head. I'm tired of being a guardian. This time I brought a friend to sign up. It was not until then that the person in charge noticed Mu Xing, who was like a transparent person next to the madman. A newcomer, who has only participated in one official survival world mission? He touched his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Huh? No, you actually participated in the survival competition. Let me see the ranking. Why can't I see it? The person in charge frowned, then realized something and quickly relaxed. Looks like a good seedling. Mu Xing was a little shocked that the person in charge of the registration office in Terra City could see his information. The other party took out a registration form. Young man, what's your name? Blood Moon. Fill out the form. The madman next to him couldn't help but say, can't your office upgrade the process? What era is it? Still filling out forms? Process, you know the process. If you are unhappy, go and report it to our superiors. What do you think I want? The person in charge rolled his eyes. Mu Xing didn't have any questions. He grabbed the pen next to him and started filling it out. While Mu Xing was filling out the form, the two people next to him were chatting happily, and he also noticed that this registration office was always deserted, and not many people were willing to participate in the Guardian assessment. The person in charge was obviously very frustrated, and finally someone came to chat with him. I have filled it out. Can you see if there is anything missing? Mu Xing handed over the form. The person in charge took a quick glance, and with a click, he stamped it. Okay, the application has been approved. Young man, I wish you success. He casually said something, and then threw himself into the enthusiastic chat with the madman. However, the madman saw that the registration was done, and directly ignored this guy. Let's go talk next time. He waved and was about to leave. No, let's talk about $10 more. The eager expression made the madman shake his head, and finally turned into a white light, and teleported back to Kowloon City. Madman, who was that person just now? Do you know him? I've been with him before. He's very strong, and he should be in the top 500 of the Guardian ranking now. Is this kind of person just a gatekeeper in Terra City? Guardians are nothing in Terra City, even those within the top 500. You know when you entered Terra City later. Okay. Mu Xing suppressed the shock in his heart, and felt that Terra City was unfathomable. Back to Kowloon City. The madman went straight to the training ground. There was still one day left, and he planned to take this opportunity to practice the Spartan talent that had just evolved. Mu Xing continued to stay in the Kowloon Tower to practice skill proficiency. Since Kowloon City was upgraded to the main city, the Kowloon Tower seemed to have been acquired by the survival system, and now it has become a tower for everyone to enter. The price is that the speed of proficiency improvement is reduced. Even at the 9th level, the speed is increased by 5 times at most. It also costs a certain amount of Terra coins to rent a position. The advantage is that more people can enter the practice, and there is no time limit. As long as there are enough Terra coins, you can stay on the top floor of the 9 Dragon Tower for 24 hours a day to practice skill proficiency at 5 times the speed. Mu Xing couldn't afford to go to the 9th floor, so he stayed on the 5th floor and improved his proficiency at 3 times the speed. The process was boring, but fortunately, he could take the opportunity to run the spiritual practice method. In 10 days, he improved his mental strength by nearly 10%. Although it is not as fast as the G-Virus Serum, it is valuable to keep it steady and accumulate over time. Just as he finished his training for the day, a message suddenly popped up on the survival terminal. Survivor Mu Xing's Guardian Challenge application has been approved. The next survival world will be changed to the Guardian Challenge world, and a limited-time Guardian Challenge mission will be issued. The next survival world has been determined, and the countdown to the survival world will start in 24 hours. Survivors are requested to prepare for survival in advance. Seeing the prompt, Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. The Guardian Challenge application was approved, which means that as long as he passes the next survival world and completes the Guardian mission, he can become an official Guardian with the system. However, in the next survival world, he and the madman will act separately to meet their own challenges. He clenched his fists, and he was looking forward to it. Chapter 320. In 1975, the Cold War between the two camps in the world had reached a fever pitch. In Poland, in a forest on the border between the two camps, a pure white meteor streaked across the sky. At first, no one paid attention to the blazing white meteor that fell from the sky, until the dense forest began to grow unnaturally wildly, and people living in the dense forest noticed that some supernatural power had infiltrated the land. When they wanted to leave the forest through Highway 50, the only road to the outside world, they found that the jungle began to prevent everyone from leaving. A giant tree wall as thick as 50 meters emerged from the soil, and anyone who wanted to escape from the forest was strangled by the activated tree roots. They used various means to try to break the tree wall, cutting with knives and burning with fire. However, the growth rate of these tree walls far exceeded the speed of destruction, blocking everyone in a giant forest cage with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers. After the Alliance camp discovered this situation, it sent planes and tanks to attack the tree wall. However, even the powerful destructive power of modern weapons could not destroy the tree wall at all. The almost endless regeneration ability blocked the power of steel, but instead allowed the forest to continue to expand outward. P.S. The reason why nuclear weapons were not used was that in the context of the US-Soviet hegemony, neither side dared to destroy the fragile nuclear balance, fearing that it would trigger a global nuclear war. In order to investigate the situation inside the forest, the Alliance used a lot of manpower and material resources to dig out an underground tunnel that runs through the forest. Several groups of investigators were sent out, but none of them returned alive. In July 1983, a team of dozens of investigators entered tunnel number 21 and began to go deep into the 1/1 area of the forest. When Mushing opened his eyes, the pungent smell of blood mixed with the disgusting stench of decay invaded his nose. Everyone was locked in a simple wooden cage. Around him, some savages covered in mud and with branches stuck on their heads were busy. They dragged out a corpse wearing a thick white isolation protective suit, stripped off the protective suit, and began to sharpen their knives to prepare for today's dinner. Looking up, there were layers of towering trees, and the lush branches and leaves blocked the sunlight. Only a little light was cast from the dense leaves, barely illuminating the dark forest. This place looked like the camp of these savages, with filthy mud and sewage emitting a disgusting smell. In the garbage dump not far away, there were piles of skeletons like a hill. Some strange white mold grew around the camp. Mushing recalled the prompt sound of the survival system in his mind. This background setting made him feel unfamiliar. Divine Seal, are you there? I'm here, Master. What world? It should be an RPG hardcore survival adventure game set in the Polish jungle during the Cold War, Dark Forest. Hearing this name, Mushing had a little impression, but not much. Fortunately, with the general setting and plot recorded in the Divine Seal, Mushing had a preliminary understanding of this place. As time went by, the other people in the surrounding cages began to wake up. Counting carefully, including myself, there were a total of 9 people alive. However, 2 of them are NPCs, and the rest should be survivors. Mushing tentatively used mental power to scan. He frowned immediately. These survivors. 4 of them are ordinary people without any enhancement, a newcomer who has experienced at least 2 survival worlds, and as for the other one, when Mushing looked at her, she turned back and looked at him. Mushing narrowed his eyes, and recognized her at a glance. Isn't this the old lover of the madman? What a coincidence. The other party seemed to notice him too. The 2 of them exchanged glances, confirmed their respective identities as seniors, and nodded to each other. Suddenly, the savages seemed to be crazy and screamed. They held wooden sticks and wooden spears and looked at the survivors, who woke up in the cage with vigilance. The newcomer in the cage, who didn't understand what happened, screamed like an explosion. Mushing was about to kick the cage to pieces, when he suddenly heard the task released by the survival system. Guardian's first stage task released, Newcomer's Guide. Please select a newcomer as your target, and protect the newcomer to reach tunnel number 21. If the task is successful, the next stage of the Guardian's task will be opened. If the target newcomer dies, the Guardian's task will fail. This task does not have an option button, which is obviously a mandatory task. The screams of the newcomers also aroused the restlessness of the savages. These savages are called savages, and most of them are villagers who once lived in the dense forest. The change of environment and the influence of some mushroom spore dust in the forest made these villagers lose their civilization and reason and become savages who eat raw meat and drink blood. At the same time, Mu Xing noticed that among these savages, not all of them were former villagers, and there were also a few strange non-human beings. Mu Xing kicked open the cage, his eyes condensed, and the mental shock turned into a shock wave. Ah! All the savages covered their heads and screamed. Some of the savages who couldn't withstand the mental shock had their heads exploded on the spot, like a watermelon. Realizing that he had used too much force, he quickly retracted the mental shock. Mu Xing didn't expect that, after being strengthened by dark gold and the new generation of G-Virus serum, his mental power had become so strong that a mere mental shock could make a savage with a weak will explode in the head. This bloody scene completely frightened the newcomers in the cage. Some were splashed with blood and brain matter, and some fainted on the spot. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand. A wild man wearing a strange mask was caught by him. After removing his mask, Mu Xing frowned. This guy has been completely alienated. His body seems to have turned into a plant. There is a strange round tree block growing on his forehead. His face is distorted and ugly. Bark grows on his body. His arms have completely become woody, like entangled tree roots. Just then, the cage next to him opened. Have we met before? The other party showed some doubts on his face. Mu Xing thought about it, considering whether to temporarily hide her relationship with the madman to avoid misunderstanding. I participated in the survival competition, and I also think you look familiar. Oh, I remember that you were with Taoist Qingzhu at that time. The other party was a little surprised when he heard that Mu Xing had participated in the survival competition. Guardian mission? She asked. You too? The other party nodded. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xue Yue. What's your name? Mu Xing said. Yi Wei. Mu Xing's eyes changed slightly. She actually used her real name. You really know me. Tell me, who are you? Even Mu Xing's slight emotional changes could not escape the other party's observation. Mu Xing decided not to hide it anymore. Then let me introduce myself again. I am Bailey's teammate. Yi Wei in front of him was hesitant to speak. You really still remember him? Why do you pretend not to know him? Mu Xing sensed her emotional changes and narrowed his eyes. You don't need to know this. I have nothing to do with him now. Mu Xing tactfully stopped asking questions, knowing that too much is as bad as too little. He just couldn't help but mutter, Madman, your old lover hasn't forgotten you. What happened between you two? What are you talking about? Nothing, I just want to say, since we know each other, why not cooperate? Didn't he send you here? Mu Xing shook his head. Do you believe it's just a coincidence? Yi Wei nodded. I believe you. Chapter 321. Yi Wei's first impression on Mu Xing was that she was a strong woman who had her way. She matched the image of the friend in the madman's mind. She wasn't very pretty, but she had bright eyes, was very heroic, and exuded confidence from head to toe. She had an excellent temperament. I think she would be very compatible with the madman's personality. No wonder the madman had so many female confidants around him, but he was always obsessed with his old lover. Suddenly, a scream next to him brought Mu Xing back to his senses. With a grab of his right hand, the cages that trapped the newcomers were shattered by invisible mental power. This scene frightened the savages, and they ran away in panic. At this time, a man rushed out of the cage at a very fast speed, holding two sharp daggers, and quickly chased and killed all the savages who wanted to escape. Then, he quietly returned with a bloody head. He looked about 20 years old, 1.7 meters tall, wearing a nightgown like an assassin, and carrying a long knife on his back. What's your name? Mu Xing looked at the young man. Although he was just a newcomer who had experienced two worlds, his psychological quality and combat awareness were good. Senior, just ask me to eviscerate. Eviscerate? Senior, I have experienced two worlds. One is Assassin's Creed, and the other is The Walking Dead. My profession is an assassin. I can sneak and assassinate. Mu Xing glanced at him. This newcomer had good vision. Obviously, he was selling himself to Mu Xing. Mu Xing nodded. Yes, there is a place for you in this world. The other party breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Xing's words meant that he was willing to take him with him. Then, Mu Xing turned his attention to the other four newcomers. 2 men and 2 women. One man was wearing a leather jacket, in his 50s, with slightly gray hair on his temples. The other one looked like a college student, about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a sports suit, more than 1.8 meters tall, sunny, young, and a little handsome. 2 girls. These two should also be college students, and they know each other. They curled up in a cage and hugged each other in fear. Yue Wei beside him was also looking at the newcomers. Sister-in-law, will you choose first? As soon as she said this, Yue Wei immediately frowned and looked at Mu Xing. Don't call me that. What should I call you? Just call me by my name. After all, I have nothing to do with him anymore. I see that you are a few years older than me, so I will call you Sister Yi. Whatever you want. Sister Yi, will you choose first? I will observe first. I should choose one of the two girls. Mu Xing nodded. Then I will choose one of the other two. Mu Xing puts his sister-in-law first. Yue Wei took a deep breath and wanted to explain something, but when she saw Mu Xing's respectful expression, she had to swallow her words. It's up to you. You explain the situation to them. I go around to see the situation. Yue Wei went to inspect the camp without looking back. The newcomers were scared, and Mu Xing turned his head away. Everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Blood Moon. Welcome to the survival world. I know you have doubts, but I hope you can recall it carefully. It will give you the answer. Mu Xing knocked his forehead and said. The newcomers immediately quieted down, as if they heard the voice in their heads. Hey, little brother, is this a theater for filming movies? Sorry, I was drunk before and accidentally broke in. I leave now. The uncle in his 50s quickly stood up from the shattered cage. Mu Xing nodded, did not stop him, and even pointed out the way to the camp for him. Result? The uncle ran out not long ago, and soon ran back in a panic. Outside. So many corpses. Mu Xing looked at the other three people. You are all college students, your brains should be fine. Have you read all kinds of infinite flow novels? Several scared young people nodded subconsciously. One of the girls couldn't help asking. So, we were chosen by the Lord God, and came to the Lord God's space. Mu Xing shook his head. The existence above us is called the survival system. Generally speaking, there are no mandatory tasks, erasure penalties. It just throws us survivors into various games, movies, and novels to survive. It has only one requirement for us, stay alive. Then, can we go back? The girl asked again. Of course, as long as you survive, you can return to the real world. Depending on your score, you can take away some items or even abilities. The boy next to him couldn't help but ask, is it okay as long as you stay alive? Is it okay to find a place to hide? Mu Xing nodded. In theory, yes, but believe me, the survival system won't let you hide so comfortably. It will always create some accidents to force you to move forward. And, Mu Xing paused for a moment. And, once you become a survivor, every time you return to the real world and take a short break, you will be pulled into the next survival world again. If you survive every time, the world you experience will become more and more terrifying as time goes by. If you are not strong enough, it will be difficult to survive. Several newcomers looked at each other, obviously frightened by Mu Xing's words. Some people looked pale, and their lips were bloodless, which was extremely ugly. Then, what should we do now? Wait for the survival system to release information. The few people were silent. Suddenly, a typewriter in the garbage dump next to them suddenly clicked and moved by itself. Don't worry, it's a reminder from the survival system. Survivors, welcome to the survival world, Dark Forest. This world is a surreal science fiction survival world, and the survivors' attributes have world bonuses. Magic, witchcraft, spells and other magical equipment, skill effects are reduced by 30%. Technological equipment such as firearms and explosives, skill effects increased by 30%. All newcomers receive a temporary buff bonus, physical strength increased by 30%, life recovery increased by 30%, running speed increased by 30%, and toxin resistance increased by 30%. This world has a death backtracking penalty. Each death will reduce 10% of the sanity value, and 2 consecutive deaths within 3 minutes will result in permanent death. Killing monsters has a chance to obtain special equipment, and successfully passing the level has a chance to obtain a singularity. Survival mission released. Escape from the Dark Forest alive within 5 days. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Giving newcomers enhanced attributes at the beginning means that the difficulty is higher. Moreover, there is a time limit for this escape, which means that if you don't escape in time, you may face the consequences of destruction. He couldn't help but be secretly alert in his heart. Suddenly, the printer sounded again, and the second paper began to print out. Newcomer benefits are beginning to be distributed. Please go to the supply point to collect supplies. Mu Xing was stunned. Is the start so good for newcomers now? Not only are there senior guards, but there are also newcomer welfare gift packs. Why didn't I get this treatment when I first entered the survival world? Just then, Yue came back, holding a strange, rough statue made of branches, clay, and rags. The moment Mu Xing saw this thing, he couldn't help but frown. Sister Yi, don't touch that thing. Chapter 322. It's just a statue made by a savage. I checked it, and found that there is no spiritual power or willpower attached to it. As she said this, she placed the strange statue on a large stone next to her. The round protrusion on the forehead of the clay statue looked very familiar. Mu Xing grabbed the mutant savage. He also had a round wooden block protruding from his forehead. This wooden block was a standard round geometric body, which was out of tune with his plant-like body. The other newcomers couldn't help but cover their mouths when they saw this scene. What is that? Mu Xing looked at the newcomers. Has anyone played the game Dark Forest? Everyone looked at each other in confusion, then shook their heads. Mu Xing explained, there is a special force in the forest that affects people's bodies, brains, and consciousness. If you stay here for a long time, you will become wild and crazy, start to turn into a tree man, or even mutate to another extreme. So, we must leave the forest within 5 days, otherwise we may become irrational monsters like these savages, or we may encounter some kind of devastating attack. Mu Xing gave a warning to make the newcomers nervous. Seeing the hesitant and frightened eyes of the newcomers, Mu Xing felt that the effect he wanted was achieved. At this time, the two NPCs also woke up slowly. They were wearing thick white protective clothing. I don't know if it was because of the fight, but the protective clothing on their bodies was damaged. There were many cracks on the breathing tube connected to the purification device. The two obviously didn't know what happened. Mu Xing didn't say anything, just looked at them quietly, guessing if there is a game protagonist between the two. Where are we? The two looked around in confusion, and seemed to smell the disgusting stench around them. One of them couldn't help but pull open the mask and retched. Hey Myuk, are you crazy? Don't take off the respirator in the forest. However, when he saw Mu Xing and others, he subconsciously looked at his respirator, and found that it had been broken into several large holes. Damn it, it's those damn savages, we are all finished. He covered his head, and suddenly saw the body of his companion not far away, and ran over in fear. Mu Xing walked to the retching man. Mr. Myuk, do you remember what happened? Myuk retched for a long time, before slowly raising his head. Sorry, my memory is a little confused. Mu Xing was not in a hurry, and waited quietly for a few minutes. The man named Myuk slowly stood up, and seemed to recall all his memories. They were all jungle investigators sent by the Alliance. He looked around and said, Mr. Blood Moon, are all your research team members okay? They are all alive. We killed those savages. There is something strange about this place. We all felt that our memories were a little fuzzy after we woke up. Then Mook stood up and comforted Mu Xing. Don't worry, Mr. Blood Moon, this is normal. We went too deep into the jungle this time. It is obvious that the Mook in front of him knows a lot of secrets about the forest. The man next to him shouted, Mook, Enoch is dead. He was killed by those damn savages. Mook ran to the corpse with a sad face. Okay, Karlov, cheer up. We still have a mission to complete. The man named Karlov looked a little dull, and collapsed to the ground. Then Mook searched around the dirty camp for a while, and finally found a communication device from the pile of debris collected by the savages. He tried to turn it on again. With a crackling sound, the radio communication device was successfully started. 0012 calling the headquarters. 0012 calling the headquarters. However, there was only a buzzing sound from the loudspeaker, and nothing else. Just when Mook was about to give up, a hoo-hoo noise suddenly came from the loudspeaker. The sound did not seem to be a regular noise, but rather the sound of interfered communication. Mu Xing silently asked Shanine, can you try to eliminate the noise? You can try, but according to the settings, the entire forest seems to be shrouded in a signal Jedi, which blocks any form of remote communication. Then, Shanine began to use Red Queen's artificial intelligence to process the sound. Finally, a slightly rough and hoarse voice came. We are home, please enjoy this sweet dream. This voice is chilling, as if it came from a very deep underground cave. When Mook wanted to respond, the noise stopped abruptly. He put the mobile phone on his back. Everyone, we must leave here quickly and rush to passage 21. As he said, he and Karlov began to bury the bodies of their companions. Here, several new survivors also slowly calmed down, and their faces looked much better than when they just woke up. Before we get going, let's introduce ourselves. Mu Xing looked at the people. My name is Zhao Liang, a college student from Nanjing University. The male college student raised his hand. Sun Qian, taxi driver. The 50-year-old uncle spoke. Mu Xing looked at the two girls, one of whom said, "My name is Zhou Jiejia. She is my best friend Wang Zi. We are both students of Magic City University." Mu Xing said, "You are lucky. Sister Yi and I are both seniors. As long as you follow the instructions along the way, I guarantee that you can reach the number 21 passage safely." Several people quickly said, "Don't worry, we will be obedient." Mu Xing nodded. Although these newcomers were fragile, he was willing to take care of them as long as they were obedient. If they were not obedient, they would be abandoned after completing the task. Yu Wei next to him obviously had the same idea as him, observing who was worthy of being protected. She suddenly said, "Just to remind you, I have a protection quota, and I will choose one of you as the protection object." When these words came out, several newcomers were also confused, not knowing what this meant. Yu Wei had no intention of explaining, and turned around and walked past Mu Xing. After leaving the savages' camp, everyone could finally breathe deeply, greedily breathing in the fresh and moist air around them. I have to say that the air in this dense jungle is really good. There is no modern industrial pollution, and the refreshing feeling of every breath of air seems to reach the top of the head. Mook and Karlov walked in front, and one of them was holding a Makarov pistol in his hand. He looked around vigilantly. The jungle was deep, and the light mist formed by the rising water vapor never dissipated all year round, causing their vision to be always blocked by the mist. After seeing Mu Xing suddenly take out a compass and a map from the storage space, Mook and Karlov's attitude towards him changed 180 degrees. At the same time, Mu Xing also knew the identity set for them by the survival system, a supernatural researcher from the Soviet Union. As we all know, since they are supernatural researchers, it seems reasonable to have some special supernatural abilities. Mu Xing stared at the survival terminal. There is a supply point on the road 2 kilometers away from the camp. The entire circular forest is not flat, but is divided into blocks of dozens to hundreds of square kilometers by the tall tree walls inside. And the area they are in now is the 1/1 area divided by the Alliance. Suddenly, a crashed helicopter in front of them attracted their attention. Chapter 323. It's an Alliance plane. How could it crash here? Nyuk wanted to run over immediately, but was grabbed by Mu Xing. "What's wrong, Mr. Blood Moon? There are savages." When he heard the word savage, Nyuk suddenly became nervous and looked around vigilantly. Mu Xing glanced at the bone cutting next to him and pointed to the left. Bone cutting nodded and rushed into the woods quickly and flexibly. Yu Wei didn't need any prompting and went straight to the right. Mu Xing raised his right hand, and several newcomers squatted down quickly. "Mook, protect them, we go ahead and clean up the savages." "Hey, those savages are dangerous, this gun is for you." Mu Xing shook his head and pulled out the M4A1 that hadn't been used for a long time. "I have a gun." Mook's eyes widened, and he was completely convinced of the strength of this paranormal researcher. Mu Xing strode directly to the crashed helicopter. From the traces of the crash, it had crashed only about a week ago. The plane miraculously did not explode. Except for the bloodstains in the cockpit, the pilot and other accompanying personnel were missing. Maybe he was dead, maybe he escaped, but the most likely possibility was that he had become the food of those savages. As soon as Mu Xing approached, he was spotted by the surrounding savages. They hid in the bushes, ready to launch a surprise attack at any time. Suddenly, there was a shrill scream from the surrounding woods. 2 wild dogs rushed out of the woods and pounced on Mu Xing. Mu Xing raised his gun and shot. The 2 wild dogs were not mutants, but ordinary wild dogs. Their heads were covered with mud and branches, which made them look more ferocious. He fired the M4 at his hand quickly, killing 2 wild dogs on the spot. Then, more wild men rushed towards him. However, before they got close, a dart hit them and pierced the back of the wild men's heads. These wild men stumbled and fell to the ground. Soon, the screams in the woods gradually disappeared, until all the wild men were killed, and Yu Wei and Jigu walked out of the woods. "Okay, it's safe, come here," Mu Xing shouted to the people behind him. Hearing Mu Xing's reminder, they couldn't wait to approach the crashed helicopter. Mook and Karlov were in front, approaching the helicopter carefully. After seeing the number, they couldn't help but cover their heads. "Oh damn, this is the helicopter that came to pick us up. How could it crash here?" Mu Xing frowned. "Wait, how long have we been out?" "At most 2 days. Mook showed his watch with a date. "But this helicopter crashed for at least a week." "What?" Mook was confused. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand and pulled out the 2 large boxes in the cabin with telekinesis. A green military supply box was engraved with weapon marks. Mu Xing exerted a little force and opened the lid with telekinesis. Inside were 4 AK-47s, 6 Makarov pistols, several daggers, and several bullets. Each person could get at least 100 bullets. This is not a good sign. The taciturn Bone Picker frowned. Brother Bone Picker, why do you say that? A girl next to him tried to get close to him. Don't you understand that when playing games, there must be supplies before the battle? Guchia was aloof, and only replied indifferently. He was not very interested in these newcomers. Mu Xing pointed at the guns and said, "You can take the guns by yourselves. If you don't know how to use a gun, ask Karlov to teach you." Mu Xing walked to another supply box and opened it. The contents were similar to what Mu Xing expected, a set of brand new protective clothing with air purification devices. But there was no food or water. One set of isolation suits for each person. If you want to wear them, put them on by yourself. Don't touch those strange things in the forest. Be careful of infection. Mu Xing reminded him, and Zhao Liang, who was prying the bark of a tree with white mold on the ground with a dagger not far away, suddenly stopped his action awkwardly. Everyone quickly distributed supplies and protective clothing. Mu Xing and the other 3 veterans did not take weapons, but they did take a set of protective clothing. The newcomers either took pistols or held AKs. Mook and Karlov each carried an AK-47. With equipment in hand, these newcomers were much more confident and not as nervous as when they first entered this world. Mu Xing checked the 2 wild dogs' bodies, and after the Divine Seal conducted a genetic test and found no abnormal genes, he directly agreed to dismember the 2 wild dogs. Several college students, especially the 2 women, turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch this scene. Food is very scarce in the forest, especially healthy food. If people don't eat, they will soon become weak and exhausted. It's a foolish dream to want to reach passage 21 alive. The bone picker next to him seemed to be very skilled in handling food. Quickly dry and smoke to dehydrate, so that the food can be preserved for a longer time. Each person takes 1 portion as a food reserve for today. Next, we need to find a clean water source before finding a village. Bone Picker is indeed an expert who has survived in the world of the Walking Dead. He has his own set of ideas about survival in the wild. Can I not? The girl named Wang Zi said timidly. It's up to you. Don't look for me if you starve to death, Bone Picker said calmly. Well, Brother Bone Picker, give me her portion. The driver, Sun Qian, came over with a smile, and he even found a backpack from the helicopter. Are you sure you don't want it? Chigu looked at Wang Zi. The girl shook her head repeatedly. Hearing this, Chigu didn't force it. Zhou Jiajia next to him just silently carried her share. Mu Xing came over, and he took out everything he could collect from the helicopter, even the remaining aviation fuel in the tank. He never wastes one. There are some tools here, pick the ones you need, and I pack up all the ones I don't need. Mu Xing pointed at the pile of pickaxes, shovels, and so on. At this time, Yi Wei, who had come back from exploring the surroundings, brought good news. Not far ahead, there was a stream. As soon as they heard the stream, they immediately perked up and approached the stream. But when they approached the stream, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. The entire stream seemed to flow in a riverbed formed by the interweaving of tree roots. The water, which originally looked quite clean, was polluted by the swollen corpses floating in the stream. Mu Xing used telekinesis to grab these corpses. Judging from their attire, they were not those savages with no clothes, but more like nearby villagers. Although the clothes were patched, they were still relatively clean. They all had fatal wounds on their bodies. They must have been attacked by wild men and died in the stream. He did not feel disgusted when removing the bones. He directly searched the bodies that were soaked and turned white. Finally, he found a simple map in his pocket. It should be a hunter from a nearby village. Mu Xing carefully unfolded the map. It was a simple hand-drawn map. Although it was blurred by the water, the general direction could still be identified. He looked up to the southeast. There is a village about 3 kilometers ahead. The newcomers were excited when they heard about the village. But Mook and Karlov were not so happy. Mr. Blood Moon, the manual regulations prohibit us from contacting the villages and residents in the forest. Should we reconsider it? Chapter 324. Mu Xing was not surprised by Mook's attitude. Since the jungle mutated, the tall tree wall blocked the dense forest. Both the Western Alliance and the Soviet Alliance, except for the initial tentative attack, maintained a wait-and-see attitude. They dug tunnels, sent investigators, and deeply studied the mysterious power that caused the forest mutation. But the only thing they did not do was to rescue and evacuate the residents in the dense forest. Because they found that the natives in these dense forests had been changed and infected by something. Even the number of wild men detected far exceeds the number of indigenous people. That's right, the number of strange wild men that appeared in the dense forest has long exceeded the number of forest residents recorded. Then the question is, where do these wild men that appeared out of thin air come from? In addition, the various strange mutations in the dense forest also make the two major camps dare not easily bring things in the dense forest out of the boundary. Divine Seal, have you sensed the mental erosion effect similar to that of the death space? Master, mental erosion has not been found yet, and because the game plot is open, it is impossible to confirm the true world view, nor can it confirm the characteristics of the mysterious meteorite that fell in the center of the forest. Mu Xing looked at the giant trees with lush branches and leaves. It seems that we can only find out by getting closer to the tree. In the depths of the distant dense forest, there is a giant tree that reaches up to the sky, just like the legendary Yggdrasil. The whole forest seems to be an extension of it. Mu Xing suspected that this might be a group consciousness, similar to the big tree on Pandora in the movie Avatar. However, the erosion and defense of this big tree can kill the alien tree in seconds. Mu Xing suspected that even if a small number of nuclear bombs were used to bomb it, it would not kill the big tree. Even if the entire forest is flattened in an instant, a larger forest will grow again in a few minutes, calculated in seconds. This power has exceeded the cognition of humans in this world. Although Mook has been hesitant, he finally agreed to go to the village. At the moment when he lost contact with the outside world, surviving is the top priority. It was relatively safe along the way. Mu Xing had a mental detection scanning ahead to avoid those wandering wild men as much as possible. Mu Xing also noticed that there were too many wild men in the forest. Even if all the villagers were turned into savages, the number would still be far less than these savages. These savages would not drop equipment when killed, so Mu Xing was too lazy to deal with them. And Yi Wei had been studying the rough statue. Sister Yi, have you found anything? Yi Wei shook her head. I know a little about the plot of the Dark Forest. These savages and some villagers will fanatically worship the mysterious god in the image of this statue. Some people will see similar images in their dreams. They think that the gods they believed in the past have abandoned them, so they convert to new gods. Is it because of the influence of supernatural forces? Zhao Liang, a college student who had been walking with his head down, couldn't help asking. Mu Xing turned his head to look at him, and Yi Wei next to him continued. The villagers have seen many so-called miracles, so they are particularly obsessed with worshipping the new god. Is it possible that those people ate too many mushrooms, or inhaled poisonous mushroom spores, and had hallucinations? Sun Qian next to him guessed. He has begun to integrate into this group and adapt to his new identity. Uncle Qian, why do you say that? Zhou Jiejia asked in confusion. Look at those strange mushrooms all over the mountains, and the white fungi everywhere. Isn't that what is set up in some science fiction movies and novels? But it may also be related to the drinking water. It seems that the water here is polluted. Wang Zi, who had not spoken much, couldn't help but express his opinion. Mu Xing noticed that the change in the attitude of these newcomers should be related to what Yi Wei said before. They all wanted to show off and attract the attention of Yi Wei and him. Not stupid. Mu Xing commented in his heart. Woof woof woof. Just then, a burst of barking came from the front. Mu Xing and his friends could already vaguely see a village hidden in the jungle. Originally, this place was adjacent to Highway 50, but as the dense forest grew wildly, Highway 50 had long been destroyed by tree roots, and it was difficult to see its original appearance. The village was surrounded by tall wooden railings, and there were traps on the periphery, probably to prevent wild people in the forest. With a previous experience, these newcomers learned to be smart and carefully observe the surroundings. Muku walked in front, holding a gun and looking around. Suddenly, his feet were empty, and he was about to fall into a trap. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and the invisible power of thought pulled him back. The wooden board covered with dust suddenly collapsed, revealing a pit of nearly 4 meters, with countless sharp wooden stakes inserted in the pit. If he really fell in, Muku would be dead. Then, some villagers with pitchforks, shovels, and spades rushed out from all directions. They rushed forward and surrounded the crowd. And further away, there were villagers holding shotguns aiming at them. The nervous newcomers subconsciously raised their guns. Don't be nervous. Mu Xing suppressed the newcomer's restlessness. Nyuk, can you communicate? I try. The frightened Nyuk stood up and began to shout at the villagers. The general meaning was that they were investigators sent by the Alliance. Upon hearing this, some of them immediately showed surprise. Most people were indifferent. Just then, a man in a brown sweater ran out of the village. Don't shoot, it's the Alliance. The man had a stethoscope around his neck and looked like a doctor. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes and looked at Yue next to him. Mu Xing knew this doctor, a very important NPC in the early stage of the game. As the only general practitioner in the village, he abandoned the superior life in the big city and came to this remote jungle village. He is the only doctor in the surrounding villages. He can treat injuries and diseases and give birth to babies. He can do almost everything. So his reputation in this dense forest is also very high. However, in the plot, this doctor is incapable of dealing with the pollution of the dense forest, which makes many people disappointed in him. They unreasonably put all the problems on the doctor. In the end, he was driven out of the village by the villagers. However, from the current situation, it seems that they arrived earlier than the protagonist of the game. At least at this time, the doctor still maintains a certain reputation in the village. With the doctor's persuasion, the two sides began to calm down. He ran to Mu Xing and the others with a look of surprise. "Excuse me, are you sent by the Alliance to rescue us?" Muku was about to speak when he was pulled behind him by Mu Xing. "Yes, Doctor, we are investigators sent by the Alliance to find out the situation inside the forest. We are here to rescue you." Upon hearing this, not only the doctor, but also the villagers around who were pale and obviously malnourished, showed hope in their eyes. Please come in, welcome to Brunk Village. We have been waiting here for too long. We can't hold on any longer." The doctor almost cried. Mu Xing patted the doctor's shoulder. "Don't worry, everything will be fine. Master, there is something wrong with this doctor's body." The voice of the divine seal suddenly came. Chapter 325. Weird. What's weird? I scanned and found that his genes were contaminated, just like those mutated tree people. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, how are you doing with the genes of those tree people? Very strange. What do you mean? I didn't detect any foreign gene invasion. What do you mean? Could it be that the human genes have directly turned into the tree genes? That's right, and I didn't see any mutation effects like genetic mutation. It's like natural growth at an age. I've never seen this before. Could it be the influence of some kind of energy or spiritual power? Shadeen denied. Not found, this state is more like. Mu Xing thought of the infection that EU encountered in the previous competition. Could it be a meme? It's possible, there is another possibility, dream. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes and savored these two words. On the way, he read the setting information and plot information that Shadeen brought to the survival world. There are similar settings in it, but Mu Xing can't be sure, because the survival system and the rules of the world may distort these information to a certain extent. If you really believe this information completely, it is no different from seeking death. When they collected their thoughts, the doctor had already excitedly led them into the village. The village was not big, with sparse houses, and some old houses had been destroyed by the tangled trees. So the villagers built new houses next to the big trees with old and rotten wood. It was hard to imagine that in a forest full of trees, the villagers could not find suitable wood to build houses. There was no other reason. Since the forest began to mutate, not only the tree walls that grew in the forest were almost indestructible, but later even these ordinary trees became indestructible. Even if a big tree is cut down, the broken branches will take root instantly, and grow more and more luxuriant trees, which cannot be used at all. As time goes by, the wilder and wilder forests have seriously squeezed the living space of the villagers. Mu Xing looked up and saw a shrine about 1 meter high in the center of the village. In front of the shrine were strange offerings such as pig bones and branches. And when they looked at the statue in the shrine, it was no surprise that the statue was exactly the same as the statue Yue found before. Several villagers were worshipping the shrine. "Everyone, please follow me. My clinic is in front." Fortunately, it has not been destroyed by those hateful trees. As if to explain the villagers' behavior of besieging them just now, the doctor explained, "Don't worry about those people. They are actually ordinary people with kind hearts. It's just that there are more and more barbarians in the forest recently, so we have to be on guard." The doctor glanced at the guns in their hands. "Have you seen those monsters? We killed some of them. What on earth are those savages?" Mook asked with a frown. Some of them were formed by the crazy villagers who ran away, and some may have grown out of the woods. Hearing this, Karlov next to him snorted. "Doctor, are you kidding? How can people grow out of the woods?" The doctor was stunned, but he was not angry. Instead, he waved his hand. "I thought so before. Maybe it was all my illusion. I am a loyal materialist, but..." The doctor hesitated. "Just what, doctor?" Zhao Liang couldn't help asking. "It's just that after staying in this place for a long time, I always doubt whether the knowledge in my mind is still useful." The doctor looked at his rough hands and finally stopped in front of a small clinic covered with moss and tree roots. It has no name, only a red cross mark. Everyone, it's getting late. Let's rest here tonight. I go find someone to prepare dinner for you guests. As soon as they heard the word dinner, several newcomers, including Muku, couldn't help but feel their stomachs growling. After all, they didn't dare to eat the meat of those wild dogs. By the way, everyone, don't walk around the village if you don't have anything to do, so as not to cause misunderstandings. Mu Xing nodded. Don't worry, we will stay in the clinic all the time. Just as the doctor left, Mu Xing noticed that there were many people hiding in the dark nearby to observe them. Is this doctor reliable? Why do I feel that he is weird? Besides, this place is so shabby, there's not even a chair to sit on. Zhou Jiajia began to complain. Okay Jiajia, this is not home, just bear with it. Wang Zi comforted her. Mook and Karlov found that there was a generator and matching batteries in the clinic, and immediately ran over to start them, wanting to charge their wireless communicators. Several newcomers began to look for a place to sit down and rest, and deal with the mud they had stained along the way. Chigu stood at the door of the clinic. I go out for a walk. Go out the back door, be careful, don't let the villagers find you. Understood. Chigu climbed out of the window, and left without leaving any trace. Yue was studying the map on the wall. It's called a map, but it doesn't show anything. This place was originally a dense forest, with only Highway 50 crossing the dense forest, which has no reference value. Master, do you want to summon the hunter? The voice of the god seal sounded. No, don't summon it yet, there's something strange about this place. Master, are you worried about the existence deep in the forest? Yes, before we figure out the truth about this place, we should not make any unnecessary moves. Mu Xing always had a feeling that there was something in the deep forest watching them, the outsiders. It was as if there were eyes growing out of every leaf, watching their every move. This feeling was so real, I wonder if it was the observer's spiritual method that I had practiced recently that made his perception more and more acute. Unfortunately, he was not a true observer. Mu Xing used the new divine seal to observe this forest, but unfortunately, he found nothing. Everything seemed ordinary. And this was exactly what Mu Xing was worried about. Just as he was thinking about it, the sky gradually darkened, the humidity in the forest began to increase, and fog appeared. Of course, it was just ordinary fog. At this time, the doctor came back with a few villagers, carrying a large iron basin. Before they got close, they smelled a strong smell of meat. Thank you for your hard work. We have prepared dinner for you. Please don't hesitate. When they solved the puzzle and opened the lid of the large iron basin, a stronger meat aroma wafted in the air. It smells so good. The doctor stirred it with a shovel, and it turned out to be a large piece of pork elbow, and even pig's trotters could be seen. With the fragrance of spices in the dense forest, almost everyone present subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Several villagers bowed to the basin of pork with a pious look. Thank God for the food given by the miracle, and thank the Pig King for the gift. They even took out a few simple idols and held them in their hands, very pious. Mu Xing saw that they were not pretending. They really believed in the so-called new god. However, no one dared to move, and they all looked at Mu Xing. Don't worry, it is indeed pork. Mu Xing said. Chapter 326. After hearing the senior Mu Xing remind them that it was pork and not any other meat, the newcomers could not wait to gather around. Opening another pot, there was a pot of soup stewed with sparse wild vegetables, with a few drops of oil floating on it, which formed a sharp contrast with the large pot of pork. It was hard to imagine that a village with scarce supplies actually had a large pot of pork to entertain guests. Don't be polite, everyone. On behalf of Brunk Village, I welcome all representatives of the Alliance. The speaker was an old man in his 70s, thin, hunched, and a little bald. He looked like the village chief. I forgot to introduce you. This is the village chief of Brunk Village, Ilov. The doctor next to him introduced. Hello, village chief. The newcomers expressed their gratitude to the village chief. The doctor cleared the table in the clinic and used it as a dining table for them. The group of people stopped being polite and started to eat heartily. Which one of you is the person in charge? I have some questions. Mu Xing stood up. Village leader, let's talk outside. Mu Xing did not eat the pork because he knew where it came from. When Mu Xing went out, many villagers had already gathered around him with expectations in their eyes. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the next action, Mu Xing planned to comfort these villagers, who were almost collapsed. Everyone, we are investigators sent by the Alliance. After years of hard work, we finally succeeded in breaking through from underground to the forest to investigate the situation here. Please rest assured, The Alliance has not forgotten you, and is doing its best to organize rescue. When these words came out, some people were surprised, while others questioned. Sir, I am not doubting the Alliance, but after so many years, why hasn't the Alliance sent anyone to rescue us? Muxing sighed. Why not? Not only the Alliance, but also the Western Federation is trying to break through the blockade. You may not know that this huge dense forest has expanded for hundreds of kilometers, and the Alliance once sent troops to attack the huge tree wall. But the plane crashed as soon as it flew into the woods, and the tanks were instantly turned into scrap metal when they entered the forest. Over the years, we have lost many people. As soon as these words came out, the villagers fell silent. It turned out that the people outside had not forgotten them, but because of this supernatural forest, all the rescue outside was blocked. One person couldn't help asking, "Excuse me, how did you get in?" Muxing pointed to the ground. The Alliance spent a lot of manpower and material resources to dig a tunnel deep underground, and then successfully broke into the forest, but what? Muxing's sudden stop made these people's hearts rise to their throats. But the forest is expanding too fast. Many tunnels that have just been dug are swallowed up by indestructible tree roots in the blink of an eye. This time we entered the forest and encountered the expansion of the forest. The entrance collapsed. Now only the number 21 passage can be evacuated from here. So I hope to get your help and leave this dangerous jungle together. As he spoke, Muxing pointed at himself and said, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xueyue. My companions and I are members of the Alliance Supernatural Research Institute. We have some special abilities. I hope everyone will not worry. As he spoke, he grabbed with his right hand, and the dilapidated ox cart not far away was suspended in the air, shocking everyone present. Many people were trembling with excitement, thinking that they were saved. Even the village chief couldn't help wiping away tears. I knew that the Alliance would not forget us, the survivors of the border. Muxing quickly struck while the iron was hot. Everyone, we are new here, and we need your help to lead everyone out of the forest. We need all the information about the forest. I will thank you on behalf of my team members. Muxing's words almost completely won the trust of the villagers. And obviously, he felt that the aura around him had changed. This was a very strange change. The village, which was originally shrouded in death and despair, suddenly became full of vitality. Even the cold air around him faded a lot, and the fog dissipated slightly. Divine Seal, did you notice? Master, I noticed it. It's a bit like the church dominated by blind believers in Silent Hill. The change in the mentality of these villagers has affected the change in the environment. So is this a dream? No, I'm sure. Muxing noticed that the happiest person here was not the villagers, but the doctor. He seemed to have regained hope and confidence, and his whole state had changed. At this moment, someone hurried over and said, it's not good, Adelina is dying. Upon hearing this, the village chief and the doctor looked at each other, especially the doctor. He quickly looked at Muxing and said, Sir, please excuse me, I have to go see my patient. Muxing nodded and said, By the way, here are 2 antibiotics, maybe they can help you. Muxing took out 2 antibiotics from the helicopter and handed them to him. Seeing the 2 antibiotics, the doctor was overjoyed and said, Thank you very much, I thank you for Adelina first. As he said that, the doctor grabbed the antibiotic and ran towards the patient. Others followed him. Some were worried, but more people had inexplicable emotions in their eyes that they couldn't hide. They seemed to be concerned, but also a little scared. These strange emotions made Muxing narrow her eyes, and then she followed him directly. After walking a few steps, a figure followed closely. It was Yue. Sister Yi? Have you finished eating? I didn't. I couldn't swallow that stuff. She looked at the villagers who left in a hurry. What happened to them? There is a patient who is dying. I plan to go over and take a look. I go too. Muxing nodded and did not refuse. Soon, they came to a wooden house in the east of the village. Before they approached, many people were already watching. There were constant cries and painful groans coming from the house. Muxing and his friends arrived and asked the crowd to move aside. Can we go in and take a look? The village chief at the door hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. Please don't be afraid. She was once a beautiful woman. This made Muxing vaguely aware of something. The door opened slightly, and a smell of soil mixed with strange tree roots rotted came from inside, mixed with a strong smell of herbs. The room was dim, with only the doctor's busy footsteps and comforting voice. Don't worry, Adelina, I will save you. I brought antibiotics, which will help relieve your pain. When Muxing pushed open the door, the scene in front of him almost made him vomit. Even though he had experienced all kinds of storms and waves and seen all kinds of bizarre scenes, he still almost couldn't hold back. Under the dim light of the room, he saw a swollen and twisted thing that could no longer be called a human. The shape was even more disgusting and terrifying than the giant in water, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. Her legs were even more woody, turning into tree roots, and splashed on the wooden floor under the bed. The squirming thing on the bed could no longer see her face clearly, and only the heavy breathing and painful groans of her twisted facial features could be heard. Next to him, the doctor was holding up a silver syringe in his hand. Chapter 327. Don't inject. It will kill her immediately. Mu Xing resisted the discomfort and hurried to stop the doctor. But she can't hold on any longer. Maybe antibiotics can help her hold on for a while longer. Mu Xing grabbed the needle in the doctor's hand with his right hand, and it flew out and fell on the table next to him. Let me see, Mu Xing said. The doctor hesitated for a moment, but nodded and stepped back. Sister Yi, are you okay? Mu Xing looked at Yi Wei next to him. She couldn't help it, covered her mouth, and left the room quickly. Divine Seal, scan it. Understood. A red light swept by. A moment. Master, she has mutated, but unlike those tree people outside, part of her mutation is artificial. Artificial? What do you mean? Someone used her for experiments. Yes, but it was this kind of experiment that barely kept her alive. Is there any cure? I can try genetic modification, which is an excellent experimental material, and will help the master understand this forest. Okay, I agree. Mu Xing turned to the doctor. Doctor, I want you to tell me what medicine you used on her. Mu Xing knew very well that there was only one person in the whole forest who was capable of doing such an experiment. I didn't. The doctor stuttered. Please tell me, otherwise I can't save her. The doctor looked at Mu Xing. At the red light that appeared in the air, he gritted his teeth and took out an injection from his pocket. Mu Xing stared at the milky white liquid in the syringe. What is this? A synthetic substance I extracted from special mold and pig king. It has some suppressive effect on lignification, but I didn't expect that it would make people alienated in another direction. I harmed Adelina. The doctor covered his head, his face full of guilt. Please wait for me outside. I will try to save people. Don't blame yourself. After all, you have fulfilled your responsibilities as a doctor. After Mu Xing waited for the doctor to leave, he snapped his fingers and closed the door. Divine Seal, perform a full-scale scan. The red-eye totem emerged and kept changing. Under the support of Mu Xing's mental power, the twisted and swollen thing on the bed began to float up. Mu Xing used mental power to soothe the other party's mind and hypnotize him. Alessa! Mu Xing called out. The shadow of Alessa appeared in his hand, but he did not summon Alessa out of the box. Alessa knew what Mu Xing wanted to do. I will try to explore her inner thoughts and dreams. As he spoke, a ray of light was projected into Adelina's body. Just as the Divine Seal was scanning all directions and trying to use genetic modification, Mu Xing took out a cage. Fuck you, Blood Moon Kid, you finally dared to let me out? You think you can make me surrender? As soon as Mu Xing took it out, the fat cat version of the evil spirit in the cage began to scream. Then, it suddenly became quiet. Huh? This place is interesting. The evil spirit's pupils dilated as it looked at the floating Adelina. Mu Xing looked at the evil spirit expressionlessly, observing its eyes. Even though the evil spirit was sealed in the body of a cat, it still retained some special perception abilities. Just as the evil spirit was observing enthusiastically, Mu Xing suddenly grabbed the cage and wanted to stuff it back into the original hive. Wait, why are you in such a hurry? I sense something. How about we make a deal? Deal? Mu Xing lifted the cage and looked at the fat cat in it. I tell you some information I've sensed about this world, and you let me out of this damn cage. Mu Xing said expressionlessly, not interested. I have Horus, and I can see what you can see. Humph, with you as a half-baked observer who hasn't even started yet? How much truth can you see? Oh, then tell me. You're trying to trick me. Let me out first, or there's no need to talk. No need to talk. Mu Xing took it back. When he looked up again, the twisted and swollen Adelina in front of him had changed a lot. Some substances that did not belong to her body were stripped out by the Divine Seal and suspended in the air beside her. The milky white liquid and some dirty blood were burned together. Master, did the evil spirit sense some truth? The Divine Seal asked. It is an evil spirit after all. No matter how miserable it is, it has once stepped half a step into the multi-level existence. It can always see many things that mortals like me cannot see clearly. Then what are your plans, Master? Evil spirits cannot be trusted. As long as there is one lie among 10 truths, it is very dangerous. However, I have to find a way to make good use of this tool. After a while, the light of Alessa's incarnation returned from Adelina's consciousness. Did you find anything? White light, big trees. Most of the images I saw in her dream were these, and there was also a statue-like existence, but it was very vague. Can you explore her dream in more depth? She was too weak. I didn't dare to stimulate her spirit, and I'm not a master of dream control. Alessa shook her head. Every time this happened, Mu Xing began to miss Nightmare Freddy. It would be great if Freddy, a master of dream control, was here. By the way, Divine Seal, can you try to contact Trix or Art? Master, although Art and Trix left their contact information, it may not be that easy to contact them. After all, there is a multiverse between us. Mu Xing touched his chin, not giving up. God Seal was also helping to think. Master, maybe we can make a signal amplifier, and then use the dark gold energy as a communication anchor to try to communicate with Trix. Although Nightmare Freddy is dead, I believe that with Trix's ability, it is not difficult to resurrect him. Mu Xing nodded. Then you draw the blueprint for the signal amplifier, and I will try to see if I can make it. Okay. While discussing, Mu Xing noticed that the genetic modification of God's Seal had taken effect. Adelina's appearance has begun to recover. Although her legs are still wooden, the swelling and distortion of her body has subsided, and she has gradually returned to human form. Her physical characteristics are also stabilizing. Until Mu Xing opened the door, the doctor who was pacing back and forth outside suddenly looked up. How is she? Let's go in and take a look. When Mu Xing walked out of the house, the village chief was still waiting outside. Then he saw the doctor running out like crazy. Everyone come in and take a look at Adelina. Some villagers hesitated and dared not approach. Only the village chief entered the room without hesitation, and soon, exclamations came from the room. Oh my God, a miracle! This is a miracle! The miracle has come again! More and more people began to be curious. They entered the house and saw Adelina, who had returned to normal. The shock on their faces could no longer be maintained, and they shouted that a miracle had come. Mu Xing reminded them immediately. Everyone, this is not a miracle, and there is no miracle. This is the power of science. While saying this, he was also observing the emotional changes of these villagers. Chapter 328. The villagers' emotions changed dramatically at this moment, as if jumping from one extreme to another. Mu Xing sensed that the bonfire on the 4th floor of the hive began to ripple, and became brighter. As we all know, bonfires can absorb the hope emitted by humans. And the hope that bursts out in despair is purer. In just less than 30 seconds, Mu Xing sensed that the total amount of the bonfire expanded by 1%. Master, the spirit and will of these villagers are very strange, and their activity is far beyond that of ordinary people, but they are also extremely fragile. The Divine Seal reminded Mu Xing. When the village chief walked out of the room, his attitude towards Mu Xing completely changed. If he was just being polite before, now the look in his eyes could only be described as burning. Suddenly, more villagers knelt directly in front of Mu Xing. The village chief even begged with tears in his eyes. Please, sir, save those poor patients. Mu Xing looked at the doctor. Are there other patients in the village? Yes, but most of them have been transferred to the church. Church? Mu Xing remembered that place, which was on the way to passage 21. The doctor collected the alienated patients in the basement of the church to prevent them from infecting more people. Mu Xing did not reject the village chief's request, but also stated his own request. By the way, village chief, you just mentioned the Pig King. I think the patient's mutation may be related to the Pig King. As soon as these words came out, the faces of many villagers around changed drastically. These villagers were very sensitive to emotional changes. When they heard Mu Xing mention pigs, they all became nervous, and some even began to be full of hostility. The village chief weighed the pros and cons and said, Mr. Investigator, I can take you there to have a look, but the Pig King is the hope for our village's survival and a miracle from God. I hope you won't hurt it. Just then, Shikin came back, and he had explored almost the entire village. Just as they were heading to the pig house, he whispered to Mu Xing about the results of his investigation. It's strange, except for the doctor, I didn't see any NPCs in the game plot. Did you explore every house? Mu Xing asked. Of course, ordinary wooden houses can't stop me, but I am sure that this village is completely different from what is set in the game. Mu Xing was silent, motioning him not to say anything. Go and call the others. Okay. When Shigu returned to the clinic to call people, Yue also came over. Blood Moon, do you think this place is strange? Sister Yi, have you noticed it too? Yes, this place doesn't match the plot in my memory. Mu Xing thought for a while. Let's go and see the pig first, maybe there will be a breakthrough. What do you want to do? We need to confirm whether we are dreaming or not. After all, one of the important settings of this game is dreams, which are like real dreams. What do you need me to do? She asked. Sister Yi, I need you to help me find something. What? Key. The key to open passage 21. Key? She was stunned at first, and then seemed to remember something. Oh, the key? How could I forget such an important thing as the key? In the game plot, the protagonist and 2 other investigators entered the jungle through a tunnel, but were attacked by savages as soon as they came out of the tunnel. He and his 2 companions were knocked unconscious by the savages and taken into the jungle. In the end, only he escaped from the savages' tribe alive. The protagonist escaped all the way, and it was the doctor who saved him. Because of this, the doctor learned from the manual he carried with him that the Alliance not only had no plans to save people, but was secretly observing them like experimental subjects, preventing them from leaving the jungle. The furious doctor turned evil and began to torture the protagonist and injected him with a strange injection. From then on, the protagonist became different. This injection made the protagonist's body mutated, powerful, tireless, and even able to see things that ordinary people could not see. However, Mu Xing had been in the village for so long, and had not found anything abnormal about the doctor. Even some plots were inexplicably forgotten by them. There was some kind of power that was invisibly affecting them. Yi Wei said, I will try to find the doctor's secret laboratory and church, and rush back before it gets dark. You protect the newcomers. Mu Xing nodded, then I leave it to Sister Yi. Soon after Yi Wei left, several newcomers came from the direction of the clinic. Each of them ate with their mouths full of oil, very satisfied. Boss, where are we going? Pig house. Several newcomers looked at each other, not understanding what Mu Xing meant. Mu Xing did not explain, but just asked them to follow, and the village chief led them to the west of the village, passing through a farmland destroyed by giant roots. The old village chief began to complain. Since the forest began to mutate, the land has become barren. Except for potatoes, there is very little yield left. We can hardly grow anything. These mutated giant trees don't bloom or bear fruit, and the food they need to survive is getting less and less. Fortunately, a miracle from heaven has given us the motivation to survive. We rely on the Pig King and a small amount of potatoes to barely survive. After hearing the Pig King mentioned by the village chief, not only the newcomers, but also the 2 NPCs Mook were quite curious. As soon as the crowd approached the pig house, a tall, ugly man holding a pitchfork blocked their way. No one is allowed to approach the pig house, village chief. What do you want to do by bringing these outsiders to the pig house? Tokarev, don't worry, they are investigators from the Alliance, and they are here to rescue us from the forest. Hearing this, the ugly man holding the pitchfork was not only unhappy, but frowned, with a ferocious expression. Bullshit, the Alliance hasn't sent anyone to rescue us for many years. Are they suddenly showing up to attack the Pig King? Village chief, I suggest that they be driven out of the village as soon as possible. The man was a little excited, and even took out a shotgun from the haystack next to him. Tokarev, don't be impulsive, we just want to come and see the Pig King's situation. Get out of here, get out of here. No one is allowed to approach the pig house, otherwise no one will ever be able to eat pork again. The man roared with a ferocious look on his face, aiming his shotgun at everyone and threatening loudly. Mu Xing walked towards the man expressionlessly, pressing him step by step. Don't come over here, or I shoot. His face flushed red, and he pulled the trigger fiercely. Bang! Flames sprayed, and lead bullets flew out. However, the lead bullets seemed to roll into a transparent quagmire, and the speed was getting slower and slower. Finally, he fell to the ground helplessly. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and the man screamed, the gun flew out of his hand, and the whole person rolled out. Muk and others pointed guns at his head. Mr. Blood Moon. The village chief was anxious all of a sudden. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, and looked at the pig house in front of him. The mind power surged. The door of the pig house was opened by a huge force. Suddenly, everyone present couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. They saw a huge mutant pig lying in the huge pig house. The pig was estimated to be more than 10 meters long, with a severely mutated and swollen body, and disgusting tumors on its back. The limbs were transformed, and dozens of pig legs grew. The huge head was grunting, and digging the surrounding soil. A thick iron chain was put around its neck and body, locking it in a dirty pigsty. Next to this giant pig, pig legs were piled up in a bloody barrel. At this moment, The newcomers who had just eaten pork seemed to realize something. They all lay on the ground and retched. Chapter 329. The giant pig also noticed Mu Xing and began to struggle. Its huge body swayed, but it was trapped by the thick chain. However, with the huge and bloated body of this pig, it could not stand up even without the chain. Its abdomen grew densely packed legs, and the pig legs in the barrel were obviously just cut off. There was no scar on its body. Only a few particularly clean new legs could be vaguely seen, with a clear dividing line between new skin and old skin. What kind of monster is this? Mook muttered to himself, while Karlov next to him was still vomiting out all the pork he had eaten before. It's not a monster, it's a gift from God, a blessing from God. If it weren't for the Pig King, we villagers would have starved to death long ago. The ugly man just now protected the giant pig behind him like a cub. The village chief sighed. Tokarev is right. If it weren't for the existence of the Pig King, the people in our village would have starved to death long ago. It was born on the day when the dense forest began to grow wildly. After the sow gave birth to it, the Pig King began to devour everything around it crazily. It eats almost everything except the soil and those dense trees, and as long as it eats, it can grow quickly. Even if its limbs are cut off, as long as it is continuously fed, the Pig King can continue to grow new limbs. However, as resources become increasingly scarce, the food that can feed the Pig King is also decreasing. The doctor next to him also spoke up. I have also tried to explain this with science, but it turns out that existing science cannot explain the secret of the birth of the Pig King. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand and tried to lift up this 20-ton behemoth with his telekinesis. However, he just moved it slightly, and his telekinesis was not yet at that level. The Pig King howled shrilly, frightened and mad, and began to bite everything around him with its big mouth. Quick, don't let it struggle. The village chief shouted, and the villagers nearby ran to the nearby switch and pushed it hard. With a crackling sound, the chain on the Pig King burst out high-voltage electricity, and the giant pig twitched, its body stiffened, and it fainted directly. Mu Xing stepped forward, extracted part of the giant pig's body tissue, and then let the divine seal scan it. Did you find any clues? Master, it's strange. This pig's genes show no signs of mutation. What? Are you sure? It's true. Except for its bloated body, this pig's genes are no different from ordinary pigs. What about the abscess on its back? It should just be a lesion. At this moment, Mu Xing also began to doubt reality, wondering if the divine seal had made a mistake. But he was sure that the divine seal would never make a mistake, so the only thing that could be wrong was this world. It seems that the forest has changed, and it has changed not only the environment, but also the rules of life. Mu Xing calmed down and did not rush to define it. He planned to take the removed Pig King's body tissue back to study it carefully. He looked at the doctor. Are you sure your medicine has extracted the substances from the Pig King? Yes, I extracted the spinal fluid of the Pig King. Although in my observation, it is no different from that of ordinary pigs, I mixed it with white slime mold, and the two produced a strange reaction, creating that special inhibitory drug. Are there any other drugs? Mu Xing asked. For example, mental medicine? The doctor was stunned. Sorry, I haven't tried this research. Mu Xing paid attention to the doctor's mental fluctuations, and he didn't show any signs of lying. Is it really because they came to the jungle before the protagonist, and the doctor at this time has not conducted research in this area? Mu Xing tried to take out some spinal fluid from the giant pig and took it away, and then left the pig house directly. He also planned to use the white slime mold to synthesize an inhibitor. Although the newcomers had a lot of thoughts, they also kept silent when Mu Xing didn't speak. Seeing that Mu Xing and the others didn't attack the Pig King, Tokarev quickly closed the door of the pig house and cursed. When they returned to the clinic, it was getting dark. The village chief came over and gave them blankets and other items for the night. Dear investigators, it's dangerous in the forest at night. Those wild people are very active. Please don't leave the village. Thank you for reminding us. We will rush to the church to rescue people tomorrow. You can pack up your things tonight and leave with us. Okay. The village chief was so excited that his face turned a little red. Until everyone left. A few newcomers quickly surrounded him. Zhao Liang said worriedly, Boss, what should we do now? I think this village is weird, and those villagers are also fierce. What if they attack us at night? Sun Qian, who was next to him, covered his mouth and was still feeling sick. He couldn't help but say, yeah, who would have thought that this place is so weird? What kind of monster is that big pig? We even ate its meat in the afternoon. The two girls were even more anxious and tried to get closer to each other. Sleep with one eye open at night, don't sleep too deeply, I will wake you up if anything happens. Mu Xing said. By the way, boss, where is Sister Yi? She went out to investigate, she should be back soon. Mu Xing looked at the wall clock on the clinic wall and said. Looking out the window, the night came quickly, and torches were lit around the village. The flames burned, driving the darkness out. There seemed to be shadows gathering in the dense forest, running fast. From time to time, creepy screams were heard from the depths of the forest, echoing between the trees. Just then, a dark shadow crossed the high wall, rushed into the village, and quickly approached the clinic. Maybe Sister Yi is back? Zhou Jiajia pointed at the figure outside the door in surprise. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. There was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who? Xueyue, it's me. Mu Xing took a step forward, paused for a moment, and then turned it. The light in the room illuminated the dark shadow outside the door, revealing Yue's face. What's the situation outside? Mu Xing asked. I didn't find anything, but I found the entrance to Channel 21. When the newcomers behind heard about the entrance to Channel 21, their frowns suddenly relaxed. Are there any other discoveries? What's the situation in the church? There are many patients in the church basement, but I didn't go in. I also went to the doctor's laboratory, but I didn't find anything. As she said that, she couldn't help but sigh. Mu Xing closed the door of the clinic. Finding the entrance to passage 21 is the biggest reward. After all the hard work, have a drink of water first. Mu Xing handed over a glass of water. Thank you. Yue took the glass of water and drank it all in one gulp, clean and neat. Master, it's fake. The voice of Shen Yin suddenly sounded in his mind. I know, don't alert the enemy. Mu Xing turned around and said to the newcomers around. Everyone, make a bed and rest first. We have to travel tomorrow. Gu and I will keep watch tonight. As he said that, Mu Xing looked at Yue. Sister Yi, you should go and rest first. Okay. Yue nodded, turned around and went to the next room with the two girls. Mu Xing patted Gu's shoulder. If you want to sleep at night, don't resist, just sleep directly. Gu didn't quite understand what Mu Xing meant. Chapter 330. As the sun completely set, the whole forest seemed to fall into a sweet dream. In such a quiet environment, the white noise of the burning torch can also make people fall asleep. Mu Xing sat in front of the clinic gate, quietly stroking Tondo. Tondo made a comfortable snoring sound, and the big furry head arched into his arms, finding the most comfortable position to fall asleep. The village also organized patrol personnel to patrol the village with torches. After 3 patrols, they went back to their houses, leaving only a few people to keep watch. Mu Xing's eyelids drooped slightly, and he felt sleepy. Master, don't fall asleep. The divine seal was still helping him pay attention to the surrounding situation. In a trance, Mu Xing opened his eyes. He saw someone approaching with a torch, as if it was another group of villagers patrolling with pitchforks. He secretly became alert. When those villagers approached, Mu Xing's pupils shrank sharply. They were not villagers at all. They were just a group of ragged savages with mud and branches stuck on their heads. When the firelight illuminated their faces, Mu Xing subconsciously took a half step back. Because these so-called villagers all turned into a few survivors, including Mook and Karlov. When the last person looked up, Mu Xing looked at him, and he actually saw himself. The ragged self seemed to have traveled through thousands of mountains and rivers. They approached suddenly, and the two faces looked at each other. But the face in front of him began to melt like wax, and his eyeballs fell to the ground with the melting face. Meow. A cat's cry sounded. Mu Xing looked up. He saw the sugar bean that had grown to dozens of meters tall. It was swollen and mutated, with pustules on its back. One of its eyes was blind. It saw him, and opened its mouth wide to pounce on him. Mu Xing wanted to run, but found that his legs seemed to be filled with lead, and became extremely heavy. The ground behind him turned into a huge muddy vortex, dragging him in little by little. No, don't. Mu Xing woke up with a shake. Where is the melting self? Where is the giant cat? Head down. Tondo raised his head obediently, staring at him curiously with a pair of round eyes. The sound of chattering came from the clinic room behind him, and the crackling torches on the village fence burned quietly. Mu Xing instantly realized that he had fallen asleep just now. Shanine, what happened just now? Master? Shanine didn't quite understand what Mu Xing meant. I just fell asleep. No, isn't the master in a daze? Mu Xing frowned and told everything he had just seen in his dream. No wonder I just sensed that the master's thoughts suddenly became chaotic. Is it a dream now? Mu Xing stood up and patted his slightly hot cheeks. The dream just now was abstract and terrifying. Meow meow meow. Tondo looked at the shit shoveler, who suddenly stood up in confusion. Then, it seemed to sense something and whimpered towards the dense forest outside the village. He bent his body, his hair stood on end, and stared at the dense forest. When Mu Xing saw Tangdo's unusual movement, he ran to the wooden fence, jumped up, and jumped onto the nearly 5-meter-high wooden fence. The cold wind blowing from the jungle made his hot cheeks feel a little cool. Mu Xing looked into the depths of the dark dense forest, and he saw shadowy figures. Some savages with strange weapons were approaching. This time, they were not the savages who looked exactly like him in the dream just now, but the madmen from the depths of the jungle. Not only that, he heard rustling sounds on the ground in the forest. It was as if the whole forest had come alive. Something was surging on the ground, and the soil was activated. Dang dang dang. Not only did he discover these savages, but the villagers who were on night watch also discovered them, and sounded the alarm. Then, the whole village was filled with the sound of dang dang dang. Mu Xing quickly climbed down the wall, and the people who were resting in the clinic were also awakened and rushed out of the door. Mu Xing took the sugar beans back to the original beehive, and returned to the clinic. Boss Blood Moon, what happened? Just then, Chi-Gu fell from the roof of the clinic. Savages, so many savages. Everyone take your guns and prepare for battle. At Mu Xing's command, everyone hurried back to the house to retrieve their weapons. At this time, they heard a bang 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 sound. The savages were approaching the village and launching a siege. Everyone, don't be nervous, don't shoot randomly. Mu Xing reminded. Has everyone come out? Mu Xing looked at the 4 newcomers, Yue, Muka and Karlov. Everyone is out, not one is missing. Mu Xing looked around, nodded, and took them to meet the village chief, who was rushing over here. Village chief, what's going on outside? Did the savages attack? The village chief came over, and the villagers behind him were holding various weapons in their hands. All of them looked nervous. I'm sorry, everyone, the savages suddenly attacked in large numbers, and I hope you can help defend the village together. It was obvious that the village chief came to them for help. Mu Xing nodded. Don't worry, we will do our best to help the village through the difficulties. Everyone rushed towards the gate at the entrance of the village, where the noise was coming from. The villagers over there had already started fighting with the savages. The villagers stood on the wooden frame behind the wooden fence, and shot with bows and arrows, and simple hunting rifles. Others held the gate to prevent the savages from rushing in. Go up. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and both the newcomers and the 2 NPCs climbed up the wooden frame and started shooting at the savages outside. With the addition of 4 AK-47s, the savages could not stop them with their mortal bodies, and fell down in droves. Mook and Karlov were both military men with rich combat experience. These savages holding strange-shaped branch weapons posed no threat to them. The newcomers were also learning to shoot. The 2 girls held pistols. Although their accuracy was a little off, they were not timid and tried their best to shoot. This offensive battle was a good battle to train courage. Suddenly, a wooden javelin flew over and hit Wang Zi head-on. Her chest was pierced, and she fell off the wooden frame. Wang Zi! Zhou Jiajia, a close friend, exclaimed. Everyone be careful of the savages' javelins. As soon as Mu Xing finished speaking, another person was hit. This time it was Sun Qian. His abdomen was pierced and blood was flowing. Don't treat it, you can't survive, jump down and commit suicide. Mu Xing's calm voice sounded. Although Sun Qian was afraid, he still listened to Mu Xing's advice, covered his wound, and jumped out directly. The next second, he was stabbed like a hornet's nest by the savages. Soon, in the direction of the clinic, Wang Zi, who had just been stabbed to death by the javelin, had already died and was rushing towards this side. In her eyes, there was fear, terror, and confusion. Wang Zi, what happened to her? Zhou Jiajia exclaimed. This is death replay. Mu Xing stopped Wang Zi, who had just run over. Don't go up. Wait 3 minutes. At the same time, Sun Qian, who was replaying suicide, also came back. He was holding his stomach with lingering fear, as if there was still a javelin stuck there. 2 javelins suddenly attacked Mook and Karlov, but before the wooden javelins got close, they were bounced away by the invisible wall. Obviously, it was Mu Xing who took action. Mu Xing looked at the newcomers. The first lesson I want to teach you today is to learn to face death and control death. Chapter 331. Seeing that they could be resurrected after death, this was a great boost for the newcomers. When death became something that they didn't need to fear, what else could they fear? As long as they kept in mind the 3-minute death law, they had almost the capital to make countless trials and errors. When the 3 minutes were up, Wang Zi and Sun Qian, who had died once, climbed onto the shelf. They were obviously not as nervous as before, and their guns were more stable. A large number of savages were shot dead on the way to the attack, and dozens of corpses were lying in a mess at the entrance of the village. The savages finally felt scared and began to retreat in the dense forest. However, Mu Xing, who was standing on the wooden fence, did not relax. He saw that the rolling ground in the forest seemed to come alive. "Look, what is that?" someone exclaimed. Everyone looked into the darkness and saw something flowing on the ground. When these things flowed into the firelight, everyone couldn't help but gasp. That thing was like rolling red mud, and the mud was wrapped with filth whose shape could not be seen clearly. The filth looked like countless corpses, or like tangled red tree roots, or like countless maggots tangled together, rolling towards the village. Bullets had no killing power when they hit that thing. Mu Xing threw out several Molotov cocktails filled with aviation fuel. The Molotov cocktails exploded in the red mud, and the flames burned fiercely. The whole forest seemed to be trembling. After the thing was ignited, it seemed to have consciousness and made strange noises. It took the initiative to cut off the ignited tissue to prevent the flames from spreading to the surroundings. The village chief in charge of coordinating the defense suddenly shouted in panic after seeing the bloody mud coming in. "It's a blood tide! Everyone run, run to the back of the village!" "Village chief, what is a blood tide?" Mu Xing asked hurriedly. "I don't know. It's like a land that eats people. Wherever it passes, whether it's cattle, sheep, livestock, or humans, it will be devoured by that thing." The villagers on defense gave up resistance and even opened the door, ready to let the blood tide spread into the village. It seems that they have experienced blood tides more than once and have a lot of experience in how to deal with this thing. Everyone began to evacuate, and Mu Xing threw out 5 or 6 Molotov cocktails in succession to block the approach of the sluggish blood tide. The villagers also retreated very quickly. Since the forest changed, the elderly and children in the village soon died of strange diseases. Those who survived were healthy adults, so there were no old, weak, sick, or disabled people in the whole village, and everyone was a warrior. Mu Xing saw the doctor, who was directing 2 people to carry Adelina out of the house. Now Adelina has returned to her normal form. Although she is still a little weak, she is no longer in danger of life. At this time, Mu Xing noticed that the moon in the sky also began to turn red, like the blood tide. The moon was as big as a wheel. If you look closely, the moon seems to be alive, with countless wriggling tree roots entangled in it. And when he looked closely, the moon was still the moon, just much redder. Everyone evacuated to the back of the village. The blood tide had already poured in from the gate. If the gate was not open before, the blood tide would destroy the gate and the fence before rushing in. The villagers opened the gate to protect the village's defense facilities from being destroyed. They rushed towards the pig house. The terrain behind the pig house was higher, located on a small hill. It seemed to be a safe place for the whole village. When Mu Xing and his friends passed the pig house, the ugly Tokarev was still guarding his pig king with a shotgun. Even if the village chief advised him, he was unwilling to leave the pig house. When everyone climbed up the hill, they saw that almost half of the village had been submerged in a blood tide. The blood tide was like flowing blood, about 1 meter thick. It had no self-awareness, but just flowed towards the low-lying areas like water. The houses with higher foundations just avoided the blood tide. The hillside where they were located seemed to have no defense, but it was actually the best safe place. But this time, the blood tide seemed different. It rolled into the pigsty. "No, Tokarev, get out of there!" the village chief shouted anxiously. "I will not leave my pigsty. No one can make me leave." Tokarev stood on a slightly higher step. Even if the blood tide came, he leaned against the pigsty door. Suddenly, something strange happened in the pig house. The pig king stood up after being submerged in the blood. A loud bang and a violent collision sounded. How could the fragile door withstand the attack of a 20-ton monster? It collapsed. The ugly Tokarev screamed and was swallowed by the pig king. The blood entangled the pig king, corroding and corrupting the iron chain on its body. As if parasitic, a large amount of blood flowed into the pig king's body. Not good. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes and saw the pig king with dozens of legs rushing out of the pigsty. Its huge body was like a roaring super-heavy truck. Wherever it passed, the pigsty was smashed into pieces. Then, Yi Wei, who had been motionless on the hillside, suddenly twitched. Her body was transformed. Her hands turned into feathered wings, and her body also changed rapidly. It turned into a monster with a human body and a bird's head. It opened its mouth and was about to scream. Swoosh! A red beam flashed and directly evaporated the hideous bird's head. The headless corpse rolled and fell down the hillside. Several newcomers were frightened by the sudden change. Yi. Sister Yi. Fake. Mu Xing had actually discovered that this Yi Wei was fake a long time ago. He just wanted to see what this thing was up to. It really wanted to make trouble at a critical moment, so Mu Xing kept a close eye on it, and when it was transformed, he took action immediately. After the corpse rolled down the hillside, it suddenly began to twist, and it was not completely dead. It looked like a squirming mass of white mud. It grew ahead again. It turned into Yi Wei's appearance. Mu Xing raised the laser gun and shot again. However, this time, the Yi Wei rolled over and jumped directly into the squirming blood tide. The huge Pig King roared and rushed over. Fire, fire quickly. Whether it was the villagers or the newcomers, they all raised their guns and fired. But the bullets hit the Pig King as if they had hit the blood tide, and physical damage had no effect on it. Even Mu Xing's laser gun only made a bloody hole, and the wound healed instantly. The Molotov cocktail was thrown over, and the fire burned fiercely, causing the Pig King to scream in pain. However, the blood tide quickly moved, helping the Pig King to put out the fire. At this time, the bone picker beside him moved, and he rushed towards the Pig King with a flexible body, and suddenly pulled out the long knife on his back. Cut the steel flash, he shouted, and the long knife in his hand rushed forward, cutting out a bright white knife light. 5 or 6 pig legs were directly cut off, and the Pig King's huge body staggered, lost balance, and fell to the ground. Before Chigu was happy, the Pig King opened his mouth, and the tongue in his mouth turned into tentacles, wrapping around his body. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and Chigu was pulled back by telekinesis, and was almost caught by the tongue tentacles. At this time, Mu Xing sensed the sound of breaking through the air in the distance. Several spears driven by telekinesis flew over. Mu Xing pushed out with his right hand, and the telekinesis crushed those spears. He saw a thing that looked exactly like him stand up in the squirming blood tide. Chapter 332. Why did another Blood Moon boss appear? Zhao Liang pointed at the second Mu Xing who appeared in the blood tide, and was so surprised that he couldn't speak. It's just a replica. Mu Xing snorted coldly, and fired the laser gun in his hand directly, blasting at the replica in the blood tide. The replica not only looked exactly like himself, but also copied his mental abilities. Mental scan, mental shock, telekinesis control. All the abilities he had used along the way were copied by the replica. This is the main reason why Mu Xing has been restraining himself, and not showing more abilities. He always feels that the dense forest, even the entire dense forest, is observing the survivors like them. Observe their behavior and analyze their abilities. Finally, create clones that are exactly like them. Not only Mu Xing's clones, but also Yi Wei's, and even the clones of Jiegu and other newcomers. These clones stand up from the blood tide, wrapped in black mist like shadows, and copy the abilities of the survivors like them. Everyone, get closer to me, Mu Xing shouted, and just as the clones launched their attacks, Mu Xing used his telekinesis to prop up a wall. People saw the spinning bullets coming, all hitting the transparent wall. The bullets were red on the outside, and when they shattered, the white essence inside was revealed. It was like the white plaster used for sculptures, which could be molded into any shape at will. Mu Xing pushed with his right hand, and his telekinesis was pushed out like a wall. Everywhere he passed, even the blood tide was swept away by the wall of telekinesis. Some clones were thrown out, and shot into sieves by the rebounding bullets. The clone Mu Xing on the opposite side also released a telekinetic wall, and the blood-red telekinetic wall roared and collided fiercely with Mu Xing's telekinetic wall. Boom! It was as if a level 12 storm was set off in the rolling blood tide. Where had the newcomers seen such a scene? The incomplete pig house was directly flattened by violence. The newcomers looked at Mu Xing with much clearer eyes. Before, they only knew that Mu Xing was a senior and had some strength. The ability displayed along the way made them feel that the strength was still within the psychological expectation. However, when the senior really began to show his strength, they realized that they were wrong. Mu Xing waved his left hand, and a 3-ton tractor not far away flew up, overturning the roaring Pig King. With his right hand, a dull blue jade sword condensed in his hand. He raised the hilt high, and the runes on the sword guard lit up. Bright moonlight fell from the sky and hit the blue sword. With a buzz, the dull blade was lit up. Moonlight Greatsword. Zhao Liang recognized the sword and couldn't help but shout out its name. After absorbing the moonlight sword glowed with a blue glow, hazy like a sword-shaped moon. The clone obviously didn't expect Mu Xing to have other abilities, and quickly used telekinesis to control the surrounding trees, and then would form sharp spears and attack Mu Xing. Mu Xing looked up, his face calm. The moonlight sword in his hand swung, drawing a half-moon-shaped moonlight slash, sweeping away those wooden spears wrapped in telekinesis. Slightly accumulating power, a dazzling blue moonlight torrent flew out. Wherever the torrent passed, the blood tide was shattered, and several unlucky clones were torn into pieces. With a bang, the surging moonlight exploded in front of the clone Mu Xing. Mu Xing knew his own abilities best, so he knew how to break the telekinetic shield. The sharp mental spikes broke through the shield first, and the moonlight torrent explosion followed closely. The blue moonlight exploded, as if a bright moon rose in the blood-colored ocean. The clone was annihilated by Mu Xing's blow, leaving no residue. The blood tide rippled away from the soil destroyed by the moonlight. So awesome! The newcomers stared with their eyes wide open, their mouths wide open, and were speechless with shock. The villagers even knelt on the ground, shouting for the gods to come. After destroying the replica, Mu Xing did not relax at all, because the blood tide was still spreading. Looking at it, the mighty blood tide seemed to engulf the entire forest, surrounding it from all directions. The most terrible thing was that the replica that had just been destroyed recondensed in the blood tide and could not be completely destroyed. The huge pig king had thick skin and flesh, and struggled to get up and rush towards the hillside. Die! Mu Xing raised the moonlight great sword again, summoned the moonlight, and slashed out a crescent sword energy nearly 2 meters long. The crescent passed, and the huge pig king was split in two, split from the middle. The pig king screamed, and the two halves of his body fell into the blood tide. However, soon, the pig king that was cut in half was like a broken earthworm, and under the infusion of the blood tide, it quickly grew into two identical pig kings. Mu Xing frowned, considering whether to use other abilities. If he used other trump cards, once they were copied by the forest, it would be more troublesome to encounter them in the future. Just when everyone was in crisis on the hillside, Mu Xing suddenly felt that the blood tide behind him was fading rapidly. He turned around and saw someone throwing some cans, like smoke bombs from the dense forest. The cans fell to the ground, and white smoke filled the air. Wherever they passed, the blood tide actually retreated desperately, as if they had encountered the most terrible thing. There is someone in the fog. Muk raised his AK-47 and was about to shoot, but Mu Xing held the gun down. Then, a figure wrapped tightly in beige protective clothing ran out of the white smoke. Mu Xing recognized it at a glance. It was Yi Wei. Sister Yi? Hurry up, follow me. Yi Wei's voice sounded, and she kept throwing smoke bombs at the surrounding blood tide, further forcing the blood tide back. Mu Xing hurriedly went up to confirm that it was a real person. Sister Yi, what happened? The forest self-defense system has been activated. Let's leave here first. What should we do with these villagers? They probably can't outrun the blood tide. Don't worry about these villagers. They can't die. The night will reset everything. What do you mean? Listen to me, and leave here first. Yi Wei waved at the newcomers, signaling them to follow. As for the villagers, Yi Wei threw a talisman at them. The talisman spread in the air, and all the villagers fell asleep almost instantly. Mu Xing seemed to understand something, and rushed into the white fog with Yi Wei. As long as they stayed in the fog, the blood tides dared not approach. But when the fog began to dissipate, the blood tides returned and engulfed everything. The newcomers ran hard, wishing they could put wheels on their legs. The white fog behind them dissipated quickly, and the blood tide surged and rolled towards them. At the same time, the blood tides in front also began to close. Yi Wei quickly threw more smoke bombs to quickly disperse the blood tides. In addition to the rolling blood tides, some black shadows wrapped in the shadow-like fog appeared in the woods. Those non-human black shadows screamed and emerged from the dense forest, attacking them. I clear the way! Mu Xing held the moonlight great sword, cut out a bright crescent, and killed those black shadow monsters. The great sword was charged, and a swift blue moonlight torrent blasted out, creating a passage in the surging blood tide. Hurry, there is an investigator shelter just ahead, we will be safe there. Yi Wei encouraged loudly, and the newcomers moved 3 times faster. Chapter 333. Everyone fled the village, leaving the blood tide behind. However, no one dared to stop, because they could sense the malice coming from all directions, and the blood tide was still chasing them. Following Yi Wei, they ran about 3 kilometers through the dense forest, and came to a windowless bungalow made of reinforced concrete. The heavy alloy door was explosion-proof, and could withstand the frontal bombardment of artillery shells. The bungalow was surrounded by thorny barbed wire, and from the entangled wires, it could be seen that the barbed wire had been electrified. Judging from the degree of weathering, it was built no more than 3 years ago. Someone in the crowd shouted with surprise, "It's a shelter! It's a shelter!" They quickly crossed the barbed wire and rushed to the square shelter. The door lock had been cracked by Yi Wei a long time ago. She was about to go in, but was stopped by Mu Xing. "Sister Yi, answer me a question. You say, is the mole on the madman's chest on the left or right?" "Right," Yi Wei said without hesitation. "One or two?" "There are three, one large and two small." Yi Wei was a little speechless. Mu Xing nodded and pushed open the door. "Sorry, Sister Yi, you should have seen those clones. These clones can copy my appearance and the abilities I have used, but I haven't found that they can copy my memories yet." Yi Wei shook her head. "I understand, but I changed to something else next time." She asked everyone to go into the house quickly, then turned the handle and locked the alloy door. Following that, Yi Wei ran into the next room and began to take out some branches with white dry fungi from the storage space. She stuffed the branches into the strange-looking boiler in the room. First light it, then wet it with water. Soon, a large amount of white smoke was produced. This smoke was the same as the smoke in the smoke bombs that Yi Wei had thrown before. This smoke quickly flowed along the pipes and slowly seeped out from the tiny holes on all sides of the bungalow. Soon the entire shelter was covered with white mist. At this time, they heard a rustling sound coming from outside. That was the sound of blood tide. Mu Xing turned on the micro camera that he had just installed on the shelter and used the Red Queen terminal to project the image. Everyone saw that the forest floor around the shelter had been enveloped by a blood tide, rolling in from all directions. "The blood tide is coming," someone whispered in fear, and two girls clenched their hands and stared at the projection in fear. However, when the blood tide crossed the wire fence unhindered and approached the shelter, it was blocked by the condensed white mist that enveloped the shelter. Countless tiny tentacles on the edge of the blood tide squirmed, but did not dare to move forward an inch. "We are safe," said Mu Xing. The newcomers, including Muka and the other two, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Yi Wei turned on the lights in the shelter, illuminating the entire shelter. The shelter was not big, with 2 rooms, about 60 square meters, and very simple facilities. A table and a few chairs. A dusty radio was placed on the table, and there were 3 three-story iron beds in the room. This was a resting place prepared for the investigators who came to the shelter. Yi Wei also began to take off her protective suit and breathing apparatus. "Sister Yi, what's going on? You should have noticed that all the places we have been through along the way. Don't you think it's a coincidence?" Mu Xing narrowed his eyes and realized something. The savage camp, the helicopter, the village, all of these are the experiences of the protagonist of the game, and it seems the opposite experience. Yi Wei nodded. "Yes, everything is the opposite, because all of this is fictionalized by the forest." She looked at Mook and Karlov. "I ask you a few questions. What's the name of your companion?" "Enoch." "What's your mission here?" "To check the integrity of Passage 21. "Why did you leave the passage?" "It was Enoch. He suddenly rushed out of the tunnel like crazy. We chased him out and were attacked by savages." Yi Wei's face turned cold. "You are lying." Mook's face changed slightly, but he recovered quickly. "We didn't lie. It's true." "So where is the key? Where is the key to open Passage 21? "I don't know. I don't have the key to Passage 21. Beside him, Karlov stepped back slightly, his right hand on the safety of his AK-47. Suddenly, a sharp dagger was pressed against the necks of the 2 men. "Don't move." The cold voice of the bone-cutting sounded, and then they took away their guns. This made the 2 men panic. We. "Of course you don't have the key, because the key is on Enoch." The 2 looked panicked and collapsed to the ground. Mu Xing walked up to the 2 step by step, and the spiritual erosion of the divine seal had already started. "Tell me, what is the truth?" The 2 burst into tears immediately. "We shouldn't have come to this damn place. Enoch wants to be a hero, but we don't. Because no investigator who entered the forest has ever left alive. So, we attacked Enoch and wanted to take back the key. I swear, I didn't think of killing Enoch, but later we were suddenly attacked by the savages." "What happened next?" Mu Xing put one hand on Muku. His eyes became blurred. Later. He covered his head with his hands, and his mind seemed to be confused. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes, and his right hand transformed into a blade, instantly slashing across Karlov's neck next to him. The head rolled down, and the newcomers were frightened and their eyes widened. "Take a good look at what he is." Mu Xing pointed at the decapitated body, but there was no blood flowing out of the broken neck, only thick white mucus seeping out. The head that rolled down was quickly covered with white slime and grew countless roots. "Clone?" The newcomers were even more confused. Mushing picked up the mook. He is not Karlov, and you are not Mook. You are just copies of the forest, and your original bodies were killed 5 days ago. That's why your memory stays 5 days ago, and that helicopter is not a supply helicopter, but the helicopter of you 3 investigators. The 4 AK-47s are actually self-defense weapons equipped for you 3 investigators and the driver. You had an argument on the plane, which resulted in the helicopter crashing, so you were attacked by the savages when you landed. Mook was pinched by Mushing's neck, but there was a flash of fear on his face. No, I'm not a clone, I'm Mook, I'm not a clone. Then tell me, what happened after you crashed? Mook's eyes widened. I don't know. Of course you don't know, because you were attacked and killed by the savages soon after you landed. And the one who really survived was Enoch. Mook stared with round eyes. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. He took out a dagger and slashed it hard on his arm. What he cut was not flesh and blood tissue, but white mycelium that looked like mushrooms. Chapter 334. Mook went completely crazy, even mad. After learning the truth about himself, his worldview completely collapsed. Mushing slashed his neck with his right hand, knocking him unconscious. He looked at Yi beside him. Sister Yi, how did you find out? Yi said, because I reached the edge of the world. The edge of the world? I first went to the church, and then to the doctor's laboratory. What was the result? I didn't find it. Not found? What do you mean? Literally. I went to the church, and there was only endless jungle. I also went to the doctor's laboratory, and the situation was the same, nothing. I originally wanted to go to the 3C village in the plot, but I went directly to the border of the world. There was white fog there, and it seemed like nothingness in front of me, and then a blood tide swept in. At that time, I was thinking about rushing back, but I was attacked. Is it a savage or a clone? They are clones, your clones. They suddenly appeared in the forest, and tried to get close to me, but I saw through them, and killed them all. What happened next? Then I realized you might be in danger, so I rushed back. She smiled and said, luckily, I came across the shelter on my way back. I used the boiler in the house to extract the smoke produced by the burning of trees with slime molds, and made smoke bombs. In the game plot, the only thing Blood Tide fears is this kind of smoke. You should know what happened next. After I heard the gunshots, I rushed back to the village and happened to run into you guys in the fierce battle. Mushing narrowed his eyes. It seems that my guess should be correct. I felt that this place was strange from the beginning. Why? The dead protagonist, the 2 surviving investigators, and the overly harmonious village are all different from the setting of the dark forest in my memory. Do you remember the pig I mentioned? Mushing asked. That sow? No, the pig king I saw in the village. Was a boar, but in the plot it was a sow, right? Yes. Yi said, the plot is about a sow with unlimited fertility, and the piglets she gave birth to are all the size of adult pigs. The people in the village have survived to this day relying on the fertility of this sow. She looked at Mushing. So you judged that everything we encountered was fake just from a pig? Mushing shook his head. Of course, not only that, those villagers and doctors, I don't feel good about them. Another point, I have studied the genes of mutants. Their genes have not mutated, but grown naturally. But how can a human grow into a tree? This means that mutants are not mutated, but have returned to their essence. I treated Adelina before, and restored her to human form. I did not tamper with her genes, but just reversed the development process. Yi was puzzled, but I also checked those villagers. They are not like Mook and Karlov. Their bodies are not made of bacteria. That's because they have 2 different ways of composition. One is the replication of bacteria, and the other is the embodiment of a more advanced consciousness. Boss Blood Moon, what is going on? Sun Qian couldn't help asking. Because from the beginning, our birthplace is it a replicated land, and everything we experienced is simulated by the forest. In the game, the protagonist wakes up, and 2 companions die in the attack of the savages. In the village, only some cunning and selfish villagers are left. The village chief has actually died a long time ago, and the kind villagers do not exist. That's because according to the plot setting, these villagers should have died a long time ago. Now it's just that their consciousness is materialized in this village copied from the forest. As for those NPCs, who are not seen in the village, they are still living in the real village, and our protagonist should also be there. I'm a little confused. Where is the real thing? Sun Qian was confused. Yi beside him explained, you can think of it as 2 maps. One map is the real world, and the other map is the world copied by the forest. And we are in the world copied by the forest. Sun Qian continued to ask, why does the forest copy a new map? Mu Xing said, maybe it has something to do with the nature of the forest. The nature of the forest? Isn't this endless and growing forest its essence? No, maybe those ubiquitous white slime molds are. The object that fell from the distant starry sky changed everything, but from the beginning, the changes in the forest did not attract people's attention. In the setting, the forest began to change many years after the meteor fell. At first, only strange fungi grew in the forest, and then strange mushrooms began to grow on the trees. Then the fungi began to spread, and the wild animals in the jungle changed. But all this did not attract everyone's attention. Until the forest began to come into contact with the most advanced creatures in this forest, humans. At this point, Mu Xing paused for a moment. What do you think of? Zhao Liang said, it means that the thing that fell from the starry sky is evolving, from the simplest fungi in the soil, to plants, to animals, and finally to humans. Mu Xing snapped his fingers. Yes, this is the evolution process of the fallen things. It integrates everything, simulates everything, and evolves through continuous integration and learning. Zhou Jiejia next to him looked nervous. That thing copied us. Is it also a learning and evolution process? That's right. What about the blood tide? What is it? The blood tide is the forest's defense mechanism. It feels threatened by outsiders like us and wants to destroy us. Because we are fundamentally different from the villagers in the village. We are like a group of bacteria that broke into its body, and the blood tide is like the white blood cells in its body, responsible for destroying us. But Boss Blood Moon, why is the blood tide afraid of the white smoke? It's only the white slime mold that's burning. Perhaps because the white slime mold is the essence of that thing, the mist produced by the burning will make the blood tide feel that it is one of its own. In order to prevent accidental injury, it will take the initiative to move away and not get close. This shows that the thing has not yet formed a completely subjective consciousness, so it created a replica village, observed and learned every move of humans during the day, and reset everything at night, hoping to evolve its own consciousness through this method. Mu Xing looked up. Of course, all this is just my guess. As for the truth, we need to collect further evidence to confirm my point of view. Then, Blood Moon Boss, what should we do now? Go directly to passage 21 tomorrow. He looked at Yue next to him. Sister Yi, have you found the passage? No, I think we should find a way to pass through the foggy area at the border of the world. Chapter 335. Nothing happened that night. Although the blood tide gradually subsided in the second half of the night, the newcomers could not fall asleep again. They all stayed in a state of anxiety until dawn. I wonder if the meteor absorbed the habits of the animals and plants on Earth, and the alternation of day and night will also affect the operation of this forest. When the morning sun shines through the dense branches and leaves, Mu Xing and the others reopen the door of the shelter. The forest is hazy with mist, and it is peaceful. It seems that the change last night was just a nightmare. You wait in the safe house. Sister Yi and I will go to the border to check the situation. If they want to reach passage 21, they must find a passage to leave this replica. Yue pressed her finger on her forehead, and a faint green light appeared, turning into a long sword with a green blade. The sword flew around Yue, then became larger and hovered in front of her. Flying with a sword? Mu Xing was a little surprised. No wonder she came, and went so quickly last night. Come up, you should be able to fly at low altitude during the day. Mu Xing was not hypocritical. After Yue stepped on the flying sword, Mu Xing also jumped on it. The flying sword was faster than Mu Xing had imagined. Even if he needed to avoid dense trees when flying at low altitude, he could activate the atomization and control ability, and fly much faster with his mental power. Well, Sister Yi, what's going on between you and Bailey? Nothing. He and I are just ordinary friends. Ordinary friends who share life and death? Yue obviously didn't want to discuss this topic. She said perfunctorily, anyway, it's all in the past. The past is the past, and the present is now. During the time I was away, didn't he live well? Mu Xing said, yes, so good that my mind was almost torn apart and I became completely crazy. Yue frowned, but she didn't continue to ask Mu Xing. Sister Yi, don't listen to the rumors of those people outside. In fact, my brother Bailey is quite self-disciplined. What does it have to do with me? You must be jealous, right? As soon as these words came out, the whole flying sword shook violently, and Mu Xing was almost thrown out directly. If you keep talking nonsense, I will throw you down. Oh, my sister, I was wrong. I won't talk nonsense anymore. Then Mu Xing muttered, what a pity, Bailey will not be able to come back after entering the nightmare battlefield this time. What did you say? What happened to him? Yue frowned, then realized that she had said something wrong, and quickly changed her words. It would be best if he died, so that I can have a good rest." Mu Xing stopped talking and touched his chin. There must be some misunderstanding between the couple. They obviously care about each other, but they are more stubborn than each other. Soon, the flying sword began to slow down, and they finally reached the border of this forest. There was a vast expanse of white ahead, and the ground was covered with a layer of white mold, like a cliff in the void. Mu Xing stepped on the white ground, and a layer of mist floated in the air around him. A careful observation revealed that the mist was a large mass of thick fungal spores that solidified and did not disperse. Mu Xing threw out a small drone, but it fell directly to the ground just after flying more than 100 meters. The drone seemed to be wrapped in a thick layer of slime mold, growing rapidly, and finally could not support itself and fell to the ground. I tried to use a puppet to test it last night. The spore mist will attach to the puppet and grow, which is very deadly. Mu Xing looked around. "Sister Yi, how long is this border line? It was too dark last night, and I didn't have time to detect it. In that case, you and I will explore left and right to see how long the border is, and whether there is a gap to leave." "Okay, I will go left and you will go right, and finally meet here." Yi Wei is impatient. Without any hesitation, she jumped on the flying sword and flew to the left. Mu Xing walked to the right, his legs turned into mist, and Valorant turned into particles, and then he controlled them to achieve the effect of low-altitude flight. During the journey, Mu Xing also conducted various experiments, including animals and plants, and even summoned a nurse with a brooch. The white fungus spores were very scary. As long as they attached to the body, they began to devour the organic matter that broke into the fog area and began to grow wildly. In the end, the nurse only ran 100 meters and turned into a human-shaped fungus statue. It was also impossible to fly over from a high altitude. Yi Wei had experimented and found that the spore wall was 10,000 meters high and difficult to cross. This made Mu Xing suspect that the forest might be larger than he thought. According to the expansion speed of the original plot, it can expand to about twice its size in a few weeks. According to Mu Xing's estimation, it won't be long before the entire Earth will be covered by forests. Humans seem quite small under this force. Mu Xing continued to fly along the border. About an hour later, he arrived at the border. In front of him was a tree wall as high as a kilometer. It was this huge tree wall that blocked the communication between the inside and the outside. "Can I fly out?" This thought suddenly popped up in Mu Xing's mind. He tried to rise, and rise again, and finally reached 1,000 meters high. However, when he looked into the distance, a sense of absurdity came over him. How is this possible? Where is the tree wall? Where is the outside world? In Mu Xing's eyes, there was only a boundless sea of forests, as if it extended to the end of the world. He grabbed the evil spirit in the fourth layer of the honeycomb. "Tell me, what is going on?" A fat striped cat lazily lay in the cage. After opening his eyes and taking a look at Mu Xing, he changed his posture and continued to snore. Mu Xing knew that this guy was angry with him. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. "Okay, I agree to your deal, I can let you out." The evil spirit glanced at Mu Xing. "It's too late, I'm very unhappy now, and I'm still hungry." Mu Xing really wanted to kick this guy away, but when he looked at the endless sea of forests, he suppressed his impulse. "What do you want to eat?" "I don't ask for much. You don't have dragon liver and phoenix marrow, so let's just have a simple Manchu-Han banquet." Mu Xing opened the cage directly. "No, here is a delicious roast chicken. Do you want to eat it?" Mu Xing knew that this guy had been hungry for several days, and he must have been starving. "TSK, who wants to eat your roast chicken? How can I be bribed by your roast chicken? If you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it. I starve you for another 3 days." Mu Xing said, and was about to stuff it back into the cage. "Wait!" The cat clawed at Mu Xing. "Why are you so impatient, young man? You need something from me, but you are still so arrogant?" Mu Xing let go of his hand, hugged it to his chest, and watched the fat cat pretending to be cool. It sharpened its claws on the cage, and then began to move towards the roast chicken. It pretended to be careless and approached little by little. Then, it pounced on it and took a big bite. As a result, before the first bite was swallowed, Mu Xing grabbed the back of the neck and lifted it up. "If you want to eat, work first." For claws struggled in the air. "Little bastard, put me down quickly." Seeing that Mu Xing was about to put it back into the cage, he quickly said, Okay, since you are so sincere, I will tell you some useful information." Mu Xing then let go. "Speak." Chapter 336. This is the boundary between dreams. The evil spirit broke free from Mu Xing and ate the roasted chicken. The boundary between dreams? You mean I am at the boundary between reality and dreams? Yes, The power of that thing in the forest is interesting. It can use spores as a medium to transform illusory dreams into reality. How to leave here? Mu Xing pointed to the white spore area in front. Dream. The evil spirit spoke while chewing the roasted chicken. Dream? What do you mean? I'm asking you, how did you get that village? Copied. How to copy? Mu Xing was stunned, and seemed to understand what the evil spirit meant. I see, you mean, you want to use dreams to cross this border area? The evil spirit was chewing the last chicken leg. You're quite smart. There's another question, how to deal with that thing in the forest? The evil spirit smacked his lips. This is another price. Add 2 more roast chickens, and 2 more cans of food every day. Deal. The evil spirit rubbed his claws, and finally rubbed out a mud ball. Take it with you, it can save your life at a critical moment. Mu Xing looked at the mud ball handed over by the evil spirit with a confused face. What the hell is this? Little blue pill, have you seen the Matrix? It's a prop that can wake you up at a critical moment. Mu Xing frowned. Are you so kind? The corners of the evil spirit's mouth curled up slightly. It depends on whether you dare to believe me. As soon as the voice fell, the evil spirit disappeared directly, returned to the 4th floor of the hive, and squatted in front of the bonfire. Mu Xing held the mud pill in his hand, hesitated for a moment, wrapped it with blue sugar coating, and hung it on his chest. Just as he was about to return, Yi Wei, who was flying a sword, came at full speed. Why are you so slow? I tried to fly to the tree wall, thinking if I could fly out, but the result was... You can't fly out, right? How do you know? Do you think I haven't tried it? There is a sea of forest outside, and you can't see the edge. This should be the junction of reality and dreams. Mu Xing was stunned. This sounded familiar. Let's go back first. I found a gap over there. Gap? What gap? Mu Xing jumped onto Yi Wei's flying sword and flew with her. It was indeed much faster than his own speed. About the left side near the boundary wall, I found that the white fog area over there was a little narrower. I think I can try to rush over in protective clothing. No, I've tried it. I'm afraid I can't run far in protective clothing. The white spores are very corrosive. Mu Xing shook his head. What should we do? Then there will be no way to leave this copied land. Mu Xing thought of the evil spirit's words and said, if there is no way, maybe we can create one. What do you mean? Since the forest can use dreams to copy the village and everything in the village, can we use dreams to copy a number 21 passage? Are you sure? Yi Wei showed a skeptical expression. Whether it works or not, let's try it first. When they returned to the shelter, several newcomers were carefully squatting around the shelter, and Chi Gu was standing on the top of the shelter, aiming at the necessary path with an AK. Seeing Mu Xing and the others return, the newcomers hurried over to greet them. 2 bosses, how is the situation? Did you get anything? There is a pure white spore area ahead. We have to find a way to create a passage out. Several newcomers looked at each other, not understanding what this meant. Let's go back to the village first. Ah, go back? The 2 girls were still frightened. Don't worry, the day has been reset, and there is no danger in the village. On the way. Yi Wei was still a little worried. Are you sure you can leave this place using dreams? Whose dream should I use? Of course the doctor, he is an important character in the early stage of the game. How to enter the dream. The power of belief. The power of belief? Or it can be called the power of will. I discovered this when I entered the village. The villagers' mental activity is far higher than that of ordinary humans. Many of the things they believe in will become reality. They believe in the blessing of the new god, so even though the village is often attacked by savages, it has never been breached. They believe in the advent of miracles, so a pig king who can supply unlimited pig legs was born. We just need to make them believe that there is a church in the forest, and then there will definitely be a church in the forest. Yi Wei roughly understood what Mu Xing meant. I understand. What do you need me to do? Sister Yi is responsible for protecting several newcomers. That's no problem. About an hour later, everyone returned to the village. When they returned to the village, they found that everything in the village was the same as before, as if nothing had happened last night. The villagers' memories were still stuck before nightfall. Seeing Mu Xing and the others return from the forest, the village chief and a group of people came to greet them. Dear investigators, where have you been? Why didn't you rest in the clinic? We went to take a look in advance because we were worried about the situation at the church. Just then, the doctor hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd. Excuse me, what's the situation at the church? Don't worry, although there are many patients, I have helped stabilize their conditions. By the way, how is Adelina? Mu Xing asked. She's much better now. She was able to eat in the morning. That's really good news. By the way, let's pack up and get ready to go. Okay. The villagers all looked hopeful and surprised. However, the newcomers behind Muxing all looked pale. They saw several villagers who died in the wild man's attack last night, and they seemed to be alive again. Don't talk nonsense on the road. Muxing reminded. Blood Moon, I go get ready. Yue pointed to the village with smoke rising from the front. The villagers were all excited. Everyone rushed home to pack up their things, waiting for the rescuers for many years. There was no reason not to leave this hopeless forest together. But one person seemed reluctant. The ugly Tokarev holding a pitchfork cursed at the villagers who were packing up. The forest is too dangerous, and there is a pig king in the village to provide food for everyone. Why do we have to leave? If you die on the road, don't blame me for not reminding you. Those who dare to challenge the jungle never have a good ending. Is this guy crazy? Zhao Lian couldn't help but say. Sun Qian disagreed. You don't understand this. Tokarev is the only person in the village who can get close to the pig king. He is the pig king's keeper. He is a respected resource supplier here. But when he leaves here, he is just an ugly farmer. If it were you, would you be willing to leave? This, Muxing said, humans are complex creatures. What is honey to me may be poison to others. That is why complex personalities are formed. Chapter 337. In the clinic. The doctor was busy packing up and stuffing various medical equipment into the huge box. The footsteps sounded, approaching step by step. The doctor turned back subconsciously, and Muxing stabbed a needle directly into his neck. Mr. Blood Moon, what about me? Muxing pressed his forehead with one hand. You are very sleepy, go to sleep, go to sleep. The doctor's eyes began to blur, closed his eyes, and fell to the ground behind him. And at the moment he fell, a white magic circle lit up on the ground. The magic circle lifted up the doctor, and the next second, the doctor who should have fallen into a dream suddenly opened his eyes. At the door, Yue formed a seal with both hands. This is a puppet control array, which can last for 3 hours at most. 6 hours? It should be enough. Muxing pulled up the doctor who opened his eyes. He seemed to be awake, but he had actually fallen into a dream. Muxing touched the doctor's forehead with one hand, and his mental power invaded. The divine seal began to build a spiritual world, and was responsible for guiding the doctor's dream. At the same time, a red circle appeared in the palm of Muxing's hand, exuding an evil aura. What is this? Yue asked curiously. I call it the mental stimulation ring seal. Although it is useless for seniors like us, it will greatly stimulate the mental strength of ordinary people. I'm afraid it's not a good ability, right? Muxing scratched his head. Actually, this is my first time using it. I learned it from a holy book of the sect. Muxing took out the holy book of the sect. Sister Yi, are you interested? Muxing thought Yue would resist, but she was actually a little surprised. Is it from the dark system? Sister Yi, aren't you a cultivator? Do you know about magic cultivation? Muxing, ? I also changed to cultivation after resurrection. By the way, you are not allowed to tell Bailey. She pointed at Muxing. Muxing's forehead was covered with black lines, and she secretly prayed for the madman. Your wife has cultivated magic. Don't worry, I don't cultivate those magic that tear apart bones and use people as stoves. I am only interested in some evil spirits, evil ghosts, puppet control and so on. Muxing subconsciously felt a chill on his back. He quickly embedded the ring seal into the doctor's forehead, greatly improving the doctor's mental strength. When the village chief came to the clinic, the doctor was like a normal person. Have you packed everything? Already done. The doctor picked up the huge box. Muxing began to let the seal guide the doctor's dream. Before leaving, let the doctor guide the villagers as much as possible and describe the situation of the church. Let the villagers also imprint the appearance of a church in their hearts. Tokarev, are you sure you don't want to leave with us? The village chief repeatedly advised. If you want to die, don't drag me with you. I want to stay here with my pigsty. Tokarev retreated all the way to the pigsty area, as far away from them as possible. Blood Moon boss, do you want me to go with that guy? Shigu made a gesture of wiping his neck. No need, let's go. Even if we kill him, it will be reset tomorrow. Everyone set off, led by the doctor, and headed towards the so-called church. Under the guidance of the divine seal, Muxing deliberately lengthened the journey and reached the border area of the white fog. When Muxing and his team approached the border area, the doctor pointed to the hillside ahead and said, Everyone, the church is just over the hill ahead, so hurry up. A newcomer wanted to rush over to take a look, but was grabbed by Muxing. What are you doing? I just want to see if there is really a church ahead. Zhao Liang looked expectant. Go back. Mu Xing glared at him. Master, this Zhao Liang is hiding something. The divine seal reminded. I know this kid has played games before, and he's pretending to know nothing. Help me keep an eye on him. Yes. Under the doctor's repeated urging, everyone quickened their pace. When the doctor stood on the hillside, he began to breathe heavily, but a smile appeared on his face. Mu Xing stepped onto the hillside, his pupils shrank sharply, and the white spore area disappeared, and a scattered river appeared. On the river, a group of sampans formed a bridge across the river. At the end of the bridge, there was a long stone road. At the end of the stone road, a dilapidated and lonely church stood. It's really true. The newcomers also widened their eyes. Yi Wei, who was standing next to him, was also quite surprised. Is this really what the doctor imagined? It's a dream, not imagination. Is there a difference between the two? One is passive, the other is active. The doctor was also very happy, and ran towards the church. We should be able to reach a farther area after passing through the church. Mu Xing said. I can't tell whether this place is reality or a dream. Yi Wei couldn't help but say. Anyway, we have passed this level now. If I am right, passage 21 should be just ahead. Why are you so sure? When this blank area has information, the map will also start to load. Compared to the survivors' incomprehension and disbelief, the villagers took it for granted and began to move towards the church. The church was dilapidated and in disrepair, and the expansion of the forest almost destroyed the church. In the nearly desperate environment, the God they once believed in did not bring them salvation, so they gradually abandoned their faith. Today's church can only be regarded as a temporary sanatorium at best. In the church basement, many patients are isolated by doctors. Come on, open it quickly. Everyone worked together to open the door of the basement, and a turbid smell hit them. Is there really someone underground? Sun Qian poked his head inside. Suddenly, something poked out from the basement. Is it the doctor? A strange voice sounded. It's me. Is everyone okay? The doctor squeezed in from the crowd. Doctor, you are finally back. Sanjus is dying. Go and see him. The doctor turned around and said, Everyone, please disperse. Mr. Blood Moon and I will go in to see the patient. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. Hearing this, the villagers dispersed slightly, and still looked at the entrance with concern. It was obvious that their relatives were also here. Mu Xing stepped into the basement. If it were not for safety, no one would be willing to be isolated here. It must be said that the white mist is quite realistic. Even the mutations of these people are also materialized. But Mu Xing knows that there is no real person here. All of them are some seemingly real clones. Suddenly, Mu Xing heard a banging sound coming from the innermost layer of the basement. Wake up! Mu Xing pointed at the back of the doctor's head. The doctor was in a trance and suddenly woke up. Because the spiritual world created by the divine seal is synchronized with reality, the doctor did not realize that he was dreaming and naturally switched to reality. Oh no, it's Sanjus, he's mutated. As soon as the words fell, a strange roar came from behind the wooden door. With a bang, the wooden board was smashed, and Mu Xing saw a twisted figure rushing out of the isolation room. His body squirmed, like a ball of black wax. Suddenly, his body split from the top of his head to both sides, extending all the way to his lower abdomen, turning into a ferocious big mouth. Sharp teeth grew from both ends of the cracked mouth, and the slippery tongue waved wildly. Chapter 338. The monster was trembling, with scarlet pus flowing all over it, and emitting a disgusting stench. It approached step by step. Plop! The doctor was so scared that he collapsed on the ground, his hands and feet slipped, and he retreated in fear. He retreated all the way to Mu Xing's feet. Don't worry, it's just a monster. Mu Xing lifted the doctor up, and pulled him behind him. Be careful. It has mutated into a deformed split-head monster, very ferocious. The split-head monster roared at Mu Xing, and the strong sound waves seemed to have the power to disturb the mind. The pace quickened, rushing towards Mu Xing. Mu Xing pushed with his right hand, and the telekinesis blasted it away like a wall, smashing the wooden wall and falling on the wall. After such a heavy blow, the split-headed monster was like nothing happened, and got up and continued to attack. This time it was faster, although it did not leave an afterimage. It was comparable to a cheetah. A stream of dark yellow vomit suddenly spurted out of the cracked mouth. The vomit sprayed over like a mist, and Mu Xing's eyes condensed, and an invisible barrier blocked the vomit. With a grab of his right hand, the steel bars on the ground next to him flew out like a spear, nailing the split-headed monster to the wall. Mu Xing observed the monster, letting the divine seal scan and record the data. In summary, it has thick skin and strong desire to attack. It has a good fighting power just after mutation. Finally, Mu Xing clenched his right hand and completely crushed the split-head monster into a ball of meat paste. The doctor behind him looked at this scene with horror, his body trembling, and he was very scared. I need an explanation about this monster. Mu Xing turned his head and looked into the doctor's eyes. The doctor swallowed subconsciously and covered his head with his hands. I tried my best, I tried all methods, but I still couldn't save them. It was me who turned them from one extreme to another. Okay, it's all over. Mu Xing put a hand on his shoulder to calm his spirit. The doctor could collapse and die, but not now. Tell me, what did you do to them? Mu Xing's voice sounded in his ears, like a lullaby. The doctor walked to the end of the basement step by step and opened a door. Here was a small laboratory. Distiller, workbench, boiler. The formalin jars in the laboratory contained many mutated organs. The doctor opened the box and took out a test tube. What is this? The result of my years of research on this forest. Mu Xing picked up the test tube, which contained an unknown synthetic liquid medicine. I discovered a long time ago that this forest and these trees, seemingly individual, are actually connected to each other through the roots deep underground. They form a huge honeycomb-like structure with a beating consciousness flowing through it. I have also tried to integrate into this network. Maybe I can get a glimpse of the source of the forest mutation. How to integrate? Rely on this medicine. Yes, but it is not perfect yet. In order to make it perfect, I admit that I experimented with these patients. I can't do anything about their illness. I have tried every method I can think of. But my lifelong learning has no effect in the face of these mutations. God, please forgive my sins. The doctor raised his hands high and looked at the ceiling devoutly. Obviously, the doctor's heart has collapsed, and his previous worldview has been shattered in this strange forest. A materialist also began to seek God's forgiveness. Don't worry, I will save them and take you away from here. Mu Xing comforted him. Is it really possible? Have you forgotten Adelina? Hearing Adelina's name, the doctor stood up excitedly. Adelina, who had been severely mutated, is now almost able to walk. Mu Xing said, gather all the patients together, I will treat them. Okay. The doctor quickly got up and ran out excitedly. Mu Xing pinched the test tube with his fingers, swaying the liquid in it, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Maybe we should change our thinking to fight the thing in the forest. Master, this is not a good plan. The divine seal reminded. I know, but I have made up my mind. Purify this potion and inject me with a part of it to store in my body. If there is any accident, you can directly help me activate the potion. Master, did you notice anything? No, but it's always better to be prepared. Good. The divine seal is always the most reliable partner and the cornerstone that can protect you. By the way, Master, the evil spirit is quietly absorbing the power of hope from the bonfire on the 4th floor. Do you want to stop it? The divine seal reminded. No, I won't stop it. I did it on purpose. Master, aren't you afraid that it will recover some power and cause trouble? Don't worry, I added some ingredients to it. I believe it will like it. The evil spirit Mu Xing, who was once omnipotent, had no way to deal with it, but now the evil spirit is in a desperate situation. How could he miss this good opportunity? When Mu Xing walked out of the basement, the villagers outside had been looking forward to it, eagerly waiting for Mu Xing's reply with expectant eyes. Everyone go down to see your relatives. They have received special treatment and are basically fine. Hearing this, the villagers rushed into the basement and saw their relatives, who had almost returned to normal. It's a miracle! It's a miracle! The doctor said calmly. Everyone, it's not a miracle, it's Mr. Shuiyue's superb medical skills that saved them. The villagers began to kneel down to Mu Xing enthusiastically. Everyone, believe that I will definitely lead you out of the forest and bring you back to the civilized world. Mu Xing took the opportunity to consolidate their thoughts and strengthen their beliefs. As he said, Mu Xing took out a magical key. Everyone, I have the key to open passage 21. We can use passage 21 to leave here. Looking at the villagers' puzzled eyes, he explained, in this jungle, there is an underground passage built by the Alliance at great cost, and it runs through the entire forest. I will lead you to evacuate safely from the underground passage. Just when everyone expressed doubt, the doctor stood up. Everyone, please believe Mr. Blood Moon, the passage number 21 is in the forest, and we will evacuate through that passage. The doctor's words were indeed more credible, and the emotions of these villagers were immediately mobilized. I feel like something has changed. Yi Wei said suddenly. Mu Xing nodded. Yes, the new map will be loaded, and we will soon reach passage 21. The newcomers didn't understand what happened. They just knew that Mu Xing in front of them seemed like a person who could create miracles. Blood Moon Boss, can we escape from the forest if we reach passage 21? Sun Qian said expectantly. What do you think? Zhao Liang? Ah, me, how would I know? Zhao Liang smiled awkwardly, hiding his inner panic. Mu Xing put a hand on his shoulder. You'd better believe this, otherwise no one can leave this place, and will be trapped here forever. Zhao Liang's body trembled slightly, and his voice was a little stuttering, of course. Chapter 339. After a short rest in the church, everyone set out again. The location Mu Xing defined for them was in the dense forest ahead, near a small black house. According to his calculations, this distance should be enough for them to cross the white spore area and leave this replica. Maybe they can return to the real dark forest through passage 21. In his continuous brainwashing plan, the villagers almost completely believed in the existence of passage 21. In addition, Mu Xing helped them cure their relatives, and their trust in Mu Xing increased. The doctor has entered the dream again, using the power of dreams to imagine a passage out. Yi Wei controlled the doctor's actions, and almost nothing went wrong. Sister Yi, I have a hunch that it may not be so easy for us to leave this replica. If something unexpected happens, these newcomers will be handed over to you. Yi Wei frowned. What do you want to do? It's not what I want to do, but my behavior has been noticed by the master in the forest, and there may be actions against me next. Do you need help? Yi Wei asked back. In any case, regardless of his relationship with Bailey, in Yi Wei's opinion, Mu Xing is a reliable temporary teammate. No, I will be careful myself. As he said that, he turned back to look at Yi Wei. Sister Yi, if Bailey can come back alive this time, I hope you can give him a chance to explain. Yi Wei curled her lips. Let's talk about it later. Mu Xing shook his head. The couple still had a long way to go, and it might not be so easy to get back together. At this time, he pulled his thoughts back. They had walked a long way, and walked in the jungle for most of the day. Except for 2 breaks in the middle, there was almost no intention to stop. Because they were in the replica, they hardly encountered any danger in the jungle, not even a bird or a mouse. Finally, it was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The doctor suddenly said in surprise, Everyone, look, it's just in front. It's a black house. Others also noticed the black iron house, which was out of tune with the surrounding environment, and was not the style of the village. Great, we're finally here. The closer we got, the clearer the black house became. The trees formed a circle around it, but there were no trees in the area around the black house. Why does it feel weird? Zhou Jiajia couldn't help but mutter. This house seemed to have been refreshed out of thin air, and it naturally looked very inconsistent. Mu Xing put one hand on the iron house, and suddenly opened the door. Sure enough, he saw a cellar door leading to the underground in the house. Is this the place? The villagers squeezed their heads to look inside. Yes, this is passage 21. Mu Xing took a deep breath and grabbed the handle of the cellar door. Pull it open with force. Accompanied by a creaking sound. Mu Xing saw a hole extending underground. The silver-white metal ladder extended into the depths of darkness. From above, it looked like a monster's black mouth, waiting for them to enter. Torch! Mu Xing shouted, and a villager ran in and threw a burning torch into it. Hula! The torch fell into the darkness, tumbling and spinning, and finally with a bang, a distant sound of landing was heard. There really is a tunnel. The doctor also squeezed in at the first time, lying at the underground entrance in surprise. Mu Xing went down the ladder, and the cave entrance was very deep. Because it had to avoid the dense roots of the forest, the tunnel went hundreds of meters deep underground. Only then did he reach the bottom of the tunnel. Come down, it's safe down there. Mu Xing took out a high-power flashlight and shone it into the depths of the darkness. At the end of the passage supported by iron frames and wooden boards, a heavy alloy door with a huge number 21 on it stood quietly. Then, Yi Wei and other newcomers also went down to the underground passage. The tree roots extend to a depth of several hundred meters underground. Someone pointed to the roots that penetrated from the top of the wall of the passage next to him. At the same time, Mu Xing's wrist survival terminal sent a prompt. Guardian Mission 1 has been completed. Guardian Mission 2 is now open. Escort the selected new survivors out of the dark forest. Seeing the survival system prompt, Mu Xing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, Yi Wei's mission was also completed, and she started the second phase of the mission. Wait, those villagers seem to be gone. Just as Mu Xing and the others were waiting for those villagers. A few minutes later, no villagers came down from the upper passage. I go up and take a look. Mu Xing quickly climbed up the ladder. Just as he climbed up the ladder and returned to the small black house, the villagers who had been waiting in line here before disappeared without a trace. When he looked out through the window, there was only a vast expanse of white outside. It was like a snowy field with heavy snow. Mu Xing knew that this was not a snowy field at all. It was deep into the white fog spore area. Did it refresh? Mu Xing frowned. He quickly climbed down the passage and slammed the iron door shut. He quickly slid down the ladder. When he reached the bottom, his brows furrowed. Sister Yi? Sun Qian? Just like that, everyone disappeared. His mental power detection instantly spread out a distance of 1,000 meters, trying to find them. The alloy door at the end of the passage was opened by someone at some point. Had they already passed? Mu Xing hurriedly ran towards the open alloy gate number 21. However, the surrounding space was stretched rapidly, just like the scene experienced in the underground of Silent Hill. Looking up, the gate number 21 was weathering rapidly. It became rusty, and countless roots crawled all over the gate. Mu Xing unceremoniously activated various acceleration abilities. The red new divine seal in his right hand rotated. Fix it for me. A dazzling red light burst out from the red divine seal, and the red light spread rapidly. In an instant, the continuously extending passage was fixed. He rushed forward, grabbed the door handle, and pulled it back. Boom! Then, as the crack in the door grew bigger, he dodged and rushed into the door. Due to an unknown error, a serious bug appeared in the survival world. Transmission is now activated to lead all survivors out of this world. What's going on? Mu Xing looked around. The sound of alarms kept coming from his mind. Then, a transparent beam of light enveloped him. Mu Xing's vision began to distort rapidly. Error. At this moment, Mu Xing saw time reversed, and he saw the scenes he experienced in the survival system. Survival competition, Silent Hill, escape, biochemical crisis, dead space. Due to an unknown error in the survival system, time and space are reversed, and all survivors will be sent back to the original time and space. Mu Xing looked at the constantly flashing images in front of him calmly, and snorted coldly. It's quite similar, but it's too fake. The eyes of the new divine seal in his hand continued to spread, and the dark gold power surged. Break it for me. In a low voice. Everything around was shattered, and those constantly changing images, and the sounds of the survival system were all shattered in this spreading tearing force. When Mu Xing opened his eyes again, he found that he was still standing in the long corridor. It's not over yet. He narrowed his eyes. Chapter 340. Looking back, there is no passage behind him, so he can only keep going forward. The long passage extends into the depths of darkness, and the light of the flashlight cannot completely pierce the darkness. Trying to use the mental scanning ability, Mu Xing frowned, and his mental power only reached a range of less than 3 meters. Subconsciously trying to take out the weapons in the primitive hive, he looked down, and there was nothing on his fingers, and the umbrella-shaped ring disappeared. Instead, there was a pair of torn rubber gloves. He was wearing a dirty protective suit, and the tube connecting the mask to the purifier had long been broken. He lifted the mask on his face. He touched his cheek, which was obviously not his own face, but a slightly weathered face of about 40 years old. What's going on? Mu Xing felt a long-lost feeling of weakness in his heart. Divine Seal. He tried to call the Divine Seal, but got no response. Dream? Or was it stuffed into a stranger's body? He moved his body, and tried to get familiar with this slightly old body. This body had walked so far in this underground passage, it was very weak and skinny. In addition to this torn protective suit, there was only the axe hanging around his waist, half a pot of water, and a few pieces of compressed biscuits that had grown mold. It seemed that the means of the thing in the forest were more powerful than he had imagined, and he could not resist it with his will. He could not be sure that this was a dream, but that his consciousness was forced to leave his body. It seemed that the backup plan he left behind had worked. He had made preparations before entering the underground passage. If he found an irresistible crisis, the Divine Seal would cooperate with Alessa to extract his consciousness if necessary. The reason why he was transferred to this strange body was that the medicine he injected was passively activated. He had to find a way to return to his body. He knew very well that his main body might have encountered some kind of irresistible mental erosion, which caused his insurance to be automatically triggered. Mu Xing pulled out the hand axe. The handle was 30 centimeters long, and there was blood on the axe blade. Suddenly, the headlight above my head began to flicker, and some of the contact was poor. Mu Xing patted the headlight to restore the light. He was not sure how much power was left, so he had to find a new light source before falling into darkness. In the dark forest, darkness is dangerous. At night, dangerous monsters will be attracted. If you are in a dream, a terrible nightmare will appear. If you are killed, even in a dream, your body will die directly. Can you go back to death? Mu Xing frowned and explored forward, but he didn't dare to gamble. The origin of the blood moon is hidden in his body and soul, not in his consciousness. If his consciousness is annihilated or trapped, it is uncertain whether he can use the blood moon to go back. So he must be careful. He tried to make his steps as light as possible. Although this body was not strong, his combat experience could make up for some physical defects. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps coming from the passage next to him. This sound was not like that of a normal person. Normal people run regularly, but these footsteps were of different depths and distances. Mu Xing leaned sideways, back against the wall, holding his hand axe high. The pace became faster and faster, and a foul smell hit him in the face. The moment Mu Xing saw the figure rushing out of the passage, he chopped it directly with the axe in his hand. The axe hit the neck of the thing. The dim headlight also allowed him to see the appearance of the thing clearly. It looked like a guy who had lived in a cave for 100 years. His face was old, his skin was gray, and there was only madness in his turbid eyes. There were a mouthful of sharp teeth in his mouth, and the nails on his hands were mutated and very sharp. The monster paused after being hit on the neck by Mu Xing's axe, and was obviously stunned. Mu Xing did not hold back, and turned around and used the potential energy of the rotation to chop it horizontally, directly chopping off its head. The headless corpse struggled for a moment, and fell to the ground with a plop. After making sure that the thing was completely dead, he leaned over and began to explore. He took out a flashlight that had long been out of power, a rusty dagger, a kettle without water, and some unknown food that had long been rotten into a pile of black residue from the guy. Mu Xing picked up the head and looked at it carefully. He saw his own appearance in the reflection of the other person's pupils. He looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a sallow complexion, cracked lips, and dark circles under his eyes. He looked a little scary. Mu Xing threw the head down. Blood seeped out of the neck of the corpse, and the smell of blood filled the air. Mu Xing frowned. His not-so-sensitive hearing told him that there were more footsteps approaching. With his ears pressed directly against the wall, he heard 5 or 6 pairs of footsteps approaching. Not good. Mu Xing quickly left from the side road, as far away from the corpse as possible. Soon after he left, he heard a strange roar. The sound echoed in the underground passage, very creepy. He quickened his pace, and ran towards the passage ahead. Behind him, the footsteps seemed to have discovered him, and were chasing him at high speed. This time it was the sound of 4 limbs on the ground. It sounded like some kind of animal, but Mu Xing estimated that it was still a monster transformed from a human. He turned and hid in the side road. Then, he saw a naked man, with a severely deformed body running from the main road with his hands and feet. His body had mutated into a tree man, with bark growing on his skin, branches growing on his head, and his face becoming extremely hideous. Before Mu Xing could feel relieved, the thing seemed to smell the blood on him, and turned around to chase him. Mu Xing retreated at high speed to avoid being attacked. The thing suddenly jumped 3 or 4 meters away, and rushed towards Mu Xing. Mu Xing took a small step back, and chopped hard with the axe in his hand. The axe was like chopping on wet wood, which made his right hand numb, and the axe embedded in his shoulder. With great force, the monster waved its alienated arm, and flipped Mu Xing out. The monster opened its mouth, and let out a hissing sound. It used its limbs to pounce again. Mu Xing ignored the pain, and advanced instead of retreating. At the moment when the two sides crossed, he slid violently, grabbed the axe handle embedded in its shoulder with one hand, pulled out the axe, and stabbed its body with the sharp side of the axe, and slashed it hard. The tough bark on the abdomen was torn apart. When the monster fell to the ground, the internal organs in the abdominal cavity were scattered all over the ground. Mu Xing turned around and rushed over, chopping the monster on the forehead with an axe, killing it with one axe. Breathing. Breathing. Mu Xing gasped, his heart beat violently. The quality of this body was too poor. Just this set of movements almost made his heart and lungs collapse. His arms trembled. That was the soreness and numbness of the muscles after the burst of power. Mu Xing searched the monster for a while, and this time he really found something useful. A map of the number 21 underground passage. The underground passage is not a straight tunnel, but a winding one along the trend of the tree roots. Many places had to change their routes because they were blocked by the tangled tree roots. Some tunnels were destroyed by tree roots as soon as they were dug, and other passages had to be dug again. As a result, many forks were created. Therefore, the underground passage looks like a miniature maze. Mu Xing looked around for a while, and finally confirmed his position. Just keep going forward along the main passage, and turn a few forks to reach passage 21. But just as he stood up, he suddenly smelled a strange sweet smell. He looked down, and saw the part of the monster's body that was split by the axe, and a piece of flesh was still jumping. It was that piece of flesh that exuded a strong fragrance, and he couldn't help but reach forward and grab it in his hand. He drooled unconsciously, wanting to eat this strange piece of flesh. Chapter 341. Do you want to eat it? Reason told him not to eat it. But this body told him to eat it. Eat this mass of flesh and blood. Just when Mu Xing hesitated, more deformed creatures caught up with him. He didn't care about anything else, cut off the mass of flesh and blood with an axe, stuffed it into his pocket, and then fled. No! This body is too slow, and it will be caught up sooner or later. Mu Xing just ran a few steps, and he felt weak, panting, and cold sweat oozing from his forehead. And those deformed creatures were not tired, not afraid, and kept chasing in the dark. Mu Xing grabbed the bloody flesh with his right hand. He remembered that there was a similar plot in the game, where the protagonist became powerful by eating monster meat and red mushrooms. Can I try it myself? No more hesitation. It's better to fight than to wait for death. He stuffed the beating bloody flesh into his mouth, and an unprecedented taste came over him. It was extremely fragrant and sweet, as if it was the most delicious thing in the world. After the bloody flesh entered his stomach, it was quickly digested, and his extremely hungry body greedily devoured the strange bloody flesh. At this moment, he felt full of strength, and a heat was rippling through his body. At this moment, the aberrations came, 3 in front and 2 in the back, sandwiching them on both sides. Mu Xing clenched his hand axe, and there was no place to release the strength in his body. At the moment, when the first aberration rushed over, he avoided the attack with his strong perception. Although this was not his own body, the part of the mental power brought by his consciousness still gave him a perception far beyond that of ordinary people. He chopped it with an axe. The force that just cut through a third of the neck with an axe was increased several times. The head flew out, and the neck of the deformed monster spurted out red blood. He kicked out, and kicked the 2 deformed monsters behind him. With the blessing of that power, Mu Xing could exert a stronger combat power, and he could easily deal with these deformed monsters. He rushed over, and took advantage of the moment when the deformed monsters behind him avoided the corpse, and turned his body to kill 2 of them instantly. As for the last one, he threw the axe in his hand, and hit it directly on the forehead. Instantly, the 5 deformed bodies were killed with ease. Mu Xing looked at the corpses on the ground and panted slightly. Then, a feeling of weakness came over him. The power from the flesh and blood he had just eaten was fading quickly. Obviously, this power was not permanent, but could only last for a period of time. Mu Xing estimated that it was only about a minute. However, this flesh and blood did strengthen this body to a certain extent. Although it was not much, if he ate a few more pieces, he would probably be able to maintain this strengthening state. He used an axe to find all the strange flesh and blood in the bodies of these deformed bodies. The sweet fragrance began to stimulate the body's sense of smell and taste again. Mu Xing ate another piece, and the feeling of power just now surged up again. At the same time, he felt that his body was also strengthened. Eating one piece increased the strength by about 10%, which was a very high strengthening. Mu Xing ate all the remaining pieces directly, and the strengthening level reached 60%. But at this moment, his head began to hurt violently. What's going on? Mu Xing felt that there was only a blood red in front of his eyes, and strange sounds kept coming from the darkness around him. Not good, this thing has sequelae. Mu Xing covered his head and rolled on the ground. I don't know how long it took. When Mu Xing woke up again, he found that his body had also undergone some kind of alienation. Part of his skin also showed signs of woodification, but unlike those deformed bodies, his body's condition was more like an evolution. As his body strength increased significantly, Mu Xing felt that his body's perception also increased significantly. When he looked at the bodies of the deformed creatures, he saw these monsters turn into a bunch of slime mushrooms. And when he patted his head, the slime mushrooms turned into hideous deformed creatures. Hallucination? Or what? Mu Xing felt that he seemed to see something different. When he looked up and looked at this passage, he found that this passage was not a tunnel dug by humans. It was just a squirming slime mold channel, as if entering the intestines of some monster. And in a trance, the channel changed back again. No, it shouldn't be an illusion. Mu Xing calmed himself down and tried to adapt to this special perspective. He had experience using the observer's eye and the divine seal to see the deeper essence of the world. If it were someone else, they might think they were crazy and hallucinating. But Mu Xing didn't think so. He felt that this body seemed to see some essence. Not only that, he just stood here and looked at the map, and he could feel where he was on the map. It was as if he could use this land to locate himself. Mu Xing tried to control that special vision ability. When he looked at his hands and feet, he understood everything. So that's it. When his vision was restored, Mu Xing began to run towards the direction of passage 21. Gripping the axe in his hand, he really didn't know whether to be happy or uneasy at this moment. He was happy that he discovered the truth, but he was uneasy that it might not be so easy to escape from this place. At this time, more footsteps came from the darkness. Mu Xing knew that the pursuers were coming, and the manipulators behind the scenes would not give up. We must find the controller behind the scenes, otherwise these mutants will never end, and will not escape from this place. Mu Xing called it a false dream. Everything around, including the body he controlled, was part of this false dream. Everything was made of slime mold, spores, and tree roots. The mutants came. Mu Xing took the initiative to attack. This time, he could easily deal with ordinary aberrations with this 60% enhanced body. He could easily deal with 8 or 10 more. He killed the 3 aberrations that rushed over like cutting melons and vegetables. At this moment, black fog rose in front of him, and a group of different aberrations emerged from the shadows and walls. The body of this aberration was twisted, and its head split in the middle, turning into a split-head monster. This thing had killed one in the church basement before, and its combat power was stronger than those aberrations. Strength, fighting desire, speed, all far exceed ordinary deformed monsters. This monster's enhanced body can ignore ordinary bullets. The protagonist in the game can kill those monsters because he has been strengthened again and again, and his fighting power has long become like Superman. Now that he has lost his powerful mental power and various props, with only an axe, can he kill this split-head monster? Mu Xing retreated slightly, did not attack, but grabbed a corpse and looked for the beating flesh and blood from it. At the same time, the split-head monster rushed over, its mouth wide open, its sharp teeth biting wildly. Mu Xing reached out to take out the flesh and blood from the corpse, and stuffed it into his mouth without caring about anything else. The sweet taste made Mu Xing's mouth full of blood. The body instantly gained a huge boost. A steady stream of power surged into his heart. He threw the corpse at the split-head monster, and the deformed corpse was torn into pieces almost instantly. Mu Xing rushed forward with an axe in his hand, and at the moment when the corpse was torn into pieces, he chopped it down heavily with the axe in his hand. Die! The split-head monster was directly split in half with an axe. Chapter 342. The split-headed monster that was chopped in half was still trembling, like a corpse. Even though it was split in half, it was still not completely dead. Mu Xing found its fatal point, and added 2 more axes to kill it completely. The weakness of this split-headed monster is in the heart. Because there are thick knot-like tissues on the front and back of the chest, the side abdomen is the only effective breakthrough point to break through its defense. In a battle, it may be difficult to kill it with one blow, especially when there are multiple split-headed monsters besieging. What you fear will come true. Mu Xing just finished dealing with this split-head monster, and noticed that the surrounding walls began to wriggle, and 3 split-head monsters grew out. Mu Xing did not intend to fight hard, and quickly ran into the fork next to him. Some of the forks were connected to each other, and they could be used to fight guerrilla warfare. The combat power of the split-head monsters far exceeded that of the deformed monsters. The most important thing was that these split-head monsters knew how to cooperate with each other, and the threat level increased sharply. Mu Xing held a ball of purple-red heart in his hand. This heart was taken out of the body of the split-head monster just now. It was also a sweet thing that made his taste buds wet. However, Mu Xing did not dare to eat it right away. He just licked it, and his mind became blurry, and his body was out of control. Although this thing could greatly increase the strength of this body, the side effects also forced him to weigh them carefully. If a violent side effect broke out after eating it, and the body was out of control, he would definitely die under the siege of multiple split-head monsters. So Mu Xing's strategy was to adapt little by little. Lick a few more times, gradually adapt to the side effects of this thing, and then try it in small sips. Until the body is fully adapted, use it to strengthen your body. The split-head monsters seemed unwilling to give Mu Xing this adaptation time. They were very fast and chased after him from the darkness. At the same time, These split-head monsters are very sensitive to light sources. The headlight on Mu Xing's head is bright, constantly attracting the pursuit of the split-head monsters. Mu Xing suppressed the impulse in his heart, circled in the fork, and quickly adapted. Finally, when he was able to adapt to the small bites of meat, he knew the time was right. He ate the heart in his hand in one bite. Suddenly, he felt everything around him start to shake. It was like eating unripe mushrooms and hallucinating. He saw countless mushrooms growing from the passage, and red mushrooms sprouted under his feet. He felt his eyes penetrate the passage, and saw the bright red blood vessels inside the wall. He heard a heartbeat echoing in his ears. Was it his own heartbeat? No, the heartbeat was particularly strong and powerful, and every beat seemed to hit his forehead. He looked down, and saw countless white roots, like mold entwined from the soles of his feet. He swung his axe, and cut off all the white mold roots. And he grabbed an invisible tube behind him with his right hand. What is this? Mu Xing turned around. He saw a tube wrapped with mold threads, like a cable, connected to his spine. Mu Xing pulled hard and felt a sharp pain in his back. He realized something, and chopped hard with the axe in his hand. With a puff, the mycelium tube connected to his body was directly cut off. He held the broken tube with one hand, and pulled it out with all his strength. Ah! The intense tearing pain made Mu Xing feel that his head was about to split in two. Puff! The white tube brought out a large group of root-like filaments. A large piece of flesh and blood on his back was torn, and blood kept seeping out. The previously cut tube seemed to be alive, twisting and shaking wildly, spurting out sticky blood. Suddenly, Mu Xing felt a strong sense of weakness. At the same time, the body enhancement disappeared, and the ability to sense his position disappeared. He knelt on the ground, and the ringing in his ears surrounded him. Buzz! His vision became blurred. He heard the footsteps of the split-head monster approaching. The sound kept knocking on his heart. Stand up, stand up. He used his strong consciousness to force this body to stand up. He supported himself with an axe to adapt to the feeling of weakness. At this time, a split-head monster pounced on him. Mu Xing concentrated all his mental power into one point, and locked the weak point of its left heart. At the moment of crossing, half of his body was almost torn apart by the claws of the split-head monster. He endured the pain, and split the side of the split-head monster with an axe. He stretched out his right hand, and grabbed the beating heart. The split-head monster struggled and wanted to fight back. But Mu Xing was faster, and grabbed the heart. He stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation. He chewed it with big mouthfuls, and it felt like he was biting a sweet big tomato, and his mouth was full of red tomato juice. With tomato. After taking the medicine, Mu Xing felt that his body was really getting stronger this time. Not only did the previously lost strength return, but it also directly increased by 30%, making his body strength soar to 90%. Not only that, the wounds on his body healed rapidly, including the scars from pulling out the tubes on his back, which also healed quickly in a short time. Mu Xing felt an unprecedented sense of independence, and the strange sense of shackles completely disappeared. Not only that, he found that he had mastered the ability to see the essence of this underground passage. As long as he concentrates, he can switch and turn this passage into a creeping passage full of mold and strange mushrooms. And in another trance, the sight switches back. In the special sight, he can see many things that he can't see before, such as some hidden forks, such as cracks in the wall. This creepy and bizarre world once again puts Mu Xing's spirit to a new test. After eating the heart, he also gained an ability, that is, the ability to control slime mold. Although this ability is still very weak, it can already attach to the axe in his hand. Under his control, this axe made of hard slime can be deformed to a certain extent, and even enhance its lethality. When the second and third split-head monsters caught up, Mu Xing had already fully adapted to his body and abilities. The two split-head monsters attacked from both sides. This time Mu Xing was not afraid, and went straight to the attack. Ignoring the split-head monster biting his arm, the sharp part of the axe pierced its left abdomen, crushing its heart. Another split-head monster opened its mouth and sprayed vomit, which was highly corrosive, and splashed all over Mu Xing. But he ignored it, and let his body be corroded, and the pain came in waves. Mu Xing's axe suddenly doubled in size, and he rushed forward, without waiting for the split-head monster that sprayed vomit to close its mouth, and split it in half with an axe. After killing two more split-head monsters, Mu Xing stuffed the delicious tomatoes into his mouth and ate them with relish. The bite wounds and corrosive wounds on his body healed quickly. The arm was almost bitten off, but it still recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. After eating these two tomatoes, the strengthening degree increased by another 30%, and the total strengthening degree of the body reached an astonishing 120%. With the blessing of this strengthening power, Mu Xing can face those split-head monsters head-on, without losing the upper hand. Chapter 343. It seems that the ever-increasing Mu Xing finally made the manipulator behind the scenes feel the danger. The darkness around him became deeper and deeper, and the further Mu Xing walked, the darker it became. A layer of spores, like coal ash, was suspended in the air, greatly hindering the spread of light. His headlamp could only illuminate the surrounding area within 5 meters. Mu Xing tightly grasped the axe in his hand, alert to what threats were waiting for him ahead. Suddenly, a faint light began to appear in the passage ahead. He hurried closer, and saw a glowing object. A white jade-like stone, emitting light in the dark like a night pearl. He wanted to pick up the stone, but found that the stone was embedded in the passage, and the axe could not damage it at all. When he looked up, there were other glowing stones deeper in the passage. It seemed to form a route to lead him out. Do you want to leave with it? Mu Xing remembered that there were similar instructions in the game, which would eventually lead the protagonist out of the forest. Mu Xing was not sure whether the glowing stones here were similar to the glowing stones in the game. If the stones in the game were the guidance provided by the game maker to the players, then what did the stones here mean? Mu Xing switched his sight. The white slime mold channel had turned into a black slime mold channel here. Those wriggling slime mold capsules kept spewing out dim spores. And those glowing stones were also some hard fungi with very strange shapes, emitting a faint light. Anyway, the end is to move forward. Mu Xing plans to follow these glowing mushrooms to see what's going on. He kept moving forward following the glowing stones along the way, and finally, after moving forward for 5 or 6 minutes, he stopped. He saw the flickering light ahead. Are you almost out? Mu Xing quickened his pace, as if he saw the faint light reflected from outside the cave, which made him, a person who follows the light, ecstatic. He ran forward with all his strength, getting closer and closer to the light source. Just as he reached the cave entrance, his forehead suddenly felt hot. What's going on? Mu Xing stopped and covered his head. Why am I? He realized that his mind was confused and lost in the pursuit of the glowing stone. Just now, the tingling in his head suddenly woke him up. Looking back suddenly, Mu Xing saw the black mist-like spores that continued to follow him. Mu Xing looked down and saw a red eye flashing in the palm of his hand. Is this the divine seal reminding me? Mu Xing woke up and stepped back step by step, away from the glowing cave entrance. Then he switched his sight and looked towards the exit. It was not a big deal to look at this, but Mu Xing's heart was beating wildly. He was glad that he did not rush over. Where was the cave exit in front of him? It was like a huge bloody mouth. The mouth kept opening and closing, swallowing all the unlucky people who tried to pass through it. A surge of anger surged in his heart. He was actually fooled. He turned back without hesitation and moved away from the passage. As if realizing that his method had failed to eliminate Mu Xing, the controller behind him controlled the passage to spray out more black spores. The spores began to condense, forming a shadow-like thing. The shadow squirmed, and a split-headed monster slowly stood up, but this split-headed monster was wrapped in shadows, floating on it like flames. The split-headed monster made a strange cry, echoing in the empty passage. Mu Xing rushed over, and before the guy was completely formed, his axe became 3 times larger and chopped it down fiercely, trying to split it in half. As a result, the strange split-headed monster bit his axe. Crunch! The hard axe was bitten into countless cracks, which shows its strong bite force. Mu Xing was shocked and kicked it away. He pulled out the axe, which was already covered with cracks. He quickly controlled the bacteria to repair the axe. The shadowy split-head monster curled up in the darkness and rushed over like a cannonball. It was so fast that Mu Xing could feel the whirring sound in his ears. The split-head monster left several bloody scars on his chest with one claw. So strong. Mu Xing was secretly shocked. Fortunately, the body strengthening degree was as high as 120%, otherwise he really couldn't stand it. Just as the shadow split-head monster rushed over again, Mu Xing punched out directly. The slime mold wrapped around his fist, forming a spiked fist glove. With the perception of mental power, he could accurately analyze its every move. The split-head monster's body bent after being hit by a fist, and then the axe chopped down heavily. An ordinary split-head monster would surely die under this axe, but the strength of this shadow split-head monster was far beyond that of an ordinary split-head monster. It only left a scar. Mu Xing did not stop, and used the sharp end of the axe to chisel. This time he hit its soft flank. He used his strength to cut through its defense. Mu Xing tried to destroy its heart. However, This thing turned into black mist in an instant. It quickly retreated, and in the process of retreating, the wound healed quickly. This thing has a very strong self-healing ability. How could Mu Xing dare to let this thing recover completely? He quickly chased after it. He took out the rusty dagger, and used the slime mold to bless it. When the split-head monster landed, he pounced on it, and stabbed it with the dagger in his hand. This was the life and death stage, and Mu Xing was never afraid of exchanging his life for another's. He didn't know how many times he had stabbed him, and his body was covered with wounds from the shadow split-head monster. It wasn't until he crushed its heart that the thing suddenly became limp, and the shadows on its body dissipated. Mu Xing used an axe to split its chest and grab the thing's heart. Although it was crushed, its powerful healing power continued, and the broken heart was healing rapidly. A stronger fragrance made Mu Xing want to swallow the heart directly. However, reason told him that the sweeter something is, the more poisonous it is. His previous experience told him that this requires an adaptation process. And this time, the shadow split-head monster was killed, and the manipulator behind it finally couldn't sit still. More spores condensed and began to form more shadow split-head monsters. And this time, there was no refueling tactic, and 10 shadow split-head monsters were directly created. With Mu Xing's strength, he could deal with 1 or 2, and 3 or 4 could also deal with it. But 10, Mu Xing gave up the fight and fled madly, running as far as he could. And he knew that he couldn't run away. The opponent's trump card must be more than 10 shadow split-head monsters, and there must be more shadow split-head monsters waiting for him in front. So, he had to find the manipulator behind the scenes. Mu Xing licked the heart, and the hallucination he had experienced before appeared again. This time it was like eating toad venom, and only the psychedelic rotating pictures were left in his mind. However, this also allowed him to successfully capture the fluctuations in these psychedelic pictures. The fluctuations were like heartbeats, becoming clearer and clearer. Mu Xing used this psychedelic state to move forward towards the ripples of the heartbeat. The rapid pursuit sound coming from behind told him that he had found the right direction. The heartbeat sound became more and more obvious, and the distance was getting closer and closer. More shadow split-head monsters began to appear. They caught up from behind, forcing him to speed up. Whenever the psychedelic feeling disappeared, he licked it. When the body adapted, he began to nibble and keep tracking. Shadow split-head monsters also began to appear in front, and Mu Xing did not want to fight, and went straight to the point. The main point is to go straight to the dragon, and capture the thief first. Chapter 344. After realizing Mu Xing's purpose, the manipulator behind the scenes began to control those shadow split-head monsters to attack Mu Xing at all costs. The number also expanded from 10 at the beginning to 30 or 40 later. With so many shadow split-head monsters, Mu Xing would definitely die if he was trapped in a dead end. So he used roundabout tactics, and even turned off his headlights directly. In the process of chasing, he even learned to hide himself. Or use clothes stained with his own smell to confuse the perception of those split-head monsters. And this body has the same essence as this dark passage. Mu Xing can control the body to blend into the environment. Like a chameleon, he has relied on this trick to dodge many shadow split-head monsters. However, among these shadow split-head monsters, there is a red mist split-head monster, which can clearly sense Mu Xing's position. Even if he hides in the fungus, he cannot completely escape tracking. If it weren't for the fact that there are only a few red mist split-head monsters, only about 3 of them, he would have been caught long ago. This game of hide-and-seek is finally coming to an end. Mu Xing reached a new fork in the road. This fork is invisible in normal sight, and can only be seen by switching perspectives. He can sense that the source of the heartbeat is here. Now there is a problem. At the end of this fork in the road there is a red mist split-head monster, and a 3-headed shadow split-head monster guardian. The strong heartbeat is so loud that it can even be heard directly, coming from behind the wall at the end of the passage that looks like a slime mold petal. Mu Xing calculated the distance. The red fog monster must be killed with 1 strike. This thing not only has a strong sense, but also can call nearby monsters. Like a big speaker, as long as the target is found, a large number of helpers can be quickly called. So, Mu Xing only has 1 chance to kill the red fog monster with 1 strike. He took out the red heart. He needed the blessing of this thing. Although he is not fully adapted yet, he can't care so much. Other monsters behind will soon catch up, and he can't hesitate and must make a decision. He stuffed the heart into his mouth and chewed it. Mu Xing felt a surge of power in his heart. He felt that mist began to drift around his body, the same shadowy black mist as those shadowy split-head monsters behind him. Before Mu Xing could adapt, a strong sense of dizziness came over him. He felt his vision begin to spin, and the whole world was twisting. The slime mold, the mushrooms, the passage, were all spinning. At this moment, Mu Xing moved, moving forward without hesitation. Before the red mist split-head monster could react, he had accumulated all the strength in his body, and with the blessing of the black mist, his strength and speed increased dramatically. This axe must succeed and not fail. The red mist split-head monster finally found Mu Xing. The pupils of the split-head monster's eyes dilated, and it opened its mouth wide to roar. Mu Xing grabbed a bunch of hard mushrooms, and stuffed them directly into its mouth. Then he swung the axe and stabbed it from the side at an extremely precise angle. He cut through its flank, pierced into its chest, and then crushed its heart in an instant. After killing the red mist split-head monster, Mu Xing did not stop. He reached out and took out its heart. Before the split-head monster next to him could react, he rushed forward quickly. He raised the axe in his hand again, split the membrane with one axe, and got in. After a tumble to the ground, Mu Xing quickly stood up, grabbed the axe, and looked behind him. But he found that although the membrane was damaged, no split-head monster dared to approach here. Boom, boom, boom. Mu Xing heard a strong heartbeat coming from behind him. He carefully turned on the headlight, turned back suddenly, and was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. He saw a huge red heart beating violently. When he got closer, he saw countless tree roots and blood vessels entangled on the heart. At the same time, the tangled blood vessels extended from the heart. The huge heart was embedded in the nest formed by the tree roots, beating constantly. Leave here, leave here. Mu Xing felt a strong hypnotic consciousness coming, eroding his mind, wanting him to leave. But who is Mu Xing? He is a master who has been subjected to various mental attacks and hypnotic attacks from the God Seal, and is almost completely immune to this level of mental hypnosis. He approached step by step, and the axe in his hand grew bigger and dragged on the ground. Are you the mastermind behind this? Mu Xing stared at the heart, feeling that it had self-awareness. And in fact, it was true. As Mu Xing approached, it began to create many illusions in an attempt to stop Mu Xing from approaching. Mu Xing sneered and touched his back. If I still had that tube behind me, your method might still work on me, but now. He raised the axe in his hand high, but when I found your body, your fate was doomed. Hiss. At this time, the red mist split-head monsters began to chase. They dared to pass through the membrane and rush in. But when passing through the membrane, Mu Xing noticed that the split-head monster's body quickly turned into wood, as if it had mutated from one extreme to another. However, Mu Xing didn't care. He was not interested in dealing with these split-head monsters, so he swung his axe and smashed it towards the heart. Die! With a loud shout, Mu Xing's axe burst out with unprecedented attack power. The beating heart exploded with a bang, like a water ball. The extremely sticky blood splashed out, instantly flooding the entire chamber. The split-head monster screamed and melted rapidly in the blood. Mu Xing also felt a pain coming, and when he looked down, his legs were also corroded. However, in front of him, he saw a glowing point in the center of the exploded heart. He rushed forward with all his strength, and his body continued to melt. Just when it melted to his thigh, he grabbed the glowing point. Not only that, next to this light spot there is a heart that looks like a tree root and slime mold. Mu Xing grabbed it at the same time. In an instant, he felt that the whole world began to shatter and spread. Mu Xing heard a distant and vague voice. You get the purple item, Twisted Heart. Twisted Heart can greatly increase the strength of summons and stimulate the potential of summons. The voice became increasingly vague. Mu Xing could no longer hold on, and his body began to fall into the pool of blood. Mu Xing grabbed the light spot and stuffed it into his mouth. With a plop, his body quickly melted in the thick blood, and his consciousness flew high. Wrapped in a ball of light, Mu Xing saw the twisted slime mold channel that was constantly collapsing, passing through the thick soil and root layer. He suddenly saw his body. He quickly controlled his consciousness to fly towards his body. At this time, his body was wrapped by countless blood vessels and tree roots, and his whole body was embedded in a squirming slime mold heart. Without hesitation, he rushed into his body with his consciousness. The next second, Mu Xing opened his eyes. He quickly took back control of his body. He tore off the blood vessels and roots connected to his body. His mind surged, break it. Countless roots broke around him, and the huge heart was instantly shattered into pieces. At the same time, the core of his body gushed out pure dark gold energy, expelling all the tiny roots and spores implanted in his body. He held the moonlight great sword in his right hand, and the dark gold energy condensed into the sword body. The great sword lit up with a brilliant dark gold light. With a sword slash, The dark gold torrent smashed the tree roots along the way. At the end of the passage, the indestructible alloy gate of passage 21 was split in half. Chapter 345. When Mu Xing walked out of the split number 21 gate, the scene in front of him made him feel scared. In front of him was a place that looked like a heart nest. There were 6 number 21 gates in the 6 passages, and there was a beating heart in each passage. Yue, Gu, and several newcomers were all wrapped in these hearts, as if they were trapped in an endless nightmare. Mu Xing was glad that he had prepared a backup plan before. If it weren't for those backups, he might not be able to come back. Master, you are finally back. The divine seal appeared beside Mu Xing, and his voice was a little excited. Just now, it was the divine seal that had been protecting his body, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. What happened? Mu Xing asked. Just when the master passed through the gate of passage 21, a ball of white light descended, and it instantly sucked away the consciousness of others. I remembered the master's previous instructions, and protected the master and the core at the first time, then activated the previously injected medicine, and joined forces with Alessa to push the master's consciousness out of the body to prevent it from being sucked away by the white light. We were planning to pull the master's consciousness back after the white light left, but we found that the master's consciousness was trapped in an unknown place. We tried many methods and planned to forcefully open the unknown place, but we didn't expect the master to come back by himself. Mu Xing nodded and understood the whole story. You did a good job. If you hadn't acted in time this time, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to come back. He quickly checked his body, and was surprised to find that his body had inexplicably increased by 20% in physical strength. What's going on? My consciousness is clearly attached to that strange body. How come it is fed back to the main body? Could it be? Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and a twisted heart formed by tree roots and slime mold appeared in his hand. Isn't this the purple weapon that exploded when he killed the heart? He carefully examined his body, and with a thought, a white light spot appeared in his palm. When he integrated this light spot into his body, he tried to switch his vision. He saw that the artificially dug channel around him suddenly turned into a channel full of slime mold and tree root-like blood vessels. But he was sure that this was indeed a man-made tunnel, but it was occupied by slime mold and blood vessels. Mu Xing realized that the power of belief had taken effect on him. Everything he had experienced in that slime mold body was returned to his body. Of course, the strengthening degree was a little less, but it was still preserved at a ratio of 10:1. However, the purple props and the light spot were completely preserved. Divine Seal, what are the results of the research on the potion? Mu Xing asked. Master, that potion is very strange. It seems to have the ability to enter dreams, allowing your consciousness to interact with the huge dream consciousness of the forest. At the same time, it can keep you awake and become an independent self in that huge dream consciousness. Mu Xing muttered to himself. No wonder he could maintain a clear consciousness in that place. And when he tried to sense the body, he noticed that the mysterious light began to flicker. At a certain moment, Mu Xing fell into a dream directly. Then he stood up from a pool of sticky blood. After the strange body was melted, it absorbed the hard tissue and flesh, and condensed again. However, Mu Xing did not let this body move rashly, so he kept it in place and ordered it to absorb the sticky blood. To that body, the sticky blood was like a sweet and fragrant wine. Mu Xing's mind moved, and he returned to his original body again. Master, you just fell asleep. The divine seal reminded him immediately. I know, I entered the dream on my own initiative. I got a strange body in the dream world, and now I am storing it in the dream world. Hearing this, the divine seal became interested. Can the master enter the dream world of the forest at any time? It should be, but I am not yet proficient. That body may be useful later. Mu Xing raised his head and looked at the other hearts. Save the others first. He approached one of the hearts, felt the pulsation of the heart, and sensed that Yue was in the heart. He grabbed with his right hand, and his telekinesis tore the heart apart. He saw countless blood vessels and roots wrapped around her. He pressed one hand on Yue's forehead, trying to pull her consciousness back. Sister Yi, wake up! However, the other party had no reaction, and this body was just a useless shell. Mu Xing thought about it, held up the mysterious light spot in his hand, and approached Yue's forehead. This light spot was indeed useful. Under Mu Xing's deliberate control, using Yue's body as a connection, it opened a passage to a strange dream world. She was fighting countless split-head monsters in a maze-like underground passage. Mu Xing suddenly appeared and blocked Yue's sword. Blood Moon? It's me, Sister Yi. You've entered a dream, and were forcibly pulled into the forest dream world. Come out with me. Let me ask you a question. How many confidants does a madman have? Name 2 names. Can you change one? Just this one. Arena, Ava. Puff. Yue chopped a split-head monster into pieces with one sword. Do you believe it? Mu Xing asked. Let's go! Mu Xing grabbed her wrist and pulled it out with all his strength. Led by the white light, they left the dream world. Yue's consciousness quickly returned. The moment she opened her eyes, a powerful spiritual power surged in her body, turning all the tree roots and blood vessels that were wrapped around her into ashes. Fortunately, you helped me. The forest actually used this method of entering dreams to force people into dreams. It's really too insidious. Well, Sister Yi, I go save the others. Mu Xing quickly ran to the heart next to him, and this time he saved Qi Gu. His strength was relatively weak, and he barely supported himself in the dream by relying on his assassin skills. Until Mu Xing appeared and brought him out of the dream world. Then, there were 4 newcomers. They died more than once in there, and even their minds were blurred. Especially Wang Zi and Sun Qian. The consciousness of these 2 people was almost completely wiped out, but Mu Xing arrived in time and brought back their consciousness that was about to collapse. When everyone was rescued, the whole passage began to tremble. What happened? We escaped. The guy behind us must be angry. Let's go and leave here first. Mu Xing carried the moonlight great sword on his back. Without the moonlight, the sword was slightly weaker. Dark gold energy was now his trump card, not suitable for regular consumption, so he grabbed it with his right hand, and the phoenix bow fell into his hand. Pull the bowstring and aim at the indestructible tree root wall in front. Flames were wrapped around the bowstring, and the divine seal began to bless the power of time and space. The flames condensed on the longbow, and the moment the arrow flew out, the phoenix spread its wings, and the power of time and space burst out and turned into a time and space phoenix, instantly tearing the 3-meter-thick tree wall. At the moment of tearing the tree wall, the power of time and space froze, preventing the tree wall from recovering and healing. Go! Mu Xing waved his right hand, and Yue and Qi Gu rushed over directly. Next came Wang Zi and Sun Qian. However, when it was Zhou Jiejia and Zhao Liang's turn, they were stopped by Mu Xing. Blood Moon Boss? The 2 looked puzzled. Stop pretending, puppets of the forest. Chapter 346. Both of them looked up at Mu Xing in bewilderment. Blood Moon Boss, what are you talking about? The people on the other side of the tree wall were also bewildered. Blood Moon Boss, are you kidding? They are obviously our teammates. Mu Xing looked at the 2 people in front of him calmly. Do you know, in fact, I felt that the Guardian mission was unreasonable from the beginning. First, there are obviously 4 newcomers and 2 seniors. Why can each person only choose one person to protect? Yue was puzzled. But if this is the only reason, we can't be sure that they are from the forest, right? Mu Xing shook his head. Although the survival system is very strict in selecting newcomers, it will never let them be cannon fodder for no reason, let alone become the sacrifice of our Guardian mission. Yue nodded, agreeing with Mu Xing's statement. Indeed, newcomers are not pawns for training guardians. If training guardians require sacrificing newcomers, then what is the meaning of guardians? Mu Xing raised his second finger. Second, in the attack of the savages last night, only Wang Zi and Sun Qian were killed and then recorded. That may be because we were lucky, and were not hit by the savages, right? Zhao Liang retorted. Yes, that's too good luck. Do you want me to replay the video? Mu Xing waved his right hand, and the Red Queen terminal projected the scene recorded last night. Everyone was fighting, all the newcomers were locked, and the savages focused their fire on the newcomers on the gate. However, all the savages attacked only 3 people, Wang Zi, Sun Qian, and Jie Gu. As for Zhou Jiejia and Zhao Liang, they seemed to be ignored, and no javelin flew towards them. This doesn't mean anything. Maybe it's a coincidence? Zhou Jiejia retorted. She pointed at herself and said, I have perception, self-awareness, and memory. How could I be a puppet? Mu Xing shook her head. Then think about it. Who are you? I am Wang Zi's best friend, best girlfriend. Then how did you get here? Of course. Zhou Jiejia was stunned. She suddenly couldn't remember. I am? Wang Zi on the opposite side hurriedly said, Jiejia, didn't we play games together in the dormitory? Oh yes. We were pulled in by the survival system while playing games. Zhou Jiejia spoke as if she suddenly recalled this memory. Then let me ask you again. Do you have any memories other than being with Wang Zi? Zhou Jiejia covered her head and tried to recall. I can't remember. Mu Xing said, Of course you can't remember, because you don't exist at all. You are a companion imagined by Wang Zi, a psychological support who is stronger, braver and more capable than herself. Mu Xing looked at Wang Zi. Think carefully. What were you doing before entering the survival system? Wang Zi's face turned pale. I had a quarrel with Jia Jia, and she said she would never forgive me. Mu Xing spread his hands. The facts are clear. She is your imaginary friend, a substitute created by the forest after reading the memory. No, I'm not fake. I'm not fake. Zhou Jiajia broke down and kept backing away. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand and locked it with his telekinesis. Then he looked at Zhao Liang next to him. Zhao Liang was a little unstable. Why are you looking at me like that? Is it great to be a senior? You have been targeting me and threatening me since you entered the forest. I tell you, I am not afraid of you. Besides, you said I am a puppet? I have my own memories. I was pulled in when I was playing games at home. To tell you the truth, the game I was playing at the time was Dark Forest. On the other side, Chi-Gu snorted coldly. Boy, no wonder you have been sneaking around. It turns out you already knew the plot. Zhao Liang looked unhappy. So what if I knew? Did I tell you all my cards? Who knows whether you seniors are good or bad? After all, I have read the Infinite Flow novels, so of course I have to be more vigilant. Mu Xing still looked at him calmly. Are you done? Then I ask you a few questions. If you answer them, I can remove my suspicion. What? Are you going to put an accusation on me? Humph, you seniors are just as bad as I thought. Zhao Liang was indignant, and his expression was extremely ferocious. Mu Xing was too lazy to confront him and asked directly. First question, how old are you? 20 years old, sophomore. Do you think I don't even remember this? Mu Xing continued to ask. What year is it now? Of course it's 2021. It's the 3rd anniversary of the release of Dark Forest. I just bought it at a discount on Steam. Mu Xing looked at Wang Zi and Sun Qian behind him. Tell him what year it is now. Sun Qian said, Young man, are you sure this year is 2021? Why, are you doubting my memory? The game store just had a summer sale. How could I forget? Mu Xing looked at Chi-Gu. You tell him. Chi-Gu raised his head. This year is 2024. Are you bluffing me? Zhao Liang said angrily. I'm not bluffing you. You can ask someone else. This year is indeed 2024. Sun Qian said. Zhao Liang took a step back. Okay, you actually joined forces to slander me, Sun Qian. What grudge do I have against you? Next to him, Mu Xing continued. The third question, what is the personal task given to you by the survival system? Personal task? Humph, it seems that you already know it, but now that things have come to this, I won't hide it. The task given to me by the survival system is to prevent you from leaving passage 21. Mu Xing took a step back, and the eyes of others looking at him changed. This should be a confrontational world. I have read a lot of Infinite novels. He looked at the others. My teammates, you can come out now. However, no one took action. Mu Xing's cold voice came. There is no so-called confrontational world in the survival system. All survivors face only one world, that is survival. Your memory is not your own at all, but comes from a new survivor who died in this world. Zhao Liang's expression became more and more ferocious. You are talking nonsense. You are targeting me so much, and you still say that it is not a confrontational world. I am not targeting you. I am only targeting the forest behind you. Mu Xing knocked his head. Recall yourself. How did you get here? Zhao Liang stepped back and raised the pistol in his hand. Don't try to trick me. Mu Xing raised his head and flicked his finger. Since you don't want to admit it, let you see for yourself what you are. A white light flew out, and everything in the range of the white light revealed its true form. Slime mold and blood vessels, spores and tree roots. When the light fell on Zhao Liang, he changed from a healthy young college student to a fungus man covered with mushrooms. No, this is not me. This is not me. Zhao Liang completely collapsed after seeing his appearance. Then his body began to blacken. It's you. It's all you. You exclude me, laugh at me, question me. I want you to die. His body began to change. Black mist rose, and he turned into a split-head monster. Facing the blackened Zhao Liang, Mu Xing slowly raised the phoenix bow in his hand. Chapter 347. With a bang, the flaming arrow turned into a meteor, piercing Zhao Liang's chest and nailing him to the mushroom wall. I'm not fake, I'm not fake. The flames burst out, igniting everything around. Zhou Jiajia, who was fixed by telekinesis, also revealed her appearance. She was not even a slime mold person, but a tree person transformed from a tree. Behind Zhou Jiajia and Zhao Liang, there was a pipe entangled with mycelium connecting them. Mu Xing shot another arrow, and the flaming phoenix swept everything. Wherever it passed, The slime molds and mushrooms in the passage were all ignited. Everyone looked at the companion who had followed them on the adventure for so long being ignited by the flames, and everyone had a complicated expression. Yue also sighed. I didn't expect it to be like this. I didn't even find their true identity. Muxing said, this is a forest. Everything here is controlled by the forest. What we see, hear, and feel may be fake. Wang Zi's eyes were red and tears kept falling. Muxing patted her shoulder. Live well, and find a way to leave here. Your real friends are still waiting for you in the real world. She sobbed softly, nodded her head as hard as she could, and said Yue also walked over and began to comfort her. Muxing looked at Sun Qian next to him. You have noticed the clues since a long time ago, right? Yes, that kid is abnormal in every way. I have been keeping an eye on him, but I didn't expect that he is a fake. Then he realized something. So it was you, Blood Moon, who chose me. Don't do anything stupid on the road ahead. I will keep you safe. Sun Qian suddenly became excited. Thank you, big boss. At this moment, the space-time power of the torn tree wall behind Muxing dissipated and began to heal quickly. In less than 3 seconds, the damaged hull was completely repaired. What should we do now? Yue asked. Kill it. Since we have come out of the copied world, the real dark forest should be ahead. Muxing pointed to the heavy alloy door at the end of the passage ahead. The number 21 was clearly audible. Are we really here? It can't be fake this time, right? Everyone hurried to the end of passage 21. Muxing put one hand on the alloy door, and his telekinesis penetrated the lock to make sure that there were no spores with roots entangled inside. With a click, the door lock popped open. Qigu and Sun Qian worked together to open the door. But the scene in front of them made them look confused. In addition to an upward passage, the tunnel ahead was completely collapsed. It seems that just like the plot, passage 21 has actually been unusable for a long time. Obviously, this result was not unexpected by Muxing. How about we try to dig it? Sun Qian couldn't help but say. It's useless. The tunnel was destroyed by the forest. It was a whole collapse, not a partial collapse. Yue was the first to climb up the ladder, and began to climb up. They climbed up all the way, crawling for several hundred meters. When they opened the lid, the dazzling sunlight made them unable to open their eyes. They couldn't wait to climb out of the passage. There were few trees here. We are out. Looking forward, it was an increasingly lush forest. In the far distance, there is a huge tree that reaches the sky, which looks to be several thousand meters high. The tree is huge, holding up a huge umbrella. Hey, did you see that? The boundary line seems to be moving. Sun Qian suddenly exclaimed. When they looked back, they saw a vast white spore area. And the spore area was spreading forward. It seems that the whole forest has been divided into 2 halves, and the dream world has begun to eat into the real world. Muxing said. What does it want to do? Yue frowned. It should be that it wants to turn the entire forest into a transcendental realm of half dream and half reality. Here, it is a well-deserved god. As he was speaking, the white spore area was very close to them. In just half a minute, it expanded several dozen meters forward. Leave here first. We must find a way out of the forest as soon as possible. Everyone quickly retreated to the distant forest. Although they didn't want to enter the forest again, they were even more unwilling to enter the dangerous spore area. Even the experienced ones find it difficult to resist the horrible dream. If Muxing hadn't saved them, they would probably have been trapped in that dangerous dream forever until their minds were completely exhausted. Bonepicking, tell me what you know about the game. Bonepicking nodded. There are 2 ways to leave the forest. The first is through the radio station in the southwest of the forest that was destroyed by the savages, and is now occupied by countless banshees. Through the underground tunnel of the radio station, you can bypass the huge tree wall from underground and escape from the forest. The second way is 3C Village, which is connected to Highway 50, the only way out of the forest. As long as we break through the obstacles on Highway 50, we can evacuate from Highway 50. Obstacles? What obstacles? Sun Qian asked curiously. I saw Qigu pointing to the huge tree in the distance. Sun Qian looked confused. Then is there any other way to leave the forest? Qigu shook his head. Besides this, there are only 3 other ways. Muxing looked at the others. What do you think? Sun Qian said, that tree is hard to deal with. Why don't we go to the radio station in the southwest? Qigu frowned. There are countless banshees and split-head monsters in the radio station. There are also countless strange hearts in the tunnel, and there are poisonous spores that can cause people to have dreams. Yue said, I think we should go to 3C Village first to see the situation and try to bypass the tree. If not, go to the radio station. Mu Xing glanced at the expanding sport area behind him. We are in a hurry, and may only have one chance to choose. Everyone vote. Raise your hands if you choose to go to the radio station. Sun Qian raised his hand. Raise your hands if you choose to go to 3C Village. Gu Yiwei and even Wang Zi raised their hands. Obviously, no one wanted to go through the tunnel again, and didn't want to experience the terrible dream again. In this case, the minority obeys the majority, and the target is 3C Village. Mu Xing confirmed the result. But what if 3C Village is not accessible? Sun Qian worried. If it doesn't work, go to the radio station. Don't be too stressed. If you are fast, you may be able to try both ways. After Mu Xing finished speaking, he began to speed up silently. He waved his right hand, and the Valorite particles rushed out, enveloping the two newcomers, even removing their bones. What is this? Don't move, it will take you flying. Is it the Valorite particle? Yue recognized it at once. You know? Bailey told me. She held back the rest of the words. Nothing, hurry up, you sit on my flying sword, I will take you flying. The three were wrapped by Valorite particles, like dumplings, and then pulled into Mu Xing's hands by 3 black mist particle ropes. He stepped on Yue's flying sword and flew towards the depths of the forest like dragging a balloon. Oh my god, Sister Yi, Blood Moon Boss, slow down. Sun Qian's strange cry came from the sky above the forest. Yue not only did not slow down, but began to speed up, flying through the forest at a high speed. She looked up, Blood Moon. Mu Xing raised the phoenix bow in his hand. I sensed it. As soon as the voice fell, a large number of wild people appeared in the forest. Chapter 348. In the forest, densely packed savages rushed out of the woods, throwing javelins at the two people on the flying swords. Javelins flew like raindrops. Yue formed seals with both hands, and a black skull appeared in her hands. Soul stealing. Hundreds of black filaments instantly emerged from the black skull. Those filaments spread out and pierced through the backs of the heads of those savages. Instantly controlled the actions of these savages and turned them into his puppets. Mu Xing grabbed the phoenix bow and kept shooting. Bang, bang, bang. Flame arrows were continuously shot out, shooting down all the savages that jumped down from the branches and pounced on them. As Yue controlled more and more savages, she began to manipulate them to launch a counterattack. With savages against savages, hundreds of savage puppets formed the vanguard army, constantly charging forward, blocking the savages who wanted to approach them. Sister Yi, your soul-stealing puppet technique is invincible. Mu Xing said with envy. I have just started the puppet technique, and I can only control these ordinary savages at most. I can still try the deformed ones, but forget about the split-headed monsters. And the stronger the puppet you control, the fewer you can control. Mu Xing pulled the bow, and instantly pierced a deformed creature. Sister Yi, try it. Yue directly controlled a thin thread to fly over, piercing the deformed creature's head, and quickly controlling it. Not very good, although the deformed creatures are stronger than the savages, their number is greatly reduced, reducing tenfold. Yue only controlled one deformed creature and stopped, turning to control the savages with peace of mind. Be careful, Blood Moon Boss, there seems to be a split-head monster. Sun Qian warned loudly. A split-head monster was chasing them all the way, running like the wind, following them all the way, waiting for an opportunity to move. Mu Xing pulled the phoenix bow fiercely, pierced it with an arrow, and nailed it to the tree. The split-head monster struggled and roared, summoning more split-head monsters. It's endless, right? Mu Xing's face was solemn. The forest was doing its best to prevent them from approaching 3C Village. Then, mutant wild dogs and even mutant crows appeared in groups. More and more people rushed out of the dark forest. Mutated crows covered the sky, hundreds and thousands. Mu Xing grabbed with his right hand, and the shadow of Alessa appeared in his palm. Want to play a group battle with me? Mu Xing snorted coldly, directly activated the inner world, and at the same time let the divine seal open the death space. At this moment, the rust and darkness domain continued to extend forward. Black rain began to fall, and wherever it passed, the surroundings turned into a gray and white dark world. What's going on? Is it the end of the world? This time I'm dead. Sun Qian shouted. Stop howling, it's the ability of Blood Moon Boss. It looks like the other world of Silent Hill. The other world? Dumb Mountain? I've seen that movie. Alessa appeared on the blood-colored triangle box, muttering something. With both hands open, the ground in front of her suddenly cracked, and dense monsters from the other world emerged. Death Space is responsible for imagination, and the other world is responsible for realization. Think about what you are afraid of, and all the monsters you are afraid of," Mu Xing said. "Ah?" The two newcomers didn't understand what Mu Xing meant. The other world can read the fear and evil thoughts in your hearts and materialize them. Your thoughts can also help me. Hearing this, several people quickly closed their eyes and fantasized. Ji Gu fantasized about various mutated zombies and dangerous assassins. Wang Zi fantasized about various spirits and ghosts. And Sun Qian fantasized about. Mu Xing looked at the bald managers, the flirting ladies, the quarreling couples, the vomiting drunk passengers, and the arrogant security guards in silence. "Old Sun, you can't do this. How can these things have fighting power?" Ji Gu shook his head repeatedly. "Don't worry, I still have 3 trump cards." He grabbed with his right hand, tickets and sword rain. In an instant, the black rain in the sky turned into countless tickets, and when they fell, they turned into sharp sword blades. These ticket blades fell, and nailed a large number of savages directly to the ground. "Look at my second trump card, the Mountain of Life." Boom! I saw a piece of strange-shaped mountains falling down. It says mortgage, car loan, education, disease, midlife crisis. The mountains keep falling, crushing countless wild men and deformed bodies. TSK, there's something. Even Ji Gu couldn't help but exclaim. "I still have a third trump card. Come out, tigress." With a roar, a giant tiger 10 meters long fell from the sky. The tiger has a copper skin and iron bones, and is stingy. It can attack with sonic waves, has a strong biting ability, and can split itself. This giant tigress rushed left and right, and its combat power instantly killed the monsters imagined by Wang Zi and Ji Gu. So strong. Wang Zi and Ji Gu were both stunned. Mu Xing looked at this scene with a smile on his face. It must be said that Sun Qian was quite creative. With the help of these transformed monsters, their attack speed became faster and faster. The inner world rolled forward with countless monsters, leaving corpses everywhere. "Master, good opportunity," the divine seal reminded. Mu Xing understood and dropped the seeds of the corpse mother body, which began to sprout quietly. He always felt that the game would not end so easily, so he took the opportunity to lay a new backhand. "We're almost there." Finally. After several hours of pushing, they finally reached the end of this journey, under the giant tree. There is a village ahead, and they have to pass through the village and cross the swamp to get close to the giant tree. This was originally a fertile field in the forest. However, as the giant tree grew, the river was cut off, and the river water flowed back. The scattered water flow destroyed the village, flooded the fields, and turned this place into a dangerous swamp. The villagers became victims because they lost their fields, and only a few survived. Over the years, as the swamp expanded and the forest changed, more mutants were born here. When they entered the 3C village, the monsters in the jungle behind them were not sure if they were afraid of something. They stopped at the edge of the jungle, and did not dare to approach further. "Are we safe?" Wang Zi asked weakly. Mu Xing and Yi Wei also jumped off the flying sword and put the 3 people down from midair. They planned to walk into the village. "Everyone, cheer up, and be careful of the monsters that may appear around you," Mu Xing reminded him. Suddenly, Sun Qian missed a step and almost fell into the muddy water beside him, and was grabbed by the bone picker. He pointed at the muddy water and exclaimed, "There are so many corpses." Everyone looked at the muddy water, and saw a large number of corpses sinking to the bottom of the water. But even though they were buried in the mud, there was no sign of decay. "They are just clones." Mu Xing did not sense the breath of life on these things. There was only the smell of dead rotten wood. Suddenly, the corpses in the water began to tremble. "Alive? Alive?" Wang Zi retreated in fear. Mu Xing frowned and looked at the thing under the water, his eyes alert. He grabbed with his right hand, and his telekinesis surged. Then, everyone saw the clone's body surging, and a huge snail shell slowly floated up from the black mud. Ji Gu subconsciously raised the weapon in his hand, but was stopped by Mu Xing. Chapter 349. The huge snail shell must be more than 4 or 5 meters high, with rotten tree roots and corrupt slime mold wrapped around it. The entrance of the shell is sealed by a transparent membrane, and you can vaguely see something inside wriggling and waking up. Mu Xing lifted the snail shell out of the water. He recognized it as an NPC that the protagonist can encounter in the later stages of the game, the snail. The snail was once a villager living in 3C village. Later, the forest mutated, the village was flooded, and the home it relied on for survival turned into a swamp. Helplessly, he could only search for food in the swamp. At first, there were still a few wild rabbits and wild deer to hunt, and some fish could barely be found in the swamp. But as the forest began to mutate, the animals turned into monsters, and the rain and the water turned into ferocious piranhas. In order to survive, he found some strange snails in the swamp. He ate these snails as his staple food. Until one day when he woke up, he found that he could no longer stand up, and he was carrying a heavy shell on his back. The memory of being a human began to blur, and he unknowingly turned into a giant snail. Mu Xing fished it out of the puddle, disturbing his sleep. The waterproof film was torn in the middle, and the soft snail poked out from the huge shell. The wriggling tentacles stretched and retracted, and finally spit out a pair of black eyeballs. The eyes stared at everyone, silent for a long time, as if trying to retrieve some memories belonging to humans. "Oh, sorry, I slept too long, and I didn't expect to meet other people in a place like this. You must be travelers from afar. This used to be a beautiful farm, but the flood changed everything." Sorry, I've been here alone for too long, my legs and feet are no longer working, and I can't entertain you." Several survivors looked at each other. This guy's slow pace was like an old man. It seemed that he didn't notice that he had turned into a snail. Mu Xing pointed to the big tree in the distance and said, "We are going there. Do you know how to get there?" The big snail stretched his head and looked at the big tree in the distance. "It's that tree. It has grown so big without me noticing." He was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. "I advise you not to get close to it. It's very dangerous. I hate that place." "Hate it? Why?" "I can hear those laughing voices. They are sitting on the tree and standing on the hillside, laughing at me." The big snail shook his head. "Of course, if you must go there, be careful when crossing this swamp, and be careful of those strange fish. They are very dangerous. At the end of the north, there is a white house, and you may see some familiar people. Don't believe those things. Go forward and you will see the tree." Mu Xing nodded, finally getting some useful information. "Have you seen other people?" "Well, I have seen some people. Some of them are crazy. They said that if they want to leave here, they must burn the tree." "How are they?" Sun Qian asked next to him. "Look, it is still growing there, so tall and so big." As he spoke, he looked towards the southwest. "I seem to have slept for a long time. I should go on the road. I heard it calling me." "Calling? Who is calling?" "The road home, that is the road home for everyone's destiny. We will eventually set foot on that road." As he spoke, the giant snail slowly moved its body and handed over a key from its tiny, almost completely degenerated arm. "What is this?" "It's a pleasure to communicate with you. I can see that you are all very brave travelers. This is for you. It's the key to my house. It's near the tree. Maybe you can still find it." Mu Xing took the key from the sticky hand, and the crystal liquid seeped out from his smooth skin. "I should get on the road. I should get on the road." The snail muttered to himself and crawled away. "Blood Moon Boss, this thing. Don't worry about it. Let's go to that tree. It's time to put an end to it." Mu Xing washed the key covered with mucus in the pool, and vaguely saw that it was a very simple key. After so many years, it has been covered with rust. The crowd continued to move towards the interior of the village. The village had long been destroyed by the flood, and only a few ruins remained, with some vague traces of human existence. "Who is there?" As they moved along the gaps between the giant tree roots that grew tangled, Wang Zi stepped on something. She subconsciously turned around and saw a snail shell that was almost growing together with the tree roots. She heard someone talking inside. Just as she was about to get closer, a terrifying face that was half snail and half human suddenly rushed out of the snail shell. It opened its mouth and bit towards Wang Zi's neck. Poof! The weird head exploded right in front of Wang Zi, and disgusting mucus splashed all over her face. She sat on the ground, looking at the suddenly exploding snail corpse with fear. "Don't get close to these things, they are no longer human." Yi Wei's voice sounded, pulling her up from the ground. "Sister Yi." Only then did Wang Zi wake up from her panic, and retreated behind Yi Wei in fear. Mu Xing turned on a high-power flashlight, and the light illuminated the passage ahead. They saw hundreds of snail shells of various sizes growing in the area surrounded by tree roots. These snails, big or small, were all mutated villagers. Except for the giant snail before, the other snails seemed to have deeply mutated and grew together with the surrounding tree roots. They would attack everything that passed by. Of course, if something tried to attack them, these shells would become their burial place. Along the way, many snails had become empty shells. "It's getting dark. Let's find a place to rest first and move tomorrow." When they walked out of the snail swamp, Mu Xing stopped and decided not to move forward. "What's wrong? We are not far from the big tree." I can get there in half an hour by flying my sword. Yue looked at Mu Xing in confusion. There will be a blood tide at night, and it is also the time to fall asleep. We have no chance of winning if we fight at night. As he spoke, the already dim light became even dimmer. As the sun sets, the entire forest seems to come alive. In front, I see a large flat rock over there, and it's backed by a tree wall, so it's relatively safe. Gu pointed to a large rock by the river above. I go build a shelter, and you go collect materials nearby, mold branches, various scrap iron, plastic, and bring back everything you can pick up. Mu Xing glanced at the time. It will be completely dark in about an hour. Yue nodded. No problem, then, Wang Zi and I, Gu, you take old Sun. Fire flares if anything happens. Mu Xing handed over a few flare guns. After the last survival contest, he bought some in Kowloon City, just in case. Because some world communication equipment is not easy to use, this primitive communication tool can save lives. Each person took one, and they split into two groups and acted separately. As for Mu Xing, the new divine seal appeared in his hand. Chapter 350. He became more and more proficient in controlling the new divine seal. Although he could not turn stones into cannons with a single thought, it was no problem to deform and glue stones into walls. He built another rock shelter in the same way as the previous shelter. He tried to make the wall thicker, at least to resist the savages and deformed monsters who tried to enter the shelter. He also built a fence around the shelter to define a range. As soon as the shelter was built, Yue and Gu returned. All the collected waste materials were piled up outside, like a small mountain. Are these enough? No, keep looking, the more the better. They looked at the time. There were still 40 minutes, and they could run back and forth. Mu Xing used the material manipulation ability of the new divine seal to decompose these metals and plastics. First, he had to make an amplifier to try to contact art and tricks in the distant world. Then, he had to make a special boiler. Using the boiler to burn the dead branches of white slime mold was their most important means of resisting the blood tide. Are you sure this crude thing can contact art? Mu Xing looked at the stone formation built by the divine seal on the top of the shelter with a strange expression. The stone formation was connected with metal to form a strange multi-layer structure. It formed something called a resonance cavity. Master, this place is already very far away from art and the others. The function of this amplifier is to allow the information sit to cross the dimension interval. As for whether it can be received, it is a false proposition. Mu Xing was speechless. It was just a matter of luck. If the Master's Observer Tower is built, there would be no need for such trouble. Of course, I know that the Observer Tower stands in the gap of multiple dimensions, and it itself is a coordinate that can be observed by the observer. But, Mu Xing rolled his eyes. Isn't it not built yet? The divine seal was suspended beside Mu Xing, and the red crystal filaments that stretched out were like the most flexible arms, constantly adjusting the amplifier in front of him. Master, when the original honeycomb reaches the 5th floor, can we try to build a basic framework? Well, according to the ancient books, the 5th floor is the basic requirement, and the lowest level of the observer tower requires 7 floors. Building the 5th floor first can also play a little role in the observer tower. Mu Xing looked at the gradually darkening sky in the distance, and the giant tree was still growing. But this 5th floor may not be so easy to obtain. Just when Mu Xing was in a daze, the voice of the god seal sounded. Master, it's done. Mu Xing looked down at the strange amplifier. Are you sure it works? Although it's a bit crude, the effect is the same. Mu Xing took out the observer communicator and inserted it into the groove. Then he began to release dark gold energy to start the amplifier. The divine seal assisted on the side. Mu Xing encoded all the information and sent it out in text form. I saw a golden light rippling in the amplifier, then trembling in the resonance cavity, being continuously amplified, and then rising into the sky, turning into a golden light and disappearing in the sky. He could only do this step, sending the information out. As for whether it could be received, that was another unknown. After a while, the others came back. Boss Blood Moon, what happened just now? I saw a golden light rising into the sky. Nothing, I was just testing the equipment. Gu said oh and stopped asking. He was not worried about the danger of that thing. If Mu Xing wanted to harm them, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Soon, Yue came back with Wang Zi, and they also collected a lot of materials. Mu Xing disassembled all these things and made them into beds, chairs, boilers, and other things. After moving these things into the shelter, the empty shelter finally had a bit of life. The boiler was placed in the center of the house. Mu Xing set up a complete smoke exhaust duct for the shelter, which was spread throughout the building to make the smoke condense and not disperse. Along the way, after 4 people were missing, the personal space in the shelter seemed much larger. Everyone had their own bed. As he finished building these things, the sky became completely dark. It was obvious that as it got dark, the whole forest began to come alive. In the river not far away, strange fish rolled, and in the dense forest in the distance, trees began to grow again. Mu Xing let out a wisp of the 4th-floor bonfire of hope and lit the bonfire in the house. Is this the flame in the survival competition? You can actually bring it out. Yue recognized it at a glance. It's just good luck. At least this flame can make you sleep well. Mu Xing installed the shelf, put the iron pot on, and started to boil water. In the dim shelter, the flames jumped and reflected on everyone's face. These people just stared at the campfire, either in a daze or thinking. Mu Xing opened the pot of hot water and began to add some wild vegetables found in the woods and the dried meat collected before. Will you become a monster if you eat these? Wang Zi asked weakly. Don't worry, I checked it, and there's nothing wrong. Mu Xing stirred the pot of soup. The tempting aroma soon spread. Several people couldn't control their stomachs from growling. If I can get out alive, I must have a good meal, Sun Qian said. I want to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Wang Zi muttered with dark circles under her eyes. Okay, stop setting death flags for yourself. Those who say this in novels all die in the end. Mu Xing's words scared the 2 of them, and they quickly covered their mouths. Ha ha! Mu Xing laughed loudly, covered the pot, and waited for it to simmer. Boating was still quiet, his eyes were blurred, and I didn't know what he was thinking. Mu Xing looked at Yue next to him. Sister Yi, let's chat? What to talk about? Sister Yi, don't you want to know about Bailey's news? No. She quickly turned her head away, indicating that she didn't want to talk about this topic. When I escaped to the world to help him deal with his split personality, I saw a lot of memories, among which there was a thick stack of love letters he secretly wrote. Mu Xing gestured exaggeratedly. The other party still didn't speak. Well, I don't count this as betraying my friend. His hand trembled, and a thick stack of letter paper appeared in his hand. Let me take a look. Yue snatched it away before he even turned to the second page. Mu Xing continued to cook his broth. Crazy, madman, I can only help you up to this point. After everyone had a delicious dinner, they couldn't help but feel sleepy. Several newcomers couldn't stand it anymore and lay down on their beds. Mu Xing was completely sleepless and climbed to the top of the shelter to keep watch. Qigu also came up. I suggest you go to sleep first, Mu Xing said. Qigu shook his head. I can't sleep, and I dare not fall asleep in such a dangerous environment. Mu Xing shook his head. There will be more dangers in the future. Different worlds have different dangers. Don't be so nervous all the time, otherwise you will drive yourself crazy before you pass the level. Boss Blood Moon, I have a question. You say, can we still get out of the survival system? Theoretically you can, but why do we have to get out? Mu Xing asked back. Chapter 351. I've been through a lot, and now I just want to live a peaceful life, but I was pulled into the survival world by the survival system. Mu Xing looked up at Qigu. From the beginning, he knew that Qigu was not an ordinary person in the real world. You should also be a killer in the real world, right? Yes. Qigu nodded and admitted that he felt there was nothing to hide. Because of this, I finally left the organization and found my beloved. I want to live a stable life instead of jumping from one danger to another. Mu Xing nodded. In fact, many people had the same idea as you at the beginning, including me. But have you ever thought that you can really protect the life you want now with your current abilities? Qigu was silent. Obviously, he had been beaten in the real world. On the contrary, I think the survival system is an opportunity. Although we don't know when we will die in a survival world, it also gives us the opportunity to choose our lives again. The weak are not qualified to control their own destiny. If one day you have to face a choice, do you have enough strength to resist this fate? Mu Xing patted his shoulder. You are a smart person. You should understand what I mean. In fact, in reality, people like you are most suitable for the survival world. As long as you slightly adjust your mentality, you can live like a fish in water. But I am worried that one day I will never be able to go back. How sad she will be. Qigu was still a little hesitant. Then try to live forever, so there will be no regrets, right? As for the accident, let's wait until the day when the accident comes. Qigu stared at Mu Xing blankly. He could see a kind of confidence and open-mindedness from the senior boss in front of him. This was what he didn't have before. Thank you, Blood Moon Boss. Mu Xing handed over a business card. When you leave this world and come to Kowloon City, you can contact me. Mu Xing felt that this Chigu was a promising talent. Investing in him in advance might bring him surprises in the future. Chigu took the business card, which only had a name, a number, and the address of Kowloon City. He held the business card tightly, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. Mu Xing beside him looked at the distant woods, his eyes slightly narrowed. It is estimated that there are still 2 or 3 hours of peace. You can take a nap. Okay. This time Chigu did not refuse, and leaned against the wall and fell asleep instantly. Mu Xing observed the forest through the new divine seal, and took in everything in the darkness. He saw that the forest was gathering strength, and all kinds of monsters were gathering, preparing to attack in a big way at night. Mu Xing was not in a hurry, adhering to the principle of when the enemy comes, the general will block it, and when the water comes, the earth will cover it. Divine seal, help me watch, I'm in a dream. In a trance, Mu Xing returned to the body in the forest dream again. He stood up from the liquid that had become clear. The originally thick blood in the chamber was almost completely absorbed by this body. When he looked down, his body had gotten rid of the most primitive spore and slime mold structure and began to evolve towards flesh and blood. Now his body has become half bacteria, half flesh. But this appearance is too ugly to be a human. He moved his body to feel the strength of this new body. After absorbing the heart, the strengthening degree directly increased from 200% to 300%. At this time, this body is no longer the weak appearance it once was. He walked out of the chamber. He saw the shadow split-head monster crouching in the passage. But this time, the shadow split-head monster not only did not attack him, but showed great fear. When Mu Xing approached with an axe, the shadow split-head monster began to tremble, trying to avoid Mu Xing. Mu Xing grabbed it back, and the other party was very afraid of him. Apparently, the split-head monster thought he was the heart. He put one hand on the split-head monster, and could actually sense the guy's physical condition and the chaotic thoughts in his body. Chaos, strangeness, fear. These are the thoughts in the split-head monster's body. Mu Xing's belief moved. Submit to me. The split-head monster actually knelt down obediently and surrendered at his feet. Mu Xing instantly felt that he had some special connection with this split-head monster. With a point of his right hand, the split-head monster began to rush towards the left channel like a conscious clone. Can it really be controlled? He walked towards the other shadow split-head monsters, and the 2 red mist split-head monsters. He found that as long as he touched them, these split-head monsters would be controlled by him. He carefully observed that when he touched them, something flowed into the bodies of these split-head monsters. He was like a Trojan virus with powerful attack power, easily breaking through the firewall of ordinary computers and turning them into his own chickens. Once these split-head monsters were infected by his Trojan, irreversible changes occurred. These split-head monsters completely escaped the control of the forest and became his fans. After discovering this, Mu Xing was ecstatic, and went all the way to touch the heads of all the split-head monsters squatting in the passage and killed them. All of them were transformed into his own people. As soon as he thought about it, the twisted heart appeared on his chest like a pendant. Under the blessing of this twisted heart, these split-head monsters were actually regarded as his summons and were blessed. These shadow split-head monsters were all stained with blood, as if they were marked with Mu Xing's mark. Go, get out! Mu Xing followed his memory, and returned to the main road of Channel 21. He pressed one hand on the heavy door. This door looks like a block of iron, but in fact it is made of slime mold and tree roots. When his hand touched the gate, some kind of rust quickly spread with his right hand as the center. He was like a pathogen, quickly breaking through the gate's defenses and corroding it. In just a few minutes, the gate melted rapidly and could no longer stop him. The surrounding roots were even more afraid to move away from him. In the dream, Passage 21 did not collapse, but continued to extend forward, as if he could really leave the forest from here. He looked up, and the upward passage connected to the ground. After hesitating for a moment, he still climbed up the ladder, intending to see what the situation was outside first. As he climbed up the passage, he was stunned by everything in front of him. He switched perspectives, and saw an extremely huge slime mold tree. This tree blocked out the sun, its canopy completely covered the entire forest, and then countless threads were dropped. These threads connected every tree in the forest, and even every creature. When he looked at himself, there was no thread connected to his body, because that thread had been cut off by him long ago. When the other split-head monsters followed and climbed out, Mu Xing saw that they were connected by threads, but the threads had turned red and rotten, and seemed to have lost their effect. Mu Xing was about to explore this strange world further, when suddenly the divine seal on the main body sent a warning. He quickly returned to the underground, his consciousness changed, and returned to the main body. What's wrong? Mu Xing opened his eyes. The forest has begun to attack. Chapter 352. What is coming will come. When it was past 12 o'clock that night, the activity of the entire forest reached its peak. Mu Xing saw the darkness in the distant forest rolling in. They gathered in the forest, from streams to rivers, and finally gathered into a vast ocean. When the flashlight shone over, it was blood red. Even the river not far away began to be gradually dyed red by blood. The blood tide came. Various strange roars continued to sound in the dense forest, and the sounds of various monsters came one after another. The sleeping Chigu suddenly woke up, stood up, and looked at the changes in front of him with a shocked face. He took out his weapon, and warily aimed at the surrounding woods. Mu Xing pressed down the AK in his hand. Go back to the shelter, tonight is not the time to fight. It is obvious that. Mu Xing changed his mind, after going to the dream world, and did not intend to fight the forest tonight. Another battle, it is estimated that the vigilance of the big tree will be raised to another level. He plans to start from the dream world. They climbed down from the roof, and the others were awakened by the movement in the forest. The swaying bonfire was still burning vigorously, dispelling the coldness in the room. Did the forest launch an attack? Yue looked solemn. Well, but I plan to hide this time. Don't fight? Don't fight, it's a waste of energy. Mu Xing shook his head. Sister Yi, you set up the confusion array, and I will try to pull the shelter into the other world. Okay. Yue has never been a person who drags her feet, and she went out directly to set up the array. Mu Xing summoned Alessa, and worked together, with the divine seal to pull the entire shelter into the inner world. This was not to summon the inner world in the forest, but to build a new inner world in the gap between the spaces, and then hide the shelter. Mu Xing's move stunned the newcomers. My goodness, what realm is Blood Moon Boss at? This is too strong. Sun Qian couldn't help but sigh. Chigu looked at Mu Xing with burning eyes. Mu Xing was definitely the strongest survivor he had ever seen. Those guys who thought they were masters in the survival world before were just a bunch of useless people with high expectations but low skills. He clenched his fists, as if he had made some kind of determination. Alessa, get ready. Alessa nodded, opened her hands, and began to create a layer of inner world in the gap between the worlds. The eyes of the new god seal beside Mu Xing were changing and flashing wildly, and dark gold energy was flowing in Mu Xing's body. He stood outside the shelter, pressed his hands on the wall, and pushed hard. Let me in! With a low shout, he pushed the shelter directly into a shadow. At the same time, the confusing array set by Yue was about to take shape. She was suspended in the air, her hands formed seals, and the array flags flew out, and fell into each corner of the array. She threw out the spirit stone with her right hand, and embedded it into the array eye. With a hum, the array was completed. At the same time, they saw that the blood tide in the surrounding forest had spread over, engulfing countless monsters. There was even a clone of Mu Xing holding the Moonlight Greatsword. Mu Xing ignored these threats. Go in quickly. Everyone rushed into the illusory portal. Only with the divine seal to help them open the door of the space crack, they could enter the shelter hidden in the inner world. At the same time, Yue activated the formation, and suddenly, the 5 elements around them were reversed, and the space was shifted, completely hiding the entrance to the inner world. When Mu Xing and Yue hid in the shelter for 10 seconds, there was a sound like running water outside. The sound came from far away, suddenly amplified, and suddenly sharp. All kinds of monsters, flying in the sky, running on the ground, and swimming in the water, all gathered here. However, when countless monsters rushed over, they couldn't even find the shadow of Mu Xing and his team. The rolling monster tide was like an iron plow, almost plowing the land back and forth several times, but the result was the same. Nothing was found. Mu Xing and his team sat quietly in the shelter, sitting in front of the campfire, holding hot tea, enjoying the peace. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and the surrounding walls became transparent. They almost overlapped with the rolling blood tide and monsters. However, those dangers were like phantoms, passing by them. Oh my god, there are so many monsters. If there are only newcomers like us, I really don't know how to pass the level. Sun Qian sipped a sip of hot tea inside. When they realized that these monsters could not hurt them, everyone also began to relax slowly from the initial tension. They could even chat leisurely, watching the performances of the monsters like watching a movie. The forest seemed to be a little frustrated, controlling these monsters to search frantically for Mu Xing and the others. However, they were hiding in the inner world, which was difficult to detect, not to mention that the 5 elements were reversed, hiding the entrance. Now even the forest couldn't find the exact location of Mu Xing and his group. As a result, A large group of monsters were seen circling in the entire swamp, with blood surging and almost rising to 10 meters high. After drinking hot tea, everyone go to rest first, there will be no trouble tonight. Mu Xing reminded him, and fell asleep again. This time, after he entered the dream of the forest, he controlled his body to climb up the passage again and observe the situation in the dream forest. He found that the entire dream forest had also undergone some changes. In the direction of 3C village, countless thin lines were converging. Obviously, the real world and the dream world are connected in a sense. What happens in the real world will affect this dream world. And the forest seems to be able to use the dream world to reversely control the real world. This dream control ability made Mu Xing very impressed. At the same time, the two shadow split-head monsters that he ordered to explore the depths of passage 21 before leaving also came back. They explored forward for about dozens of kilometers, but ultimately failed to get out of the forest. What's at the end? One of the split-headed monsters gestured, and the other split-headed monster actually retained some simple language skills. Wall. Mu Xing understood that there was a wall at the end of the passage. As for whether it was a tree wall or the boundary of the dream, he didn't know. But Mu Xing also lost the desire to continue to move forward to explore. After all, going to the end is a dead end, so he must try other passages. He was very curious, is there a way to leave this dream that imitates the forest? For example, the passage between the radio station and 3C village? He controlled his body to crawl out of the passage again and began to move forward according to his memory. As soon as he got out of the passage and broke into the dense forest, he was besieged by a group of savages. With the strength of his current body, it was too easy to deal with these savages. However, he did not kill these savages because he found that these savages were carrying two familiar figures. He recognized at a glance, weren't they Mook and Karlov? It seems that what happened in reality will be reenacted in dreams. He seemed to have returned to the day when he first entered the forest. Then Mu Xing suddenly realized that the body he occupied might be the protagonist. After all, the protagonist also came out of passage 21 and was attacked by savages and was later rescued by a doctor. In order to verify his guess, Mu Xing let the savages rush over, knock him out, and carry him away. Take a look at how the dream world evolves and operates. Maybe you can find the weakness of the big tree from here. Chapter 353. Just as he thought. After Mook and Karlov were caught and cooked alive by the savages, a doctor with a gun broke into the savage camp. Compared with the doctor he met in the cloned world, this doctor had long been alone and had become a street rat that the villagers in the forest wanted to kill. He failed to save the mutated villagers and used some terminally ill patients for experiments. As a result, he was regarded as a quack and a bad doctor by the demented villagers. After being driven out of the village by the villagers, he hid in the jungle. However, he did not give up studying these strange phenomena that caused human mutations, and finally, he was close to the truth. He created a drug that can actively enter dreams, and this drug can even keep you awake in dreams, and erode dreams, like a Trojan virus. After Mu Xing was rescued from the savage camp by the doctor, he carried him all the way back to his base in the jungle. As in the plot, he left a record report for the doctor. After seeing these reports, the doctor was furious and turned evil. Tell me, where is the passage out of the forest? The doctor was a little crazy at this time, with a ferocious face. Mu Xing laughed, his eyes full of mockery. Don't worry, I will make you speak. The doctor tied Mu Xing up and returned to the room to take out an injection. Mu Xing confirmed that this thing was the special injection developed by the doctor. Just when the doctor was about to give him an injection, Mu Xing used his arms to break the rope directly. He grabbed the doctor's wrist. Seeing the tall and strong Mu Xing stand up and reveal his ugly original form, the doctor was frightened and fell to his knees. Mu Xing snatched the injection from the doctor with his left hand. You, weakness is your disguise. Otherwise, how can you see the ugliness of human nature, doctor? The doctor's expression froze, his body was completely powerless, and he fell to the ground with a plop. He grabbed his head, with a painful look on his face. No, it's not like that, I'm not. I was confused for a moment. Mu Xing walked behind the doctor, holding the needle and observing. How much do you know about this forest? Mu Xing asked. The doctor looked at him puzzled. Lignification, deformed bodies, split-head monsters. These are actually not your fault, nor are they caused by your experiments. What do you mean? Mu Xing squatted in front of him. Are you sure you are awake or dreaming? The doctor looked at Mu Xing approaching, and the ugly face made him feel unprecedented fear. Of course I'm awake. Really? Mu Xing grabbed his back with his right hand and grabbed a connecting wire from the air. What is this? The doctor was terrified. He saw the light spots on Mu Xing's fingers, and everything in the place illuminated by the light spots was beyond his cognition. Do you want to wake up? Mu Xing asked. Wake up? I don't understand what you mean. Mu Xing didn't say anything and started pulling the connecting wires on his body. Ah! The doctor howled in pain. Mu Xing injected the injection directly into the doctor's neck. At the same time, he pulled hard and pulled the connecting wire out completely. At the same time, a corrupt force spread in his hands, and the doctor's connecting wire quickly decayed. The doctor's eyes suddenly turned red, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Mu Xing ignored him, and walked out of the room, and caught two deformed monsters in the forest. When he came back, the doctor regained consciousness, but he was lying on the ground weakly. Mu Xing took out the axe, and killed a deformed monster in front of him. You killed him. It was it, not him. It is no longer human. Mu Xing skillfully took out a piece of beating flesh from the deformed monster's body. The flesh had no effect on him, but for the doctor, it was irresistible sweetness and temptation. Mu Xing put the flesh in front of him, and the doctor swallowed subconsciously, saliva secreted crazily. Do you want to know the truth of everything? Eat it, and you will see the truth of the world. Who are you? The doctor was not as hysterical as Mu Xing imagined, but calm instead. He knew that Mu Xing's seemingly absurd behavior seemed to be really trying to tell him the truth of the world. Can you see the truth of the world if you eat this? That's right. So do you want to continue to sink into the dream, or do you want to really wake up? The doctor hesitated for about a minute. He suddenly stretched out his right hand, grabbed the ball of beating flesh and blood and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it. Then, his body began to twitch, and countless fantastic illusions appeared before his eyes. When he woke up completely, he found that everything around him had changed. The whole world seemed to have turned into a huge slime mold. The forest, the land, the river, everything. Including himself. What is going on? He finally began to face reality. Let me introduce myself. You can call me Blood Moon. Blood Moon? Aren't you an investigator who entered the forest? Of course not. I came here through the dream world just to see you. Dream world? Yes, as you see, everything here is a false dream. At least it is not the world you are familiar with, right? The doctor stared blankly at everything around him, feeling extremely strange. He saw the connecting wire that Mu Xing had just pulled off from him. The pain of that thing tearing his flesh and blood was still fresh in his memory. So we are dreaming now, but if this is my dream, how can you come in? It's not your dream. Mu Xing shook his head. It's the dream of the forest. The doctor suddenly stood up. Mu Xing looked at him, and nodded in the affirmative. Sure enough, so that's it, this is the dream of the whole forest, everyone is dreaming here, this is everyone's dream. He looked as if he had suddenly realized something, as if Mu Xing's words had suddenly awakened him, and made him instantly figure out the doubts he had been having for all these years. He looked back at Mu Xing. Sir, did you come here to wake me up? Mu Xing nodded, then shook his head. To wake you up. But not to wake you up, but to ask you to help me find the weakness of the forest dream. You want to destroy this dream? The doctor is indeed a smart man, and he understood it immediately. That's right, if this dream is not destroyed, no one can leave the forest and will sink forever until they die. Or, I can show you a way to try to escape, leave the forest, return to the big city, and go to your wife and children. Hearing about his wife and children, the doctor's expression changed. I can't go back, I have to save the people in the village. The doctor looked further into the forest. But those people treated you as an executioner and drove you out of the village. The doctor shook his head. It's not their fault, it's my incompetence. I even killed their relatives with my own hands. I must atone for my sins. Mu Xing handed him the empty syringe. Very good, doctor. Let's get started. Chapter 354. No words all night. Mu Xing opened his eyes again in the shelter. It was the next morning. When the first ray of sunlight splashed over the entire forest, intense photosynthesis began to provide energy for the forest. The day was quiet, perhaps because the sun suppressed the forest, or perhaps because the master of the forest was unwilling to waste time absorbing sunlight and storing energy at this time. Compared to the madness of the forest last night, the chaos outside the shelter had ended at this time. The gathered monsters quickly dispersed, and the red blood tide quietly sank into the earth. Everything was the same as before, as if nothing had happened. Everyone had a rare good night's sleep and struggled to get up from the warm bed. Mu Xing had a dream last night and met a doctor in the forest. He helped the doctor a lot. The doctor did not disappoint him and handed over the research data of many years to Mu Xing. Mu Xing, who got the research data, sent it to the original beehive, and used the original beehive to accelerate the research. With 2 approaches, he might be able to obtain the research results of inhibiting the forest faster. At this time, in the dream, the doctor was rushing to 3C village with his body. The 2 sides might be able to meet under the big tree. It's the 4th day. We must find a way to escape the forest today, otherwise it will be too late tomorrow. Yue began to pack up the talismans and magic tools on the table. She stayed up all night last night and made a large number of disposable magic tools and various talismans. Obviously, she was ready to face the forest head-on. After confirming that the situation outside was safe, Mu Xing pulled the shelter out of the inner world again. Yue also removed the confusion array of the 5 elements. The other 3 were also in high spirits and ready to break through. The only goal today is to find a way to sneak into the core area and eventually burn down the tree. Mu Xing said. Is it finally starting? Sun Qian rubbed his hands expectantly. In his opinion, as long as Mu Xing protected them, the entire forest would not threaten their safety. Mu Xing waved his right hand, and the Valred particles wrapped the 3 people, forming black armor. Each of them was given a Red Queen terminal to control these armors. With the blessing of this armor, they can fight even the split-head monster. Mu Xing gave them half an hour to adapt. The fighting method of this armor is flexible, which can greatly enhance their speed, strength, and reaction. It also has special functions such as partial deformation, rapid repair, short-distance flight, and instant communication. Of course, the armor is not without weaknesses, and the biggest weakness is distance. Everyone must move within 300 meters of Mu Crossing. Once this distance is exceeded, the body generator in the original hive will be separated, and this set of Valred armor will collapse instantly. After several people were fully adapted to this magical armor, Mu Xing took out the new divine seal and made several strange devices. Boss Blood Moon, what is this? Smoke generator, the gas tank is compressed with white mist, which can be released to wrap the whole body, and when necessary, it can protect against the erosion of the power of the forest. Also, don't take off the breathing purification device after entering the core area. Those spores are very dangerous, and will pull people into dreams. For today's action, everyone is almost armed to the teeth. Finally, with Mu Xing's order, they began to head deep into 3C village. This time, they did not fly with swords in a big way, but walked through the forest carefully. The mist slowly released from the gas cylinder enveloped them, making them seem to be part of the forest. Several times, they encountered monsters wandering in the forest, but the monsters seemed to not see them at all, and let Mu Xing and his team pass by. After the newcomers were blessed with armor, their speed was not slow at all, and they followed Mu Xing to quickly cross the swamp. After passing the swamp, an area almost covered by white slime appeared in front of us. The place where the first meteor fell was the origin of the forest mutation. After the mysterious pure white meteor landed, it sank into the soil and merged with the white fungus. It started to spread outward from here. There seems to be a village ahead. Yue pointed to the forest covered by white fungi in front of her. In the depths of the forest, she could actually see a well-preserved village. This place is more prosperous than an ordinary village, and can even be described as a small town. However, for those who have experienced the replica world, they have already been prepared. These houses and buildings, even the people in the village, are all replicas. The fungi in the jungle try to simulate everything. This is the initial experimental site. The closer they get to the village, the closer they get to the big tree. Finally, they see the true appearance of the giant tree. This is a tree with smooth and soft skin, and it doesn't even look like a tree. On the surface of the tree, it is just like the human trees that Mu Xing saw in the foggy area of Dead by Daylight. Countless twisted human faces and bodies intertwined. But this human tree was even bigger, reaching from the sky to the ground, like a hell tree growing from the 18th level of hell. What kind of monster is that? Even though the newcomers were mentally prepared, they were still shocked by the terrifying scene in front of them. It should be a mimicry made of slime mold, not a real person stuffed into the tree. Yue said. Even so, it's still scary. Sun Qian couldn't help but say. Okay, everyone, stay close to me on the next road, don't fall behind. Several people hurriedly moved closer, not daring to leave Mu Xing's 5-meter range. Boss Blood Moon, how do we burn that tree? Just light it with fire. Mu Xing shook his head. This tree is more of a fusion of a fungus and a tree than a tree. Ordinary means cannot ignite this tree. Its soft skin is difficult to ignite, and its active branches can actively extinguish the flames. Moreover, if it senses our approach, the tree will summon monsters in the forest to attack us. What should we do? Do you see the village ahead? their existence is not only for imitation, but also for reproduction. Hidden in these buildings are the hearts that this tree has bred to imitate higher-level life forms. And those hearts are the real weaknesses of the tree. Yi Wei distributed some of the talismans in her hand to them. Theoretically, lighting these hearts can light the body of the tree. Hearing the word heart, several people recall the terrible memory of being wrapped in hearts in passage 21. Several people adjusted the valve to make the white smoke released by the gas cylinder thicker. With the help of Valrid particles, the smoke condensed and did not disperse, always surrounding them. When they entered the village, they immediately saw many villagers with strange behaviors. Although these villagers seemed to continue their normal lives, they were always replicas, doing meaningless things all day long. For example, the villager next to him kept scooping water from the dry pool. Someone stood in the spore field, waving a non-existent hoe in his hand. All their actions were just for imitation, and the imitator did not seem to understand why he was doing these actions, which seemed extremely primitive. Mu Xing took out the key he got from the snail and walked to a building with a collapsed roof. This is it. Chapter 355. Creaky. As the old door was slowly pushed open, the interior of the house presented a completely different environment from the outside world. Entering the house, the interior building actually showed a reinforced concrete underground facility building. It looked like a special fortification built underground, a mysterious underground base. Obviously, the tree simulation of the real world was chaotic. Going deep underground, the entire village seemed like a huge underground maze. Huge numbers were engraved on the walls. Mu Xing suspected that this place was a copy and study of the Alliance's underground facilities by the forest. It was not only curious about human activities in the forest, but also about human activities outside the forest. If Mu Xing guessed correctly, this place should be exactly the same as the underground base of the radio station. There is such a large base underground. What does the big tree want to do? Gu's right hand passed over the walls and rubbed his fingers. It's spores. Obviously, these walls are just for show, and the internal structure is not reinforced concrete, but tree roots and slime mold. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps of the crowd echoed in the empty underground, and were heard far away. The huge underground building was divided into many rooms. When Mu Xing looked into the room through the gap, he saw tree roots entwined, slime molds formed nests one after another, and a large number of sleeping deformed monsters and split-headed monsters could be seen. During the day, these monsters were sleeping underground, and only at night would they become active. The two newcomers retreated in fear after just a peek. Mu Xing said, "It seems that the forest has begun to try to build an ecological system that is different from the creatures on Earth, and these monsters are the new residents of this ecological system." "Is it simulating the social system of humans?" Yi Wei asked. "Yes, this is just a test site, and the replica world we experienced before should be an advanced version." Boom, boom, boom. The deeper they went underground, the quieter it was. They heard some sounds that were usually difficult to detect. It was the sound of a heartbeat, strong and powerful. When they went down one more floor, they came to a rough door. The heartbeat sound came from here. Mu Xing took out the key from the other side and inserted it into the keyhole. It really matched. He turned the key gently, and with a click, the door was opened. A bloody smell came to his face. The newcomers were subconsciously forced back by the gas gushing out from behind the door. Only Mu Xing looked at everything in the room without changing his expression. He saw a huge heart beating in the room, and thick blood vessels drilled into the wall and extended to all directions. "You stay here and wait for me to fall asleep." Mu Xing closed his eyes, and his consciousness shifted to the dream world. At this moment, he was being driven by the doctor on a tractor through the forest. It must be said that the doctor's tractor driving skills were quite impressive, and he could actually drive normally in this dense jungle. "Are you awake?" The doctor noticed Mu Xing sitting up from the car. "Where are we?" "It's right in front, at that big tree." Mu Xing looked up. The huge slime mold tree was very close. Apparently they had entered the 3C village in their dreams. Soon, the tractor stopped in front of an abandoned train near the 3C village. These abandoned train carriages were sent here many years ago, and the doctor didn't know where they came from. After he found this place, he transformed it into his own secret laboratory. "I tried to get close to the big tree, but I failed. There were monsters guarding the big tree, preventing me from getting close. The buildings copied by the white mushrooms are getting bigger every year, as if they are going to build a city," the doctor said as he opened the laboratory. Mu Xing took out a bottle of a new generation of medicine purified by the divine seal. The doctor seemed a little excited after receiving these medicines. "According to my research, combined with your ability, Maybe we can create a special weapon that can destroy the smallest mycelium structure. Obviously, the doctor wants to create a super virus that can fundamentally destroy the tree. The doctor's plan is simple. Since the forest can control reality by manipulating dreams, can they use this feature? This virus produced by the fusion of special drugs can corrode dreams, destroy the forest in the dream, and thus affect reality. It is to use the power of the forest to destroy the forest. After the doctor fiddled with it for a while, he finally prepared a bottle of black mucus. Can this thing be useful? Mu Xing expressed doubt. Whether it works or not, we will know after trying it. The doctor excitedly walked out of the laboratory with the black mucus, and then directly injected it into a big tree next to the laboratory with a syringe. Soon, with the injection port as the center, the black corruption began to spread, spreading in all directions like a spider web. Suddenly, the tree seemed to come alive, twisting its branches in pain. However, it was useless. The black corruption spread faster and faster until it enveloped the entire tree. When the leaves fell, they were completely swallowed by the black corruption as they fell. The doctor stretched out his hand and pushed gently. Crunch! The tree that could be hugged by two people and was almost indestructible was gently pushed down by him. It fell on the dry forest ground and shattered into a pile of black residue. Dead! Ha ha, dead? The doctor was ecstatic. He didn't even bother to protect himself, and grabbed a shovel and started digging down to the roots of the tree. As a result, the roots of the tree were also corroded into a pile of dry black residue, like the rotten trunk. He didn't climb out of the pit until he dug more than 2 meters deep and dug out all the capillary roots, confirming that the entire tree from the crown to the roots had been completely corroded. He cried and laughed, holding the bottle of black mucus in his hand. Successful, I succeeded, I found a way to kill the forest. As he said this, he wanted to find a nearby tree wall to try. The tree wall has stronger recovery than ordinary trees. As long as it is successfully corroded, it means that he can kill the entire forest with this weapon. But Mu Xing stopped him from doing so. Don't alarm the enemy because of your experiment, and there is not enough of this stuff. Mu Xing picked up the bottle of black mucus, wrapped it with the mysterious light spot, and sent it out of the dream. Then he prepared to use the equipment in the original hive to replicate this black mucus in large quantities. He knew very well that only by accumulating enough of it could the entire forest be completely destroyed. The doctor also calmed down from his enthusiasm. You are right, I need more, and I need to prepare more viruses. He looked at the almost endless forest. It was not easy to completely destroy such a large forest. Doctor, you continue your research here. I will try to bring these things out of the dream and see if they can be used in reality. Hearing this, the doctor rubbed his hands excitedly. It would be great if this super virus could also work in reality. Don't worry, leave it to me. I will continue to study and formulate more powerful viruses. Mu Xing nodded, communicated with his main body, and began to leave the dream. This time, he tried to take the bottle of black mucus out of the dream as well. Chapter 356. Opening his eyes again. Yi Wei and the others were still alert to the surroundings. How long have I been in the dream? About 2 hours. What's the situation around me? Nothing unusual. The tree didn't notice us sneaking in. Mu Xing spread out his right hand, the white light in his hand shrank, and a bottle of black mucus appeared in his palm. This was the first time he brought something from his dream back to reality. That bit of white light obviously had the special ability to communicate between reality and dreams. What is this? Yi Wei asked curiously. Wait for me for a moment. Let me copy more. Mu Xing sent the bottle of black mucus into the original hive, and then used the equipment here to copy it. He knew the ratio data and so on, so it was not difficult to copy. Soon, Mu Xing got a large bucket of black mucus. He also used the divine seal to control the material, and made some syringe guns. As several people looked forward to it, Mu Xing waved his right hand and took out those syringe guns. What is this? Mu Xing grabbed one of the syringe guns and inserted the bottle of black mucus. He pulled the trigger towards the beating heart in the room, and the needle flew out, pierced into the heart, and began to infuse black mucus. The next second, the heart was like a frightened bird, and its heartbeat instantly accelerated several times. A massive black stain began to expand. The heart quickly secreted a large amount of liquid, trying to expel it, but the black mucus began to spread rapidly after it came into contact with the heart. The black corruption spread rapidly, and the beating heart kept twitching. Hiss! The strange sound rang out, and the monsters in the entire underground building were awakened. The monsters that were sleeping in the nest seemed to be guided, and rushed towards the people on the bottom floor. Mu Xing distributed these syringe guns to everyone. Action! Today is the death date of the big tree. At Mu Xing's order, the people who had been unable to hold back took the initiative to meet the enemy. Even the two newcomers, with the support of Valred armor, also have good combat effectiveness. Blocking the door, he kept killing the monsters rushing into the underground. Mu Xing stared at the heart that was constantly decaying in front of him. The surrounding walls were also infected by the black mucus, turning into black residues with no strength at all. When the black corrosion completely devoured the heart, the entire wall collapsed directly, revealing a deep passage. Mu Xing adjusted the syringe gun to spray mode, walked into the passage, and sprayed black mucus around. The passage quickly turned black and decayed, and the effect was significant. The tree roots that intended to block his progress also melted rapidly under the corrosion of the black mucus. The tree roots, which were helpless even against guns and heavy firepower, finally encountered an irresistible natural enemy and kept retreating. The others followed Mu Xing in. The monsters that were chasing them all stopped outside the passage, not daring to get close. When they touched the black residue, they were like being infected by a virus, and quickly turned black and corrupted. This contagiousness is fatal. The struggling monster retreated painfully into the group of monsters, and ended up infecting more monsters. Seeing that the monsters did not chase them, Mu Xing quickened his pace. They walked through the passage leading to the roots of the big tree. The passage gradually widened, and they saw hearts embedded in the roots on both sides of the passage. They were neatly arranged and countless. Destroy them all, leaving no one behind. At Mu Xing's command, the others took action and injected black mucus into these hearts. As they moved forward, they were followed by hearts that were constantly rotting due to infection. Finally, they approached the bottom of the tree roots. Countless roots were intertwined and tangled together to form a huge tree root nest. In the center of the nest, there is a giant heart over 10 meters high. "Oh my god, is this the main body of the tree?" Sun Qian exclaimed. "It should be." Shi Gu stared at the beating heart. "Does this tree want to evolve into a human like those slime molds?" Mu Xing approached the heart, and the surrounding tree roots began to move, trying to stop them. However, under the infection of the black mucus, the ground under his feet was contaminated by black, and the infection continued to spread. Mu Xing pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the needle flew out, nailing the huge heart, and began to inject a large amount of black mucus. The heart beat violently, as if struggling, but the black corrosion continued to spread and could not be stopped. The nest formed by countless tree roots was also infected and began to collapse. Rumble. The earth began to tremble, as if the entire forest was in great panic. Mu Xing threw all the 10 buckets of black mucus that he had just copied into the huge hole under the nest. There was dense growth of white slime mold there, which should be the core of the tree. The black slime hit in, and quickly contaminated the white slime mold. The white slime mold was dyed black and began to wither. The black traces penetrated deep underground, and then began to extend upward. "Let's go, this place is going to collapse, get out quickly." Mu Xing noticed that the entire underground structure had become extremely unstable, and could collapse completely at any time. When everyone rushed out from underground, they were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. The huge human skin tree seemed to be infected by a seriously ill patient. Countless black blood threads spread on the trunk. The huge branches twisted and flapped wildly. The terrible faces and limbs on the trunk made hysterical screams. The sound continued until the black lines completely spread to the entire giant tree. Everything began to disappear. The black decay began with the leaves falling down, followed by the branches and the thick trunk. Finally, the huge trunk collapsed. Rumble. The ground shook. A tree several thousand meters high collapsed like a mountain. Only black rotten debris remained at the broken end of the tree trunk. He died already? To this day, it still seems incredible. Look, the passage has been opened. Wangzi pointed excitedly at the huge gap left by the collapsed tree. They rushed towards the gap and saw Highway 50 that was about to be completely submerged in the dense forest. And continuing outward, the road extended beyond the forest tree wall. "Great, we succeeded." Even Yue couldn't hide her excitement. Only Mu Xing squinted his eyes, feeling something was wrong. "Boss Blood Moon, let's leave the forest first." Mu Xing nodded. "No matter what, let's go out and see the situation first. Let's go evacuate." Several people ran out of the forest excitedly. They passed through the collapsed trees. This is a muddy road in front of them. The road is dilapidated and has been abandoned for many years. This place is very close to the tree wall surrounding the forest. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, a 2-kilometer-long forest passage has been opened. The tree wall with tree roots entangled stands on both sides of the road, and they can even see the road sign of Highway 50 embedded in the road. They walked on the broken road and saw many people strangled by tree roots. When the forest changed, the villagers did not take it seriously at first, until the trees began to change and a huge tree wall was erected. When they packed up their things and took their relatives to escape from the forest began to prevent them from leaving. Chapter 357. Many people were strangled to death by tree roots growing from the ground on Highway 50 leading to the outside world. Mu Xing looked into the tree roots and saw skeletons that had already rotted away, crawling forward. As they moved forward, more and more skeletons were strangled by tree roots. Finally, they reached the border with a wide expanse in front of them and a huge jungle rolling behind them. Black pollution was spreading throughout the forest. At this rate of spread, it would take less than half a day for the entire forest to be destroyed by the virus. We finally got out? The two newcomers shouted excitedly and danced. After escaping from the forest successfully, everyone had a bright smile on their faces. Just then, Mu Xing and Yi Wei's survival terminals lit up. Congratulations, Guardian Mission 2 completed. Escaped from the forest and advance, survived successfully in this survival world, countdown to teleport 30 seconds. Everyone heard the pleasant prompt sound. Mu Xing saw Yi Wei turn her head and seemed to say something. A transparent beam of light descended, enveloping him. Survivor, Mu Xing. Survival scene, Dark Forest. Score, 95. Note, full score is 100 obtained items that cannot be taken out of this world. Makarov pistol, forest specimen, map, special potion, wild dog meat, white slime mold branch, snailman's key. Obtained items that can be taken out of this world. Twisted heart. Because there are less than 3 items that can be taken out of this world, the selection has been made automatically. Mu Xing frowned and looked at the beam of light that enveloped him. Is there something missing? With a thought, the divine seal emerged, and the power of thought surged, trying to break the passage. But this time it failed. All his attacks failed. Is it true? Just as Mu Xing was wondering, the countdown ended, and his sight began to rise. He saw the forest farther and farther away, and he saw the black corrosion spreading throughout the forest. Seeing the huge and withered earth, it seemed that only this oasis was left. Finally, it rose into the starry sky, and the starlight turned into white streamers. Is this the end? Mu Xing muttered before he lost consciousness. I don't know how long it took. When Mu Xing woke up again, he found himself sitting in front of a familiar computer desk. He stood up suddenly, and his eyes went dark, his body softened, and he almost fell on the chair. It took him a while to recover. On the screen, the new game of COD has ended. Mu Xing frowned and closed the game, but was startled by the pop-up window on the screen. Choose one of the 3 worlds of Silent Hill, Raccoon City, and Ishimura to survive for 24 hours, and you can get 100 million. Mu Xing did not click the mouse, but stood up and looked around. This was undoubtedly his room, and it was already dark outside. The clock on the table showed that it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. He subconsciously wanted to use telekinesis to pull the phone on the table over. He exerted force with his right hand, but the phone lying on the table did not move at all. What's going on? My telekinesis disappeared. Divine seal? Mu Xing called out. However, no voice responded to him. Looking down, his fingers were clean, and there was no ring called the original honeycomb. At this moment, he was just an ordinary person without any ability. He tried to click on the 3 options on the desktop. The screen flickered, and a slogan popped up. 1Knife999, the latest skeleton server, come and chop me if you are a brother. He closed the web page and tried to click again, but the pop-up window disappeared completely. He stood up and checked everything around him. He grabbed his phone, and the supervisor in the WeChat group just sent a message about an online meeting. Am I traveling through time, or am I dreaming? Mu Xing covered his head. He felt like he had forgotten something. Am I still in the dream of the forest? Mu Xing walked to the front door. If it was a dream, there should be mottled tree roots and white slime behind the door. He suddenly opened the door. The corridor was extremely quiet, and the voice-controlled light above his head suddenly lit up when the door opened. The cold wind in the corridor blew on his face, making him shiver subconsciously. Not a dream? Mu Xing began to go downstairs, walked out of the familiar community, and looked at the bright lights and nightlife on the street. He felt as if he was in another world. Just then, the phone vibrated. It shows that it is my colleague Lao Li. Mu Xing, the supervisor said that there will be an online WeChat meeting tonight. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes and said, Isn't tomorrow a holiday? Are you still holding a meeting? You know the nature of that bastard? He wants us to be on call 24/7, taking up our off-get-off-work time every day. Who can stand it? Mu Xing frowned and continued, why don't we resign? Get lost, you are always giving bad ideas. And you are going to pay my mortgage? Will you pay for my son's tutoring class? Mu Xing was silent. Well, accept your fate and bear with it for a while. After 2 years, I will pay off the mortgage and fire that bastard on the spot. By the way, don't deliberately go offline. You know how petty that bastard is. Be careful that he will make things difficult for you. After saying that, the phone was hung up. Mu Xing's eyes were full of coldness. He stopped a taxi casually. If this is still the dreamland of the forest, it must have its scope. Where are you going, handsome guy? South City Square. Mu Xing lives in the north of the city, and it takes at least an hour to cross the city to the south. The driver didn't say anything and started to calculate the fare. Mu Xing stared at the street outside the window, and didn't find anything strange. He thought for a while, and called the fat man. Hello, fatty? Hey, old Mu, how come you have time to call me? Did you make a fortune and want to treat me to a meal? How is our company? Company, that's it. I got scolded again today. I can't stand that shitty manager anymore. I want to quit. Quit. Mu Xing was stunned. Are you working? Correct, I'm working overtime. There's still 1 day left tomorrow. I have to wait until next week to take a day off. Where are you? The company, where else? Wait, I come find you. Mu Xing hung up the phone. Master, we're not going to the south of the city. We're going to the Xingye Road Innovation Park. Okay. The master turned left at the intersection ahead skillfully. At this moment, Mu Xing's doubts reached their peak. About 20 minutes later, the taxi stopped at the Innovation Park. Scan the code and get off. Mu Xing finally noticed the time. Isn't this the day when he entered the Ishimura? As soon as he got off the car, Mu Xing was reciting the plot, and suddenly someone patted his shoulder. Fatty, why are you here? He looked alert. Hey, didn't you say you were coming to see me? So I went downstairs to wait for you. Aren't you working overtime? At a shit. He put his arm around Mu Xing's shoulders. Come on, there's a new bar across the street. Let's go have a drink. Fatty, do you really not remember anything? Mu Xing asked. Remember what? No, why are you acting weird today? Mu Xing shook his head and walked across the street. Suddenly, he had a splitting headache. The horn honked, and he felt someone pulling him back quickly, and then a car sped past him. Hey, watch the road. Are you crazy from working overtime? Chapter 358. Mu Xing covered his head. I don't know why, my head suddenly hurts. The fat man touched his forehead. Hiss, you have a fever, and it's not low. He looked around, as if searching for something. That's the pharmacy over there. I take you to buy some antipyretic medicine first. Mu Xing followed the fat man. He felt like he had forgotten more things. Suddenly stopped. Fatty, why am I here? The fat man was speechless. Come on, didn't you take a taxi here by yourself? Are you really confused due to the fever? No, I have to take you to the hospital. Mu Xing covered his head. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. Before he finished speaking, with a thud, Mu Xing fell straight on the street. Hey, Lao Mu, Lao Mu. When Mu Xing opened his eyes again, he was lying on a hospital bed. He vaguely heard familiar yet unfamiliar chatter coming from outside the door. Looking up, it was an unfamiliar ceiling. The medicine bottle on the rack next to him was dripping with medicine. Why am I here? He subconsciously wanted to get up and remove the needle from his hand. The door was pushed open urgently. Oh, my little master, don't move. I finally carried you to the hospital. The fat man ran over and pressed him back to the bed. What's wrong with me? Nothing wrong, the doctor said it's hypoglycemia and overwork. Can you pay attention to your health? Who are you talking to just now? Who else could it be, uncle and aunt? As the fat man was talking, the door of the ward was pushed open, and two figures that Mu Xing could not forget walked in. He was stunned, his body trembled slightly, and tears fell unconsciously. After confirming for a long time, he struggled to get up. Dad, Mom, is it you? The two people in front of him supported him with a worried look. Son, what's wrong with you? Mu Xing hugged the mother in front of him. Wow. He could no longer control his emotions, and burst into tears. It's okay, it's okay. The mother patted his back, comforting him like a child. The father beside him also scolded with concern. You kid, you are sick and still running around. Luckily Xiaopang took you to the hospital. Before he could finish the second sentence, Mu Xing rushed over and gave him a tight hug. Dad, I'm so glad you're okay. You little brat, are you dizzy with a fever? What do you mean I'm okay? I told you not to take care of your body, to stay up less late, and to rest, but you didn't listen. Listening to his father's nagging, Mu Xing just wanted to hug him quietly, fearing that if he was not careful, everything would turn into a bubble. He clearly remembered that day 3 years ago, like a nightmare that he had not woken up from. However, today, the nightmare seemed to wake up, and he saw the face of his loved one again. Smelly boy, go back to bed quickly, don't catch a cold again. The father pressed Mu Xing back to the bed forcefully, and his mother covered him with a quilt. Uncle and aunt, don't worry, Mu Zi just has low blood sugar, and he will be fine after in 4. I will take care of him here, and you 2 old people can go back first. But, okay, don't worry, it's okay. The fat man took the initiative to take care of Mu Xing. Until the 2 were sent out of the ward, Mu Xing came back to his senses. Fatty, am I dreaming? Were they my parents just now? If they are not your parents, then they are my parents? What happened to you today? Why don't you slap me? Mu Xing said. The fat man raised his right hand in a mean way. This is the first time I have heard such a perverted request. Then a slap came over, but just before it touched his cheek, the slap changed and grabbed his face. You kidding me? I didn't even get drunk today, and I have to keep watch with you. Mu Xing slapped his hand away. At worst, I treat you to a big meal when you get a day off. Hearing this, the fat man became interested. There's a new seafood buffet near our company. How about going there? Is this all you can do? Eat a buffet? How about going to Dongwei Tower and paying the minimum? Go away, you have so much money to burn. You are about to get married, but you still don't know how to save money? Mu Xing was confused. I am getting married? Who? The fat man acted as if he didn't hear anything, opened the laptop on the table next to him, and continued to make his PPT. You don't know how much pressure I will face after getting married. My old house needs to be renovated, and the kindergarten Cece attends costs tens of thousands a year. My wife's salary is so low, and this family depends on me. I am so worried. So you save some money, and treat me to a seafood buffet. Wait a minute, fatty, I'm getting married? Who am I marrying? The fatty looked up, and Mu Xing's bedside phone rang. Isn't it coming? Mu Xing subconsciously looked at the phone on the cabinet next to him. The video call vibrated. He saw the long-lost head portrait, and his fingers trembled a little. What are you doing? Hurry up and answer it, the fatty urged. Mu Xing gently clicked to connect. His pupils shrank sharply, and he looked at the face on the other side of the screen in disbelief. He was sure that this was not Qin Yan. It was daytime on the other side, and his eyes were full of tension and concern. Big Wood, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? How do you feel? 2 drops of hot tears fell from his eyes, and his eyes were red in an instant. He hadn't heard this name for many years. Xiao Xia. What's wrong? Big Wood, why are you still crying? Are you okay? Don't worry, I fly back in a few days. At this moment, the fat man came over and waved at the camera. Xia's sister, remember to bring some French specialties, for my hard work in taking care of your future husband. Mu Xing pushed the fat man's round face away, and wiped the tears from her face. I'm fine, I just. He stared at the innocent face in the opposite camera, which was less immature and more mature. She said Mua to the camera, I miss you too, hee hee. Mu Xing covered his face with one hand, trying to calm down his intense emotions. Okay, big head, I won't bother you anymore, take a rest, and be well when I come back. Yeah. Mu Xing nodded heavily, until the other party hung up. After a while, he came to his senses. Fatty, I'm not dreaming, am I? What dream? I want to dream now. I finished this PPT first. If I had a wife as powerful as you, my career would be successful from China to Paris. If it were me, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. The fat man was still busy in front of the computer, ignoring Mu Xing's repeated inquiries. Mu Xing secretly pinched his arm. It hurt. It should not be a dream. He turned on the phone again, and then he noticed that the screen wallpaper was a picture of 2 people leaning on each other. Whether it was a boy or a girl, their eyes were full of happiness and brilliance. It seemed that they only had each other in their eyes. Mu Xing opened the album. There were more photos. From high school to college to work, the photos of these years seemed to be here. He sat up and looked through them one by one. Chapter 359. Where is this? All he saw was a sea of yellow sand. Flying sand and rocks obscured his eyes, as if he was in a chaotic world. Suddenly, he saw a speeding red truck coming at him, and saw the vehicle rolling under the hillside guardrail. Seeing the white funeral, the world turned black and white. Only the old photo frame was left in his hand. Before he could react, He saw dense tree roots emerging from the sand dunes, rushing towards him with their fangs and claws. He saw the dark vortex, pulling him down. The red ocean rippled under the yellow sand. Strange sounds kept coming from the ocean. But the sound was unclear, and he vaguely heard the word "wake up." Plop! His body fell into the huge vortex, which squirmed and turned into a hideous smiling face. The face was like a cat, and then it turned into his own appearance. He saw a huge blood-red moon hanging in the sky. Suddenly, the moon turned into a terrifying giant eye, staring straight at him. Then, mushrooms began to grow from the giant eye, producing countless white slime molds. A dim golden light surged in it, as if it was trapped. Muxing lowered his head. His limbs were entangled by tree roots, hanging him above the huge vortex. A pale face appeared, and emotionless eyes stared at him. The face's mouth cracked, revealing dense and tiny teeth in the mouth, biting towards him. Huh? Muxing opened his eyes suddenly. The warm sunlight shone into the room through the glass window, and the white bedding exuded the scent of potion. There was a note on the bedside. "I'm going to work. I come to see you at noon. Fatty, please stay." Creak. The door was pushed open. A familiar loving figure walked into the ward and touched his forehead with one hand. "Son, are you feeling better?" "Mom?" he called tentatively. "What's wrong?" Silly boy, are you hungry? Mom made millet porridge for you, eat some first." "Where's my dad?" "I'm going to work. Your dad's company is busy recently, and he has to deal with several projects. You scared him yesterday. He kept complaining to me when he got home." Muxing scratched his head, recalling the nightmare just now. Fortunately, it was just a nightmare. While he was eating, he listened to his mother's complaints. The morning sun fell on the back of his hand, and he felt that the years were peaceful. In the next few days, everything was peaceful. Although he occasionally felt that he seemed to have forgotten something, Muxing felt that these days were getting more and more promising. Just yesterday, the annoying supervisor was caught red-handed because he was found to have colluded with a rival company to secretly steal the company's confidential information. He was taken to the police station on the spot. According to the news, it will take at least 3 to 5 years to get out. He was also suddenly promoted, saying that his superiors recognized his work ability, and there was a possibility of further promotion in the future. This morning, the person who haunted him finally came back, and Muxing could no longer suppress his eagerness. Until the figure ran towards him. He opened his arms and hugged him tightly. "Do you miss me?" "Yes." "How much?" "A lot. I give you a reward." She suddenly came close and left a light lip print on Muxing's face. Muxing took her suitcase, held her hand, interlocked their fingers, and didn't want to let go for a moment. Afraid that if he let go, she would turn into a bird and fly away. After leaving the airport, Muxing drove Fatty's car to pick him up. "Huh? Bigwood, when did you learn to drive?" "I always know how to drive. I took the test when I was in college." "Why don't I remember?" The girl began to look around in the passenger seat. "Why is there a girl's hair? Whose?" Muxing rolled his eyes. "This is Fatty's car. Whose car do you think it is?" "He let you experience married life in advance." The girl smiled brightly, with a hint of playfulness. "Go home directly? Or take you to eat something first?" "The old place." "No, you don't get tired of that stuff after so many years?" I've been abroad for so long, I think about it every day." Muxing drove speechlessly, and finally stopped next to an egg-filled pancake shop. "Boss, add 2 sausages." The girl raised 2 fingers skillfully. "Hey, isn't this Xiao Xia? Long time no see." The boss had a smiling expression. Muxing was waiting nearby. Suddenly, he heard a sound coming from the alley next to him. The sound seemed to be calling him. He subconsciously walked towards the alley. He saw a strange guy standing at the end of the alley, his body trembling. Beside him, a pool of blood exuded a strong smell of blood. "Hey, sir!" Muxing shouted. The man suddenly turned around, revealing a pale face. The face was slightly crooked, revealing a strange smile. He saw the man's forehead suddenly split open in both sides, followed by the entire head. The head turned into a terrifying cracked mouth. The man's body trembled, and tree roots began to grow on his hands and feet. Muxing's heart beat violently, and he stepped back subconsciously. He stared at the other party. The monster moved, rushing towards him swiftly, at an extremely fast speed. Muxing quickly stepped back, and with a plop, something tripped him directly. The monster opened its terrifying crack, and jumped up to pounce on him. At this critical moment, a heavy axe flew from the left roof, and the huge inertia penetrated the monster's crack, and nailed it to the right wall. Then, a sturdy figure, wearing a thick windbreaker, fell down and kicked the struggling monster. Mu Xing heard the sound of bones breaking. The man in the windbreaker pulled out the axe with one hand and kept chopping it down with force. In an instant, there were continuous screams and blood and flesh flying. The axe after axe seemed to hit Mu Xing's heart. Until the monster was completely chopped into meat paste, the man slowly stood up. "Hey!" Mu Xing couldn't help but call him. The other party didn't look back, but pressed down the cowhide hat on his head that was stained with blood. With a big jump, he jumped directly onto the 3-meter-high wall. Mu Xing hurriedly chased after him, but was blocked by the wall at the end of the alley. "Mu Xing?" A familiar shout came from behind. "Don't come in!" He was about to stop her, but the girl had already come to his side, holding an egg-filled pancake with 2 sausages in her hand. "What's wrong?" She looked puzzled. Mu Xing subconsciously turned his head to look at the monster that had just been chopped into meat paste. In a trance, the body disappeared. Just now, there was... Mu Xing approached, and there was only a piece of white mold on the ground. Where was the monster? Where was the body? "I feel a little dizzy." The girl hurried over and asked nervously, "Bigwood, are you okay?" I'm fine. Mu Xing smiled with relief and held her hand. "I just thought you left for something." "How could that be?" "Let's go home first." Just when Mu Xing reached the alley entrance, he suddenly turned around and saw a tall man holding an axe at the end of the alley. It was just too far away to see his face clearly. The axe in his hand was hanging down, and there seemed to be blood dripping. The girl with a bulging mouth next to her turned around in confusion. "What are you looking at?" When Mu Xing looked again, the man holding the axe had disappeared. He shook his head and turned around. Nothing, just an illusion. Chapter 360. Just arrived home. Pushing the door open, a furry fat cat rushed over. "Meow meow meow. Oh my lovely Tondo baby, did you miss me?" The girl squatted down, and Tondo happily rushed over, rubbing her head affectionately. "Stinky cat, I am your master." Mu Xing was indignant behind. Tondo stuffed his head into the girl's arms, indicating that he didn't want to pay attention to him. "Tondo, let's ignore him. Let's go, open the cans for you." Mu Xing shook his head helplessly, and was about to step into the room. Suddenly, his eyes were blood red, and he saw tree roots crawling all over the wall. He patted his head, and closed his eyes slightly. When he opened his eyes again, the illusion just now disappeared. "Bigwood, you eat these fast foods when I'm not at home these days? And your clothes? It's winter, and there are still only single clothes in the closet. By the way, where is my white hairpin?" Mu Xing hurried in. "I help you find it." Mu Xing rummaged through the boxes and cabinets at home, and sorted out all the things by the way. "Is your hairpin in this box?" Mu Xing took out a gray wooden box. "Open it, and have a look." Mu Xing gently opened the box. There was no hairpin in the box, but a metal inlaid men's necklace with a blue cat's eye in the middle. "What a beautiful necklace. Did you buy it for me?" Mu Xing asked. The girl glanced sideways. "Ah, this necklace, I remember it has been in the house for many years." She combed her hair and arranged her clothes in front of the dressing table, and Tang Do lay obediently beside her. Mu Xing took out the necklace and observed it carefully. In a trance, he saw the cat's eye turned into a blue pill. The next second, it turned back to its original state. "It seems that I am really tired today." Mu Xing pinched his eyebrows, stuffed the necklace into the box, and put it on the shelf beside him. "Dear, what do you want to eat tonight? I will cook it for you." "Huh? You have learned to cook?" "I can cook it anyway." "Then I want to eat stewed pork ribs." "Wait." As she spoke, Mu Xing went into the kitchen to get busy. The fragrance soon spread throughout the room. What a nice smell. Mu Xing felt someone hugging her from behind, with her face pressed against her neck. "Little greedy cat, you're not done yet." Mu Xing gently scratched her nose. "Bigwood, it seems to be snowing." She pointed at the white falling objects outside the window. Mu Xing subconsciously looked up, and outside the cold window were snowflakes falling continuously. The girl excitedly ran to the windowsill, opened the window, stretched out her right hand, and let the snowflakes fall into her palm. Mu Xing also came over and stretched out his hand to catch the snow. He saw the crystal snowflakes swirling and falling into his palm, but he didn't feel cold. Just as he was about to retract his hand to observe, the snowflakes suddenly began to turn black, decay, and finally turned into nothingness. Looking up, the snowflakes in the sky turned into white spores in the sky at some point, and they kept turning black as they fell. This scene frightened Mu Xing so much that he quickly retracted his right hand. What's wrong? Are you so startled? The girl was puzzled. Mu Xing closed the window with a clang and held her hand. It's cold outside, don't catch a cold. Hee hee, no way. The girl smiled innocently, and was embraced by Mu Xing. I hope this moment can last forever, he murmured to himself. What? She looked up in confusion. It's time to add potatoes and corn to the stewed ribs. Mu Xing then hurried into the kitchen and started working at the stove. She lay on the table and looked at him with her little head propped up. What are you looking at? The man who cooks is so handsome. I've always been handsome, okay? You just found out today. Mu Xing made an exaggerated expression. Humph, you are so conceited. Little greedy cat, come and taste the saltiness. Here it comes. The girl ran over excitedly. Feed me. After dinner, the two hugged each other, covered with a blanket, and nestled on the sofa. Snowflakes were flying outside the window. Tang Do curled up beside her, smelling the sour smell of love. You know, I had a nightmare yesterday. Mu Xing buried his face in her hair. What nightmare? She asked lazily. I dreamed that you were hit by a truck. My parents also had a car accident, and I was thrown into a place full of monsters and died countless times. I struggled and cried desperately, but no one responded to me. Then I could only run, and finally I was dragged away by the darkness. She held Mu Xing's hand tightly and stroked his face with one hand. Silly boy, I said it was a dream. Dreams are the opposite, aren't they? Mu Xing nodded and hugged her tightly. Yes, dreams are the opposite. Then tell me, if I am dreaming now, is it a good dream or a nightmare? She turned over and pressed Mu Xing down, playfully approaching him, her face getting closer and closer. What do you think? I think it should be a good dream. Mu Xing pulled her over. Hey, be gentle. Mu Xing, Mu Xing. It was late at night, and Mu Xing heard someone calling him in the dark. Who? He opened his eyes, and saw Tang Do standing upright on his chest, staring at him with dilated pupils. The light from the window hit Tang Do, as if he had stripes on his body, making Tang Do look a little weird. Boy, don't sink into your beautiful dream anymore, it's time to wake up. Tang Do, why are you talking? You don't have much time, you must make a decision, otherwise you will stay in this dream forever. What are you talking about? Mu Xing had a strange expression. The striped Tang Do jumped onto the shelf, picked up a necklace, pointed at the blue cat's eye and laid in the necklace, and the cat's eye suddenly turned into a blue pill. Take it, and you will wake up. Take it, and you will wake up. The voice echoed and disappeared quickly. Mu Xing suddenly opened his eyes. Tang Do was sleeping soundly beside him, snoring. The girl in his arms was still sleeping soundly. He looked sideways. There was heavy snow outside the window, and the wind suddenly blew. The snow hit the glass like raindrops, crackling, like a winter concerto. Mu Xing subconsciously raised his hand, but found that he had held the cat's eye necklace tightly in his hand. Mu Xing shook his head, and with a snap, he threw the cat's eye several meters away. Big Wood, what's wrong? The girl mumbled in a daze. Go to sleep, it's okay, it's Tang Do who ran around. Mu Xing covered her with a blanket and hugged her tightly. Tomorrow I want to play snowballs, you accompany me? Okay, I accompany you. At the same time, outside the window, the streets were snowing heavily. A masked man wearing a windbreaker and a cowhide hat was walking slowly in the wind and snow. On the street, there were still pedestrians rushing home in a hurry. When a pedestrian wrapped in a coat passed him, he suddenly mutated, waving his claws and preparing to attack. As a result, before the claws touched the man, a powerful big hand grabbed his head and slammed it against the wall on the street. Blood flowed along the wall, and white slime continued to grow where the blood slid. At this moment, on the street ahead, the kind pedestrian suddenly showed ferocious expressions. The body trembled and began to change. The man's right hand dropped, and the axe fell out of his sleeve, and he grabbed the axe handle. White slime grew. The axe grew bigger, from a small hand axe to a double-wielded giant axe. A gust of wind blew, and the snowflakes on the ground were blown wildly, instantly dazzling. Several monsters have already charged. The man suddenly raised his head, swung the giant axe in his hand, and raised a visible air wave, knocking them out. At the same time, a giant cat rushed all the way, knocking away countless monsters, and suddenly jumped high and landed behind the man. Meow! The violent airflow blew up the snowflakes all over the ground.